This is a great site. I'd like to share my experiences of the paranormal with you. I've written them in before, and someone wrote back, telling me that it was possible that there could be explanation for what occurred. Right now I'm 18, but I remember the events as if they happened yesterday. I've only ever had to move house once, which was nearly 2 years ago. My parents and I used to live in East Anglia, UK, which has its fair share of haunted old homes, but all that is totally unrelated. We had a semi-detached house. My dad told me I was about 30 years old. I always remember the evil presence in the house, although I didn't notice it much back then. First experience I had was when I was about 6, and it was late one night, after my parents had gone to sleep. Our neighbors were away on holiday at the time. I had the smallest room, which was situated above the garage and the stairwell. I was just falling asleep when I heard a loud knocking noise, like someone rapping against a wall, and it was a rhythmic rapping. I ignored it, or at least tried to at first, but then a few seconds later, I heard it again. It was coming from downstairs, and every time it happened, it seemed to be moving up the stairs and eventually onto the landing. By this time, I was creeped out and turned my lamp on, which flickered weirdly. Eventually, the knocking was right inside my room, in the far corner, and I was surprised my mom or dad didn't hear it. I called out a few times for my mom because I was too scared to get out of bed, and she came in. I asked her to stay with me and hear the noise for herself. She waited with me and heard it too, but naturally, she didn't believe me and told me it was probably the heating. Why would the heating make noises which sounded as though they were coming from downstairs into my room? Another incident happened just after one of my brothers left for university. He was the last one to go. I was about 10 when this happened, and I'd swapped rooms with him anyway, so I was now in the back room and was a lot bigger than the one I had before. This incident terrified me the most, and I'll never forget it. I used to sleep with my feet out, the blanket at the bottom of the bed, obviously, and I woke up after feeling cold fingers on my foot. Waking up groggily, I looked down to the end of my bed and was surprised to see a black shadow in the shape of a human figure. It was looking right my way. I could tell it didn't have any eyes or any human features, and eventually it turned swiftly and quietly left the room. My bedroom door had been shut, and it left my room without the door opening. You can understand now why I sleep with the covers right over my feet. I've had plenty more freaky experiences. They happened on school trips, and on 2 occasions, we stayed in very old, possibly haunted locations. I'll write them in another time. All that I've told you now is all very true. I wish I had looked into the history of our previous house, and I know before it was built, there was just old farmland. And other times, especially when I was alone, I got the feeling I wasn't exactly all alone, if you get what I mean. The presence didn't seem very friendly in itself. This happened about 4 years ago, while I was a senior in high school. A bunch of friends and I were looking for something to do, and ended up riding out to a very old cemetery in the rural area of our small town. The story goes that there was a young boy who was buried there decades ago, and he has often been seen playing on the grounds. We, being arrogant kids, did not believe a word of it, and just parked the car at the cemetery and stood around talking. Pretty soon, the 5 of us started to wander from tombstone to tombstone, reading the names of those buried. I walked over to one that was under a small tree. I was busy reading it, and someone walked up beside me. I was sure it was my cousin, and did not even look at him. I just said, "Did you see this one, Robbie?" Just then, my cousin Robbie said, "Are you talking to me?" He was standing several yards away at the parked car. I could tell in my peripheral vision that the figure on my left was still there. I did not look at it. I ran screaming to the car, where my friends waited. I spooked them so badly that they all just jumped in the car, and we sped away. I heard later that the tombstone under the tree belonged to the boy who is said to still haunt the cemetery. I may still be somewhat of a skeptic, but I will never, ever go back there. In May of '99, my favorite uncle, Brian, died of cancer. It was a big surprise. He had always seemed to be so fit and healthy for his age. He was 61. The day he died was strange for me. I'd gone down to his house to see him and found his sister, my Auntie Anne, standing at the door of his house, talking to one of his neighbors. My mom looked worried. She had a right to. That morning, he had been taken to Worksome Hospital in North Wales, UK. He had been complaining that he had a pain in his back for months. Anyway, I didn't know what was going on until I walked closer to my mom and her sister, talking about what happened to my Uncle Brian. It was then when I could smell it. The terrible smell of death looming over the house. I've read and heard of people smelling when death is coming and had never believed it before, but I knew now that it was true. We visited the hospital, and I sat watching my limp, pale uncle's body disintegrate into nothing. And that was a very sad day for me, and will always be embedded into my mind. As we all sat around his bed, my mother asked me what I wanted to do. In my heart of hearts, I wanted to stay by his side, but couldn't bring myself to watch him go. I decided to go home. As we arrived home, and I put my key in the front door, I could smell a faint smell of something. I knew that it was the same smell I had smelled in Uncle Brian's. At that moment, I burst into tears. Just as I did, the telephone rang. It was Brian's son, Mike. Before anyone picked up the phone, I told him that he had died. Mom picked up the phone, and sure enough, my favorite uncle had died minutes before we entered our own house. That is no ghost story, but this is. My Uncle Brian used to stay with us all the time for the holidays, Christmas and Easter, and sometimes birthdays. We had a dartboard put up under my room in the dining room, especially for him. At night, when he was alive, we, or rather I, could hear the darts hitting the board with such force that it used to run right through the floor of my room. He used to stay up till late at night too, watching the telly and switching channels on cable TV. After he died, however, that all stopped. Christmas was as quiet as a mouse. There was no telly, no darts hitting the wall or the dartboard, nothing, just complete silence. That was until New Year. As soon as it turned 2000, the noises started again. One night, I couldn't sleep and thought I heard someone moving about downstairs. I thought it was my dad, who suffered 7 heart attacks. I walked over to my door and opened it a little to listen to what was going on down there. As I listened, I felt a chill run up and down my spine. I could hear the telly. I felt curious, so I made my way down the stairs. As I got to the living room, I found myself staring at a telly that wasn't even on, that hadn't been on for hours. I shrugged and told myself that it was probably next door. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard what I thought was someone playing darts. I turned on my heel and walked downstairs, again curious to find out who was making these noises. I got to the games room and looked at the darts board. Its doors were closed and locked. No one could have played with that if they wanted to, without whacking my father up for the key first. For the record, my uncle loved his tea. His cup was still hanging up on the mug tree. As I had gone back upstairs for the second time, I'd seen it with my own eyes, hanging there, still and alone. I got to my room and went to sleep, finally. But I had only been asleep about 15 minutes when my older sister, Rebecca, was waking me up. She looked terrified. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me the following creepy tale. She was in her room, laying in her bed, ready to fall asleep, when she just happened to look at the bottom of her bed. That's when she saw him. My Uncle Brian stood there in all his glory. He was holding his mug in his right hand and was staring at her. She couldn't move a muscle. It took her all her time to make it out of her room to my room. By this time, she was crying her eyes out. I don't know what it was that made me do the thing I did next, but I felt I had to check that this mug was still hanging up on the mug tree like it was about 25 minutes ago. With my sister holding onto my hand so tight, we made it to the kitchen. His mug was not there. I went into the living room and found a still warm cup sitting on the table, half full of steaming tea. To this day, he still plays darts and visits my sister's room. Maybe he wasn't meant to leave us as soon as he did. Back in 1990, I was 18 years old and staying with the host family in Veracruz, Mexico, as an exchange student. One day, I awoke to a lot of bustling and nervous chatter around the household. I kept hearing the word Baruja repeated over and over. Unfamiliar with that word, I inquired about its meaning, which was explained to mean witchcraft in Spanish. Apparently, someone found a cross, laid down in granulated salt in the backyard, which according to the native residents was a clear sign of witchcraft. Being the consummate skeptic, I just nodded and secretly chuckled at the genuine worry that this superstition was creating. Later that evening, the day's excitement culminated into a sort of ghost story session in the kitchen area, where it was explained to me that witches and spirits have been known to travel in shadows or balls of light. Whatever happened to the broomstick? I belted as I laughed out loud. After a few more stories, I had heard enough and decided to show them just what I thought of their primitive beliefs. I ran out the back door and approached the cross of salt that started this whole charade as the group clamored after me. I stood above the cross and made a challenge. I said out loud, I challenge the spirits of hell to damn harm me. Anyway, they all thought I was taking a big risk, but I just laughed it off. Later that night, my host brother and I were dropping off friends with the family flatbed. As the last one jumped out from the rear, I turned my head and watched him enter his household. Before I turned my head back to a frontal view, the next image we saw both startled the both of us. Materializing from the upper window, there seemed to be an entity of some sort. It was an old lady, but a really disfigured looking old lady. You could see the detail in her face, but she had red glowing eyes at the same time. Besides the red glowing eyes, she had scars all over her face, and it looked like she was almost on fire at the same time. I don't even know how to describe it, but it looked very off-putting. The image of this witch lasted about 30 seconds before she dematerialized, and she was no more. Naturally, we bailed out of that area without really processing what we had seen. After what I just witnessed, I knew I felt a sense of regret. It was then when I realized that I should never make demands or challenge Satan himself to come see me. So, I'm not sure entirely if that was Satan himself coming to see me, but I know that it was something serious, and I didn't want to mess with it. Demonic. Challenging the spirits to come see me. I guess that was a horrible idea. And now I'm no longer a skeptic. I'm a little bit more open-minded now, but I guess you can understand after dealing with that kind of thing. So what's the big takeaway from here? Obviously, you don't want to challenge the devil. You don't want to summon anyone, because you never know what you may be conjuring up. I know this all sounds silly, but it's true. It happened, and I just wanted to tell my story. My first ghost story experience started happening to me about 2 days after my mom and stepdad bought this house. We have a child-proof door to keep my little sister and the dogs from going downstairs. It only comes to about 3 feet high, and it can be opened from the other side. Since we had just moved in and hadn't got any of the bedroom furniture into the house yet, I'd slept out on a cot in our living room, where you can see the childproof door that leads to the staircase. Anyway, as soon as I drifted off, I felt as though someone was watching me, and so I rolled over to face the door, only to discover what seemed to be a solid shadow, with one arm over the door and head peering over at me. It soon disappeared, and since it was dark, I just convinced myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I went back to sleep. But it kept happening, and my mother soon started telling me she's seen it too, wherever she goes to get some water or go to the bathroom, and I hadn't told her I'd seen anything. We could both swear to God that there's someone there looking at us. Then after we finally got settled in, I started sleeping in my room instead of the living room. Since I can't sleep without a little light, and my bedroom is in the basement, I have a dull green light in my walk-in closet, which you can clearly see into from my bed. So one night, I'd been reading my book, and over the top of my book, I saw a solid shadowy figure in the shape of a man just walk through my closet. I was so scared, I ran upstairs as fast as I could. My mom and stepdad came out and asked me what was wrong, and so I told them. They looked irritated and said that it was just my imagination and I should go back downstairs and get some sleep. So I did, until 1:30 in the morning. I woke up because I heard someone calling my name, and I thought maybe it was time to go to school. Then when I was fully awake, I realized school wouldn't start for another week, and that the voice was calling my name, and it was unfamiliar to me. So I froze in my bed, but I kept hearing my name, until it was like a whisper in my ear, and I felt something that was almost like a cold finger running down my back. I almost ran back upstairs to wake my parents again, but remember what their reaction had been the last time, and decided that maybe, if I just laid in bed, it would go away. Then the TV turned on to channel 60. At the time we didn't have cable, and on the TV was a televised ad about contacting the dead, that it shut off. I screamed and ran up the stairs as fast as I could and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. To this day I refuse to sleep downstairs, no matter how childish it may sound. Also, another thing that has happened to me for a long time, I was definitely afraid that the lights in my room would go off and my door would slam shut so I couldn't get out. And one night, when I went downstairs to get something, my door creaked and slowly started closing, and then my lights flickered. I went upstairs as fast as I could and asked everyone if the lights had flickered upstairs, and they all responded no. Various other things still happened in my house, like one time when I was wrapping a Christmas present, I put down the tape and went to pick it up again, and it wasn't there. I asked my mother, who was in the room with me, if she had taken it, and she said no. We searched all over the house, and finally, we found it on the kitchen counter. CD players go on and off. The dogs bark and growl randomly like there's a stranger standing right in front of them. The cat's hair stands on end, and they hiss at nothing and bolt into the other direction. And sometimes when I go downstairs to do the laundry or something, I got the sudden urge that I need to run quickly or something terrible will happen. And believe me, I do. Hello, my name is Brittany. I'm not possible how my story will be accepted, but a few things that have happened to me are something to consider. There are 3 parts to my story. The first part is my parents' personal encounters. The second part is an encounter my parents and I both shared. And the third is my own personal encounters. Part 1, the noisy spirit. When my parents first bought out the house, it was very small. Only a kitchen, dining room, and living room. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. My parents had been inspecting every room one at a time to see exactly what they needed to fix up. My parents were upstairs in one of the bedrooms when they heard noises downstairs in the kitchen. When they got downstairs, according to their story, to investigate, The cupboard doors were swinging back and forth wildly. They walked over to shut them, and voices yelled at them to just leave, immediately. They didn't listen. 5 years later, I was born. By then, they had built on 2 family rooms, 2 porches, a laundry room, pantry, and they even built on a shop where they conducted their own business. They normally heard music playing and voices yelling at them, but they ignored it for whatever reason. In the second story, the attacks, when I was 10 years old, a lot of very dangerous attacks started happening. My dad started being ferociously attacked during the night by invisible forces. Now, my dad slept upstairs in his bedroom alone because the bed hurt my mom's back, so she always slept downstairs on the couch. My bedroom is directly beside theirs, so I could hear everything going on in there. Normally, my dad will wake up to feel as if he was being held down, strangled, bit, scratched, cut with a knife, carried around the room, etc. When he would wake up in the morning, he would have bite marks in impossible places on his body, cuts, scratches, red bruises around his neck and wrists, and long deep gashes across his chest. Now, this didn't happen all the time, all in one night, but things happen frequently. I was really starting to get worried. My grandma and Aunt Phil taught me an Italian prayer to keep the evil away. I'll pronounce it right now, but I'm not entirely sure if I even did it right, so I'll refrain from doing so right now. But the prayer is the prayer to the Virgin Mary, and its purpose is to keep all the evil out. They told me to say that 3 times every night, and it would keep the evil out. I said it 3 times in dedication to my father, and things slowly started to get better. It was still very scary, because I never expected the entities to be so violent. But in my 3rd paranormal experience, these are my personal encounters. Well, now that I'm 16, certain things have happened to me. They aren't violent or even frightening, more so reassuring. To explain it a bit, my bedroom door is the kind of door that unless you prop it open, it swings shut again, and fast, too. Well, for the past year and a couple months, I've noticed that there might be a spirit that is checking in on me. When I sleep, or late at night, my door will swing open, wide enough for a head to look in, to check in on me, to make sure I'm okay. I'll look because it creaks, and see nothing there. It will stay open at that width for 2 minutes, as if someone is checking in on me. Then it will slowly shut. The doorknob will turn, and it will close all the way. Like I said, it was reassuring, because I felt as if someone, whoever it was checking in on me to make sure I'm okay, and they're just trying to tell me they're here for me. I'm glad I have it. I look at it as my spirit guide. I'm pagan, so on my website, you will understand my belief as spirit guides. I'm 19 years old, work in the computer industry in London, England. When I was around 10 or 11, I used to live in another part of the county, called Dudley, West Midlands. Opposite our house was a pub called the Hangman's Tree. We found out later that this pub was where people in the late 18th century hung people for crimes, such as highway robbery, murder, etc. Anyways, my sister was about 7 or 8, but didn't like the dark, so she always used to call Mom to take her to the toilet in the night. One night, my mom heard my sister go to the bathroom on her own. In the morning she said, "Well done, you went to the bathroom on your own last night." My sister replied, "No, I didn't, Mommy. The black man took me." My mom panicked at this point and thought someone must have gotten into the house. She said, "What black man are you talking about?" My sister said, "He's my friend. He's a black mist, and he sits with me at night and tells me stories." We're all getting really scared now. My mom asked me how she knew it was a black man. Because when he smiles, I can see his teeth. We were all really freaked out by this, but my sister didn't really seem all that bothered by it. So we decided, whatever it was friendly. A couple of weeks later, I walked into my sister's room to check on her and found that the rocking chair in the corner of the room was rocking on its own and at a steady pace, and my sister was fast asleep. I don't know. It may be a comforting presence, but it definitely seems creepy to me. My name is Alex, and I live in Colorado. I've always been in tune with the supernatural. My first experience that I can remember was at my grandmother's house, and I think I was about 5 years old. My grandfather had died long before I was born, and when my mother was about 6 months old, I remember him coming into my room and telling me goodnight and that he loved me, and telling us a bedtime story of the three bears. I asked my grandmother who the man was, and she said no one was in the house but her, my mother, my brother, and I. I told her the man's name, and she laughed and said my mother probably told me to tell her this. I said my mother was asleep. It was about 20 feet from me, in another room, and I don't think she could have heard him. Granny said that was true, and she called my mother in and said, "Hey Jackie, did you tell him about Pat?" My mother said no, that she didn't remember him himself. My grandmother asked me to describe the man to her. I said he was about 6 feet tall and wiry, with brown hair and blue eyes, and he could imitate different accents. He told me in an English accent that he loved me, and in a thick Irish accent goodnight. Then he told me the whole story of the three bears in a very English accent. He didn't seem like a ghost at all. He seemed completely real to me. She said I described my dead grandfather down to a T. I've never seen my grandfather's picture before, and my grandmother told me so. My grandmother is very open-minded, but the rest of my family is not. She got tears in her eyes, and she took me in her lap. She said, "Patrick, do you know anything about your family history?" I said no. She said, "You hail from a long line of very powerful people." She said that our family was old and went all the way back to England, Ireland, and even Scotland. Back before the Christians and the Muslims, and back into time immemorial. She said every generation had a special ability, and so did I. My grandmother gets dreams, and they always come true. 2 years before Mount St. Helens blew its top, she told us it was going to blow. She's like that. She told me our family practiced the old religion. I said, "What? Christians?" She said no. She said Druidry and Wicca. I was like, "What's that?" And she said she'd explain it to me when I was older. She told me to tell Pat she still loved him after all these years. The following night, however, I was not greeted by the same presence as before. The really crazy thing was, it was something entirely different. That's when this entirely black figure, completely blacked and shadowed, but you could still make out the outline of this figure, walked through the doorway. His presence was obvious. He was not here to make friends, and it was apparent that it was not my grandfather. "Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandpa?" I can remember shouting, but no noise was uttered by the black figure. Just then, he pointed to the window right next to me in my bedroom. I didn't want to look, so I didn't. In fact, I refused to look. So I think I remember shutting my eyes and covering the blankets over my head, and just went on. I heard the door slam shut. The next morning, I woke up and went to greet my grandmother in her bedroom. Unfortunately, something was terribly wrong with my grandma. At the time I didn't realize it, but she had passed away in her sleep. And to this day, I really wonder if that had anything to do with my incident the night before. Was it a coincidence? I'm not entirely sure, but it devastated me for years to come. You may criticize me and say that 5-year-olds could not remember such a thing, but remember, I remembered it clearly because it was a traumatic event. My family has a history of abilities, and my grandma even talked to me about this before she passed away. I don't know, maybe it was Grandpa, and he was secretly saying that he wanted Grandma to be with him and that he missed her or something. But why did it feel so dark? Why was this presence so dark? I can only conclude that now, as I think back to it, it had to be the death, the Grim Reaper himself, and there's no other explanation for it. One thing I still wonder to this day is that the Grim Reaper was pointing at the window. Remember, from earlier in the story, I always wondered, what if I did in fact look out the window? I would have saw something bizarre. Maybe my grandma's soul being transported into a different dimension. Or maybe, just maybe, it was just all in my head. Whichever the case, it doesn't matter. It was terrifying. Well, here we go. I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing is an actual haunting, or if everything can be easily explained. I live in South Texas, not in the sticks. I'm 17 years old, and currently attend high school. I'll be graduating this year. Our house is very new. It is only 4 years old, and built by us, so nothing has happened in the house. However, we live directly on the banks of the San Antonio River. In fact, we're situated on a 75-foot cliff. On our property stands another house, where we also used to live while our house was being built. I never liked this house, and always felt very uneasy when staying there alone, or for that matter, with others in the house. I do not know exactly how old this house is, but I do know now that when they were adding new boards to the siding, they found old newspapers dating back to the late 30s and early 40s in the sides of the house. Now let me explain the layout of the older house. It has one bedroom and one kitchen. There's a living room, dining room, and an entertainment area for guests. The living room used to be my room. Between the bathroom and the bedroom, there lies a closet. The closet has 2 doors, connecting both rooms together. I always felt as if something was watching me from everywhere in the house, but never really experienced anything. Now that we have moved into our new house, things have intensified. I always feel the eyes on me now, and sometimes I am forced to run downstairs because of the overwhelming sense of dread that occurs while I am upstairs alone. I hear my shower door open and close during the night, and when I am downstairs watching TV, I can hear the water running in my bathroom. When school is in session, I usually get up around 5:30 to get ready, because I'm an academic editor for the yearbook, as well as class treasurer, so I usually have to be there early so I can get everything in order for the student body. Well, once I was taking a shower, when I felt something hit the back of my leg with extreme force. I turned to rub my leg and search for the culprit, thinking maybe I'd accidentally knocked over a bottle of shampoo. Yet directly behind me was a penny. I have no idea where that could have come from. I haven't told anyone, as I think no one would believe me, and I'm more than happy to keep this to myself. Except, about 2 weeks ago, I had a dream that disturbed me greatly, and I feel someone needs to know. I had a dream that I lived in the old house on my land, and I was dressed in old style, late 30s clothing, and I was washing dishes. All of a sudden, a girl came running into the kitchen and kissed me, telling me she was on her way to an ice cream social in town, and that her boyfriend, she gave me a name, but I can't remember now, would be picking her up and taking her. She appeared to be my age now, and I'm supposing I was her mother, because I told her to take care and to wait to say goodbye to her father, something I would never say. Anyway, another girl appeared from the back, and I was now outside, standing on the porch drying my hands and waving at a man pulling up in an old-style car like you see in mafia movies from a long time ago. I kissed him, and he appeared to be my husband. He was explaining to me about his recent business venture when I suddenly realized who I was. I took the man by the arms and began to shake him uncontrollably, telling him he was crazy because in a few months the Great Depression would fall and we would all starve to death. I then told him that we should save our money and move to Florida. He took a hold of me and told me that the heat must have gotten to me, kissed our 2 daughters goodbye, and took me into the house. Only we went into the bedroom and continued to walk through a second door and into a second bedroom that the house does not have today, and he laid me down on a cot. He told me to get my rest, then he kissed me on my forehead, and when I closed my eyes, I woke up in my room. It was the strangest dream I ever had, and as a result, I've not been able to sleep for days. I usually go to bed at 10, but lately I've been drifting off at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I usually dream every time, except now I don't, or do not remember when I wake up. I still feel like I am being watched, and I have no idea what is going on. If you, or anyone can shed some light on my situation, please email me. I would greatly appreciate it. I know this sounds weird, but it's very scary. I wonder if the dream has anything to do with the situation in my house. Thank you. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic, and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flower dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my rope, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who were fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor, off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric, but the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. Well, we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission. So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, my mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and froze into my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me, not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I will describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my 2 brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room.
I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning, while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, there was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet, except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. Looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s, whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a high viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, 1 for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, we just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, we joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group.
When I was 13 years old, I had an experience that I can't explain, which gave me a horrible scare. Shortly after my grandpa passed away, I lay awake in bed one summer night, thinking of him, as I listened to my sister snoring across from me. My dad had left for work, and my mother was in her room with the door closed, wearing her usual set of earplugs so as not to hear our nightly chatter. As I lay there with my covers up around my chest, I could hear the traffic outside and people making all kinds of noises. Suddenly, my covers were yanked all the way down to my ankles. My first reaction was to just lay there and not move. I didn't know what to do. I remember feeling my heart throbbing inside my chest so loud that I thought I would awake my sister. Unfortunately, I had no such luck. After a few minutes of lying so still and not moving, I decided to try and pull my covers back up to where they had been. Slowly, I reached down, barely moving, and with both hands gave a yank, but to my surprise, the covers were stuck as if something had a firm hold on them. The covers didn't even budge an inch. Oh my God, I thought to myself, what is under my bed? I tried 2 more tugs on my covers with no luck. At this point, I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. I was trying to yell, "Help!" but nothing came out. What am I going to do? I wondered. I thought maybe I could jump off my bed and make a dash for the light switch, but I imagined this hideous creature under my bed reaching out and grabbing my ankles as I sprang for the lights. At this point, the thought was just too much to comprehend. I was literally paralyzed by fear. By now, I was soaking wet from nervous perspiration and shaking inside from fear. I thought of all the bad things I might have done to make me deserve this night of terror. I decided to give it one more shot. Just give a big yank with all my strength, maybe the covers would come loose. So with a last-ditch effort, I gave a big yank. To my surprise, the covers came flying up over my head, as if they had never been stuck at all. At this point, I wasn't going to waste any time. I tucked those covers underneath my legs, covered my head, and held the excess covers in my hand. Nothing was going to get me now. I was safe under the covers. Shortly after hyperventilating, I fell asleep. Unfortunately, my night did not end here. I began to dream. I was in my room again, in my bed, but this time, my sister was awake. She was standing next to my bed brushing her hair at our vanity. "Will you please reach under my bed and get Tilly, my ragdoll, for me?" You see, I had this great plan that whatever was under my bed was still there. However, my sister was going to see it, not me. As my sister bent down to reach under my bed, she let out this terrible scream and backed away from my bed. I was startled by this reaction, and without thinking, I flung my legs off the bed to run away. As I did this, a golden clawed hand came out from under my bed and grabbed my ankle. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and it was all over. I ran out of my room, happy to be alive, but when I told my parents what had happened, they just blamed it on a overactive imagination. I was upset because I knew it happened. I don't know what it was that was under my bed that night, but to this day, I still worry about it coming back for me. The hand under the bed. Growing up, I was always a chicken when it came to scary stories. My family and I attended church, but back then, as my sisters and I were younger, we were not as spiritual as we are now. The first experience I had was probably when I was in 5th grade. It was a long time ago. I remember it was a Sunday evening when my oldest sister's boyfriend came over. After watching a movie, my siblings and I all gathered together with my oldest sister and her boyfriend as he told us many ghost stories. As the stories got deeper and scarier, I began to cry because I was too scared. That following Monday, my 2 oldest sisters, me, and my younger brother got up to get ready to go to school. I had 2 younger sisters who weren't in school yet. In our house that we were currently living in, our bedrooms were all upstairs in the 2nd floor, while the kitchen and living room was downstairs. Right before my oldest sister was going to head out for school, she'd asked me to go upstairs to her room to go grab her jacket that she had forgotten. Without hesitating, I did as I was told. My sister's room was very well organized, since she was the only one out of all our siblings to have her own room. Her twin-size bed was centered in the middle of the room against a wall, and her bed sheets were nicely fixed. As I began to look around for her jacket, which was hung onto the back of her chair, that's when I saw it. I saw an arm, just from elbow down, to the hand slip out from under her bed. The hand did a half a circle slide on the ground as it went back under the bed. At the moment, I thought it was my 2 youngest sisters who might have woke up early and decided to play in my older sister's room. I walked around the bed to the other side, bent down, and lifted up the bed sheets to discover nobody under the bed. At that instant, I felt shivers throughout my body as the hair from my back of my head raised. Unbelievable. I ran crying out of her room, back downstairs to tell the rest of my siblings what had just happened. Until this day, I can still remember the image of the hand sliding out from under the bed. It might have just been a quick 5-second, but those 5 seconds still scare me until this day when I think about it. I don't know what might have triggered me to see that arm, but I tend to tell myself that it was just my imagination playing with me because of all the ghost stories I heard the night before. But I know for a fact that this really happened and not my imagination. Has anything like this ever happened to anyone before? It's seriously confusing and obviously frightening me. Thanks for reading. There's a monster under the bed. This event happened years ago, and I was probably around the ages between 10 until 13. But I assure you, what I experienced as a kid was pretty horrifying. During this time, I had a pet cat which would walk around the house at night. But it would be known it was the cat because she had a bell around her neck that made a jingle noise every time she moved. So, as I prepared my bed, which was a sofa that converted into a bed, I proceeded to turn off all the lights and the television and lie down. After a long while of trying to sleep, I hear this heavy breathing noise that seemed to originate from under my bed. I thought to myself that it was probably my imagination, or that I was probably breathing so heavy that I could hear myself. With that thought in mind, I then decided to hold my breath and stop breathing to see if it was me. To my surprise, I still heard the breathing just as heavy as ever. As the breathing was still going on, I then thought it could have been probably the cat. Regardless though, I was frozen in fear and did not dare to move, and I was thinking of grabbing the television remote control to turn it on, although I don't actually remember if I did or not. So, as I was wondering if it was the cat or not, I then heard the cat's bell jingle 2 rooms down out of my room. This just freaked me out even more. Since this happened so long ago, I don't actually remember how I spent the rest of the night. Anybody have any ideas of what it could have been? I just remember the next morning when I checked under the bed and the couch. I found nothing. What's under my bed? We lived in a little trailer court in Bigler, Pennsylvania. I was about 5 years old when myself and my sister started experiencing unexplainable things. There were always a lot of strange things happening. We would see and hear things. There was one occasion when someone or something said my sister's name and laughed in our closet. Every night we would hear what sounded like boots walking back and forth through the trailer. But the thing that really scared me the most is the night me and my sister looked out the window and saw a black thing standing there. As quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Every night, I would get ready to go to sleep. My bed would start shaking very slowly. Then after a while, it would shake faster. The first time it ever happened to me, I ran out of my room and told my parents. They said it was just a washer and dryer. But the thing I didn't even get was, even when the washer and dryer were not on, my bed would still shake. Eventually, I started to sleep on the couch, but the same thing started to happen, which resulted in me sleeping on the floor beside my bed. I slept on the floor for over 2 years. I never slept on my bed until we moved out. The house we moved into was a newly built house. Even though we moved, I still did not sleep on my bed. That was until a few months ago. Still, today, nobody believes me, but I know what happened. After these experiences, I started to get into the supernatural even more tremendously than I did before. If you got any comments for me, please leave some. Ghost under my bed. I woke up one night because I felt someone pulling my leg. At first I wasn't sure if I was just dreaming, so I ignored it. I was about to close my eyes when I felt a hand pull my leg again. I yelled and ran to my parents' room. My parents wouldn't believe me and would tell me to go back to sleep. I was only 10 years old at the time. Soon, I began to hear voices whispering to me at night. I also started hearing the voices during the day sometimes. One time, I was getting ready to go to sleep, and through the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw someone peeking their head out from underneath my bed. When I told my parents about this, they decided that it was best if I started sleeping with my brother. But this didn't solve the problem. No matter if I was staying at my grandma's house or my aunt, the same thing would happen to me at night to where someone would pull my feet. This went on for years. I'm 23 now, and it still happens. Of course, not as much as it used to. Back then, it would happen every night, but now several days can go by and nothing happens, but then suddenly, it comes back. I've also noticed that if I sleep with the lights on, it goes away. I'll still hear the voices, but the only difference is that it sounds like it's coming from really far away. I don't get my feet pulled with the lights on. I've gotten used to it, and I'm no longer scared. But is this something I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life? To be honest, I'm actually curious and want to know if this has happened to anyone else. The ghost that puts stuff under the bed. This has happened to me a couple of times. My mom had a pink bracelet that had some very pretty glass beads. My sister took it and pulled it. The string snapped and the beads flew everywhere. My dad looked all over the floor. As my mom counted the beads, she was missing one. My dad and I checked under and around the bed. About 20 minutes later, my dad walked into the kitchen and said that he found the bead under the bed, balanced on its side. About a week later, my brother's game case went missing. My dad checked under the bed. Later, he checked again. It was under the same bed, in the same place, and same room as the bead. That happened to the gaming case twice. Then, my mom's hairbrush went missing for a month. It was in the same place as the gaming case and the bead. Why our ghost likes to take our stuff and put it under the bed, I will never know. I've noticed that it has not taken any of my stuff and put it under the bed. It's still a frightening experience. I know it's not as scary as other experiences people have had on this board, but I just wanted to let you guys know. Truly something under my bed. So I vividly remember when I was about 10 to 12 years old, paranormal activity happening to me right before I would go to sleep at night. This did not happen just once, but at least 3 or 4 times that I can remember between these ages. It would all start out right after I had finished reading and had turned off my lamp on my end table. My family is very Christian, and my dad had me read the Bible before bed every night. Anyway, I remember resting my head on my pillow once when I would feel something like a fist push up on the mattress beneath me. I was not sleeping, and I was not just imagining it. I would physically sit up, turn my lamp on, and watch my bed move up and down on that spot. Like I said before, this did not just happen to me once, but several times when I was young. My parents lived on the opposite side of the house, and there was no one that could easily fit under my bed. I was always too scared to try and jump off and run, or even just to look underneath and see what it was for fear that it would get me. After about 1 minute of it starting, it would stop and not come back for at least a few nights. I never did tell my parents about it, even though it would keep me up late at night, some nights sleep deprived. I think it's just because it would happen so fast, and when I woke up in the morning, I wouldn't be thinking about it until it was the next night already. The years following this, I think I still have an irrational fear to sit on my bed with my feet on the ground and feel really uncomfortable when I do. I also still have not been able to explain why this happened to me during that age, but I definitely remember every bit of it truly happening. Living in Vernon was very hard on my family. My dad decided he was tired of being a parent and gave my mom 2 years to get a job and get out of the house, unbeknownst to me and my youngest sister, of course. My brother left the house as soon as he turned 18, and he was always getting drunk or high, or having relations with certain seedy women. My older sister was caught up in her own drama and had no kind words to offer her younger siblings. So I suppose it's no surprise that my little sister and I had paranormal experiences there. First, allow me to explain the layout of the Vernon house. The front door opened to a small foyer, then the dining room and kitchen, which are connected. The hallway to our bedrooms was to the left, while the kitchen was to the right. Standing in the foyer, you could almost see the entire house, including the huge family room down a couple of stairs connected to the dining room. Now, before I begin, I'd like to explain that I had a problem with sleepwalking as a child. I would go to sleep in my bedroom, then wake up in the living room, kitchen, etc. Sometimes, I even interacted with everyone who was still awake while I was in these states. My first encounter with the entity seemed like just another horrible nightmare. In the dream, I walked down the hallway from my bedroom into the living room. I was wearing the exact pajamas I had gone to sleep in, and the house was exactly the same as we'd left it at bedtime. For one reason or another, I felt the urge to look into the kitchen. There he was. The static man appeared in the doorway between the dining room and kitchen. He was tall, barely touching the ceiling, and he appeared robed in black. Instead of a head upon his shoulders, there was this great ball of static. The sound buzzed constantly. I stood there, frozen with fear, staring up at the static man. After perhaps a couple seconds, he reached out his long, dark arm towards me. Then he seemed to kind of float closer and closer. The buzzing got so loud that it hurt my ears. I remember closing my eyes, screams stuck in my throat, and then I woke up on the couch in the dining room, facing the kitchen. I told my parents about the dream, but they weren't overly concerned about it. No, for a while, I just brushed off the dream. But I wasn't the only one affected by the static man. Apparently, my little sister, Catherine, was woken up one night. When she opened her eyes, the static man was standing between our beds. He seemed to be looking at her. Catherine, despite her fear, got angry with the man. "Get out of here! God will be angry if you don't leave us alone." Then, in a flash of bright light, the static man was gone. Catherine settled herself back into bed and slept peacefully the rest of the night. It should be mentioned that Kat would hear and see things in the Vernon house. Shadows would play in her peripheral vision, and voices would call our names. One time, when we were playing in the backyard, she looked into the alley behind our gate and saw these kids standing a ways away. They called to her, promising her a good time. She ran into the house and didn't tell me why until years later. For many years after Kat's bravery, I didn't have any encounters with the static man. My mom moved us to Wichita Falls, where she finished her degree in nursing. Dad moved to Albin. We started going to a Catholic school. My sleepwalking stopped completely, and for the first time in years, I was able to sleep peacefully. Everything, for a while, seemed great. A couple years later, we moved in with my dad. My mom was trying to save their marriage. A few months after settling into the house, the static man appeared again. I woke up in a cold sweat. The man was standing beside my bed, leaning over me. All of a sudden, I was tossed a few inches straight up from the surface of my bed. I would later try to recreate this movement on my own. I couldn't get off the surface of the bed from my position. Then, something pinned me down by my arms and legs. I felt hands wrap around my neck and start choking me. Trying to fight off this attack, I desperately looked around, hoping Kat had been awoken. She hadn't, of course, but I did notice that where I felt fingers grabbing my limbs, there were deep depressions in my flesh. After perhaps a minute or so, I was released, and the static man disappeared as quickly as he'd come. For the rest of the night, I lay there, wide awake, shaking and gasping. From then on, every night, for about a year, I was disturbed in the same way. I was completely drained of energy. My grades fell abruptly, and I violently lashed out at my family. For instance, I actually tried to suffocate my little sister with a pillow. Then I started biting, hitting, and cutting myself just to feel something. I'd even tried to kill myself. My mom, sister, and I moved into our current apartment after 2 years of darkness in my dad's home. The static man continued to torment me. I tried to talk to my mom about it, but she kept telling me that it was just a dream and that it was a side effect of my new antidepressant. If there was something wrong in this house, I'd know about it. I have experiences with these things. Remember? She said things like this, even when I kept with her, and the entire bed shook as the man attacked. Caroline, if you keep shaking the bed, I'm kicking you back to your room. One night, I just laid in my bed crying, waiting for the static man to appear. I pleaded to God for just one night of peace. Please, God, please, God, please. I was shaking from fear and exhaustion. I suddenly felt a wave of peace wash over me. I stopped crying and closed my eyes. When the static man jolted me out of bed, I wasn't afraid. It didn't touch me, didn't buzz. It was the first night in a long time I was able to get a good sleep. Thank you, Jesus, I remember thinking before I drifted off to sleep. Ever since then, the static man has only visited me once every few weeks. I'm not afraid of going to bed anymore, and he hasn't been able to touch me lately. I believe either his power is weakening or I'm getting stronger, somehow. Although, I know I'll probably never be rid of this entity. I know he won't be able to hurt me like he was able to beforehand. As to what exactly the static man is, I have no idea. I don't believe he's a human spirit, and he most certainly doesn't resemble any of the nature spirits I've encountered. I don't believe he's a manifestation caused by my medication or even stress, as he appears despite what's going on in my life, and despite whether or not I take my meds. I've tried, and continue to try, to research our old house, but all attempts have proved fruitless. I do know that 2 boys, one of whom lived in the house after we moved, committed suicide for mysterious reasons. Perhaps they're connected. Perhaps not. I don't think I'll ever know. Whatever the static man is, I'll continue to fight him, be it through meditation and prayer, or other means if things escalate again. Thank you for reading my incredibly long story. Comments, suggestions are all welcome, as usual. Final Goodbye verse Static in the Air. Users, my story takes place in church. It was my grandmother's funeral, and we were all in our Orthodox church, grieving while the ceremony took place, as you do. Now, my grandfather had passed a year before this. I remember being in tears as the priest spoke about her life and how she is now much happier. As I stared into nothing while looking down at her coffin, it's like my brain had tapped into the world of the supernatural. There he was, my grandfather, standing with one hand on her coffin, looking down at her. I don't know for sure that it was him because I couldn't see ahead. My abilities are obviously not strong enough, but I just knew it was him. I felt safe and happy. After this experience, we had driven down to the cemetery to say our final goodbyes. As we lowered the coffin into the ground, the sun came out and shone on her coffin. When we could no longer see the coffin, the sun was gone. I was extremely happy. I knew it was my grandparents saying goodbye for the last time. Ever since I had tapped into the supernatural realm of the world, if I concentrate hard enough, I can see what appears to be static in the air. What is this? Am I looking into it too much? Or is this a common thing first-timers see? I often feel eyes on me in my own house, and am scared to be home alone. I hear footsteps and jingling like change, and I know it probably shouldn't scare me, but it does. Can somebody help me understand the static in the air and explain to me a way I can deal with these felt presences? If you had read my story and or commented below, thank you so much for your time. I look forward to help and advice from other users. The White Wings. As this is my first time at publishing a story here, I thought I should start relatively slowly and also explain some background about me. Up until recently, I've been a dancer my entire life and have always felt most serene stood in the wings of a stage. Funny, really, that this story so revolves around wings in every sense. Being a performer, countless hours have been spent on a stage and backstage, wings, tech booths, dressing rooms, etc. Now, though most of my experiences have been personal, I thought I would start with one that was only about me and not something I actually saw myself. It happened during a dress rehearsal for an annual show that I was about to perform in about 2 years ago. I was in a local theater where I am from in South Wales. To set the scene, I was stood alone in the right-hand side wings of the stage. For non-stagey folks, this just means the small space on either side of the theater stage, where you are concealed from the audience. On the opposite side to me were my teacher and her close friend who acted as our stage manager. It is important to note that both of these women are very spiritual and I believe quite in tune with the unexplainable. There is usually very minimal light when you are in the stage area, as was the case now. I was waiting to rehearse a routine and was also acting as an assistant teacher at the time, so was spending 90% of that dress rehearsal right where I was when this event apparently occurred. There were plenty of other people in the auditorium, but none where I was standing at this time. I must stress, there was nothing but black walls and a few tables behind me, and I was very much alone when our stage manager witnessed this event. She claimed to have been watching me from across the stage as we waited to progress, when she saw a large pair of white wings appear behind me, almost wrapping around me. Angel wings? Butterfly wings? What? I was told this all by my teacher shortly afterwards, a woman whom I was very close with and trust immensely. The stage manager had apparently asked my teacher about me as she was seeing it. Has she lost someone close to her recently? My teacher confirmed that, in fact, I had, and the manager proceeded to explain why she was asking. I have always felt a strong feeling with me backstage since this person passed, and always hoped they were there to watch me, as they always had done. One more mentionable detail would be that a while later that day, while the show was in full swing, the same stage manager said I had walked past her in the wings to go backstage, and a huge gust of wind seemed to sweep after me. This stage has no natural drafts, no windows, doors, etc. that could produce winds, and it is always boiling when you're up there. You'd be grateful for a breeze. So again, strange. I have always wondered about this event and hope that it means my loved one was with me. If anyone could confirm this or explain about any theories of seeing wings, I would be so grateful. Thank you so much for reading. At the end of the hall. Anyone who works in the medical field knows the wise tales, such as opening windows when a patient passes, or they come in threes. Given my background with my house, I tend to shrug things off my shoulders and ignore little incidents, telling myself I'm seeing things. On this particular night at work, it was just two aides, one med tech, and myself, the nurse, on the back halls. Now, you would think that the newly built wing would not have any ghosts contained in that area, but we were proven wrong. Around 1930, I was beginning my med pass. As I went to each door, I made sure to keep my card against the wall, so everyone can get through and to see out of my peripherals if anyone needed me. I go into 228 with their medicine, come out, throw away my gloves, and prepare to start pulling meds to the next patient, when I see someone standing in the doorway at the end of the hall. I pause, turn to see if someone needed my help, but no one was there. I continued to pass my medicine, coming out each room, closing the doors behind me. Again, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone standing at the end of the hall, in a doorway. I turn to check, and no one was there. At this time, I only had 3 more rooms left. Inching my way closer to the spot, I kept seeing something. When I get to the last room, I go in, do my routine, come out to my cart, and notice the room I was just previously in. Door is open. Now, knowing the history of the patient and knowing I was the only person down the hall, it kind of took me by surprise. But I didn't react. I just simply closed the door. I go to my last room, and again, when I come out, the same door is open. And can you guess which room it was? The exact room I kept seeing someone stand at the end of the hall. So I played nice, left it be, and started wheeling back towards the nurse's station to start my charting. It's about 12:30 now, and all the rooms are asleep. Lights turned off in the halls. My teammates sitting in the living space, so I guess you can say it's pretty quiet, which every nurse never wants the word uttered on their shift. Now, where I sit at the station, I can see down 2A and courtyard, which is relatively new. I'm almost finished with my charting when I started hearing footsteps coming from the courtyard. So I quickly glance over to see if my patients are walking the halls. And nope, sure wasn't. I go back to charting when again I hear footsteps, but this time was a little bit more noise with it. We have a few patients who like to wander into other rooms, so I get up, let my workers know what I'm doing if they need me, and headed up the hall. Stopping outside each room, I patiently wait, listening, and then take a few steps to the next, and so on. I inch further towards the end of the hall, to the room I kept seeing someone stand in the doorway. Of course, I'm thinking, awesome, just my luck. As I start raising my arm to turn the light switch, a loud crash came from within the room. I hoofed it down the hall, not looking back. My coworkers looked at me, bug-eyed and saying, "What the f?" As I'm gasping for air, I'm trying to explain what just happened, and of course, they don't want to go check the room. So, we all go, and to our surprise, whole room was cleaned. Nothing on the floor, nothing misplaced, no one and nothing. Want to know the creepy part? A patient had been staying in that exact room for about 2 months and finally was okay to go home a few days prior. That morning of my shift change, we got a phone call saying the patient who used to be in there had fallen in the early AM and had passed away due to severe hemorrhage of the brain. I'm an Ohio State Police patrolman, and on July 23rd, 2009, I was on patrol in Clark County. I was on my way to the Clark County OSP barracks to deliver paperwork on a case that was continued from Union County. While en route, everything flashed on my unit and my car stalled, but I was able to coast to a farmhouse on this county road I was traveling on. I coasted my unit into the driveway and saw an elderly gentleman walking out by the barn. He looked my way but continued into the barn. I tried to get my unit started, but it was completely dead. After trying to reach dispatch on the radio with no luck, I noticed a high-powered pole transmission line adjacent to the property. I knew my handheld was useless unless I got far enough away, so I opted to try to use the farmer's phone since I couldn't get a cell phone signal either. I walked out to the barn where the old man had entered and hollered hello. As I was opening what appeared to be the doors in the milk parlor, looking in, I again hollered hello, a little louder than before. Not hearing anything, I turned to walk to the house to see if maybe I had missed him. But as I turned around, he was standing behind me, which, I'll admit, startled me a little. The man had no expression on his face when he asked if I was having car trouble, to which I replied, yes, and asked to borrow his phone. He pointed towards the house and told me we could walk there, or use the milk parlor if I wasn't going to be long because he was getting ready to milk and asked me if I wanted some water while I waited. I said yes and thanked him, and then proceeded to tell him that the parlor would suffice. I followed him into the barn and he walked out through the barn while I used his phone. I told dispatch where I was and to dispatch a wrecker and was told they would have a wrecker out in under 60 minutes. As I hung the phone up, the farmer was coming out, wiping his hands on a grease rag where he said he was working on the pump motor for the milking machine. I told him what dispatch had said, to which he said, let him push my car to the road so they will find it. I told him if it wasn't in the way, they could grab it there, to which he replied, nay, they never look in the driveway, so we best push it to the road. He told me I could set my glass on the picnic table, then to get in and steer and he would push. Since it was on a downhill slope, he pushed it fairly easily. Once, on the edge of the road, I sat with my cruiser until the tow truck shows. The driver gets out of the truck and is looking up at the farm, all nervous, and says, we need to hurry and get out of here. I assured him all was okay. When we arrived at the barracks garage, everyone was standing around outside. Everyone acted concerned about my well-being, asked how my adventure went at the farm. I said it went fine. Well, did you talk to the old farmer? Everyone wanted to know. I said he didn't chat very much, and he helped me push my unit to the street. Everyone went and looked at the patrol car, now released from the wrecker. I said, what's the big deal? The wrecker driver looked at me and said, you don't know? I said, no. So he told me that in the early 70s, a farmer shot himself in the milk parlor of that old farm, and nobody has lived there since mid-80s due to it being haunted. I said, no way. An officer told me to jump in his patrol car and we'll drive out there. Long story short, it was a rundown, abandoned farm with dust and cobwebs everywhere and not a living soul anywhere. I had him pull into the driveway, and there sitting on the table was my glass where he had told me to set it. I walked to the barn and the milk house was covered in dust. But oddly enough, the phone had fresh prints like it had been used. I picked the phone off of the cradle and no dial tone whatsoever, which really startled me, and I said, we can go now. But he, being a paranormal hunter on the side, was full of questions. When we arrived back at the barracks, my car was repaired. It turned out the positive cable came off of the starter, and where the old man pushed my car were greasy handprints. I have driven back there, and the house is gone. Apparently, someone torched it, but to this day, it still gives me the heebie-jeebies. My grandpa is 73 years old, and one thing I would know about him is that he would never tell a lie. My grandpa's grandpa owned a farm in South Dakota, where he is from, and just a little ways from his farm was a bar, and you had to walk about a mile on a dirt path to get there. Now, in my grandpa's time, teenagers, my grandpa was, at the time, 15, could go into a small town bar at any time, whenever they wanted, because they needed the business. So, at about 9 p.m., in the middle of the summertime, my grandpa and his brother, Warren, went out to the bar to shoot pool. They did not have a drop of alcohol, and once they were done, it was about 11:30 p.m. They were walking slowly. Warren was on crutches, and talking to each other when Warren noticed something. They noticed a tall, black figure walking and stepping when they stepped, parallel to my grandpa's feet. My grandpa threw some rocks at it, but nothing happened. As it seemed, the rocks would go right through this figure. My grandpa, scared, ran as fast as he could, but forgot Warren behind him, and the figure disappeared. They hurried to their grandpa's farm, going as fast as they could, and eventually got there around 12:30 a.m. Now, this is where it gets really eerie. When my grandpa got into the house, he locked the door behind him, but as they were trying to imagine what was that thing, something was tugging on the door. Their grandpa, fast as wind, went to the door with a gun in his hand. But as he opened the door, nothing was there. Tomorrow morning, they found small footprints exactly where my grandpa saw this figure, which is abnormal for how tall this thing was. Oddly enough, there wasn't any footprints next or in front of the house. Their house was in the middle of nowhere. There was not anyone at the bar except the manager, who was short and was there when they left, and, of course, themselves. And that was the only thing in circumference to the farm. It was an extremely low chance that a human could have been there that fateful night. I have always been a skeptic when it comes to believing in ghosts, spirits, and the paranormal. Raised in a family of doctors and scientists, such ideas were never encouraged at our home. I'm currently living in Mumbai, working for a large corporate firm, and my parents live in Bangalore. Of course, this is all located in India, which I live. A couple of months back, I took a 2-week leave to visit my grandmother, who has not been well and lives in a village in a mud house. She just refuses to come to Bangalore to stay with my parents. The urban air stifles her completely. It was June and hot, the typical Indian summer. That particular night, it was a full moon and exceptionally quiet. 7 p.m. and the entire village was already tucked into their homes, with not a soul in the streets. My childhood friend, who lives in the same village, had come over to see me. We were talking about how the grass is always greener on the other side. She's married with a baby and me, a single career woman who lives alone in the big city. Somehow we fell into talking about spirits and ghosts. She narrated a legend of the ghost of 2 lovers having been taken place about 70 years ago. India was in the middle of turmoil, fighting for independence from the British. My grandmother's village, however, was, and still is, largely unaffected by changes happening outside its borders. Although cell phones and computers can be found now, thank God for that. The village is predominantly inhabited by people of a certain community. Only the fringes housed believers of other faiths. It so happened that around the year of 1942, the rich headman's teenage daughter fell in love, madly and passionately, with a young farmer boy of another faith. The boy too reciprocated her feelings, but was too scared to take any step for the sake of the both of them. In India, interreligious marriage was, and frankly still is, taboo. Still, for the sake of their love, they decided to elope to the city and be together. Unlucky as it was, they were intercepted at the train station by the girl's brothers and brought back. The girl was locked up and forcibly married off to an old man, while the boy was beaten to death and his body left in the rice fields to rot. Having got the news of her lover's death, the girl hung herself in her bedroom and vowed to return every full moon with her beloved haunt the village. From that year onwards, every full moon night, the spirits of the young lovers are seen holding hands and roaming in the rice fields. Once my friend narrated this story to me, I burst out laughing, pretty sure that if The lovers are still seen. It is the only handiwork of people alive who want to keep the legend going. She seemed offended by my outburst and challenged me to visit the fields that night. It was coincidentally a full moon. Initially refusing, I agreed later. Sharp at midnight, we took off. We had no lights. She insisted that it was for our own safety. As we left the village and walked towards the rice fields, I could feel a heavy air descend on me. I don't know if she too felt it or not, but we didn't talk about it anyway. Before we reached the rice fields, we encountered sugarcane fields. The grown sugarcanes were taller than me. Walking through them has the same sounds as someone walking over dried leaves. I could see my friend walking beside me, but I felt there was someone behind us as well. When I signaled the same to her with my fingers, she just asked me to be quiet and move on. Soon after, we were in the rice fields. It was 12:38 a.m. and we waited. Another 15 minutes and still nothing. Bored, I signaled to her that it's time to get back. What happened next, I will never forget. I can vouch what I saw was real and not my imagination. You have to believe it coming from someone who was a non-believer. I felt a chill within my body and two white smoke-like silhouettes. One, a girl, the other, a boy, holding hands, appeared in front of my eyes. It was like they were walking on their own way, and I happened to be walking in front of them, rather them following us. They walked on and through my body, hence the eerie chill, and moved ahead to the rice fields, very much in love. I was stunned into silence and was mesmerized to see the smoke silhouettes gliding around the fields. I knew what I saw was no human, who was just trying to keep the legend alive. My friend showed me her watch. It was 2:30 a.m. We walked back in silence. I left for the city the next afternoon, having mentioned nothing to my grandmother. But as I left the village, I could swear that I had a nasty feeling, as if I am leaving someone behind. It's been more than a year now, and believe it or not, I want to go back and see them again. Thanks for reading. I've lived in the same town all my life. It's small and in the middle of the countryside, south of England. Around 2 years ago, me and a friend of mine called Lisa decided to go for a walk to this place we called the cow fields. To get to the cow fields, you have to go down a long, thin road that hasn't been used for years, surrounded by trees either side. The reason we go there is because of how beautiful it is, with all the rolling hills and streams. When we got to the fields, it was around 3:30 p.m. in the winter. We had about 2 hours of light left to explore around there. We sat on a small hill that has a stream to the right, and it curves around in front of you where there is a bridge to some fields to get back to the roads. I was looking over to the trees behind the stream in front, talking to Lisa and having a smoke, when I saw a figure. He was holding onto the trees, swaying back and forth in the wind with them, but it was more jaggedy. I didn't say anything to Lisa because I thought it was just my imagination, but it wasn't like I looked over and he disappeared. He was in the trees always, never left my sight. He'd sometimes move from tree to tree, hunched over and limping as he walked. It was quite far away, but I could still make out that he was wearing some kind of cap. It just looked like the shadow of a man. I noticed Lisa was looking over in that direction. I was panicking, but due to my mental health history, I didn't put it past just a lapse in my recovery. Lisa seemed to quiet down and started staring over in that direction. That's when I suggested we left. I wasn't sure what would happen, as we had to walk towards the figure to leave the fields. Both me and Lisa were hesitant. As we walked towards the bridge, the figure faded away. I was now 100% sure it was just me, and I had been making myself thinking Lisa had seen something, when in reality, she was just looking at the trees and daydreaming. We walked through the remainder of the fields and got back to the road. As soon as we stopped on the road, I saw faces. I don't know how to explain it, but they were in the trees next to me. It looked as if someone had taken a picture with a slow exposure time as someone turned their head, but they were all moving, so blurred and gray, with their mouths gaping open. That was the last straw for me. I turned to Lisa, who was frantically looking side to side. I couldn't not say anything. I remember just thinking and talking so fast, like it burst out of me. I said, "Are you seeing this?" Without saying anything, she started sprinting down the road. I followed. She was in front of me by far. I looked behind me, and I saw the figure from the trees standing around 15 meters away from me. I ran faster. I turned around again a minute later, and there was nothing there. I slowed down because I just couldn't keep that pace up. I saw Lisa frantically looking at me over her shoulder. I looked behind me again, and the figure was there. He was probably around 4 meters behind me this time, just standing there whilst I ran further away. I didn't want to look back again because I feared how close he would be. I kept running when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Whatever was standing behind me now was now running next to me through the trees. I could see the cap on his head. The strange thing was, I couldn't see him if there was a gap in the trees, only when it was close to the trees. I finally got to the end of the road, and we were under a lamplight when we had started running. It was only just starting to get dark. Within about 3 minutes, it was almost pitch black. Before I had a chance to tell Lisa what I had just seen, she was crying hysterically, saying, "It was right behind you. He was standing right behind you." She also started talking about the faces and the man in the hat. I don't know what we saw, but I have never gone back to those fields.
It was late October 1970. Halloween was only a few days away. I'd woke up feeling a bit odd. I couldn't put my finger on what was bothering me, but as the day went on, I became more worried and anxious. My mother was in the kitchen doing dishes, and I went out to talk with her about how strange I was feeling, and she told me it was nothing more than me being pregnant, and that sometimes pregnant women just get those weird feelings from all the hormonal changes going on. I insisted this was not the problem. I told her I was afraid, but I didn't know what I was afraid of. I just felt something bad was going to happen. She laughed and told me nothing bad was going to happen.
As the day went on, the fear grew. I became a real mess and begged my mother not to go to work that night. Once again, she told me I was being silly and to knock it off. She said she was not going to take off work. I was close to tears when it was time for her to leave at 11:30 p.m. that night. I didn't know what I was afraid of, but it was a feeling of dread and fear I'd never experienced before. I walked my mother out to the car, through the breezeway to the attached garage. As she pulled out of the garage, I pulled the garage door down and locked it. I then went through the house, locked all the doors, pulled down all the windows and locked them. I put the chain on the lock on the basement door, checked on my grandmother, who was sleeping in her room with our dog Happy laying at the foot of our bed. My daughter was sleeping in my bed, and I decided to call one of my girlfriends since I was too afraid to go to sleep. While I was on the phone, I noticed the wind had picked up and started to rain. I could hear the autumn leaves rustling about and the branches of shrubs rubbing against my bedroom window. I continued talking with my friend and asked her if she could come out, but her husband was not home from work yet, so she didn't have a way to get there. At that moment, I saw a shadow of a person's head go past the window. I told my friend. She said it was probably nothing more than shadows from the branches blowing in the wind. I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'm just letting my imagination run wild here." But I did tell her if I screamed, she was either to call my uncle who lived down the road or call the sheriff's department. She laughed and said okay, and asked for my uncle's phone number. Right after I gave her the phone number, I heard someone walking into the bathroom, which was right next to my bedroom. It spooked me a bit, but figured it was my grandmother. I decided to check to make sure. As soon as I opened my door, I could see my grandmother and Happy were still laying in the exact same spot when I first went to my room. I walked into the bathroom. Nothing was there. I looked out the window and saw it was still raining. Everything seemed fine. I went back to my room, picked up the phone, told my friend that was weird. Grandma and Happy are still lying in the same exact positions. Neither one has moved. Right after I told her that, I heard the footsteps in the bathroom again. About that time, my 12-month-old daughter woke up. I told my friend to hang on. I was going back to the bathroom. I took my daughter by the hand, and as we walked into the bathroom, I noticed the shadow curtain was moving, and the bathroom window was wide open. Even the storm window had been locked. I wanted to scream, but I knew I had to stay calm not to scare my little girl. So I said, "Okay, honey, there's nothing in here. Let's go back to bed." We walked out, and as soon as I got around the corner and into the room, I slammed the bedroom door closed and screamed, "Someone's in the house. Call the police." Naturally, that scared my baby girl. She crawled up on the bed, scurried to the corner up against the headboard. She was sitting there crying. About that time, the doorknob started turning. I threw myself against the door trying to keep the intruder out and was screaming, "He's trying to get in here." I was terrified for my baby and myself, an unborn child. I thought I had a pretty good chance of holding him off, since the glass doorknob had fell off some time ago, and it was quite tricky to get the door open from the outside. Well, I was wrong. The door was opening. I was using all my strength to push the door closed, but I couldn't hold. The door was open about 6 to 8 inches, and then this great force pushed so hard, I slid 7 feet across the hardwood floor. I ran to the window, flipped the lock, opened the window, screaming bloody murder, when I was hit in the face with the bright light that blinded me. I was hysterical now. I then heard my uncle's voice. I screamed, "He's in here!" My uncle crawled through the bedroom window. It didn't see anyone in the room. He said he had been trying to get into the house, but everything was locked up. I kept saying he's in here. My uncle and I searched the whole house, closets, underbeds, in every corner, basement. Nothing was there. We walked back towards the hall and bedrooms, and there was my grandma and dog laying in the exact same place, still sleeping. They never moved. We went back towards my room, and there in the doorway was a 12 to 8 inch high, perfect cone-shaped pile of dirt. It definitely felt like no dirt I've ever felt before, though. I asked my uncle how did that get there, and what is it? He said it looked like dirt, and was quite puzzled how it got there. He then said if I was you, I would sweep it up and throw it in the trash. I asked him to spend the night, but he refused and said everything was fine and I didn't need to be worried. Yeah, right. When you feel like there's an intruder that was trying to get into your house, why would you think otherwise? As he was getting ready to leave, my girlfriend and her husband pulled into the driveway. I was so glad they came out and stayed until my mother got home from work. The strange thing is, it had been raining all night, and there were no traces of mud anywhere in the house. The bathroom window that had been opened was closed and locked when my uncle checked the bathroom. It could only be locked from the inside. My grandmother and dog never once woke up during any of this. Abby was a collie shepherd mix and was a protective watchdog. My girlfriend did call my uncle and came out as soon as her husband got home from work. She heard my screams. They both saw the cone-shaped dirt in my doorway. Was this an unseen force? Where did that strange silky dirt come from? When I was holding the door shut and it was starting to open, why didn't I see anyone's hands? How was I pushed 7 feet across the floor with such great force? This has always been a mystery to me. Many strange things happened at the house here in Granger before and after that, but this one has always bugged me the most. A while ago, when I was about 15 years old, I dozed off on the very comfortable couch on our sun porch while watching TV. I woke up after about an hour and looked out the door to the backyard and saw a dark, shadowy figure standing, looking into the window on the door. It was one of those doors where half is window. I didn't see a face, let alone eyes, just a black mass that looked like the shape of a big man. I was experiencing sleep paralysis at the time, so I was unable to get up, or even make a noise. Not that it would matter. I was home alone. I looked at the other end of the couch and saw a bright light. It didn't exactly make me calm, although I got the feeling it was there to protect me. Neither the shadow or the light moved. They just stood there motionless. I felt the only way to escape this was to ignore it and fall back asleep, so I did. When I woke up 20 minutes later, there was nothing in the window or at the other end of the couch. I realized I needed to let our dog out, since it had been a while, so I called her to the front door and let her do what she needed to do. I looked across the street and saw the shadow again. I know it wasn't a person, because people walk up and down our street all the time, and this just wasn't the same. I blinked my eyes, and then it was gone. I hadn't experienced this again until very recently. My sister asked me to dog sit for a couple of weeks while she was away for job training. The dogs had a very strict schedule. They had to eat breakfast at about 8 a.m. and go for a 2-mile walk by 9 a.m. I'm the type to sleep till about 10, so during the time I found myself taking lots of naps. One day I woke from my nap and it was 11 a.m. Again, experiencing sleep paralysis. She has glass sliding doors that lead out to a dock and then to the backyard. I was facing the glass doors when I woke and saw the same dark figure that I saw 10 years earlier at my mother's house. This time, there was no bright light. It was a rainy day, and I thought it couldn't be the same experience again. I must be dreaming. The dogs didn't seem fazed by the dark man standing at the door. Maybe it's the neighbor. Maybe it's the handyman. But it wasn't. The figure just faded away. I didn't remember anything after that. I must have drifted off to sleep. When I woke, it was time for the dogs to go outside, so I reluctantly went to the sliding doors to let the dogs out, and neither of them would go. They seemed to be afraid of something. From then on, when the dogs followed me to the bathroom, the shower was in the bathroom in my sister's room. They always seemed to be agitated by something. Still not sure what though. And my sister hasn't noticed anything strange. Could someone or something be following me? First time I can recall anything happening was when I was 4 or so years old. We used to live in Omamo, which is a small town of about 12,000 people, about an hour and a half north of Dundon. Our house was up on the top of a hill and fairly rural. The back of our property backed onto what I can only assume was a paddock of gorse, or at least a huge area of it. As far as I'm aware, there were no neighbors living up that way. We also lived next to a sheep paddock that had gaps into the gorse as well. Our back door had a ramp that led very close to the gate that led to the backyard, though there was very little separating the backyard from the empty gorse paddock. When I was little, I'd always get this feeling of utter dread about going anywhere near that back section as soon as it even started getting dark, to the point where, if we were getting home late from anywhere, I would always just climb up the middle of the ramp, instead of going anywhere near the back section. I never knew why it terrified me so much, but it's left me with a lasting fear of what I can't see. When I was 5 or so, I suddenly developed a fear of my closet. It would never close properly. It would just swing open on its own. It wasn't very big, but seemed to connect up to the attic by a manhole, and I never felt comfortable going near it. Didn't ever see anything there though. Not at that house. We moved down to Dundon when I was 8, and for the first couple of years, everything was okay. But when I was 10, I started getting spooked going through the hallway and living room to get through to the bathroom at night. I would always sprint through to the bathroom and then back to my room and wouldn't be able to relax for a good half an hour afterwards. I just felt like I was being watched and followed. The feeling was that if I slowed down at all, I would be attacked by something. I could not sleep in my bedroom at the time unless I was completely covered by my blankets. It was always colder than the rest of the house, and I never felt comfortable in there without a light on or someone else in the room. When I was about 13, I started suffering from depression and still slept in that room. One night, I recall waking up because my leg was freezing. I uncovered myself to discover that it had been pulled out between the slats of the bed. Very awkward to get my foot out of there on its own. It involves a lot of twisting and squeezing. By what looked like a hulking 6-foot shadow of something with horns that was sitting on the end of my bed. I covered myself up, pulled my leg back up as fast as I could, and began screaming. My room and my mother's was only separated by about a half an inch of MDF, and yet, she didn't wake up at all from me screaming for an hour solid. I eventually fell asleep. In the morning, I had a hand-shaped bruise on my leg where the creature had pulled me out by. I was never comfortable in that room to begin with, and after that point, I had to sleep with the main lights on, not just a bedside light, which had been turned off on that night by something. Closet didn't shut properly in that room either, and I felt like I was being watched from the gap. It had 2 sliding doors that the natural woods pattern had made to look like it was covered in faces of people screaming, and even an evil monk, i.e. the robes, and a malicious looking face. After that, the room was colder, and my bed would shake randomly. Even now, it's still the coldest room in my mother's house, despite getting most of the afternoon sun. While my mother and her husband were renovating the house, they found a hearth, part of a thigh bone, and the top of a porcelain gollywog doll under the lounge floor. The house was built sometime between 1900 and 1908. At the time, we had to run around the outside of the house to get to the bathroom, and so one time, after coming back to the bedroom, my stepsister and I were just entering back into our front door when out of nowhere, a man appeared on the street just outside the gate. Scared us enough that we didn't make that trip again. At the start of the year, I moved into a flat with my fiance, and a few weird things have happened since. Mostly, it's going through the kitchen, which has one entire wall covered in floor-to-ceiling windows that opens up into the backyard, which is accessible from a street above ours, and the street we're on. I can't walk through there at night. I have to run, and always feel like I'm being watched. Unfortunately, the bathroom is through there, and I'm pregnant, so needing to do it is rather often. Coming back though, I've noticed a shadow figure that will bolt through into the hallway, and occasionally little blue balls of light. It makes the hackles in my neck rise, and I don't feel comfortable till I'm back in the bedroom I share with my fiance. Lately, I've been hearing strange noises. It's not unheard of in this house, because we have a possum in our ceiling space. However, the noises I hear have been coming from my room upstairs, which is being used as storage. I keep hearing sounds like being knocked over, or rustling. Originally, I just thought my flatmate's kitten had gotten in. It was causing a ruckus, but every time I go up to check, there's nothing in there, and nothing has been disturbed. It's happened several times, and my fiance has heard it too. We're not sure what's going on, but he's definitely got a few stories of his own to do with the supernatural. I read the existing story of Area 51 on this site, a creepy haunted place located in Salt Lake City, and would like to clarify a couple of things and add to it. This isn't the Area 51 that's often discussed in Nevada, obviously. Anyway, I was an employee at Area 51 and would clean the entire building on Saturdays. This building is very old. It was first a mink farm. It was also the first building in the state to ever show porn films. It has been various strip and nightclubs until it became Area 51. And the other story, they stated that there was a girl who had died. To clear up the girl's death, it was by an aneurysm, but for some reason, the story keeps told as being cocaine or drug overdose. There was also another death of a male patron on the first main floor by overdose. I've had 2 paranormal experiences while working there. They both happened upstairs. Once, I was cleaning the woman's bathroom where the girl died. The way it is constructed is that there is no entrance door. You get an echo of any movement or people that can travel into the bathroom. While cleaning in there, I heard a bar stool being shuffled and moved around on the wood floor outside the bathroom entrance. I thought it was the maintenance man. I went out there a minute later, and nobody was around. I looked out the windows to see who was parked outside, since there's usually 1 or 2 others in the building as I clean. Nobody was parked out there. I was not aware I'd been alone until that time. Sometimes they leave to get supplies. Another time, I was upstairs cleaning the juice bar area, and I heard my name being called by a man's voice. I looked around, and nobody was there. Also to note, these older buildings around downtown, Salt Lake, are all connected by underground tunnels that are boarded up or barred. Area 51 has access points in the basement. There have been reports of noises, creepy feelings, and of being pushed when someone is in the basement. It's not a pleasant place. A bartender has reported to a local publication that he was stocking shelves alone at night and was standing on a ladder. He looked down to see the apparition of a pair of bare feet walking towards him. I work at Universal Studios currently, and I was sent to your site by my boyfriend. I went through the haunted locations you have for California, and I read the Universal Studios hauntings. I just wanted to add to the Back to the Future, which is now the ride for The Simpsons. I work over at Shrek 4D, which replaced the Rugrats and Nicktoons game show a few years back. The little girl that died at the Back to the Future Simpsons building doesn't just reside there. She takes trips over to Shrek 4D as well. I'm not sure if you know, but Shrek 4D is an emotional simulator, but it looks just like a movie theater. We play a 15-minute film between the first and second Shrek in 3D. I've had a personal experience where I was sitting in the theater as one of our shows were going on, and I noticed a shadow of a person moving along the aisle closest to our first set of automatic doors. It looked like they were walking up the aisle to sit in one of our stationary seats in the back of the theater, so I got up from my position to check on them, but they disappeared. I thought they probably found another seat just farther back, but when I looked farther ahead at the back aisle, I saw the figure walking across it. I was confused, because I would have seen them round the corner and past the stationary seats. The shadow continued to walk to my aisle, closest to the main exit, and it stopped at the top of my aisle. It was blocking out one of the lights we have for our guests to see when they exit the theater, and it looked at me, and when I stared at it, it looked just like a little girl in a white dress, or a long shirt and pants. I was scared and curious at the same time, and then she just disappeared. I didn't know of any spirits or hauntings or accidents at the theme park before that incident. When I told my other coworkers, they told me of the little girl that died at Back to the Future from an asthma attack. That was the only experience I had with the little girl. Other coworkers, though, have told me what they experienced. They've seen the little hanging around in the theater like walking across the rows, running up and down the aisles. A recent experience was from my friend, that as he was running the show during the same part I had seen her, she was sitting in the front row, watching the movie without the glasses, and she was by herself. He was sitting on the chair nearby, and he smiled at her, wondering where her family was, and she smiled back, and when he looked at the movie and turned back to her, she was gone. He described her the same way, with the long shirt and pants. He was never so scared in his life at Shrek. Others had the same experience I did. They had also told me that she plays behind the curtains of the screen in our backstage area. Lights wouldn't turn on sometimes back there for no reason. Footsteps are heard in the corridor when no one was around while the park was closed, and no music was going on. It would also be heard in the torture chamber in our pre-show room. My other worker had also told me of seeing a male worker that passed away a couple years back, walking across the projector on the aisle in front of it. Other than that, the typical calling of everyone's name inside the auditorium and pre-show room, the footsteps, the feeling of someone following behind you in the shadows, and full apparition of the little girl. Those are the experiences as far as I'm aware of it. I personally will not go behind the stage by myself because of the weird feeling I got. When I was younger, I lived in this house that my family and I rented. I experienced all kinds of paranormal activity. It only happened to my little sisters and I. My parents never experienced anything. My sisters and I would lay in our room at night and talk, and we would see a dark figure walk through our bedroom and just disappear into the closet door. When we would get up and open the door, there would be nothing in sight. We would be home alone and hear talking. I had an attic door in my ceiling above my bed, and I would lay there at night and listen to whispering. Although I couldn't make out what was being said, I could hear voices. My things would get moved. Stuff would fall off my dresser for no reason. Some of my belongings would slide across my dresser. One night, I was lying on my side in my bed, watching a movie, and something came up behind me and tapped my shoulder. I ignored it the first time, so it happened again. I thought it was my sister, so I rolled over to see what she wanted, but to my surprise, I found nobody. So I rolled back over, and it happened again. So I got up and walked around my house to find everyone sound asleep. I got very freaked out and told myself it was just my nerves. Then, a movie fell off my dresser, so I just went to sleep. Doors would always shut and open for no reason. Well, this is my story. It may not be the longest, but it certainly is most terrifying. So this is my friend Sarah's story. In the summer of 2003, she was about 12 years old, living in Modesto, California. She and 3 other friends decided to play with a Ouija board in her back room. One of her friends did a ritual of protection, which her friend thought it was a good idea. After contacting a younger male spirit for a short period of time, and they were able to get his age of about 24 to 26, and had a traumatic death in his previous life. They failed to close the portal in the board, and basically walked away from the board and left the way open. Over the next 4 years, she would hear knocking from inside the walls, adjacent to the room the Ouija board was messed with previously. Around the hours of 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., the power in her room would flick on and off. The stereo would turn on, as well as turn off on its own. One night, a friend of hers woke up out of a deep sleep to point out a darkness where the corner of the back room had enveloped the whole ceiling, covering the ceiling fan. They both could not see through the blackness. In 2008, she moved to a different house within 2 weeks of moving in, and she started hearing knocking in her room, TV turning on and off, lights going on and off. Her boyfriend would work the night shift, and she would be home alone and go in the kitchen. Anything left on the counter, such as plates, silverware, spice racks, etc., would shift 4 to 5 inches in random directions. In 2009, she moved back home, where it first began. On the first night of moving back in, while standing in the living room, facing the hallway, she saw a dark shadow figure of a younger male at the beginning of the L-shaped hallway. After taking a second glance, it was gone. As she went to walk down the hallway to go to her room, the end of the hallway accesses the back room. There is a floor-to-ceiling mirror. The door was shut as she was walking. Instead of seeing herself in the mirror as she should have, she saw the same shadow figure 3 feet off the ground. It was as if his knees down were missing. It stayed in that fixed position until she ran in her room and shut the door. Within the next year, knocking continued and actively followed her as she moved 3 times in that year alone. On August 7, 2010, she drove from Modesto, California to Las Vegas, Nevada while taking the I-15 to cross state line. She glanced in her mirror and saw a shadow figure in her back seat. I've been friends with her since April of 2010, and in the process of her moving back with her dad and stepmom, I hung out with her on a daily basis till class started on August 30th, 2010. We have both witnessed drawers open in our absence in our bedroom and bathroom, doors creaking open when no one is home, the sound of glass breaking when nothing has moved or shifted. She's seen a face in our back window one late night, and we were driving on an empty back street one day, and even seeing the shadow figure sitting in her back seat in broad daylight with me, next to her in the car. her fish tank being moved while she was out for the night or even in the day, items being moved in a way some intelligence would be necessary, such as her fishnet being moved from the top of her dresser to under a belt and her TV cord. From August 24th to now, it has a presence of attachment with her whenever she goes from the moment wakes to the moment she tries to sleep, and at times, if she's alone, it will keep awake and feels like a heavy pressure lays upon in times when drifting to sleep to her awake. The night of September 4th, 2010, she left to go get changed and get ready around 10:30 at night, while I played laser tag with friends. She was home alone. As she got ready, while showering, she felt the presence in the bathroom with, and in the process of getting dressed and putting on her makeup, she saw a figure walk in her room. Thinking it was her dad, she entered after it. To find her closet door open, her phone flung across the room, the charger unconnected, all her drawers open, approximately 6 drawers. Her fish tank yet again moved, the TV turned on, and the computer turned off, and the bed was unmade. She rearranged everything, closed the drawers, and continued to get ready. As she re-entered her room, again, her phone and her charger were off the connection and tossed about 12 feet across the room, and her closet door closed. She then forgot her charger in her room. She went back upstairs, in which she felt the presence follow her all the way to her car and sit in it with her. She has been with her since it's now 4:28 p.m. on September 10th, 2010. It has been 6 days since that night, and has progressively seemed to get worse, and where she won't or chooses not to speak about it, even to me.
This is an incident that happened to me in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Washington state area, long ago, in the 1960s. As a young teenager, I was very impressionable. My parents were never active in my life, and I always wanted to feel like I belonged to a group. It didn't matter who gave me the attention, just as long as I got it from somebody. Feeling neglected, I ended up running away from home at the age of 19 so I could join a satanic cult. The cult was pretty serious. We would often meet up at this secluded building in the middle of the woods that was abandoned at night to gather around in circles, drawing pentagrams and praying to evil. We did a lot of drugs and even sacrificed animals as part of our ritual. We would decapitate squirrels and place them inside the pentagram, and other times we would cut ourselves and write our names on the walls with our blood. It was definitely not a good environment for me, to say the least, but at the time, I was thinking of how much of a bond we all had together, the 5 of us. The building itself actually felt very haunted, but because I was so stoned out of my mind, I wasn't sure if it was hallucinations or legitimate spirit haunting this old building. I remember one night, we were injecting each other with needles, and we ended up passing out for a few hours. As I started to regain consciousness, everyone else was completely out, and I swear I saw the presence of an old man in a brown cloak, hood on, and with white eyes that glowed in the darkness of this building. He was there for about 30 seconds, then vanished. He was watching me from the stairs inside the building. We were all in the living room at the time, and there from the living room, you can see the stairs in front of you. The people I was with would sometimes hear voices, evil whispers and laughter so subtle, but quiet enough to hear. I vividly remember another night where we held our bloodied hands together after sacrificing a deer. I could have sworn after 3 minutes of chanting the devil as our leader, we heard the door from the upstairs of the building open and slam twice. We kept going, and I remember one of us blurted out, "If the devil is here, please show yourself." nothing happened, and we ended up doing drugs again and passed out. The next time, all 4 of us were awakened to one of the cult members convulsing and choking. I was very alarmed by this, panicked, and told the rest of them that we needed help. All of them angrily told me no, leave him be. I yelled at them to help him, that he needed medical help and he would die. And 2 of the cult members proceeded to tackle me and pin me down to the ground to prevent me from doing so. They told me that this is what our Lord wanted to happen, that this was natural, and if he loses his life, the devil will want a new companion. What happened next is something that will always haunt me. I watched this guy die in front of my face, and not one single person gave a crap, except me. They kept trying to tell me that it was natural, that this was supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the 3 of them were tying me up to keep me from escaping. They told me that I wasn't a worthy member of this cult, and because of my reaction, they couldn't trust me. I told them that I was definitely worthy, that I wouldn't tell a soul, but it was like my words were being ignored. One of the members turns to the other and tells them, "We'll keep him here for the entire night and figure out what to do with him in the morning." So, they ended up tying me up and leaving me alone for the rest of the night at this old abandoned building that looked like an asylum. They had left for the night. They ended up drugging me and I passed out until I ended up awakening. As I awoke, I was still reeling from the shock of everything that happened. I actually gagged a couple of times. They didn't even move the body. I was tied up in the hallway, and I was forced to look across at the body that was still there. The man's eyes were bulging open, wide, and lifeless. Now here's where the paranormal part kicks in. After a few minutes of being awake, I look across to where the body was, and I could see a group of hooded figures in a circle around the body, cloaked apparitions. I blinked a few times, and they were gone. Was I hallucinating from the drugs? I'm not sure, but it gave me yet another thing to be afraid of. Anyway, not long after that, and I don't even know how this happened, but as I was trying to free myself from the rope that had my hands tied up against the banister of the stairs, I managed to somehow free myself. But that's when I heard voices getting closer to the building. It was the rest of the cult, and they were coming back. At this point, the sun was starting to rise, but it was still dark, so I did my best to flee, and I left out the window in the main room and ended up running through the woods. I just bolted and ran as fast as I could. I'd never ran so fast before in my life. It must have been from the adrenaline. Eventually, I was able to pass through the woods until I ended up on the main road, when I saw an auto dealership. I ran into the dealership, told the workers to call the cops, that I was abducted, and that there was a group of terrible people who let a man die at the abandoned building a few miles into the woods. They called the cops, and they eventually ran out to the building. The body was still there, and the group was arrested. They ended up going to jail for 15 years. The building itself was torn down not too long after, and I've never actually been back to the spot. I don't know why I would anyway. I ended up having PTSD for years after this incident, terrible trust issues, but after years of therapy, I ended up rehabilitating myself. This happened in the 1960s. I guess the reason why I wanted to write this story was to warn you that you should never be desperate enough to join a group of people who do terrible things. Never openly trust people without evidence that they are worth it. And of course, never join a satanic worshipping cult. I made my mistake and almost paid for it with my life. Nowadays, I have 2 kids, and I tell them this story to remind them that there are bad people out there, but also that there are spirits that can be summoned, and they can be very evil. Stay away from all of that. It's not a good lifestyle. What I'm about to tell you happened during the summer of 2015. The incident was at a Mayan jungle, 2 hours away from Cancun, Mexico. My friend John was moving for work and decided to drive 1,000 miles from his home in Mexico City to Cancun. To an adventurous girl like me, it rang in my ears as a fascinating road trip. I offered to go with him, as he'd be going through some of Mexico's most dynamic and breathtaking sights. In Cancun, with its beautiful coastline, covered in powdery white sand and deep turquoise blue waters, was not only worth the 1,000-mile drive, but would be the perfect destination to complete my vacation before flying back home to California. Cancun is situated in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico's southeast. The peninsula is a region covered in deep rainforest and jungles, where the Mayans once erected their great empire. The first leg of the trip was as expected. Great sights, great food, great places, great music, great people. However, the rain and terrain soon started changing as we started going deeper into the jungle. Roads were less illuminated, towns and villages scarier. We had enjoyed the road so much. The next leg of the trip was going to be non-stop all the way to Cancun. The night hit us as we drove through one of the deepest parts of the jungle. The road started narrowing until it became a 2-lane road, with the only light coming from the full moon ahead of us, and the dim headlights from the mid-90s hatchback John was driving. He estimated we would be in Cancun in about 2 hours. It was 2 a.m., and the moonlight could let you appreciate the thick vegetation on each side of the road. John was telling me some more folklore about the region and legends about the Mayans that once lived in the region, when suddenly, the car started slowing down. John would press on the gas, but the car would struggle to go. Shortly, the oil indicator lit up. Something was wrong, but to our relief, we saw lights up ahead and what seemed to be toll booths. We decided we would park by the booths and call roadside assistance. Our relief was short-lived when we realized the toll booths were under construction and they weren't functioning. There was nobody on duty, so we decided to keep going, but about 25 yards past the booths, the car completely stalled. Luckily, the road was well illuminated from the booths on, and the car stalled right next to a light pole. John gets out of the car to see what was going on. It was leaking a lot of oil. He calls roadside assistance to no avail due to bad signal. He decides to try to fix the car. He goes to the trunk, gets some tools and a bottle of oil, and gets to work. After many attempts, the car wouldn't start, so John decides to call roadside assistance and finally gets through. Unfortunately, they tell him it would take 3 hours to reach us. I told John we are less than 2 hours from Cancun. Isn't there anything they can do? He put his tools away and gets back in the car and tells me there's nothing we can do but wait, to get some sleep and wait for roadside assistance. He then reclines his seat and goes to sleep. I get out of the car instead and start looking at the road, the vegetation, admire nature. A few minutes went by. Something caught the corner of my eye. I look back at the booths, and I can see the silhouette of a man peeking from one of them. I call John, but he doesn't respond. I look at him, and he is fast asleep. I look back at the booths, and the man leaped from one booth to the other. I yell at John that there is a man at the booths. He wakes up and tells me not to talk nonsense. At this point, The man leaped from the last booth and stood in the middle of the road, dressed in a khaki long-sleeve shirt and khaki pants. Pretty normal, but there was something weird about it. His stance was abnormal, arms wide open, lowered with hands open, and that, when I felt a cold shiver down my spine, when I noticed his arms and fingers were too long for his body. I insist on John, and he decides to get out of the car and sees the man standing back there. He looks at me, then at the man again, and yells at him, "Hey." The man shook his shoulders, put his arms forward like a sleepwalker would, and started walking towards us slowly. John and I looked at each other in disbelief and asked me what's up with this dude. We turned back to the man, and he was now about 10 yards away. I could really see him now. He was of heavy build, about 6 feet tall, short black hair, light brown skin, but I couldn't see his face. It was like an empty space. As he drew closer, we saw in horror that he had no face, just flat plain skin with no nose, no eyes, no forehead, nothing. At about 5 yards, he stopped with his arms still forward like a zombie. He had long arms and bony hands with long fingers. The area was well illuminated that we could see him clearly, that there was no mask, and we were no doubt in front of something paranormal or otherworldly. The faceless man tilted his head side to side, and that's when panic set in. I rushed into the car and told John to get in and let's go. He was in shock and took all my screaming to get him back. He rushes close to the hood of the car, and I can see the faceless man walking towards us again. John was getting back in the car when I noticed the oil lamp on the car's hood and yelled at him to put it on. He pops the hood of the car and puts it on. The faceless man had taken 2 long steps and was now 5 feet from when John was rushing back in the car. He turned the engine to no avail. I could see the torso of the faceless man through the driver's side rear window. I was totally panicking. Then the car finally started, and we took off as fast as the car could. We look ahead at the road, and we hear what sounded like a hit on the rear bumper. I screamed at John that he is probably hanging off the bumper. John, short of breath, tells me he doesn't think so, as he would feel the weight on the car, and that I might have to get back to the back seat to check. I was about to, when I looked back and see the faceless man standing back there in the middle of the road, fading with the distance as we speed away. In a couple very long hours of shock and silence, we reached Cancun's city limits. We stopped at the gas station to collect ourselves. He had no face. John would repeat this over and over for a while. When we were calm and rested enough to keep going, John turns the car engine and the car does not turn on. We look at each other with horror, but then remembered we were safe away from the scene, and we smiled, slightly in relief. I want to express that we did not see Slender Man. That's an internet creepypasta. The body of the man was like a normal heavy-built guy, just long arms with bony hands. He even had hair. This experience changed my view about risks and scary parts of being an adventurer, but I will continue to have adventures in the deserts, forests, and jungles of the world. I just hope I don't ever run into the faceless man again.
I was reading through several stories today on your website, and one in particular sparked a memory of an experience I had when I was 8 months pregnant with my daughter. I may not have shared this story with you once before, but I don't remember. I remember that night just like it was yesterday. An evening in early 1994, my husband and I were watching TV on the couch when I decided to go to bed. I blew out a candle I had burning on the kitchen table and then headed to the bedroom. It wasn't too long after I crawled into bed that I was abruptly taken over by this unseen force sitting on my belly. My daughter began to move very violently and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I looked out my bedroom door and could see this flickering light coming from the living room. I figured my husband fell asleep on the couch and forgot to turn off the halogen floor lamp we had sitting behind it. I began to scream as loud as I could for him, but nothing came out of my mouth. The harder I tried to scream for help, the harder the unseen force seemed to push down on me. I began to pray. I prayed like crazy, asking Jesus to protect me and my unborn child. I kept looking out the bedroom door, seeing that flickering light, and hoping to see my husband come running in, but he never came. The whole incident lasted for what seemed like forever. But when it was over, just like that. There was no more pain. I could breathe, and my daughter was at peace. That's not the end of the story, though. I got up from the bed and headed to the living room to tell my husband what had happened. No sooner than I left the bedroom, of course, I found him sleeping soundly on the couch. But the halogen light behind it wasn't on. The flickering light I kept seeing throughout the ordeal was the candle on the kitchen table. As I explained in the beginning, I blew this candle out before I went to bed. And I know I did, because I have always been very cautious about burning candles. The candle had somehow rekindled itself and burned all the way down to the wick. Apparently, the glass votive had gotten so hot that it broke and sent flames from the wick onto the table and placemats. The entire top of the table was on fire, placemats and all. I started screaming at my husband to wake up. He jumped off the couch to find me trying to smother the flames out with a kitchen towel. The apartment started to quickly fill up with black smoke. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and put the fire out. After it was all said and done, we talked about what had just happened, trying to make some sense of it all. I was certain the unseen force was trying to kill me and my baby. I thought it was holding me down so that when the fire spread through the apartment, I would die from smoke inhalation, or worse, burn to death. My husband thought that whatever it was trying to warn me, that it was trying to wake me up so that I would discover the fire. But I swear I was not asleep. At some point, I thought maybe it was all just a bad dream. But then it dawned on me. If it was just a dream, how was I able to see the flickering lights coming from the living room, which turned to be flames? What I do know is, had I not gotten up when I did, it wouldn't have been long before the whole apartment would have been filled with smoke and fire, and we all would have perished. Guardian angel or evil spirit? I guess I will never know. These particular experiences occurred when I was around 8 or 9 years old, and it happened to be my first encounter with the paranormal. I grew up in a very religious household, and my parents were strict disciplinarians. Unfortunately, I was subjected to a lot of physical abuse at the hand of my stepmother. My biological mother died when I was only 3 months old, and my father remarried a little while after. She was an absolute witch to me. And to this day, I don't know why my dad even found her to be remotely compatible. She would call me a filthy animal because I wasn't praying enough at times. The first experience I had with the paranormal was also toward the end of my dad's relationship with this woman. I can remember a moment I was crying because my dad had been working construction all night and didn't come home until late night. I'll never forget how she spat in my face, told me that real ladies don't cry about daddy working late nights. I told her specifically that I really wanted daddy, and she told me if I didn't calm down, she was going to throw me into the pantry closet and lock the door, which was this huge empty space that could fit 2 adult-sized humans in. Naturally, as an 8-year-old kid, I revolted. She kept her word and threw me in there for an hour. This is where something creepily paranormal happened. After about 20 minutes in, I could hear a faint whispering of a female lady in my ear. I couldn't make it out, but I'll never forget what it sounded like. It was very soothing, and I felt very comforted. I then felt a breath on the back of my neck, and 2 cold hands touched my shoulder. The pantry closet got a lot cooler all of a sudden, and in my mind, all I was thinking about was the sound I heard from this voice. I ended up curling up on the floor of the pantry and started drifting off to sleep. As my eyes began to feel heavy, I squinted with limited visibility. I turned my head to the opposite side of the dark pantry when I saw a pair of glowing green eyes in the mouth of someone. The crazy thing was, whatever this thing was, it had razor-sharp teeth, as if they were fangs. I could only see their eyes, and it almost looked like it was slowly opening its mouth, as if it were going to devour me whole. I closed my eyes completely for a few seconds, opened them up again, and it was gone. I'm not sure what the second presence was, but it didn't seem very friendly at all. As for the female voice and the touching, I truly believe that it was my biological mother comforting me through tough times. Well, anyway, I remember I ended up staying in the closet for longer than I was supposed to, and when my dad came home, he had a talk with my stepmother. Thankfully, my dad saw through her lies, and he broke up with her not too long after this incident happened. From that day on, the pantry closet had a reputation for creepy, ghostly activity. The door would randomly open slowly and shut at times. If there were items on the shelves, such as cans, they would sometimes fall on the ground. My dad told me one of the scariest things happened to him after he got home from work. It was another late night working. My sister, my brother, and my grandmother were all asleep at the time. My grandma had moved in shortly after my dad broke up with my stepmother to help take care of us. Right across from the pantry closet was the kitchen. My dad comes home and he ends up going into the kitchen to decompress for a moment after a hard day's work. Right then, the pantry closet opened slowly, and that's when he saw something. He swears to this day that thing he saw looked 100% real, and he was not hallucinating. Standing in the pantry was a faceless man in a red tuxedo with horns on his head. My dad froze with fear, blinked his eyes twice, and the figure was gone. Later that night, he actually fell asleep and had a dream that he went to hell and saw his ex, former stepmother. The creepy thing is, the faceless man that he saw in the pantry was holding hands with my stepmom. My stepmom had cuts all over her face. I remember he woke up screaming and never saw the figure ever again in the pantry, or had a dream about my stepmother either. Another experience. My stepmother, sister, brother, grandma, and I all slept in one room, different beds of course. It was a normal night, and I just fell asleep as usual, hours later. I woke up for no reason and saw a person sitting in my grandmother's bed. I thought it was just my grandma praying, since she would always pray, but then I started to realize that my grandma was sleeping, and this person looked a bit younger. I just stared at whatever that thing was and noticed it was looking right back at me. This wasn't my mom because it looked like an entirely different woman. I've seen pictures of my mom and she was a ginger and had beautiful thick long hair. This figure I saw was bald-headed and looked very distraught. After she looked at me, she looked back at her hands and covered them with her face. I know for a fact that it was a woman because she had feminine features in her face. You could see it clearly in the body of a woman. Not only was she bald-headed, but her face was burned and disfigured. All I did was stare at her. Then, after all that, she suddenly got up, turned away from me, and disappeared. Eventually, I fell asleep again. I woke up the next morning and asked everybody if they were in the room last night. Then I asked my grandma if she had been praying that night. Everybody, including my grandma, said no. That was the first time I ever saw that lady, but from that day on, almost all my relatives that lived in that house have seen the very same woman I have. Only difference, they have been scared. Me, on the other hand, though I was slightly afraid, I had a curiosity about this whole experience.
I attended Harding University in Searcy, Arkansas not too long ago. During my senior year, I stayed a few months in a private dorm in the Patty Cobb Girl dormitories. Many people say that various parts of Harding campus are haunted by the ghost of Gertie, a girl who died by falling from a bell tower on campus back in the early 1900s. She has been known to haunt the old music building, the brick pathway that cuts across campus, and the bell tower, which has since been detached and placed on campus as a landmark. One other thing she is said to haunt happens to be the Patty Cobb dormitories. There is debate as to whether or not it's Gertie or a different ghost entirely, but either way, one thing is for certain. Patty Cobb is haunted. I'd heard about this prior to moving into the Patty Cobb dorms, but I was told a different story about how she only haunted the first floor dorms. I was given a dorm on the third floor. It was a private dorm that had no connecting suites to it. I had my own private bathroom, and the room was not shared with a roommate. At first, I was thrilled with not having to share a bathroom with anyone. Then I started having strange feelings at night. I would find that I would hear noises in the hallway at times. Of course, being a dorm, I passed it off as silly girls wandering the hallways at night. No biggie. But then I started having strange feelings in my room. There were times I would feel as though someone was sitting at the edge of my bed. Sometimes I felt as though someone was standing there staring at me. The doorknob would also jiggle at various points during the night. I normally tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was an RA doing nightly dorm checks. The university has a strict curfew. But there would be times that it would happen at 3 in the morning, when any sane person would already be out of the hallways and in bed. The few times I opened the door upon hearing it jiggling, there would be nobody in the hallway. The most memorable experience I've ever had was in the middle of the night. I was soundly sleeping when all of a sudden I was awoken by a knock on my door. It scared me so much because it was a very authoritative and loud knock, as if someone was trying to break into my room. I looked inside the keyhole and I see this old man standing in a security outfit outside of the door. The man looked oddly out of place. The outfit looked Victorian. I wasn't dressed, so I told him just a minute. After about 3 minutes, I opened the door and the security person was gone. I looked down the hallway at the other end and see a dark shadow floating down the hallway. I never saw that man again. Eventually, I moved out of that room and moved in with a girl a few doors down. While I still could hear the occasional freaky noises in the hallway at morning hours, the feeling of something being in the room and the doorknob jiggling, seized in my new room. I found out later from an older friend of mine, however, that she had lived in the exact same dorm room that I had scary issues in. A few years earlier, she and a friend of hers were sitting around talking. She was sitting at her front desk and felt someone strangle her. She felt a pressure on her neck and even started choking. She turned around to see her friend staring at her with wide eyes. "What happened?" she asked. "I just saw a pair of see-through hands behind you," her friend replied. To this day, she swears up and down that Gertie choked her in her dorm room, the exact dorm room that I had so many freaky encounters in. And people wonder why I get so paranoid being alone in the house at night. Earlier this night, I was rehashing past visits to a cemetery in my hometown in Nukatuk, Connecticut, called Guntown, when I remembered a visit to Iowa when I was 17. So, back in 2000, I went to visit a friend and spent only a few days there. My friend, having been to 13 Stairs, I just recently found out its real name, Pleasant Ridge, many times told me about it, and we decided to make a trip of it. There were 4 of us in total, 3 teens and an adult. My friend told me the stories about bodies being buried in the steps, about the graves being mostly young children, about possible Satanist activities, and the like, before we arrived, so I was prepared. We left a little after 11:30 p.m., arrived there shortly after midnight without any problems finding it. I think there was a gate, but it was open. We parked a few feet from the steps with the car facing them. The moon was out, but it was still fairly dark, so we brought flashlights. We went to check it out only to look around some and take some photographs. It was around winter, so it was cold and windy. We were the only ones there. No other cars in sight, at least. We made our way up the stairs and into the cemetery. It was eerie. I kept getting those deep chills up and down my spine that kind of make your body jerk, and a definite feeling of being watched. I know my friends complained of the same and wanted to leave minutes after arriving. One claimed to have heard their name being called and being touched, like someone was tugging on their clothing, and seeing shadows move around the tombstones. I didn't experience any of that myself, but I was weirded out all the same. We walked around a bit, not too far from the stairs themselves, and took some photos of the graves. After about 30 minutes, and it being well after midnight, the others were ready to leave. This is where the freaky thing happened. To our knowledge, we were the only ones there. There weren't any other cars visible, nor people. After having a somewhat disappointing time, in my opinion, we made our way down the steps and towards the car. We had the flashlight on by then and lighting our way, when my friend saw something black on the ground. He rushed back to the car and turned the headlights on, and right at the bottom of the steps in the parking lot was a huge pentacle traced out in what looked like black paint. Look, I'm not crazy, and I know it wasn't there before we climbed the steps. The car was parked so the headlights would light up the bottom of the steps so we could see them. There was nothing on the ground beforehand. By then, my friends were screaming and crying and pulling me into the car. I snapped a photo or two, and then we sped off. I do recall the car stalling once before we left. I waited until I got back home to develop the film, only to find that there was nothing at all on the roll. It was a roll of 24, all of which were of the cemetery, and the roll was completely blank. That irked me. The pinnacle thing was crazy. We weren't drunk or high or anything stupid like that, and I know the 4 of us couldn't have imagined it, and it definitely was not there when we first arrived.
I'm not saying ghosts did it either. For all I know, there could have been some kids there already and decided to mess with us. I heard it gets vandalized a lot. It's just what we experienced that night, and my friends who are from that area were horrified for a few days about what happened and mentioned some rubbish about going to hell. It's a little hard to believe, and I wouldn't have either if I wasn't there, but I thought it was interesting and felt like sharing. I'd love to go back one day. I'm not sure if this is a haunting or anything. More of a strange happening at a haunted place. Anyway, thanks for listening. I wonder if anyone else ever experienced that. I thought it was strange. I have a sister Janet who's dealt with paranormal experiences over her life. She sent this site to me via email. I in return thought that I would share my feelings and some of my encounters with you. Some of the stories I read from your site were very convincing, while others sounded a bit like a hoax. Although my experiences would sound like the latter to many people, I swear that I believe that all I've seen to be true, although inexplainable. As many of your stories, my experiences also started in childhood. Mine, I believe, may be a result of troubled years, reflecting child abuse and fears of daily trials. Perhaps my apparitions were given a portal because of the fears. I remember as far back as my early adolescence, living in a house that sent a chill in me and fear to go to the upstairs alone. Now, my very human predator used to always stalk me in the long narrow hallway around the wall from the stairway, which accounts for some of the fear. However, this person was not always present in my home. The feeling was always there. I remember at night I slept in an antique frame bed handed down through the family. I would lay very still, and that bed would shake like it had a vibrator attached. I heard sounds and footsteps. Once when I was a teenager, I was alone in the house. I wanted to wear a jacket that was stored in the third floor attic closet. I went up to the enclosed stairway to the top, thinking of nothing but retrieving my jacket. When I stepped onto the floor, an old wind-up antique Victoria record player started playing a very creepy song called Fernando's Hideaway. I've hated that song since I was a baby, and my brothers would play it to frighten me and make me cry. I ran out of my house frightened by the song and about 10 blocks to my best friend's house. When I got there, her mother, known as the Gypsy Lady, was having a seance in her kitchen. The table these people were standing around rose off the floor just about an inch. I bolted from there too. To this point, most of my experiences were sound and physical experiences. I had not seen any apparitions. During my second marriage in my late 20s, my husband and I bought an old log cabin, which was hand-built with logs and stone from land it stood on many years earlier. It was beside the Chilisy Creek on old Indian grounds. This is where I began to see apparitions, both frightening experiences and enlightening experiences. Many things occurred. An unseen force put a large dent in a metal cabinet in the laundry room, right before my eyes. My little 3-year-old stepdaughter would not stay in her bed. She would crawl under the bed to sleep, or hide in a closet. One night, I found her under clothes in a laundry basket in the laundry, just outside of her bedroom. The area of the house seemed to be the most affected. It was here that one afternoon while putting clothes into her washer that I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I was alone in the house at the time. When I looked behind me, I saw a black hooded robed figure. I do not remember a face, nor do I remember this figure being much taller than me, at 5'4" height. I do remember getting very scared. I looked away, and then it was gone. A small bathroom was also off this room. I recall once while taking a morning shower, hearing animal growling and scratching at the bathroom door. These sounds disappeared when I began reciting the 23rd Psalm. One night while I was sick with the flu and spending the night on the sofa, I remember awakening to an apparition copycat that looked exactly like my husband in his pajamas in the bedroom doorway, but he was transparent. This also disappeared after a brief encounter. Our life together in this house was rocky, and I thought perhaps I was losing my mind. I didn't do drugs and only drank socially. Everything that was happening was very real. One final memory I believe I have, which was as a result of my depression which I was falling into. I'd come to a point that I did not want to leave the house. I also knew in my heart that my husband was having an affair. One night after contemplating ending my life, I sought God through deep prayer and called the 700 Club to ask for the prayer line to pray for me. The same night while I lay in bed alone in my dark room, a light started to shine in the corner across from my bed. It grew brighter, and it was in the form of a bright light ball that floated across the room and hovered at my bedside. I was not frightened and reached up to investigate. I felt a hand from out of the light take my hand, and I heard a mental message saying that everything would be okay. The light then just went away. I was left feeling cleansed, happy, and pure, as if touched by God Himself. I wanted to tell the world that life goes on. I couldn't utter swear words and put down my cigarettes. The cleansing phenomenon unfortunately was temporary, and I slid back into my old ways after a few weeks. The divorce occurred. We moved out of the house, and my life went on. The okay part came a few years later, when I became a mother of my own child for the first time. I went to school and became a registered nurse. I fell in love with the man that I am now married to. That was the last apparition I've seen, until my nursing career took me into some old nursing homes. I tend to always work the night shift. It fits into my lifestyle. One night, while working in a home in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, I saw a strange occurrence. A helium birthday balloon floated out of the resident's room, traveled down the center of a long corridor as if being held in the hand of a child. It bounced along, hitting the ceiling at times and floating down, but in a straight line. It moved down that hallway. The balloon took a turn at another resident's room and went inside. This resident started screaming to get that out of her room. By the way, it was her birthday. The same nursing home was the place of violence, murder, and unfortunate dread. I have other stories, but this is enough for now. The Willard P. Hall Mansion on Hall Street in St. Joseph, Missouri, is haunted. Willard P. Hall was the lieutenant governor of Missouri during the last part of the Civil War. When the governor died, Willard assumed the office of governor. With the Civil War raging, he moved the state house from Jefferson City to St. Joseph. I don't know why he did that, because St. Joseph was pretty well known to favor the South. After the mansion was used as a residence, it became a rectory for priests who served the St. Peter's and Paul Catholic Church parish next door. As parishes were closed in the Diocese of Kansas City, St. Joseph, one priest took over the St. Peter and Paul Church and the Immaculate Conception Church, a church immediately west, about 3/4 mile away. The pastor leased out the first floor of the house, at that time, to United Cerebral Palsy and allowed me to live upstairs to oversee the property so it would not be vandalized. Most of the walls throughout the house were solid brick and stone construction,
Yet sounds of large rats could be heard scrambling within those walls. The light switches in the old servants' quarters upstairs, where I lived, were not up and down switches, but to be rotated in a circular manner. Those switches were observed rotating, on their own, turning the lights on and off. Dark shadows frequently covered doorways, eliminating all light outside those particular rooms. Once, when that happened, a loud scream, like that of a wild cat, lion, or tiger, could be heard, and it was ear-shattering. The room on the southwest corner upstairs that was my bedroom became so cold that ice actually formed thick in the corners of the room, and the walls were frosty. Sounds of music, like a very soft harp, was heard on occasion by a number of people. One parish council meeting stopped suddenly when one of the councilwomen, who was wearing a shoulderless summer dress, felt an icy hand placed upon her shoulder, and no one was behind her. And finally, many times, when it was very late at night or very early morning, one could hear footsteps throughout the house, followed by a conversation that always turned into an argument, and then was followed by the soft crying of a woman. The basement of the mansion appears to have been used by either slaves or prisoners, and there's a rumor that there's a cave entrance hidden somewhere in the basement that leads down to the Missouri River, a distance of about 1.5 miles. I never found it. When I called the pastor once in the middle of the night and asked him to come over and experience some of the things going on, the icy room, a darkened doorway, and the sound of a screaming large cat, he told me no way. Do you think I'm nuts? I'll come over first thing in the morning. He never showed up, and I moved. The place is still standing, but I haven't been back. Hello, I live in Newton, North Carolina, and I'm addicted to this site. My story happened about 5 years ago. Me and my sister Melissa lived next door to one another at the time. The house that she lived in had been vacant for about 16 years. The previous owner was, according to the neighbors, a very mean old lady who had been sent to live in a nursing home and refused to allow her home to be sold. It stayed that way until her death. As soon as she died, her children put the house up for sale, and my sister bought it. At first, it was just little things that happened. Melissa and my nephew, he was 3 at the time, were sitting in the living room with no TV on, and he asked her who was there because he heard people talking on the stairs. They were alone in the house at the time. The stairs were a hot spot in the house. When she was pregnant with my niece, she fell or was pushed down 3 times. Her family had went on vacation for the week, so I was left to take care of the animals. Well, 3 days into their vacation, I went over to feed and water, and I heard a horrible commotion upstairs. It sounded like the house was falling apart, so I freaked out and left and didn't return. When they got home from vacation, I told them what happened, and my brother-in-law went to check, and in their bedroom, which was once the previous owner's, and my sister's entire closet, was dumped out in the middle of the bedroom floor. Everything. My sister even remembers a very vivid encounter she once had when she was all alone. She walked upstairs and then walked back downstairs. There was an old rocking chair that she previously purchased and put into the living room after it was discovered that it was an antique. For whatever reason, she couldn't take her eyes off of it, ended up buying it, and it's a really old rocking chair. As she made her way towards the living room, from the distance, she could see a figure that was sitting in the rocking chair. The rocking chair was slowly moving back and forth, continuously without stop. The outline was light enough to make out, and it looked like a shadow, a gray mist, but but it was definitely a figure that she could spot. She turned on the light, and it was like it was gone in an instant. Her eyes were not playing tricks on her. She literally saw something, and the rocking chair was still slowly moving back and forth. It eventually stopped, and that's when she heard a loud crash coming from upstairs. It completely startled her. She begrudgingly went upstairs to investigate, and as she went into the bathroom, she noticed that the mirror completely broke by itself. No logical explanation, just the mirror broken. Even though she was terrified, she ended up going to sleep anyway after she cleaned up the mess in the bathroom. But she couldn't even get to sleep. Mainly because her cat Smokey kept staring at the bathroom in the dark. Nothing but moans and groans. It was something completely uncharacteristic for him to do, as he never actually acted out in any way, shape, or form. But this night was particularly creepy for her, and the cat as well. Once, my sister was sleeping in one of the bedrooms, and woke up to an old woman walking across her bedroom floor to the window. She described her, and my mother went to the library to pull old obituaries, and showed the picture to my sister. She immediately broke down in tears because she was looking at the woman she had seen in her room. She immediately started packing and sold the home. The new owners now have similar things going on. Their daughter was pushed down the stairs, and their son has seen a man in one of the bedrooms on numerous occasions. And then he came home one day to find their cat dead at the foot of the stairs. My mom had about 3 years of on and off visitations. She would wake up around 11 at night with a start to see different shapes of grayish white fog, which every time she would think it was smoke and her house was on fire. Sometimes the fog was in a blue arc by her dresser. Sometimes the whole room was filled up with this misty fog. Other times, it was 3 big ovals by her TV. And even sometimes, she had a big oval on all 3 sides of her bed. The one that really scared her was when she woke up to see the fog by the foot of her bed. Then it flew over her with such a force and went through a wall above her headboard. Mom even walked through the misty fog one night because, again, she thought her house was on fire, and she jumped up to get her robe. I asked her if it was cold when she went through it, and she said that it wasn't, and it didn't smell either. She did see one apparition of a boy of about 18 years old. He was standing next to her bed with his head down. Mom said he was grayish looking, and she did not talk to him, but she felt an awful sadness emanating from him. Shortly after that, we had somebody come and clear the house. The woman who cleared the house said that since Mom volunteered at a hospital, she was bringing all sorts of spirits and ghosts back home with her. They sort of attached themselves to her. After that, Mom said the house felt very empty. It's been 2 years since her house has been cleared, and so far, so good. I think we also brought stuff in, because when we were kids, we used to play with the Ouija board in the 1960s. Now I know just how dangerous it is to use one of them, unless you really know what you're doing. But in the 1960s, you really didn't hear anything about the dangers of Ouija boards. It was just plain fun. When the person who cleared Mom's home found a ghost of a man under the stairs in the workroom, it kinda explained why my dad and my sister always felt like they were being poked in their backs by an unseen finger. And us kids always had to go into the laundry room to get pop out of a fridge for supper. We would get the pop and run upstairs as fast as we could. All 3 of us kids did the same thing. We couldn't wait to get out of that room. I really think that spirit hung around since we dug him up in the 60s with the Ouija board. He's gone now though, and hopefully at peace. A few years back, I was in a car outside Worcestershire State Hospital in Worcestershire, Massachusetts. The building was all boarded up, and I had a vision. This was the first time this happened to me, and it scared the wits out of me. In reading your website terminology, I think it was a residual haunting. I heard blood-curdling screams and saw a man in a striped nightshirt, like the nightgown type shirts worn in the 1800s, and wearing a derby hat. He had dark hair and a mustache. He was levitating near the ceiling of a hallway. It seemed to happen quickly, but the screaming was heart-wrenching. After we left, I was quite shaken. Sometime after, I discovered a website called opacity.us. A photographer posts photos of haunted abandoned mental health hospitals and other old abandoned buildings. He has pictures of Worcestershire State Hospital, including the boarded up building. I came across a picture of the hallway that I saw in my vision. What do you make of this? Was it a residual haunting? I've always experienced spirits or ghost type experiences, usually a friendly or mischievous spirit. I've also felt or connected with loved ones. Another odd experience involved myself and my 3 children. I woke up to one of my children screaming. I got up to check on him, and it appeared he had screamed in his sleep. I went back to bed, and when I did, I saw this creature that looked like one of the gremlins from the movie of the same name. It ran through the living room where my bed was and through the front door. A few years later, I mentioned this to a friend. My children said that they remember that night and also experienced this. While we talked about the experience, my younger son drew a picture of the exact same thing we all saw. I was floored, as I had no idea that they had all seen this. I originally chalked it up to being half asleep, and perhaps I had imagined it. I just wanted to share this with you. In 1957, my family moved to an old farmhouse in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. I was 7 years old at the time, and as I went upstairs to my new bedroom with an armload of things, a terrible wave of fear swept over me when I reached the top of the stairs. From then on, I disliked that small area at the top of the stairs where it met the hallway. Unhappily, there was no way to avoid it. I had to walk through it to get into my bedroom. Other than that, nothing else happened that I know of until 1966. From my bed, I could see it out into the hallway to that small area on top of the stairs that had always frightened me. One night, towards the end of August, I woke up very, very slowly, only to realize that there was a terrible stench in the bedroom. It was like a mix of rotten garlic, human waste, and rotting flesh. Then I noticed the room was icy cold. Remember, it was August, usually the hottest time of the year in New Jersey. I was lying on my side, facing the doorway, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that the bedroom door was wide open, and a figure stood in the doorway, very close to the spot that had always spooked me. Since no lights were on, all I could make out was the silhouette of a tall, dark figure that seemed to be wearing some kind of long robe with a hood. What truly petrified me was seeing this creature's eyes. They glowed red and stared straight at me. But before I could scream, somehow the knowledge came to me from somewhere, my guardian angel, that if I acknowledged this creature's existence, I would be haunted for the rest of my life. So I pretended to be asleep, which was not easy. And after a while, I felt the cold room become warm again, the dreadful smell disappear, and the figure fade away. We moved out in 1967, and the house was torn down in 1972. I, for one, was not the least bit sorry to see it go. As a child living in our old cotton mill house, raised by my grandmother, great aunt, and her daughter, my cousin, I had many frightening paranormal experiences. I will elaborate on some of them as time goes on, but this story is a recap of many of the things I've experienced living in that house as a young child. I heard the classic footsteps, sounds of papers being crumbled, sounds of books falling when nothing was out of place. Everybody in the family, including myself, heard our names called. Once, I woke up and heard a soft, echoey female voice say deep magic. By way of explanation, deep magic was a facial moisturizer. I once woke up to see a tiny pinpoint of light in my room, which expanded until the entire room was bright as day, and then faded quickly back to darkness. Once I crawled under my grandmother's bed while everybody was outside, something I was not allowed to do, and heard a gruff voice beside my ear say one word, gray. I had then, and still have no idea what that could have meant, but I got the heck out of there from under that bed, and never went back under there again. I had an encounter, a long conversation in the house with a strange unknown elderly woman who called herself Granny Grunt. I saw a little black imp, the shadow of a skeleton, in a handless arm which came up from between the bars of my iron bedspread, and saw blood drip from the ceiling. When I was about 4, I saw a shadowy figure that at the time I thought was the Easter Bunny walk through the living room and disappear into the wall. I now suspect there might have been some sort of gateway in my cousin's room, because much of the activity seems to come from or disappear in that direction. One night, I'd gone to bed early and had a dream that a being, who looked what UFOologists nowadays call an alien gray, was trying to force a full-sized apple down my throat. I awoke, gasping for breath, crying and choking, with that feeling still lingering in my throat of something big being forced down it. My grandmother had an old rocking chair with a woven cane bottom, which creaked loudly whenever you would sit down in it or get up. When my great aunt broke her hip and later died of cancer, for 2 nights in a row, I heard something sit down in that chair, squirm around a little bit, and then get up. I once heard the sound of the chair rocking in the night. Additionally, while my great aunt was in the hospital dying of cancer, I was awakened 3 nights in a row by something banging on the front door. Of course, nobody was there, but my great aunt died 3 days later. Later on, when I was in my 20s, still living in that house, I awoke to see a short woman with her hair in a bun and a white apron over an old-fashioned dress standing by my bed, who quickly vanished. I had many experiences of being in that half-awake and unable to move state, while hearing voices talking and people moving around in the house. Once, while I was in that state, I felt and heard something leap quickly into the bed beside me and lie there, growling menacingly. It vanished, of course, when I was able to fully wake up. I finally got married when I was 28 and moved away. After my cousin passed away, I inherited the house, and my husband and I moved back into it. Strangely enough, I never heard or saw anything in those days we lived there together. The house was totally quiet and peaceful. My wife and I lived in Ringgold, Georgia, and have lived there for 25 years in the log home that we built ourselves, with a lot of help from friends and family. This was about 1983. About 3 or 4 years after we moved into our log home, some strange things began to happen. We would be watching TV when all of a sudden the TV would go off, and when we found the problem, it was unplugged from the back of the TV. You have to turn the plug on the power cord to unplug the TV, and it was lying on the floor behind the TV. After this happened, we started to hear Indian music and some very low volume chanting in the bedroom when my wife and I would be sleeping. I would see the outline of a body on the wall, like a shadow moving, and it looked as if it was a stereotypical Native American. There was a moment where I went into the bathroom. In the mirror, I saw the presence of some dark face behind me. At times it would get very chilly in the house, even when it was warm outside, but only in one bedroom. We have a big wall clock hanging on the great room wall, and has 3 chimes hanging down from it for the doorbells. When you push the doorbell button, the chime plays a short tune. At times, for no reason at all, the chimes would start to move and ring like someone had pushed the doorbell button, but there would be no one there. Our commodes would flush, and there would not be anyone out there to flush them. We have found human bones in Indian pottery, arrowheads, and lead bullets. We do know that a Civil War battle was fought on our land, and we checked with a university in Alabama. They told us that this was an area that had a Cherokee Indian village back in the 1700s to 1800s. We reburied the bones in the pottery shards, and the strange happenings have not been as frequent as they were. We still live here and intend to stay, and the strange happenings have not been a threat or harmed anyone in any way. This is an account of events experienced by a close friend of mine. I've changed the names to protect the identities of the people involved. These events took place in Manchester, England. I met Charlotte some 2.5 years ago when we both signed up for a course of ice skating lessons. We got on well from the start and stayed in touch afterwards. Charlotte's father had started to suffer from dementia, and her mother was taking care of him at home. Unfortunately, her mother suffered a stroke in November 2008 and was unable to return home. Therefore, it fell on Charlotte to look after her father. Sadly, Charlotte's father died in his sleep in February 2010. This was a big shock as, although 89 years of age, he was very sprightly and in good health. As you can imagine, Charlotte was devastated. One of Charlotte's sisters came up from down south to stay with her in the days afterwards, and while they were arranging the funeral, they both slept in their father's bed. A couple of days after he died, Charlotte had a very vivid dream. In it, she saw her father as a young man in rolled up shirt sleeves and a tank top. He was running down a hill, and hot on his heels was a dog, like they were having a race. She said her father looked very happy and full of life. She has never experienced anything like this before and felt it was her father's way of showing her where he was now. I asked her if she recognized the dog. She said her father used to talk about a dog he had when he was young, but she had never seen a picture of it. It was obviously a very profound experience because it eased her grief, in that she'd felt he had gone to a better place. It is now March 2010. I saw Charlotte over the weekend, and she told me what else had been happening. Charlotte, her sister, and her brother-in-law had been in their father's house clearing it out and decorating. Charlotte was in one of the bedrooms and came across an organ her father bought her when she was 16. She plays the piano. Anyway, she sat down and started playing it. The moment she did this, the phone started ringing. Bear in mind, the phone was disconnected some weeks ago. Her sister answered it, but there was no one there. While the three of them were upstairs in separate areas, Charlotte's brother-in-law asked who was making a drink. Her sister replied that they were all busy and that he should make his own drink. Her brother-in-law said that was not what he meant and asked who was boiling the kettle. When Charlotte's sister went downstairs, the kettle had just boiled and switched itself off.
no one had put it onto a boil. A day or so later, Charlotte began playing the organ, and once again, as soon as she did, the phone rang, just like before, still disconnected, of course. Charlotte said that one night they were sat around talking about their father, and the lights in the room started flickering. This has never happened before. As soon as they stopped talking, the flickering stopped. I told Charlotte that experiences like this are fairly common, and it's her father letting her know that he is still around. The last time I saw her, she was in pieces. After these experiences, although still very upset, she seems very much calmer and accepting. It is wonderful when things like this happen. If only it could be that way for everyone. Hello. I wrote to you a while ago about the house I grew up in, but I had something happen to me back in 2005 that I could never explain. My husband and I were going through the immigration process back in 2005, and while our case was being reviewed by the INS, my husband had to stay in Mexico. This was a very stressful time, and we were facing a lot of uncertainties. So we packed up and moved to his family's house down in Samoa, Mishashoan. At the time, my oldest son was only 2 years old, and my mom had driven down with us to help with the INS appointments and to help us get settled into our new home. Well, so when we finally arrived to my husband's family home, we got unpacked and settled in to await our verdict. We would hear from the INS 6 months later. The house is basically 2 homes together. The building is L-shaped. It has the original house, and then you have to go outside into the courtyard to access the second house. This area had a bathroom and a store, and a supply room for the store, and above this was our apartment. This area had not anyone stay in it for maybe 10 years. This area was like a duplex attached by a door through the living rooms. So we took the left side and closed up the right side. Now, the side we took had an unusual feature. It had a huge bedroom that was divided by a wall and had an open doorway, so it was 2 bedrooms in one. We slept in one bedroom, and my mom slept on the other side. Now, this is a huge home, especially by Mexico standards, but we only shared it with 2 other people. My brother and sister-in-law, because the other family members moved about 10 years before. Nothing about this home seemed scary or creepy, but I did learn that between the 2 houses, 2 of my husband's toddler sisters were buried. I didn't know this until months later, so a few days after we arrived, we were cleaning and unpacking. My husband was down in the store covering for his brother, and my mom and I were upstairs cleaning the bedroom. She got tired and decided to go out on the balcony and sit. She took my son with her so I could continue cleaning. Well, I decided to sit down on the bed, and I was faced towards the window looking out. Well, I could see the door leading to the living room out of the corner of my eye. It was halfway open. While I was sitting there, the door opened up, and someone walked into the little bedroom. I heard the door move across the carpet, and I saw out of the corner of my eye someone in a white shirt. I figured it was my mom and thought nothing of it, but then wondered where my son was, and I started to worry why she had left him on the balcony alone. So I called out, and no one answered. I got up and walked across the room and into the little bedroom. I was certain someone would be there, because I had seen someone go in there. Well, I was completely surprised when I walked in there, and no one was in the room. This really startled me. So I walked out into the balcony, and there was my mom and son. I asked if she had went into the room, and Mom just looked at me and said no. And no one but us and my husband were there that day. Another time, I was walking up our stairs to our apartment, and I had a vision flash in front of my face that completely terrified me. I still don't know what it was or why it happened, but it was at night, and I looked to my right at the wall, and there was this horrible face like a gargoyle, just for a second, and then it was gone. The only place I felt really uncomfortable at was the downstairs storage area. I would run past the place. It had a weird feeling to it. Nothing ever happened around there other than that feeling. The other times involved my son. During this time, he developed an imaginary friend. He would call it the baby, or baby sometimes. He would be in the hallway of the kitchen playing and say, "Oh, come see the babies." Or he would be talking, and I asked him who he was talking to, and he would say the babies. I didn't think anything of it until my husband told me about his sisters. Then I felt some kind of uncomfortable with it. One day, we were sitting in the living room, and he comes in crying and tells me that the babies are hiding under the bed. Well, I didn't want to look under the bed, but I did anyways, and of course, there wasn't anything there, but it still made the hair on the back of my neck rise up. The only other thing was one day, my husband and I were sitting on the couch and my son was playing on the rug, and we were just talking, and my son looks over into the corner and says, "Look at that man with the cowboy hat on." Well, we didn't see anything, so we just said, "Oh, is there?" And he continues playing with his truck, and we keep talking. Well, about 10 minutes later, my son looks up and says, "Oh, he's gone." I don't know. We had left 6 months later, and were able to come back to the US, and have just experienced all these stories that have occurred. It was weird, to say the least. Later, I was talking to my sister-in-law, a different one, who had grown up there, and I told her about her experiences, and she got really defensive and didn't want to talk about it anymore. So who knows? Thanks for letting me share. I had recently moved from our old apartment. We were visited there by an unknown presence. A couple of years ago, I'd won some haunted dolls I had bidded on. One was a doll owned by a murdered teenager. The obituary article about her murder was included with the doll. This is the one that I think may have brought on much of the phenomena. My sister heard knocking on my bedroom door from the inside. We live in the same apartment. I didn't tell her that I had the haunted dolls until she told me that. Gave more credibility to it that way. I tried to debunk it by saying that I may have knocked on the door while I slept, but she said no. She heard me up, getting ready for work, getting my clothes on out of the drawers. I didn't hear it from the inside though. It happened one more time the next morning, but she asked the spirit to leave, and then it stopped. But other things started to happen. Our music box mysteriously came to life with a full wind, even though it was wound all the way down. It wasn't played for over a year. Then again 2 hours later, again at full music without being wound. Kept playing for several minutes. Also, our kitchen faucet moved from the right to the left overnight. It is hard to move it by hand. If that weren't enough, we had to unplug out of the power strip, and neither her or I unplugged it. It isn't easy to unplug. It was kept plugged in for the pump for the inflatable bed, which had a leak in it and had to be pumped up every couple of hours, so we never unplugged it. Our visitor made sure to make itself known. I remember one night I had so much trouble sleeping. I'm an insomniac, so I often wake up many times during the night. I went to fetch myself a snack, so I got up. The living room leads to the kitchen, so I have to walk through there to get to the kitchen.
As I'm walking through the living room, I hear a monstrous laughter erupt, a deep voice saying ha. It creeped me out for a second. Then I brushed it off and proceeded to the kitchen. I'm now sitting down at the kitchen table and can see the living room from where I'm sitting. The only light I had on was the kitchen, but it was dim enough that I was able to see a dark shadow move from one end of the room to the other. It wasn't my sister, because she was knocked out from rest, so I'm going back to my bedroom. As I'm heading past the living room, there was a window, and the curtains were moving by themselves. There was no wind or open windows, and no AC unit on. Nothing that could have made the window curtains do this. A second after this, I feel a pain on my arm, and female laughter, once again this time. I check to see if my sister is up, but she is still asleep. I dismiss it and say it's just me and my imagination, so I finally get tired enough to sleep when I'm laying down and staring at the ceiling. That's when I see it, a face that looks like a witch, much like the witch from The Wizard of Oz. It appears only for a few seconds, but it really made me paranoid. For some reason, I was able to sleep. How I did so, I can't even say, but I did. When I awoke in the morning, I looked back at my arm, and there was a red imprint of a hand there, as if someone tried to twist my arm. I know it sounds crazy, but I wasn't too afraid, even after all that. I investigate places now and then for people, and I'm very much used to activity. My meter readings some nights were very high in some areas that are usually in the green area on the meter. Many times, I would ask for a sign that it was there, and then it would spike into the red zone. I sort of missed that activity after moving out, but perhaps someday it will return in the new place I moved into. I wanted to share a story with you about something that happened to somebody I knew when I was a young man in Minnesota that always sends chills down my spine. When I was about 12 years old, which would have been 1977, my brother Royce was working in a town named Worthington, Minnesota, about 30 miles from my hometown of Jackson, Minnesota. He worked at a lumber yard called UBC and had a friend that worked at a local grain elevator. The silos for grain elevators in that part of the country rise hundreds of feet into the air and have the capacity to store tons and tons of grain, whether that be corn or soybeans, whatever the silo is being used for at that time. Occasionally, the employees of the elevator climb a ladder on the outside of the silos and get into the silo via an access door at the very top in order to inspect the grain inside, making sure it's not too wet, rotting, or whatever. Inside the access door, there is a catwalk that circles around the entire circumference of the silo. My brother's friend climbed the outside ladder, opened the access door, and lowered himself onto the catwalk that circled the inside of the silo. After walking halfway around the silo on the catwalk, my brother's friend, I don't even recall his name any longer, observed what he thought was an excessive amount of moisture on the surface of the corn, which was what the silo was being used for at the time. So, being an industrious young man, he jumped over the catwalk rail and walked out onto the surface of the corn to roughly the middle of the silo to take a closer look. After inspecting the corn, he decided to just continue his journey across the surface of the corn to get back to the catwalk on the other side of the silo. As the catwalk was a few feet higher than the level of the corn, he had to grab onto the catwalk rail and bounce to get his foot up to the catwalk platform and swing his leg over the rail. As he swung his foot over the rail, he heard a noise behind him. Balancing with one leg over the catwalk rail and one leg on the catwalk platform on the outside of the rail, he turned around to see what the noise was. Much to his horror, the corn that he had just walked across was falling straight down, hundreds of feet to the bottom of the silo, which was cement floor. It landed with a crash a few seconds later. Instead of walking on solid surface of corn, as he had assumed, he had actually walked across a crust of rotten corn that had formed on top of the silo when corn had previously stored in the silo. The remaining corn had been removed from the silo the previous week. He spent a few months sitting on the catwalk, staring down into the depths of the silo, and then silently got up, went out across the access door, made his way back down the ladder on the outside of the silo, and took the rest of the day off. Oh, and the creepiest part yet, when he was heading back to where he was going, he actually saw in the distance a farmer of some sort, but it definitely looked like an apparition. As he was getting closer and closer to the man who was standing there, almost as if he was lifelessly stoned out of his mind, he disappeared. His face looked so rugged, disfigured, and it looked like he was emanating pure evil. He later awoke in the evening in his own bed to a man choking him out in his sleep. He woke up immediately, and the man was gone. The man, the same guy who he saw, the farmer in the fields. He was described as having the most bulgy red eyes he had ever seen in his life, in the face of evil. Something was going on there, and he couldn't quite place his finger on it, but it was definitely demonic of some sort. That farmer was very protective of the cornfields it seemed that he may have raised himself, although I'm not sure why he even appeared in the first place, in the field, or as a possible sleep paralysis or ghostly encounter at night. Nevertheless, it gave me nightmares for a long time. I've known about this Ghost Stories website for a long time, probably since the late 90s. I don't visit the site too often, probably 3 or 4 times a year, but when I visit it, I enjoy it. Anyway, I wanted to share a couple of stories that kind of dawned on me while reading the site today. While I was reading your site, I remembered some of the experience I had at Paris Island, specifically in the rifle range area. Well, when I searched on the internet for Paris Island haunting, I came across this story. This same event in regards to fire which happened to a friend of mine. He was so spooked that he woke me up early for fire watch duty because he couldn't take it. He saw a figure in the mirror in the bathroom. The difference between his story and the story from the link is that he saw the figure in the mirror, but to him, it looked as if he was in the bathroom. The bathrooms were in the large area we call the squad bay. The drill instructor's office was typically there. My friend had me go in the bathroom, but I didn't see anything. I took over his shift and worked mine. I recall hearing sounds like someone was moving in the bathroom. I checked a few times, but I didn't see anything. If I'm being honest, I was hoping that I would, which is why I didn't mind taking a double shift. My second story is an interesting one, because it was an experience we all witnessed. Again, this was in the same barracks where we stayed for the rifle range. We had all entered the barracks after lunch, and we were all standing in front of our foot lockers as our drill instructor, Sergeant Minix, was yelling at us over something. He was standing right at the door that we always used to enter and exit the barracks. We're on the second floor of the 3-floor unit. Well, while he was yelling, there were 3 distinct knocks on the door. It was the 3 knocks that all recruits had to do in order to approach the drill instructor at his office, or when a recruit has to enter another squad bay. By knocks, they were not traditional knocks on the door, but more like hand slaps against the door. As soon as the 3rd knock was heard,
he flung the door open. Now, if someone was standing there, they would have had a door to the face. There was no one there, and there was absolutely no possibility that someone could have jumped out of the way or hid. They would have had to run up or down the stairs or jump over the railing and taken a very high and nasty fall, and would have been obvious just hearing footsteps. Looked up and down the stairs and said, "Must have been a ghost." It was the time of day where all platoons would have returned to their barracks, so it wasn't some recruit falling behind or a drill instructor late. That just doesn't happen. Paris Island is very orderly and everything. Of all the ghost stories I've heard, I've never read or heard one where a room full of people experienced the same thing.
This is a story about what happened to me and my husband about 3 years ago. We had 2 small children, a boy and a girl. Our son died of a bad illness. Soon after is when the story began. We had just returned from retrieving our son's ashes, which we kept in an urn atop our bedroom dresser. Earlier that evening, we had just put our infant daughter to bed and were lying in bed watching TV. Our son's urn slowly started moving from the back of the dresser to the front, then started shaking from side to side, as if he wanted out. I was very scared, as this was my first experience with actually seeing a spirit. I hid my head under the covers and told my husband to move his urn to the back of the dresser so it wouldn't fall off. I didn't think I could actually stand to have to see his ashes. My husband got up and spoke to our son. He was much braver than I was at the time, telling him it was okay and he needed to be careful not to fall off the dresser. My husband had just returned to bed when it started again. This time, he removed our son's urn and placed it on the floor. That's what started it all. For then, we heard a loud crash come from the bathroom. My husband went to investigate. Returning to me, he had found nothing broken or moved. Then the noises moved to the kitchen and then to his bedroom, as if he was still going about his play. We then realized that our son must not know that he had passed on. My husband tried speaking to him and telling him it was okay and he should go on to heaven. The noises stopped. We thought he listened to him. But then there was a knocking at the door. It was our best friend and was also our son's godmother. We sat on the living room couch and told her what had just happened. She in turn told us what we had assumed. He was too young to realize he was gone. From our friend's vantage point on the couch, she could see partially into the bathroom. We heard her gasp and then cry out. "My God," she said, "look at that." We all went into the bathroom to discover what made the loud crash that came from the bathroom earlier. There was a small handprint on the cabinet under the sink. It was just the size of our recently departed son's and looked as though he had been playing in the dirt, for it was brownish, black in color. I know that it was not there earlier, for I, my husband, and our friend had spent the few days cleaning the house, removing all his clothes and toys, giving them to our friend. That was the end of it, for the night. But it started again the very next morning. I must tell this about our son first, so you will understand what happened. Our son slept in the room on the other side of our bedroom wall. When he awoke every morning, he would play for a little, walk quietly. Then he started to get hungry. He would knock on the adjoining wall. This would wake me up. The very next morning, I was awakened by the knocking on the wall and have just woken up. I was still disoriented, got out of bed to go and tend to my son, not remembering that he was gone until opening his bedroom door to find it empty. I was not so scared this time, and I spoke to him. I told him that we loved and missed him, but that as he passed on, I could not give him his breakfast. I went back in my bedroom and woke my husband to tell him what had happened. Later that morning, I received a frantic call from our friend, telling me of the very real dream she had the night before, after leaving our house. Her youngest son was only 2 months old at the time, and still woke in the middle of the night for a bottle. So when she awoke to her son's cries, she just got up and went to the kitchen to heat him a bottle. She was turning the lights on as she went. As she turned the kitchen light on, there was her son standing in the middle of her kitchen. She was shocked at first, but then started to speak to him. Our son and friend were very close before he died, and went to her house frequently to play with her 3 children. She was a strong believer in the supernatural. It didn't bother her at first. A game that they used to play was my son would run around her house with a beach ball, and she would chase after him. In this dream, he had the ball and was calling to her to chase him. She went after him, calling his name. After a few minutes of chasing him, he ran into her youngest son's room and disappeared. That's when she woke up to, you may have guessed it, her son's nightly feeding. So she was very frightened, then thinking she had dreamed what was about to happen. It didn't though. It was her son's best way of telling his best friend goodbye. All that day, we heard noises, much the same as the night before. Only his spirit was no longer in his urine, so it didn't move anymore. But the strangest of all was to happen to me that night while I slept. My husband and I were babysitting our friend's 3 children at her house, while she and her husband were out at a restaurant. We were in the living room with our daughter and her 2 older children playing video games. Her youngest son was taking a nap. A few minutes later, he awoke from his nap and started to cry for a bottle. So I went into his bedroom, and there, in his doorway, was my son, the exact spot that he had disappeared from in my friend's dream. I yelled for my husband to come to me. Just as my husband was coming down the hall, our son ran out of the bedroom and down the other end of the hall. When we started to walk towards him, he showed us he had the beach ball in his hands. Then he spoke, "Mama, Daddy, want to play ball?" So we all sat down in the hallway and rolled the ball back and forth. After a few minutes, he got up and went out into the living room to watch the other kids play video games. That is where my dream ended. Later in the morning, I called my friend to tell her about my dream. It was like she had the first half of the dream and I had the second. Nothing like that had ever happened to either of us before, or again. Over the next couple days, the noises continued. My husband and I felt very bad, not able to really get over our son's death because he was still with us, which was a good thing, and a bad, I guess. Our son had a little bit more time with us, but we knew we had to help him move on. We just didn't know how. Later that night, after my husband had left for work, I was home alone with our daughter. I'd just put her down to sleep. I was sitting on my bed, watching TV, when I heard a noise coming from the living room. I looked out my bedroom door and out into my kitchen. It was a very connected apartment. I saw a man standing in my kitchen. I was very scared at this because it was not my son and I had no idea who it was. Then, just as quickly, he disappeared. Then, I saw my son run by the bedroom door. I got a very cold feeling of dread. I just felt such anger coming from the kitchen and fear for my son. It looked as if my son was running from the man. That made me mad. Who was this man to scare my son, even in death? I knew that right then and there that I must do something. I called my husband and friend, and they both came to me. My friend said that we should get a Ouija board and try to contact this man and find out what his problem was with our son. So, she left, and my husband and I went to buy one. We came home and went into our son's bedroom and sat on the floor. It wasn't that long before the man came through. He explained to us that he'd been cremated right before our son, and some of his ashes had been left behind, and now were in the same urn as our son. He wanted the rest of his ashes. We told him that there was nothing we could do about it, but that we would help him and our son move on, so they could be at peace. The man explained to us that since he was trapped with some of his spirit in our house, and the rest of it elsewhere, that I would have to guide him through the Ouija board. So I did, and our son followed. That was the end of the man. But our son still comes to visit us occasionally. We feel him with us always. Losing a loved one, especially a child, is very difficult. But by our son hanging around for a while, it did help us by getting to say goodbye one last time. My mom thinks she has a ghost in her bedroom. Either her father, mother, or grandmother she feels. Her television goes on and off by itself at all hours, day or night, even when she is not in there. We will all be in the living room and hear something all of a sudden. One or two of us will go check the noise, and it's the television. It's been turned on, and the volume has been turned up loud enough to hear in the living room. She, my mom, double checks before she leaves the room to make sure the TV is off. The TV also gets turned off when she is in her room watching it, or turned off when she is in there asleep. All of us get the feeling someone is watching us sometimes. It's never a threatening feeling. It's just like someone familiar is with us. I've had a few dreams of events that have taken place within a week of the dreams also. Things like, I dreamt I was standing in our backyard, and you can see our neighbor's front yard from there. In the dream, there were about a dozen cars parked in front of their house, and people going into the house were dressed in like Sunday clothes. I went back in our house and told my mom that old lady Rogers must have died there because there were a lot of people over there. When I woke up that morning, I looked at the obituaries, and there was Miss Rogers' name. I never even knew she was ill, and we all thought her husband would go first. Then, there was the dream about an airplane crashing into my aunt's truck with a parking lot full of cars, and hers was the only one that was touched. I woke up when the plane hit the truck. It was about 1:45 p.m. My mom got a call from my aunt that night. She said she had been in a wreck just before 2 p.m. that day. Weird, huh? Just wanted to share. I am from Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I am giving you information about my grandmother's house at Sunset Road. This house is directly across from a street from an old cemetery. I grew up in this house and have seen many scary things. I was about 11 years old, and I saw a man's figure appear on the side of my grandmother's bed. A very large man, and keep in mind that it seemed to look like my grandfather, who I never met. My grandmother was blind and saw him. I've heard footsteps in this house when I was the only one there. My sister saw my dead grandfather walking down the basement steps the day of his funeral. A couple of people have died in this house, and that is why I'm not surprised at all that it is haunted. Thanks for listening to my short story, and I hope you appreciated it. Okay, so here goes my story. I know it sounds really impossible to some, but either bear with me or quit reading. About 2 to 3 years ago, I lived in a very old apartment complex in Maryville, Ohio. When we first moved in there, I knew there was something very weird about it. It just didn't seem like a very happy place. My parents were in the process of a divorce, and my dad lived within walking distance. I chose the room on the left. Once you walked up the stairs, there was a staircase with a landing halfway up the stairs that you could see from my doorway. My mom's room was right on the other side of mine, and the bathroom right across the hall. Well, back to the story. So I was being babysat by my best friend's sister, and we were downstairs listening to music, and suddenly, all the lights and music went off. We figured the power had just gone out, so we just started talking. After about 10 minutes, the TV came on, and it was all static. Lately, I had been seeing a man in a black cloak run from our kitchen out the back door, and I looked over, and I saw it again. Nobody in my family believed me, so I looked at Constance and asked her if she had seen that, and she said yes. So we were a bit freaked out and decided to go upstairs. At about 3 in the morning, Constance went back to sleep, and I stayed up because I could have sworn I was hearing people downstairs and that the stairs were creaking. I turned to switch the stereo on. The power had come back by this time, and I heard a voice right behind me. It was a guy's voice, and it said, "Don't scream and don't be afraid." I slowly turned around, expecting to see a guy with a rope or something, ready to tie me up, but there was nobody there. I quietly asked who was there and where they were, but nobody answered. Constance was babysitting for a week. I decided I had imagined it, so I just decided to go to bed. The next night, we were watching a cartoon in my bedroom, and I heard the same voice. I turned the TV off and asked Constance if she had heard that, and she said she heard a man talking. So I asked who was there, and they were there again. This time it answered me. It said its name was Willie, and that he wanted to be friends. He said he was sitting right beside me. I turned to look, and I couldn't see him. Will said that he was my guardian angel, so I wouldn't be able to see him. I think it was a mistake. I agreed to be a friend, so me and Constance talked to him for the remainder of the babysitting stay. After about a month, things started to turn for the worst. I had a problem with one of my friends, and I told Willie, and he, or it, asked me if I wanted him to hurt him. And that was when I decided he wasn't very friendly and asked him to leave. That night, I had my friend that had made me angry. We made up, spent the night as a way to say I forgive you. Well, I thought something might happen, but I took my mind off of it. At about midnight, we decided to turn the TV off and just talk until we fell asleep. I heard something on the stairs and went to look, but I couldn't see anyone. But I thought I heard my name and Willie's voice, so I went back to my room and shut my door. Right after I shut my door, I heard someone laughing, and this freaked both of us out because my mom was at the neighbor's house. I ran over and locked my door, then ran back to my bed and grabbed my baseball bat and stood by my closet, ready to hit anyone who came in. Then, my doorknob started shaking and my door rattled violently. I seriously thought I heard Willie's distinct laugh, so I hollered at him and told him to go away and never come back. Right after that, the door stopped, and we both vowed to never tell anyone who knew what happened. Of course, if we seriously considered it first, then we might tell someone. But seriously, are we nuts? Am I nuts? Thanks for reading. I wanted to tell you some of my personal experiences that happened in Randallstown, Maryland. There's a Job Corps Center on Old Court Road. It is technically considered Woodstock, Maryland. The center is called Woodstock Corps Job Center. I was a student, as well as a residential advisor, at this facility from 1995 to 1996 as a student. In 1998 to 1999, residential advisor. Anyway, this is a huge mansion-type building that currently houses up to 550 students. It used to be a monk monastery. There is a graveyard for the monks that still sits at the entrance of the center. Well, when I was a student there were a lot of strange things that would happen, but we had one that was widely known around the center. He was called the Black Monk, not because of the color of his skin, but because he had no face, and under the hood of his cloak, you could see only black. He used to walk around the center at night. If you woke up in the middle of the night and looked out your window, you would sometimes see him on the grounds. The next experience is that there is a dorm called Columbia. All the dorms are named after surrounding towns. That was the dorm that I lived in. There used to be an extension to the dorm that you could access through a door at the back of the lounge. The entrance to that part was always kept locked, on the upstairs section of the dorm. This section of Columbia burned down sometime in the 80s. When the dorm caught fire, there was a 16-year-old girl who perished in the fire. She has been seen many times in the dorm lounge. Just before I started at the center, there was a dance. This could have happened in the summer of 1995. The night of the dance, a young girl, I believe she was 16 or 17, was out on the grounds, walking to the dance. When she realized that the dance was starting, she began to run to the entrance to get to the dance. As she trotted towards the entrance, she realized that she was having trouble breathing. She was an asthmatic and had forgotten her inhaler in her room. Having trouble breathing and with no one around, everyone was in the dance. She sat down on the steps to the then flagpole, now waterfall, and unfortunately perished. She was also a resident of Columbia Hall, and you could hear her wheezing walking down the hall at times during the night or when the dorm was quiet. Now, when I was a staff member there, I was placed in Columbia Hall as staff. Well, in the mornings, we used to have a check of all the rooms to make sure that the girls had cleaned their rooms, closed, and locked the lounge and laundry room, etc. One morning, while I was up there, I would always start at the far end of the dorm, checking rooms, and the laundry room was about midway down the hall, and the lounge was at the end of the hall. Anyway, I went in to check a student's room, and when I came back out of that room, I realized that the lounge room door was locked. It was open when I went into the first room, and closed when I came out. So I decided to go down and just lock it, figuring the door had just caught wind. When I went to lock it, it was already locked. This was impossible, since the door had to be locked with a key. Then, just at that moment, I heard the washing machines, all 4 of them, start up in spin mode. So, at this point, I got creeped out, and I went into the laundry room to investigate, thinking maybe one of the girls was being funny. When I got into the laundry room, there was no one in sight, and as I lifted the lids, all of the washers were half full with water. Mind you, I said that they were in spin mode. At this point, I became too creeped out to stand in, so I ran downstairs to get another staff member to come up with me until my inspection was complete. I don't know if I had some kind of gift or something, but I was not the only one to see or hear things, except that morning, no one else was with me. But there was something about that place that just seemed to draw this one out in me. I was always the one to see them and draw other people's attention to them. Since leaving there, I've not had such powerful occasions. I've had some strange things happen, feeling someone else in the room is with me, etc., but nothing this strong, and I'll never forget them. Thanks for listening. I recently started a new job in a large local department store. This store has a huge basement where empty shelves are stored and overstocked items, such as large ficus trees and so on. Many employees refuse to go down there alone at night. I found out why. One evening, I went down to the basement to drop something off. There is a very long hallway between 2 huge rooms down there. I walked to the far room, going through the hallway. As I neared the end of the hall, I thought I heard the click-click of high heels. I turned, saw nothing, and walked on. I was standing at the counter down there doing some work, and heard the sound again. I looked, and I swear, I saw what looked like to be a woman literally walking into the ficus trees and disappearing. Yes, I saw high heels. Well, I went upstairs rather quickly. After talking with many coworkers, I discovered they all had the same experience. Come to find out, the woman who used to handle the incoming trucks died suddenly about 2 years ago, and yes, she always wore high heels to work. The woman who replaced her made management move the warehouse desk upstairs, as she always felt so creepy sitting downstairs. Did the former freight manager love her job so much that she hates to leave? Who knows? I just know I've joined the ranks of, I'm not going down there by myself. In 3 months, my husband and I will have been married a year. A few months after we're married, we moved to this house here in Minneapolis, and since we have gotten here, I've never felt comfortable. My husband's best friend was kind enough to let us share this huge house with him after some of my new in-laws sold the house out from under us and kind of left us standing. Anyway, I have an extreme fear of basements, and when I say extreme, I mean extreme. Our washer and dryer are in the basement, so come time to do laundry, it took me weeks to build up the courage, telling myself you are 30 years old, grow up. So my first venture to this basement, I swallow the lump in my throat and continue on with my mission. Under our stairs, there's like a triangle place that most people leave open to store things, only on these stairs, the entire area is blocked in, like boarded up, so I tried not to notice, but my fear had me on my toes. I was alone, except for our 2 pit bulls who are larger than average, so you would think I would have no fear. As I was putting the clothes in the washer, our male pit comes downstairs and was lying on the floor beside me. While I loaded the washer as fast as I could, he suddenly gets up and goes into the spare room in the basement and starts this deep growling he only uses when he is protecting. Just like kids, you get to know their different sounds. Anyway, I looked up from what I was doing and saw something out of the corner of my eye that looked like another dog's hindquarters in the doorway to the room. In this area, we have a lot of idiots who think it is cool to fight their pits, and we have ours for family dogs, only they are loved and protected, just like children, but they know it is their job to protect us. Several people have approached us wanting to fight our dogs, and we always turn them away, so they get angry. So the first thing that comes into my mind was someone found a way to get one of these fighting pits into my house, so I panicked and grabbed the pipe beside the washer. As I went to approach the other dog, my male came bolting out of the room and straight up the stairs. I got this feeling someone was behind me, so I ran after him. When my husband got home, I told him what happened, and he finally broke down and told me there's some stories to this house, and one is for sure that right before his best friend moved in here, some idiots kept a dog on a 12-inch chain. It was attached to the wall downstairs in the spare room, and sometimes our dogs seemed to see him. Then he says he might as well tell me the rest that goes with this house. Seems that back in World War II, an older lady had lived here and had fallen madly in love with this house. Her husband had been killed at war, and she was just living alone, and she had made the request to be buried with this house. I thought he was crazy, as he told me to wait, and I would see things. I'm a skeptic, and I made this clear. I was sitting on the couch one afternoon, facing the stairway, which has no windows, no reflections, no nothing. There's a window on the landing, and one at the bend, but the stairway itself has no windows. I looked up at my husband to say something, because I had just seen him walk down the stairs, and something was floating down my stairs. It wasn't a form, just a haze, just something was there. I told my husband again. After that, things have only been worse. I was sick in bed, sitting up one night, when I felt something rub my back. Thought it was my kitten, but it was not, so I sat back down, and it happened 3 more times, like someone was trying to massage my back with tiny hands. Instead of crying out to my hubby, which I do so often, I just turned on my light and fell asleep. The next morning, I told my husband, and he said something had been missing with them. He let the dogs out. When they came in, he shut and locked the door. We never leave our doors unlocked, no matter home or not. Then he sat back down in the family room to finish his show, and he felt freezing air. When he got up to check the door, it was standing wide open. I should know, to lock this door, you need a deadbolt. I said to my husband, I don't care if anything is here. I don't mind sharing a house. I just don't want to be touched again or see anything else. Being touched by something not there is too scary. It has happened to me in my sleep, in the tub, getting ready for work, a lot of times. Since I've said that, I don't see too many things. After the thing I've seen in the dining room on all 4s, I'm thankful. Now, however, I heard someone outside my bedroom door, whispering, making those noises, and a woman's voice kind of moaning like she is tired of something. There's so many things I could go on about. I just wanted to know I'm not the only one experiencing these things. Thank you for your time. When my mom was 17 and her twin brothers were 15, they lived with my great-grandma, whom I call Nanny. My nanny lives in this old house that once belonged to her mother and her mother's pet bird, who had both passed just 8 months before. Her mother because of sickness, and the bird because no one really paid any attention to it after her mom died. I must say myself that this house is weird. It is shaped like a barn, and it's 2 stories high. My mother's incident happened on the 2nd story. My mother was downstairs watching TV, while her brothers were upstairs asleep in their bunk beds. This was around 11 p.m. My nanny wasn't home yet. She had been working late. While my mother was sitting on the sofa, debating whether to go to bed or wait for Nanny, she heard a loud screech that sounded like her great-grandma's bird. She shrugged it off and got up to get a snack. From the kitchen, you can clearly see the twins' bedroom. She was walking towards the kitchen and looked up to see the twins' light on in the room and went up to investigate. When she got to the room, the light switch was flipped down, but the light was on. She flipped the switch a couple times, and the light still would not go out. About this time, she heard the TV downstairs get very loud. She ran to the stairs and looked down and didn't see anything and walked back to the twins' room. The light still had not went off and it was still flipped down. My mother then heard her deceased great-grandmother's voice say, "Scotty, Scotty, wake up." Scotty, who was on the top bunk, then started rolling towards the side of the bunk bed, opposite of the wall where the rail should have been, but he refused to put it there. He was getting ready to roll off when my Uncle Stephen, who was on the bottom bunk bed, dead asleep, threw a body pillow from the side of him and onto the floor. Not a second later, Scotty rolled off and hit the pillow. The light went off, the TV turned down, and my mother, who nearly passed out, heard the bird screech again and heard her great-grandma say, "Calm down, Femi," the bird's name. Hello. I thought of sending a peculiar occurrence that happened to me, but I hadn't found the right place. Here goes. My grandma was diagnosed with cancer in 1996. She was treated, and we all thought she was cured. In my case, I really didn't know much about cancer, and when the doctor said that the cancer was out, I never thought it would come back. In December 1999, I was living out of town. It had been a month since I had seen my grandma, a really long time for us. I was supposed to come pick her up and take her to my house for the holidays. On the 18th, she felt sick and went to the hospital. I arrived on the 19th, and she still wanted to go back to my house for Christmas, so against what the doctor thought, she checked out. Her bladder was no longer working, and she felt weak all the way. To be fair, now that I'm writing this, it sounds that she was pretty bad already. I always thought it was going to pass. I mean, she had overcome cancer, hadn't she? I know, it was stupid of me. But anyway, after an 8-hour trip, we arrived to our destination. I had to take her to the hospital. She stayed there until the 31st, and Aunt and myself would take turns in staying with her day and night. All through this, I thought she was still okay. On the 30th, my grandma had been in a great mood. She had been joking and playing with me all day, and so when my aunt arrived, I headed home. I would arrive at home and start cleaning and preparing next day's supper. I was pretty occupied with what I was doing, and my 2 children were sleeping. As I was mopping the kitchen, the back door had a sort of mirrored glass. I was in front of this door when I felt someone walk behind me. I looked up and I saw a shadow walk by. The feeling was more intense than what I actually saw. What went through my head as I saw this shadow was the memory of my grandpa, deceased for 5 years at the time. I dropped the mop, forgot about everything, ran up the stairs, and cuddled in between my sleeping children. I would love to say that when I thought it was my grandpa, I felt at peace. I was scared, honestly. I woke up at around 6 in the morning to the smell of roses. My aunt phoned at 7 to let me know that my grandma had fallen into a coma. All this day, the smell of roses persisted, and I would smell it everywhere. She died on January 1st, 2000. She never made it out of the coma. Unfortunately, the cancer had invaded most of her organs. I know it's not really scary, but it's the only experience I could not explain logically. I've never read of anything that has to do with the smell of roses. If anyone has had a similar experience, please let me know so I can understand this better. Hi there, my name is Phil. I used to live in a bungalow in Surrey for 13 years with my parents. The property was built in 1953, and we think that it was built on an old forest. We moved there when I was 13 years old, and I'm 29 now, and I've moved out, but things still happen. My parents have now sold the property on. Anyway, when we moved in, we wasn't told that the previous owner had suddenly died in my mom's and dad's bedroom from a heart attack. We were there about 3 months before we started noticing odd things, like objects that were put in safe places we would find like elsewhere, like keys and pictures would move, strange cold areas that normally would be in the hallway, creaking floorboards at night, and strange shadows that the cat would sometimes avoid. The cat would stop dead in its tracks and not go into that room. Instead, would just sit there and stare at nothing as far as we could see. These things continued for about 3 years, but we got used to them. But we had the odd visitor refusing to go into the bathroom to wash their hands, as for some reason was never very warm including the summer months. A chill would run down your spine, and you wouldn't like being in there for very long. I remember one morning, it was a Sunday. I was 16 at the time. I was lying in bed relaxing. Now, I was definitely awake because the TV was on and it was 7:30 a.m. I was lying on my back, just deciding whether to get up or not, when the cat jumped out of the bed at a very high speed and ran from the room. Just then, I felt this pressure on my chest as if someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe that well. I couldn't shout out for help, nor could I move, as if I was paralyzed. This must have lasted for about maybe 2 minutes. Then whatever it was lifted off of me. I jumped out of bed and went into the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. She said I looked very pale and white, and when I told her what had happened, she told me that she had a similar thing happen to her, only that she felt as if someone was trying to strangle her, and at the same time, I told a friend of mine, who at the time was heavily into the paranormal, and he suggested that the person who died of a heart attack in the house was feeling something bad, and he wanted us to feel the same thing. He wanted us to feel the pain he went through, but I wasn't sure about this thought, as I think that someone or something in that house wanted us out. A few strange things happened for us the next few years, but generally it was quietish, but things started happening to me again. When I was about 20ish, I had the same experience as someone pushing down on me at the same time as before. Also, I'm sure it used to follow me about, is sometimes I would get this feeling of someone being right behind me. I then saw a dark, tall, gray-haired man standing in the hall when I came home late one night, and when I said who's there, because my mom and dad were on holiday at the time, it disappeared in front of my eyes. Naturally, I didn't stay there that night, as I was by myself. I then started seeing faces in the wall, shadows moving at night, doors blowing open, even though there wasn't any kind of wind around. So a friend of my dad's, who was a born-again Christian, brought a clergy around to move through the house and said prayers in each room. He didn't like the hall, bathroom, or my mom's and dad's bedroom whilst in this room because he had a picture thrown at him which smashed against the wall. He then left simply a bit shaken, but not sure about what quite happened. Things were bad for a while, but then got better. I stayed another 6 years in that house, but had to leave as didn't quite feel happy there. My mom and dad have now sold the property onto someone else, and naturally, we didn't inform them of the problems there. My old neighbors have said that the new owners have asked who the dark, tall, grayed hair man is, and we just say that it is the previous owner who died there, but they are not sure. I was just wondering what sort of ghosts or ghosts we had there, and why I has not found peace, and why I was not happy. Maybe you could answer these questions. I have a best friend named Mandy, and she has always said that there was a ghost named Jack that watches over her, and at the time she told me this, I was about 9 years old. I was invited to her house on a Saturday just for the day, but I ended up staying there till after dinner. She told me Jack likes to hang around in the basement of her house and likes to open this old freezer door. I never thought about it until we went down to the basement to play. I felt like someone was watching me. Later, we went upstairs and her mother told us dinner was ready and told us we were eating outside. So before I went for dinner, I told my friend Mandy that I'll be out in a second, and she said okay, and she went out to have dinner. I forgot my toys downstairs, and I remembered when I looked downstairs, the lights were off and the freezer door was wide open. At this time, I was thinking of whether or not I should go down there, so I just stood there for about a minute. All of a sudden, I heard someone call my name. It was like a soft whisper voice. I thought it was my friend Mandy. I knew she was outside with her parents having dinner, but I thought maybe she came back to get something. So I went downstairs. I looked all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. Now, I felt very scared, and I grabbed my toy and ran upstairs, thinking someone was watching every move I made. I went outside and saw my friend Mandy and her parents out there having dinner. I didn't want to bring up anything about it in front of my friend's parents. So after dinner, I told my friend Mandy what I heard and felt, and she said that it was her ghost Jack. Then she started to bring up how Jack communicates to her, and she sometimes sees him walking around down there. She doesn't seem to be startled at this, because she believes that Jack is there to watch over her. This past September, my sister and I visited this place. I've noticed it is no longer on your website. The place is truly haunted. I'm no ghost hunter, but we thought we would give it a try on our vacation. This place I'm referring to, of course, is Knoxville, Tennessee's Evil and Copper Ridge Road. When we got there, no sooner than we got out of the car and crossed the street, I was overcome with fear. We went into the graveyard and was looking around. I looked at the building and saw a glowing light. I just thought it was from a street light on the other side of the building, but my niece was standing beside me and never saw it. I was taking some pictures of headstones when my sister started running towards me, yelling, "Did you hear that?" I then proceeded to tell her that I didn't hear anything, so we all ran scared, and she said she even heard a dog growling. We left and went back to our motel. We got brave and decided to go back. When we got back, we went into the building and not the graveyard. This time, it was like I couldn't breathe. After a few minutes, I was okay. We walked around the outside of the building. My sister wanted to go inside, but only if one of us went with her. I said I wasn't going in there, so we ended up back in the graveyard. We start looking around again when we noticed something really strange. What we saw in the distance of the graveyard, all the way in the back, was the faint image of a black shadowy figure approaching us. I started yelling, "Run, it's going to get you." Everybody sees this thing, so we run for my car and refuse to get back out. Now, my sister, for whatever reason, wanted to get back out there and investigate, out of curiosity, I guess, but I told her not to go out there. We drove away, and that was that. I live in a small town in Texas. For as long as I can remember, everyone has told stories of our high school being haunted. Before I begin, I will give you some background info. The high school was built, I believe, in the 1920s. As the years have gone by, the school has been expanded on, but the original building is still there. It is in the part of the building that most of the weird experiences have happened. These are all stories told to me mostly by the teachers. I've never experienced anything myself. I will try to remember everything. As a side note, this all occurred in the original part of the building. On with the stories. To start with, one of the classrooms in the old building belongs to Miss P. I won't mention anyone's name for privacy reasons. She has told me that there is a cold spot in the corner of the room. She has placed a large cabinet in the corner because her students would frequently mess around there. She also told me of a time when she was picking up for summer vacation and had neatly stacked all her books up on the desk before leaving for the night. She was the only person there at the time, and she locked the room up. The next morning, she returned to her room and found all the books she had stacked open, thrown throughout the room. I've taken her class, and sometimes without warning, the mobiles on her ceiling will move, but there is no breeze to move them. Also, the smell of lemons can be smelled by everyone every once in a while. Sometimes when she has her own scented candles, of which are never lemon. The main hauntings, I guess you could say, come from the gym. For years, people have had strange things happen. About 4 summers ago, we had a teacher bring in some paranormal investigators to have a look at the high school gym. They told us that the center of energy, I guess, is located under the gym in the girls' weight room. This made sense on several occasions because the punching bag down there, which is very heavy, will swing violently on its own. Also, in pictures taken of the girls' basketball team, a white haze can be seen in the top corner of the picture near the basketball goal. I've seen this picture. My friend is a photographer for the yearbook, and in a lot of her pictures taken in the old high school, white balls called orbs can be seen floating around, and even my teacher has seen them floating around as well. Anyway, the investigators took video of the gym while they were walking around, and twice, when they crossed the gym, they were followed by a burst of light, I guess is the best way to describe it. They also left a tape recorder in the weight room during the investigation, and upon listening to it, heard voices that sounded raspy and so far off of what a usual voice would sound like. I will never forget what the voices said though. The reason we view the tape and listen to the recording is because the head of the investigation has a website that she has posted this on. They said, and I quote, "No one hears us." I just thought I would share this with you all after reading the many experiences of others on this website. I attend this high school currently. Many rumors fly around about who the ghost can be. The most reasonable is that of an old janitor who died, and also some of the high school students who were involved in a car crash. I don't know what year that was, but many people believe that they could be there as well. The investigator doesn't believe they are harmful, but she also recommended not trying to contact them as well. She believes they inhabit the gym because that used to be a high source of energy with pep rallies, athletics, and such. That is all I know. After reading some of the stories here, I thought I would like to take this opportunity to share an experience I had back in 1992 and 93 in an apartment my friend and I were living in at the time. It was a relatively new apartment complex at the time, only 3 years old. Things were innocuous enough to begin with, so neither my friend nor I really thought anything was odd. Items of food, jewelry, or clothing would disappear and reappear frequently, days or weeks later, in strange places, other than those where they had originally belonged. We each thought the other person was misplacing these items and forgetting we'd moved them. It was quite amusing at times to open up the cupboard and find the cheese in with the dinner plates or the chicken pies in your closet. Oh, and socks used to disappear a lot. Well, usually one, but I think that was the washing machine eating them. Often, there would be a dark shape out of the corner of your eye, and when you turned to look, there was nobody there. I mean, you could feel someone there too. Laying in bed at night, I would hear the front door open and footsteps walking across the living room, and thinking it was my roommate coming in from her night out, I would call out to her and get no reply. She hadn't come home. No one was home except for me. I was woken up one night by voices whispering very close by. I thought it was someone chatting outside my bedroom window at 3 o'clock in the morning, but when I woke up more fully, I realized it was coming from my bedside radio. But the radio was not turned on. It was not even plugged in. The TV would turn on by itself. Usually when we were in bed, it would come on really loudly and startle you awake, and it wasn't even on a channel we even liked to watch. One night, my friend had volunteered to sleep in the living room on the couch because my friend and daughters were over for a visit. Another long story, and my daughters had taken her bedroom over. Lynn told me the next day that during the night, she had been woken up by the feeling of someone standing over her. She said the feeling was very intense, and at this point, she had not opened her eyes, and she just knew someone was standing over her, watching her. She at first thought it was either myself or one of my daughters, but for some reason didn't want to look. Eventually she said she had to look, and as soon as she opened her eyes, the feeling was gone, and nobody was there. My family and I were all fast asleep. Then, over a period of time, things became even more weird. We had some fresh skimmed milk in the fridge, just bought that morning from the local 7-Eleven, which was only across the parking lot of where we lived. A short time later, we went to use the milk, and it was curdled. No harm done. We took it back to the store, and they gave us another fresh carton. We took the carton, and it sounded normal, so off we trotted home for our tea. We opened up this carton to pour into our tea, and lo and behold, curdled again. I mean thick, lumpy, sludgy goo. Not weak, watery, skimmed milk. So, thinking this was just bad luck, when all we wanted was a cup of tea, we took it back again. The store clerk must have thought we were boiling it or something, but gave us another carton, and after we shook it a few times and squeezed it to try and determine if it was fresh, we took it home. But that one was curdled too. We gave up on having our cup of tea at that point. Not long after that, I awoke one morning and my ring finger felt sore. I looked down at my hand and my engagement ring was buckled. It wasn't a little bent, but completely buckled into a triangle shape. It had been perfectly fine when I went to bed, and my wedding ring was normal. It was extremely hard to get off of my finger, and when I did finally get it off, it wasn't not only bent, but actually broken almost completely through the gold band in 3 places. I don't know how a ring could even be broken, even if I had laid on my hands. I mean, they would only have pressed the ring into the mattress, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that is enough pressure to bend a diamond ring. Of course, maybe hubby had bought me a ring out of a lucky bag. Never thought of that. I took it to a jeweler for repair, and he said in all his years as a jeweler, he'd never seen a ring broken like that. After having it repaired, a short time later, I somehow managed to drop 5 rings in the shower, and the only one that disappeared down the plug hole, never to be seen again, was this engagement ring. All my other rings stayed in one place. I realize none of these events are horrifying. Apart from the curdled milk, have you ever seen skim milk curdle in 2 minutes or less? But this one is the only house or living quarters that have experienced any strange occurrences like this, so I thought this was the place to share it. We do. Both my friend and I believe that there is something wrong with that apartment, as the feelings and events were getting stronger and less friendlier the longer we stayed there. Eventually, we moved out into another apartment in the same complex and never had any other things like that occur. I was often tempted to go and ask the new occupants if anything weird happened to them, but didn't want them to think we were crazy. A couple of years ago, me and my dad moved in with my new stepmom. Everything was going just fine. I just got a new horse, so everything was perfect. Well, one night, when I went to bed, everything was normal. And just so you understand the story better, I'll explain what my room looked like. I had my rat cage by my bed, and at the foot of my bed, I had my computer that I always left on. And on this night, I had an extra blankets on my computer chair. Well, I just turned off my bedside light and was staring at my screensaver until I fell asleep. But while I was staring at the computer, something seemed different. It seemed closer than usual. It seemed to be getting even closer. So I looked at the opposite wall, and it seemed to be getting closer. Then it stopped abruptly, and everything seemed to be back to normal. I just thought maybe I fell asleep. So I shook it out of my mind. Then everything seemed to be not normal again, and somehow I seemed to know what was coming, because all I could think of was to keep an eye on that door, the bedroom door. Then, a black-shaped, shadowy man came in. Well, of course I was scared. Then he walked to the side of my bed and just stood there, did nothing but stand there. He then walked back to my doorway and then turned to stare at me again. So my thought was run past him and get to my parents' room. I thought this was all a dream. So I got out of bed and started to run to my door and get past this man. Well, I wasn't able to get past this man because it felt like an invisible force field and I was frozen there, like I couldn't even move. I tried moving, but I was paralyzed. The man just stood there for about 2 minutes. Then my light turned on and my dad walked into the door and the man vanished. He asked me what was wrong and I told him about the man that was in my room. Then I asked him if he saw me paralyzed and that I couldn't move, thinking maybe it was a dream and I dreamed I walked into him. But he said no. He woke because he heard me scream, "Please, Daddy, help me, Dad, help." I can bet my life I never said that. This isn't the only time I've seen this man. When me and my family were vacationing in Mexico, I had a nightmare and my parents woke me up and brought me over to their room. This hotel room had 2 rooms and a bath to calm me down. The lights were off, of course, but they had the bedroom light on so there wouldn't be too much light in the room, and I was sitting on their bed. Then I looked over at a couch that was in their room, and there was a shadowy man sitting there laughing at me. So he started screaming because of course I was scared and my parents didn't know why I was screaming, but the man was still sitting there and laughing, and I was trying to point this out to my parents, but they couldn't see him. One day when my family was out, I stayed home by myself. I then started to feel a breeze, so then I went to go get a blanket, and I felt like someone was watching me. I went upstairs to my room, and I saw a really bright shadow. I got frightened, so I started running to my room, but right then, my door opened. I went inside. I saw a glare near my bed, and its image started showing up. It looked like a little girl, so I told her to leave me alone. Covering myself up, I felt a chill. I started crawling to the hallway near the steps, and it was standing right there in front of me. My parents came home right then, so they tried to open the front door, but I went to open it, but it was already unlocked. I told them what had happened. They couldn't believe what I was saying. I went to go drink some water, then I went to sleep, but I couldn't. It seemed like the little girl was watching me. I can still see her to this day, but it does not frighten me. It sometimes seems like she is talking to me. I can tell when she is there because I either get the chills or I feel as someone is touching me. I moved not too long ago, but I will always remember her. I wish I knew what she was trying to tell me or leave me alone. I will remember that forever. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair, and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall, between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, there was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me, about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, after he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker, but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago. So I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room, being they have the alternate phone line. Their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost a regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of four to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there, and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story, I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person, serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I had gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, one woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories. I've wrote to you before about my other experiences, but I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we're outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more, and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream. I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seeing a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I had moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I had always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around, and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot, staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house. So I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State around the Finger Lakes. The building I described was first built in the 1890s. Since we're in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and 1 below the attic, and 1 end slanted along the roofline. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we were all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that two of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, my bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me. Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow. even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me. My name is Tracy. I'm not sure that I have a problem with the haunting, but would just like to share my story. It starts back to when I was a child. My mother and I always had this psychic connection. For instance, I never had to tell my mom what I wanted for lunch. She would just think of a few choices, and I would then walk in seconds later and give her the answer to the question that she never asked. Now, this happened just a few times. I would have washed it off to coincidence, but this happened all the time. Now, as an adult, I get to do this with my children. It's pretty neat. I always had this psychic capability, not asking for it or concentrating on it. It just happens. Well, now with a little background on me, I'll get to the good stuff. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house from an older woman whose husband had passed away, and she was moving to Florida. Hence the reason she asked us to keep her cat. From the moment I stepped into the house, I felt watched. This feeling only increased with time, so bad that I used to get dressed under the covers. I remember it happening in my bedroom more than any other room. I didn't feel that way in the bathroom after I took a bath or something. It just seemed to be in my bedroom. Then, the nightmare started. I would wake up extremely distraught, usually having the same few nightmares over and over again. I was terrified of under my bed, so I used to jump from my bed out of my doorway and run to my parents' room on the other end of the house. I would then go to sleep on the floor by their bed. I was never afraid of under their bed, though. I didn't realize how strange that was until I got older. As I would run to their room on many occasions, I would look behind me, and I would swear I would see something chasing me. Now, I guess I left this to an overactive childhood imagination, but I found out more. When I got older, my mother told me that she used to hear voices in the attic, but upon going up there, with a knife in hand, there would never be anyone up there. There was never anyone outside either. She said that she would always feel the presence of an older man. When I was 14, my parents divorced, and I rebelled, and in short, my father got custody of us, and we got the house. My dad is very carpenter handy, so he decided to rebuild the house and increase its size. Not too long after the remodeling of the house, me and my brother were sitting on my dad's bed, with the door shut, and all of a sudden, the door handle started to jiggle, So my brother jumped up and grabbed the handle as it was jiggling and threw the door open, and nothing. There was no one else in the house, but my brother immediately ran down the hallway to the front door and looked outside to make sure. It's impossible that someone was there. The only original things left in the house are the original foundation and the chimney. I figured after the remodeling was done, whatever was here left. Until recently, about 2 years ago, me, my fiance, my 2 children, and my brother all took the house over. One night, me and my fiance were in bed, sleeping for about 30 minutes or so, and I woke up and saw a dark shadow leaning over his chest. I yelled stop, and then went right back to sleep. The next morning, I didn't even think of it, so my fiance called me from work. He asked me why I yelled stop, and I told him that I didn't know why, that I even forgot about it. Then I told him that I did see a shadow that resembled a short, bald, heavy-set man leaning over his chest. He then told me that he woke up gasping for air, and that the dark shadow was pushing on his chest and pulling him off the bed. Then when I yelled stop, it vanished. My fiancé is not a weak man at all. He's very strong, so I knew something was going on. I felt a presence in the room for a few weeks after that, but I went into each of the rooms before bedtime and told him that he was not allowed in there. Then one night, me and my brother were on the couch talking, and I told him the story, and he was in disbelief, of course. We then both dozed off, and I got woken up to a pale-faced brother who said that he got punched in the chest, and he was having a hard time breathing. I then did the same thing as before, and had nothing happen since. That's the end of my story. Well, this experience takes place almost 30 years ago. It was on a cold February morning. In those days, I would wake up at 4:30 in the morning to get my husband ready for work. I remember making him a fresh pot of coffee, along with his breakfast, and packing him a lunch for the day. He would leave the house for work at 5:30. After he would leave, I would go back to bed, but on this day, I decided to lay on the couch in the living room because I had to be up again to get the kids ready for school. As I was laying on the couch in the living room, I suddenly heard the front door open. It was in the middle of the dark. I jumped to my feet, thinking my husband returned. Maybe he was coming back for something he forgot. As I approached the door, a man, a tall man, walked into the house. I was frightened. I backed away. I froze. Was he going to rob us? I shouted at him to leave, but he just ignored me and walked past me, as if I wasn't there. He was heading towards the kid's bedroom. I immediately ran after him, and just like that, he disappeared. I awoke the kids and ran to my neighbor's house. We called the police, who came and went throughout the house to make sure he was not hiding. They found no one. I was confused, no doubt, because I did see this strange man walk into this house. He was somewhat odd looking. I described him to the police as a tall man with a mustache. He was not wearing a coat, and I found it odd because it was the dead of winter, and he obviously would be cold. The police were polite and courteous, and told me to reinforce the doors with security locks, and left feeling a little like I was losing my mind. I did not just dismiss it. That night, when my husband came home from work, I told him what happened, and he too was worried, and the next day had Deadpool to put in. A few months later, I was preparing a potato salad for a picnic when my elderly neighbor called me to come over her house and change a light bulb for her in her bedroom. I noticed that she had pictures. Some looked real old and spread out on her kitchen table. I sat down and started to look through a few of the pictures. Then I came across the picture of 2 men, one short and stocky, wearing a bowler hat. The other, a tall, light-haired gentleman with a handlebar mustache. I recognized the mustachioed man immediately as the man I saw walk into my house. I asked my neighbor Phyllis who the men in the picture were, and she told me that it was her father and a friend of his. I told her that the man next to her father looked exactly like the man who walked into my house. She gave me a strange look and said, "Honey, he's been dead for over 40 years, but he used to live in your house. He was a barber, and he used one of the back bedrooms as his shop. The same room my kids shared. Could this have been the spirit of the man in the picture? I do not know." For as long as I can remember, I've been able to see and feel the paranormal. I didn't know what it was at first, and was truly terrified by the feelings I would get when someone came near me. I'm at the point where I'm no longer afraid, but I do have my moments when something sneaks up on me. Almost every home I lived in has been haunted, and I'm not sure now if they were the homes themselves, or if I'm being followed. I feel comfort in my newest home, and I'm always sure that there's nothing there, which I'm grateful for, because my son senses them too, and I'm not sure if he can still see them, but he used to be able to. He knows his uncle and grandfather, and they both died before he was born. He knew things about them that no one else told him, and as a baby, he would stare past me and start laughing at air. In time, he was able to communicate what he saw, and the truly significant moment came 2 days before his papa passed away. He went into the room his great-grandfather was resting in, and came out, and told me that there was a man in the chair, and he was there to take Papa home. My son was 2 at the time, and we did not discuss his grandfather's dying to him. We only told him that he wasn't feeling well. I knew for sure then that he was able to see and sense things as well. I've seen my brother-in-law praying beside his parents' bed a few days after he died in a snowmobile accident. He has made a clock in his grandparents' home run when it has no batteries and hasn't worked in many years. Every time someone truly missed him and wanted to know if he was there, they would ask him to make the clock go, and most times it did. I knew in my gut the instant my own father died. No one had to tell me. I had a very uneasy feeling in my stomach the night before he died, and I knew that I needed to go to him, but this feeling stopped me from getting on the plane to go home. The next morning, I knew the instant he died, and I was at my sister's house. The feeling just vanished, and I just knew. I told my sister that I had to go home, and that our dad just died, to which she pretty much told me that I was crazy, but I insisted, and I drove myself home. I don't know how I got home. I don't really remember the drive. I remember getting into my car, and this calm was over me, and I remember pulling into my driveway, and my mother-in-law was standing there waiting for me. I got out and told her that I thought my dad died. She confirmed it, and that is when I lost it. I was 5 months pregnant with my son at the time, and I believe that somehow I was being pushed to stay home, because I'm sure that I would have lost my son if I was with my dad when he died. The stress alone nearly killed me. My dad used to come to visit me. He would turn the lights on and off to let me know that he was there. I could feel him around me. It has been a while since I felt him, but I know he's still around. A duplex I lived in had 2 spirits, a man that was not good, and a woman. The woman would unlock doors in the night and turn lights on. The man did not want us there, and I sensed that especially in the basement. A few people saw and felt both, but the woman kept him in check. The only time they really made themselves known, while anyone was awake, was the night that my cousin and I were looking on the internet at pictures of ghosts and demons. All of a sudden, there was a loud crash from upstairs. We raced upstairs, but nothing was out of place. I got a really bad feeling and ran upstairs to my son's room and grabbed him. My husband wasn't home, but I called him to come home. My cousin and I sat in my living room freaking out when I saw the man walk by me, and he was in black with a large brim hat. My cousin saw him too, and he had never previously had an encounter. It was as if he was telling us to stay off those websites because they were not good or something. All I could even remember was the absolute terror in my heart. The orchard I grew up on was haunted by more than 3 spirits. Not all of them are good, and they made it known that we were not wanted either. One spirit had befriended our family and would try to protect us from the little girl who wanted us out of there very badly. I believe that she and the little boy were my second cousins killed in a car accident with my great-grandfather, though no one has been able to confirm that. Walking down the stairs to the basement, the same step always seemed to break, and you would trip. It never actually broke, but 7 out of 10 times, you would trip on that damn stair. I mean, anyone would trip too. Faces would appear in windows. Gunshots would ring out behind our house, and no one was there. My dad even checked for footprints a few times, because the shots were that close. The taps in the kitchen exploded once, and there were the booming noises from within the house, for no reason. I saw the spirit of the cat my dad ran over a few times, and then there were the horses and cows that periodically freaked out over something no one else could see. There was also the drifting odor of the orchard of a dead animal, though it was never in one spot, and there were no dead animals. I used to feel like there was something under the stairs to the basement. It was an old house with old wooden stairs, the kind that had no back, and under the stairs was dirt. I always had a bad feeling about that, and would fly down the stairs as fast as I could, and run them up 2 or 3 at a time. My dad had renovated the house, and my brother and I were fortunate to have bedrooms in the basement. I got locked into my room one night, and we ended up having to take the hinges off to get me out. No lock on the door. When we were moving, I was sitting on the floor in my room packing, when all of a sudden, the mirror on my dresser came crashing down, shards of glass missing me by centimeters. My friend's family rented the house from my dad for a short period of time, and one night, my friend had fallen asleep in the area of the basement by the stairs. The hissing cat woke her up, and she looked to see something clawing out of the dirt. She didn't stick around to find out what it was. A few days later, her brother came bolting into the room she was sleeping in, my old bedroom, and grabbed her arm and demanded to know if she was practicing witchcraft or something. She didn't, because he had 2 perfect bite marks on his wrist, and when they looked at her arm, she had the exact same marks as if they had been bitten by fangs or something. Of course, they left shortly after, but not because of the things they experienced. I didn't find out about any of this until after they moved. An older woman bought the orchard, and when my sister went back to visit a year or so ago, she happened to mention strange things that were happening around the orchard, and asked my sister if she knew anything about it. My sister quickly filled her in about the yellow and green orbs seen floating around the house, the strange occurrences, and all the noises. The difference of what she had seen and felt was that she saw a cowboy, and we were told there was an Indian on the orchard protecting our family. Apparently, the land that my great-grandparents had settled on was once a battlefield, and our family had been told the Indian warrior died there in battle. The house we moved into after we moved off the orchard had its own spirit or two as well. My parents didn't believe me until a few years after I moved out, and my mom had been home alone, and the front door unlocked, opened, closed, locked, and she heard footsteps move around the house and up the stairs. And then they stopped. She also heard the kitchen cupboards open and close, and kept calling out to my dad. They lived alone by this time, but no answer. This continued like this for about half an hour. My mom got scared, and refused to leave her bedroom, until my dad actually came home an hour after that. She blamed him, but it couldn't have been him. He was at work. This was a frequent occurrence. but previously my parents blamed my brother or myself for the other, until my brother and I moved out. There was also the time my friend and I thought we would play a trick on my brother and pretend that the house had been broken into. We trashed the house nicely, placing objects around as if they had been thrown or scattered in a rush. We were standing in the kitchen laughing about this whole thing when all of a sudden a hand reached up the window. You would have to be almost 7.5 feet tall to do this. We screamed and ran up the stairs to get the cordless phone. The doorbell started ringing and knocking on all of the windows started. We called the police, thinking that someone was actually trying to break into the house. The police heard the noises and told us to stay upstairs until they got there. My brother and a bunch of his friends walked in at this point, and we started to accuse them when there was another noise outside, and my brother went out to investigate. I saw him chase someone down the street in a plaid coat, and then the person just vanished. My friend and I were hysterical by this time, and the police had just arrived. They brought canine dogs, and the only scent they picked up was my brother's, and that is because he had chased someone out of the yard. The dogs didn't pick up anything else, and there were no footprints anywhere, except the police and ours. My dad came home, and my brother and his friends swore it wasn't them. When the morning came, we all went out to check under the kitchen window for evidence it was my brother, and there was just no way that anyone could have just reached up that way the hand reached up. There was also the time that I came home, and the upstairs extension picked up while I was on the phone. I thought my friend had someone over, where it was a party line. Small towns used to have this, where 2 different residences shared the same phone line. She thought I was trying to scare her, because we could both hear breathing. I snuck to the stairs and saw the shadow of a man. I freaked out, grabbed a knife, and ran out the door. I called my sister down the street to come, and there was no way anyone could have gotten out, but no one was there when it was checked out. There was also the glowing eyes in the bushes up the street. I used to see those frequently at night, and once in a while was brave enough to go and check it out, to see if there was a dog in the bushes, peering out. There never was, and the hairs on my neck would stand straight up on end. I wasn't the only person to see this or feel this way about those bushes. Quite a few houses in the area were haunted as well. I would hear a man's voice in the house where I babysat, and so did the girl I babysat. It was detached and floating in the air. You would feel tugs on your shirt when your neck was turned, and lights in the basement would flick on and off. A friend of mine who was completely skeptical lived in the house previously and had confided in me that she thought something weird was going on in the house. She slept upstairs, and every day she would look in the cubbyhole in the wall, and there was a sleeping bag unrolled and an imprint of a body on it, and every day she would roll it up and put it away, only to find it there in the morning again, or by the time she got home from school. She showed me this one day, which made me uneasy, talking about the babysitting job there when new people moved in. There is so much more, but honestly, I'm getting tired and drained out. If you want to hear more, let me know. My story is not very complicated. My husband, my son who is now 8, and of course me, moved into our current house a little more than 2 years ago. Once when my husband and son were spending a weekend at my brother-in-law's, I told my husband I was afraid of being alone in the house, even though I am reclusive by nature. He said to ask my guardian spirits for help. So, not really expecting anything, I said aloud before I went to bed that I would appreciate my guardian spirits for a sign they were present. Later that night, I was awakened by the sound of the doorknob on the bedroom door being turned. I looked over and actually saw it turning. I was terrified. Nothing came in, and there was no way I was going looking for the doorknob turner. At best, it was an intruder. When my husband came home, I told him all about it, and he told me that I asked for a sign, after all. About a year after we moved in, our then 2-year-old nephew came to live with us. He was very delayed and could only speak at about a 1-year-old level. We made a playroom for the kids in the basement. Josh, our nephew, refused to play down there alone. I didn't blame him. We had to totally run out of clean clothes before I'd go down there to do laundry. It was creepy, not dark at all, but there was always a feeling of being watched or someone standing close behind you. We also heard footsteps down there and water being turned on. That fall, Josh threw one of his little boots down the stairs, and my husband ordered him into the basement to pick it up. Josh reached the bottom of the stairs, turned to look into the basement, screamed ghost in mortal terror, and ran back up the stairs and shot into my husband's arms. By this time, we had named the presence Alex. Josh said Alex had made a very bad face at him. He refused to go down in the basement at all after that. We also had an incident where our broom was totally missing from our house for almost 2 weeks. I searched every inch of the house, including the basement. It wasn't in our house. We thought someone had borrowed it. No one had. Finally, I yelled down into the basement, "Alex, if you have the broom, we need it back." After a couple of minutes, and another good search of the upstairs, I went down to the basement and found the broom laying against the wall, right by the stairs. I thought I was doing pretty well with the whole having a ghost experience. Sure, I was secretly scared to death, but I kept reminding myself that there are spirits all around us, and Alex seemed to be rather mild and harmless. He even listened to my husband when Mike ordered him to stop scaring the kids, and later to stop coming upstairs. And surely, Alex had as much right to be there as I have. However, I changed my mind after taking a nap in the extra room downstairs. I was awakened with a jolt by the distinct feeling of a hand slapping me in the face. That was it for me. While we were in the car, away from the house, I told my husband Alex had to go, and since he seemed to have some authority, he had to tell Alex to leave. Mike said he'd probably have to talk to a medicine man. Luckily, however, perhaps after overhearing a similar conversation at the house, Alex left on his own. No more noises from the basement, missing household objects, or eerie feelings. In fact, after a while, my husband and I even moved our bedroom downstairs, and we never had a weird experience down there. Josh was more than willing to come downstairs, although he still does talk about Alex occasionally. We did have to move back upstairs, but that only involved a mundane little mouse running around down there. I had a friend in Arlington, Texas whose house had a ghost. Her family called it George, and they laughed about it. There was no malevolence involved. Their house was relatively new, and not particularly outstanding. It was a classic 50s ranch house. Anyway, my friend's room was always chilly. The temperature was about 65 degrees. Her family had ducked people check out the ducts to her room on several occasions. Despite the blazing North Texas summers, where the central heat turned on in the winter, her room maintained this temperature. I had heard all the stories, and didn't really know what to think. I spent the night, and that made a believer out of me. First, during dinner, things fell off of shelves in the adjacent den. Her parents laughed and yelled, "Stop it, George." Later, when I went into the kitchen for some water, the reflected view in the kitchen window started spinning. I was somewhat entranced, and then realized that the center of the spiraling image was the figure of a man. The figure was getting closer and larger. I ran into the den before I saw any more. As we went to sleep in the sleeper couch in the den, several books in the shelves opposite the couch slowly pulled out from their position on the shelf and almost fell to the floor. George is one of my fondest memories. My friend and I had other strange encounters after that, including many that didn't involve George. I think that some people are more receptive to energies and have more of these events than other people. I've decided to post my other stories now, before I forget to post them later. The first one I would like to share happened when I was 18. My friend was living with me and my family in our house in northeast Calgary. We were sitting in our room playing cards. There had been a couple strange things happening the last few weeks, like my TV turning on and off by itself, the volume going up and down on my stereo. Since both of us had always been believers, she's always had experiences of her own. We knew it was the work of a ghost. We were never really frightened, at least not until the night I'm about to tell you about. Anyway, like I said, we were playing a game with a deck of cards. You asked the question and then flipped a card. If it was a black card, the answer was no. A red card was a yes. It was called something like Ouija cards. At first it was just a game. We were laughing and joking around at the answers it gave us, until we noticed a pattern. Every time we got to the bottom of the deck and shuffled them for the next round, the first 3 cards flipped were 666. The first couple of times we just brushed it off as being coincidental, but by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th times, we were scared. We decided it was time to call it a night and picked up the cards. We made sure to check underneath ourselves and under the pillows on our bed to make sure we didn't miss any cards. We hadn't. But after gabbing for a half an hour, I was going to go downstairs to my room. Sure enough, there was a card sitting right in plain view of both of us. We looked at each other a little funny, and then she picked up the card. It was the 6 of spades. I got curious as we went to put the 6th card back with the others and flipped the 2 cards of the deck. Both of them were 6s. We put the cards in the kitchen, and on my way downstairs, I heard the TV go on. I turned to go back upstairs to tell my friend when it turned off again. I went to my room and laid down. A couple minutes later, I noticed the room had gotten brighter. I opened my eyes and saw that 6 of my candles were glowing brightly, even though no one had been in the room to light them. I blew them out and tried to go to sleep. It happened again, but this time they lit, one by one. I ran from my room, noticing it grow dark once again, and slept the rest of the night with my friend. I've never had an occurrence like that again. My most recent experience happened in January 1999. One of our dogs, CB, short for catbait, had recently been put down. He had been a big part of the family for 15 years. One night, our other dog, Tia, came downstairs to my room. This was extremely odd, since the only time she ever came down was if I had food, or if she was with my mom. But she never came down in the dead of night. I was fast asleep when I was awoken by the sound of her barking at the end of my bed. I told her to go away and to shut up, but she persisted. I sat up and found her jumping at the end of the bed. I asked her if she wanted outside, but that's not what she wanted. She wanted me to get out of bed. Irritated, I did just that. We walked out of my room, and she started barking at the corner of the basement. I thought maybe she had found a mouse or something. But, upon turning on all the lights and investigating, I found nothing. She started walking around the basement. If I did not follow her, she would bark. I was getting tired of this game, and just wanted to go back to bed. But she just kept barking until I followed her. Finally, she led me into the laundry room and went over to the pile of blankets laying on the floor and started barking and switched between looking at me and staring at the sheets. It then occurred to me that the pile of blankets were one of CB's favorite spots to sleep. I remembered hearing somewhere that animals, especially cats and dogs, had a sensitivity to spirits and ghosts. I smiled and asked Tia, "Is that CB?" Immediately, her tail started wagging, and she went over to the blankets, lay down, gave them one lick, and then went back upstairs. I know it was my little dog who was visiting me that night. I'm just glad that Tia decided to share that visit with me. Since then, Tia has shared it with me a couple of times, although I still haven't seen CB's ghost for myself. This story has several parts. It has taken me months to put this together in a way that makes sense and takes all the known facts into account. I awakened suddenly from deep dreaming sleep one night, in December or January, with the terror that someone was in my room. I've heard that in most people, there is a reflex that literally prevents them from moving when they are in a deep state of sleep, and the frozen, unable to move state, described by many upon first being awakened, is simply that reflex still working, not fully in sync with sudden consciousness. I'm in a different category. However, I'm a sleepwalker and capable of vigorous movement, even when not awake. To get on with the story, I felt an intrusion in my dream that had nothing to do with what I was dreaming about. It shocked me awake, and I sat up straight in my bed. I was treated to the sight of an apparition standing near the foot of my bed. It was quite tall, over 6 feet I would guess. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but my sense was that it was female. It had short dark hair, parted in the middle and brushed back on either side, and wore flowing white garments. It emitted no light. What I could see of it was illuminated by the yard's light, shining in the bedroom window. I apparently surprised it, because for a fraction of a second, its right hand was raised to its temple in a gesture that seemed to indicate I was not supposed to have awakened or have seen it. Immediately, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if I had really just been dreaming. It all happened so quickly. In January, I visited a psychic who told me that in addition to the spirit of my grandmother, which I knew about, I had the spirit of a young girl strongly attached to me. She was not able to give me any details as to who the girl might be, and I thought about this for a great deal. For months I pondered whom this might be, and got no enlightenment. Finally one day, the face of a child I used to babysit for many years ago sort of popped into my head, and I knew who my little girl attachment was. She was a tragic little figure, who was a foster child in a home that cared for her, but most certainly did not love her. Even as a teenager, my heart ached for that child, and I told my mother that once the lifeline on her left palm was extremely short. I always felt she would die young. I really didn't know any facts about her, since I lost touch with her foster family after I went to college, but I had no doubt that she was my attachment. A few days after this, I went to another psychic, who told me that the girl had not been ready to die when it happened. It had surprised her. For that reason, she was unable to find the lights that souls are supposed to go to when they pass. He told me that I was the only light she could find, and therefore she had attached to me. But that wasn't a good thing. She meant me no harm, but she was draining me some of my energy, and she needed to move on for her own sake as well. He spoke with her briefly, and told me she was 17, and that her stepfather had caused her death, or at least a great deal of pain while she was alive, which he does correlate with what I knew of the man. Remember, she was in foster care, not living with her mother and stepfather when I knew her, but the man was a convicted child molester. The psychic told me he would go help her to the light, and I presume he was successful. Tonight I was reading some of the articles on the site about why spirits tend to manifest at night, to get a glimpse of someone they loved, perhaps, or to try to communicate, and what the best reaction to an apparition is. And I realized that 1, probably my apparition was my young friend, who I wouldn't have recognized because I hadn't seen her for about 7 years before she passed, and 2, sitting straight up in bed was a good way to scare it off, because it disappeared in the blink of an eye. If I had realized who it was, I would have tried to make things easier for her, but for both of our sakes, I hope there is no next time. In 1975, my wife's parents and her sister Mary moved to the eastern shore of Maryland into a 100-year-old farmhouse. What made them believe there was a ghost was little things disappearing and reappearing in different places, doors locking by themselves, being touched by someone who wasn't there. Things really didn't start getting weird until her other sister Cher and her son David moved in with them. Cher had a little bit of ESP. She could tell when things were going to happen. She would have dreams and funny feelings that would mostly come true. They would hear noises in the attic, footsteps, and things rolling around. Cher would hear someone calling her name at night. She had the bedroom with the attic door in it. Once, my wife felt someone sit on her bed, and Cher felt someone run their fingers through her hair. They were all outside taking photos of each other one time, and no one was in the house. But when the photos were developed, someone was looking out the pantry window. They believed the ghost was not harmful. In fact, it was very helpful. Things that they were looking for would appear. When David was a baby, he had stuffed animals in his crib. Years later, he told us that he was afraid of these stuffed animals because he thought that they were alive. Another thing that happened was when both my wife and her sister Mary got married. Both of their wedding photos that were taken in the house never turned out. They believed the ghost was sad to leave them there. In the big foyer, there was a room that had been painted black from other occupants, and whenever they would pass the room that was by a staircase, they felt as if someone was watching them go up the stairs. All three sisters felt this presence. I'm now a 48-year-old professional, settled in Canada, and doing very well. In northern England, as a youth, I had many experiences, mainly revolving around the house, which my family bought when I was 12 years old. We were told by the neighbors that 3 families had moved out in the 18 months before we moved in, but the only explanation was that they had marriage problems. Within a year, we heard noises, such as a person banging on the door, or definite and very clear footsteps, which would walk up the stairs if you were upstairs, or down the stairs if you were down. When it first happened, I thought it was my brother, 1 year younger than myself, banging on the door, disturbing my math homework. But when he went down to complain, my parents insisted that I had not been out of the front room for an hour. The very next incident was I was awakened in the middle of the night by a tremendous racket from the bathroom, and I got up and put my trousers on to see what it was. As I left my room, my mother stood at her door, and we each asked the other if we had heard the sound. We agreed that it came from the bathroom and went to look. All that was there was an empty washing up liquid bottle, made of plastic, squashed and lying on the floor. Another night, my mother and I heard a crash, as if metal ladders had fallen outside downstairs living room, but again, there was no source for the sound when we checked. Over the years from age 12 to 18, I became familiar with these sounds and joked with school friends that we had a ghost called Jack. Some friends were in the house when the footsteps came down the stairs. I heard them, but I said nothing. No one else did. When it happened a second time, I heard it, and so did a young man named Mike, who had never heard of this story. He searched everywhere and would not accept my reassurance that no one was there. When I left to go to university, I told the next door neighbor, a middle-aged woman, that I was glad to leave. She told me that these sounds were the reason why the 3 families left in such a haste. The neighbors agreed not to tell us because they did not want to put ideas into our minds. A woman who lived there previously was found dead in the bath with her wrist slit. It was thought to be suicide. I had a vague and reoccurring mental image of a man coming down the curved stairway. A friend later suggested that, perhaps, this man was the old woman's son. Perhaps he killed her and made it look like suicide. Who knows? One piece of advice: never try a Ouija board to communicate with the dead. Leave well enough alone. If experiences happen to you naturally, they are completely harmless, and in some cases, can be helpful. They might happen for a total of a few seconds in your whole life, but do not try to make them happen, because you might frighten yourself. This is my best advice. There are other stories, all true, but they have to wait. This happened while I was holidaying in Florida, at a motel we had stayed at several times. The first time we stayed here, we were in room 12. While in room 12, we would always hear arguments from next door, and the occupants would always check out, usually within 1 or 2 days, never staying longer. My husband loves America, especially Florida. As it happens, I was to have an operation in Florida, and this was a good time to visit. We checked in at the same hotel, and my husband wanted the room in which we had stayed in before, room 12. Unfortunately, it was taken, so we had to take the room next door. This motel does not have a room 13, so the room is numbered 14. I did feel uneasy about staying in that room. Let's just say a nagging feeling, an intuition which I always trust. By the way, I come from a long line of witches. The reason why I was so uneasy about this was not because of the number, but from remembering the countless couples that came and went from that room. My husband insisted we stay there, since it was next to room 12, and the happy memories of the last holiday we had there. I gave in, and we checked in. We unpacked our things, and from day one, we had an argument the whole entire time we were there. I thought to myself, maybe it was me subconsciously dreading the operation and taking it out on him. But we would be at each other like cats and dogs, to the point in which I walked out of that room a couple of times. The atmosphere would be charged and depressing, and as soon as I walked out, the sun would lift my spirits. My husband is not superstitious, nor does he believe in ghostly encounters. After having my operation, I would have to be bedridden for a week or so, and heavily under the influence of painkillers. While I lay in bed, I would chase my husband away with my bad mood, post-op blues, so I could be left alone and in peace. The time I had alone in that room would stay with me for a long time. Remember, I'd taken some painkillers for my operation. My husband had drawn the curtains so I could sleep. One afternoon, I dozed off and was awakened by the tug of the bed sheets. I thought maybe I kicked it off, so I tried to pull them up. Once I did, I fell asleep again. Again I was awakened by the feeling of sheets being tugged. I thought it was my husband and woke up shouting at him, but there was no one in the room. I felt the temperature in the room was cold. I shivered and had to force myself in great pain to get out of bed and pull the sheets up. Once in bed, I looked around the room. The strange thing was, it seemed like shadows in the corner, yet it was bright as day outside, and the curtains were drawn, and there were no trees or anything near the window to give off shadows. I stayed awake for hours, waiting for my husband to return. He walked in and got a shock, seeing me all wide-eyed, and thought he had left the air conditioner on, as it was very cool. He walked over and noticed it was off, and blamed that the damn thing was broken. For the whole week while I recuperated in that room by myself during the day, my bed sheets would come off. I would wake up in cold sweats, looking around the room. There was no one there. I felt something brushing my skin, and always felt the shadows in the corner. I put it down to painkillers. They were very mild, and my usually happy self became withdrawn and depressed. I noticed that my husband would come back smiling and was trying to cheer me up, but as we stayed longer in that room, it seemed to have an effect on us. He became mean, and sometimes he would jeer at me. I had enough by this time and wanted to leave. The last night we had stayed there, I had not taken any painkillers, as I wanted to believe I was not hallucinating or seeing things. And believe me, I've seen many things and experienced stranger. I was not sleeping well and looked over to my husband, who slept soundly. The funny thing was, he seemed to be illuminated by something. I tried to touch him, but my hand could not move. I stretched out to him. We slept in separate beds while I was recuperating. He was only an arm's length away, and yet I couldn't move. I was sweating now, with a feeling of dread. My whole body felt like lead, and I could only move my head. I tried so hard to move, yet I couldn't. I could really feel that there was someone or something that was in the room with me, but I couldn't even see them. Someone was there near my bed, but not fully visible yet. I started to say something and tried to call out to my husband. He was dead asleep and did not move. As I turned my head to the foot of my bed, my sheets were being tugged off. I really screamed, but nothing came out. I was forcing myself to say something, but nothing came. At the foot of my bed appeared a tall black outline. The figure seemed to be wearing a hooded cloak, but I had a profile view. It had its outstretched arm on my bed. I'm 6 feet tall, and my feet are slightly stuck out over the bed. I tried to move my feet to kick out, but my limbs were like dead weights. The black-garbed figure turned to me and began to walk towards me. At this moment, I was desperately repeating the Lord's Prayer. I'm not religious, but it came to mind. Over and over, and as it began to walk to me, I remember the eyes started to glow red. At this stage, I was turning my head to and from the figure to my husband, as well as stretching my arm out, trying to touch him to wake him up. I remember him sleeping soundly like a baby. As the figure approached, and I was sweating buckets, and repeatedly said the Lord's Prayer, I yelled out, "Stop," and that I worshipped only God, and that I belonged to Him. That's when the figure was no longer there. I blinked a couple of times, thinking it was a nightmare, but I noticed that my arm was still outstretched towards my husband, and he was still in the same position, sleeping soundly. I started crying and busted open a stitch. My husband woke up and said that I just had a very bad nightmare. I said I'm glad that we were leaving that very morning. We still go back to the motel, as my husband loves it, yet I insisted we do not stay in that room. Thanks for reading. I grew up on a farm in Missouri. The house we lived in was built around the turn of the century. It was a big 2-story house with a wraparound porch. I shared a bedroom with my brother on the bottom floor. In the summer of 1975, something happened that had a long-term effect on me. It was a clear moonlit night, and you could easily hear crickets and bullfrogs singing in the night. I was sleeping very soundly when something woke me. I had the impression that someone was pushing down several times on the foot of the bed. I looked up and was startled to see the shadow of a short, plump figure watching me. Horrified, I immediately went for the light, but there was nothing there. The figure I'd seen had no face, but seemed to have a soft glow. It was definitely trying to get my attention. I never went to sleep the rest of the night, leaving the light on and reading. The next night, about the same time, I was awake and witnessed a small ball of light zipping around the room. This time I left the light off and watched a tiny orb for about 15 seconds when it finally zipped out of the room. I talked to certain family members later and found out that apparition that I had seen was probably my great-grandmother. She had died in the same corner that my bed was sitting. In her later years, she began to lose her mind, and instead of putting her in a nursing home, the family decided to take care of her at her home. They hired a male nurse to help her, and at night, the night I saw her, my uncle said she was probably looking for him. The incident disturbed me deeply, and it was years before I could finally sleep well at night. I'm now married and live in another old house, but this one seems to have no past to disturb me. Thank God. In 1999, my husband and I purchased our first home. We had 2 very small children at the time, and soon found out we were expecting our third. We had purchased an old Queen Anne Victorian. It was very large, and all the homes around it were large as well. We had looked at many houses before we purchased the old home. In fact, I drove past the home to go to work every day. I'd never considered buying it, but always felt drawn to it. Things seemed fine. I was alone in the home when I heard what seemed to be a child laughing. I thought maybe our family had come home early, but no one was there. One other time, I was in the cellar getting clothes out of the dryer and heard a child call Mommy, but again, I was alone when this occurred, and none of the neighbors' children were outside. I was lying in my bedroom with my eyes closed and could feel something breathe on me. When I opened my eyes, nothing was there. I have a cat who likes to go outside at night, and one evening, my husband heard her at the door. He opened the door and let her in, or so he thought. The next morning, he saw our cat waiting on the porch for us to let her in. We searched the entire home, looking for the cat he had thought he let in the previous evening, and there was no animal to be found. My daughter, who was 3.5 at the time, would come into our bedroom complaining that the little girl would keep her awake and would not stop playing with the curtains. She would also complain about the man who would whisper by her closet. My mother and I were hanging wallpaper in the family room, which was next to the dining room. My mother was facing the door to the dining area. I had the door to my side. As we were hanging a portion of the paper, we both saw a figure move through the dining room area and into the kitchen. My mother said, "Oh, good, Dan is home. He can help us hang." I called to my husband and asked if he had eaten lunch yet. I got no response. Thinking he could not hear, I went to the kitchen to ask again. He was not there. I called thinking he went upstairs, and still no answer. My mother and I checked the whole house and looked outside for the car. No one was there but her and I. It was a strange feeling. Sometimes lights would go on for no reason. We would hear someone climbing the steps. It was a little unsettling, but we no longer live in the home. We are now building a brand new house. Story that follows is a true account of an 11-year experience that I will never forget. When I was 6 years old, my family moved into an old Victorian home in Pontiac, Michigan. The house still stands today. It has changed owners several times, but is in a state of disrepair. The house had been built in 1892 by a Mr. Newsbringer for himself, his wife, and children. My parents had purchased the home from Clara, the last living daughter, in hire. I remember moving in that day because even as a young child, I felt a sense of uneasiness. That feeling was soon to be validated. At first, it was more of just an uneasy feeling throughout the whole house. Soon I discovered, though, that the feeling intensified while in my room. It was a large, 4-bedroom home, and us 3 girls all had the luxury of having a bedroom all to ourselves. Mine was in the back of the house, next to my parents' room, and across the upstairs foyer from my other 2 sisters. When alone in my room, I began to feel as though I was being watched. It is a universal, primitive feeling. I'll be sitting at my desk doing my homework, or just laying across my bed listening to my stereo, and I would feel it. I felt that a presence was emanating from one corner of my room, up at the ceiling. I had not seen or heard anything up until this point, but that was soon to change. As I was alone in my room again, one day after school, I heard a voice call my name. It was a male voice, and I thought it was my father. I went into the foyer to answer his call, but since he was not home from work yet, it could not have been him. I went back into my room and soon heard the voice again. I say that I heard it, but it occurred to me several years after the fact that I only heard it in my mind. sort of telepathic communication, I think. It wasn't long before this voice became an everyday intrusion into my life. It would call my name repeatedly. It would assure me that it was okay, and for me not to be afraid. It also told me to come closer to the corner from where it was coming. I remember now that I would be so drawn to it, and would just stand there transfixed, staring at the corner. I never went close to it. Call it instinct, fear, whatever, but I somehow knew better. As I was staring at the corner one day, a huge void opened up in the corner. It was the blackest black I'd ever seen. I saw nothing in the gaping hole, but it seemed to go on forever, and I would grow lightheaded and lost blocks of time staring into it. Now, I had told my younger sister all about this, but she never saw or felt anything until we actually moved out of the house. But I'll get to that later. I was afraid to tell my parents, and had been warned by the voice that this was our secret, no need for me to tell. The voice began to torment me. Even at night, as I lay in my bed sleeping, I could feel it there in the dark, beckoning. It invaded my dreams, becoming ever more insistent that I succumb to its wish, that I come into the void. It was angry at me, growling insults and obscenities, but I never would give in. Towards the end of the stay in our house, I began arguing back, telling it that I was stronger than it and would not be overpowered. Strangely enough, over all those years, I'd come to accept its presence as a normal part of life for me. No one ever saw or felt it but me. I'd even confided in my best friend Shirley, who would frequently come for sleepovers. I think she slept with one eye in the corner. The day we moved out, I experienced the most intense terror I will ever feel for the rest of my life. I was then 17. I was in my room, packing up the last few items. I felt the familiar goosebumps and tingling of my skin as the hair on my back of my neck and arms stood up. The voice was at a fervid pitch now, threatening and cursing me. I turned around to face my enemy, stared into the blackness, and was mesmerized to see the most evil eyes I had ever seen come out of the darkness. I could see the whites of his eyes, and the center was like black coal. The hole began to turn, and I heard a deafening roaring sound, not unlike that of a huge waterfall, in close proximity. I dropped what I was doing, ran down the steps, and got into the family car. I left the rest of my things in that room and never looked back. I never heard or saw anything like that again. After we had moved out, my younger sister began having nightmares about something dark and heavy chasing her in our old house. No coincidence, I think. I still get the chills when I think about this. I assure you, this was real. My family and I lived on a farm in Manistee County for 11 years. It is a log home built sometime in the 1860s. We had numerous experiences, such as the older man talking to my toddler in her bedroom, while knocks on the front door in the middle of a snowy night with no one there, and no footprints in the snow. Heavy footsteps could be heard downstairs when we were lying in our bed on the upstairs landing. A back door was totally jammed shut, and the only thing my husband thought he could do was cut it open. But on a windless night, it just flew open, and there was a strange odor. We had a neighbor across the street tell us that he heard the piano playing when we were gone. I heard my name called often. We had people house sit because we only heated with wood. They heard noises, saw curtains move, and wouldn't stay there again. We saw a figure in my daughter's bedroom window when we pulled away from the driveway. I had a sunburn on my back in the shape of the barn. Now there were no trees or possible shadows, and we even showed a friend, and at the time, it didn't make any sense. Then our neighbor came and said he saw the barn swaying in the wind. At closer inspection, The main supports in the barn were almost completely rotted away. Was this someone's way of telling us something was wrong? There are more stories, but these are some of the best. I'm not lying. These actually happened. And if you don't believe me, well, I guess you're on your own then. But these did happen. Thank you for reading. I moved into the neighborhood that I live in at the age of 12. I'm 20 now. Ever since I moved in here, I was told of the woods and the strange things that went on in it. Sounds of drums, voices, screams, etc. Needless to say, the woods is creepy, so creepy that I refuse to go there at night. Let me explain. The woods consist of two sections, the front and the back. It's the back part that scares the bejesus out of me. In '98, a girl was killed in the front part of the woods, where she was raped and left for dead in the cold next to the old tractor. A tractor that had been rotting there for at least 30 years. Well, since the girl was killed, there have been some violent storms that have taken their toll on the trees surrounding the area of the death. My friend and I would go to the spot every now and again, until that night. I had a girlfriend at the time that lived on the road across the woods, so to get to her house, you could take the short way, which was through the woods, past the spot where the girl was killed. I'd walk my girl home, and I was returning through the woods, when I felt a sudden cold draft. Now mind you, this is the end of summer, so there was no logical explanation to see my breath during this time of year. I then turned to look over at the tractor, and I felt an overwhelming sense of depression and sorrow that made me feel sick to my stomach. I started to walk towards the tractor, and I could have sworn I heard the crying of a girl's voice say, "Run away." At this point, I started to pick my feet up and walk a little faster, when I noticed a little girl standing from a distance behind the tractor. She didn't look to be more than 6 years old, and looked about as solid and real as anybody I'd ever seen. I froze in sheer terror, knowing that there would be no way that a 6-year-old girl would wander off into the woods unsupervised and by herself, especially knowing the history of these woods. As I got closer to the girl, she ran further away and behind some trees, where she ultimately disappeared. It was not long after that I hightailed my butt back to the house as fast as I could. The next day I told my friend about what happened, so from then on, he walked with me each time I dropped my girlfriend off, hoping to hear or see something. It never happened to me again, but months later, I was talking to a friend who still hung out in the woods, and he told me he was sitting on one of the fallen trees, and he heard a girl crying. He said it startled him, so he went to go and leave. Just as he got up, he heard a louder voice say why. He said he felt depressed, and ran the rest of the way out of the woods. The woods has had a lot of strange things happen to it, like fires that start and go out by themselves, houses adjacent to the woods that had their backyards vandalized, and the sounds of someone knocking on the back doors. Interestingly enough, I found out that there was a forgotten cemetery somewhere back in the woods that had been neglected for years. I don't know what kind of paranormal energies take place in these woods, but I don't want to discover more of it. My parents still live in the same house I grew up in with my older sister. My experiences with ghosts began at about age 8. One night, I'd just gotten into bed and was waiting for my dad to come tuck me in. The lights were still on, and the whole family were upstairs. I wasn't alone or anything. I was wearing a nightgown. Suddenly, I felt 2 hands run quickly underneath my nightgown, up my legs, and over my body. I screamed bloody murder, and my parents came running in. I don't remember if they believed me, but I never slept in that room again. I traded rooms with my sister. Once she had begun sleeping in that room, she would tell us in the morning that someone would sit on the bed and say her name while they rubbed her head. But she never opened her eyes during these encounters. A few years later, I was getting my dad and I some ice cream in the kitchen. There was a new big bag of candy on the counter in front of me. Suddenly, it flew across the counter. I ran and told everyone. They believed me when they saw the candy on the other counter. Another time stayed home sick from school. I was lying in bed watching TV, and I kept hearing what sounded like marbles being dropped in the attic right above my bedroom. I was so scared, I called my mom, and she sent her friend over to stay with me. To this day, the TV in our kitchen turns on and off by itself. My aunt reported hearing music being played in her family room when everyone else was outside. Last weekend, my family gave me a bridal shower at my parents' house. When I got the pictures back, almost all of the pictures have orbs in them. I could not believe it. Whoever it is still there and still trying to be a part of us. It was my first time going to the Gettysburg War site. First, we visited their museum and looked at old clothing and war supplies. Then it was time for the tour of the battle site. It started off regularly, the guide showing us all the memorials and explaining this and that. Then it was time to get out of the car and look out over a field where a charge was made. It was a nice view stretching out before us, and behind us was a slope with a grove of trees to the right. While the guide talked, I noticed sounds of what seemed like a great number of people yelling and screaming down the slope, nearer in the grove of the trees. It was quiet at first, but it got louder, then quiet again. Even the tour guide stopped for a moment to question what those sounds were, and I even asked the guide if there was a reenactment going on down there. He just looked at me confused and said no. Perplexed, I asked if he had ever heard those sounds before while giving tours, and told us that this was the first time he had heard such distinct sounds that sounded like battle cries. There was even a moment where I was standing there, and I could have sworn I saw an extremely faded apparition run across the field for a second, then completely dissolve. Somehow I was the only one who saw this apparition. We then moved on, and as we walked back to the car, I asked my mom later about it. She thinks it was where the Confederate soldiers mustered up their courage by screaming war cries before they went to battle. I've been trying to find stories similar to mine ever since, but I've found none. My name is John, and I've been a Civil War reenactor for about 4 years now, attending living history events and reenactments throughout the mid-Atlantic states. I'd like to tell you about an experience that my reenacting group had at Antietam National Battlefield, Maryland. My company, Company G, 96 Pennsylvania Volunteers, annually has a living history event at this famed Civil War battlefield. It was here that in September of 1862, one day's casualties amounted to 23,000, more killed, wounded, or missing in one day than the casualties in America's previous wars combined. At one point during the battle, one American was injured with every second ticked by. I'd like to note that this was the ground upon which we were camping on. To continue my story, we traditionally take a walk into the battlefield to a small lane known as the Sunken Road. Here, Confederates hunkered down on a road that had been worn down by years of wagon travel, holding off wave after wave of heroic Union soldiers advancing upon them. Eventually, the Union forces swarmed over the Confederates' right flank and fired into the rebels from down the road, driving them off. This is where we annually took a midnight tour, hoping to catch a glimpse of energy left from 1862. Please note that even though the park closes around 10 p.m., the rangers often allow us reenactors to walk around. This is because if we found anyone defacing a monument or even shifting a pebble, that person will be praying for a ranger to come by and save him. So this night, about a dozen of us strolled down the sunken road and eventually came upon a monument located in about the center of the lane's length. We sat down along the banks of the road to relax and take in the atmosphere. About 20 minutes passed with silence, and a few pictures taken here and there of us around the monument. Soon, 4 of us, myself included, chose to walk the remaining distance of the road to an observation tower, climb it, take a few snapshots, then head back. So we decided to walk down to the tower, ascend a few flights of stairs, and took a look around. Meanwhile, back at the monument, our captain decided that everyone had better get back to camp, so he sent 2 men to go retrieve us from the tower. No sooner had those 2 began to walk down the road, when the remaining few men heard shoes and heel plates, horseshoe-like plates we wear on our leather shoes, on the gravel and earth down the road. First 2 pair, then 4 pair, then 6, and so on. Equipment could be heard rustling around on the body: knapsacks, canteens, cartridge boxes. If anyone knows what it sounds like to have men marching on a dirty road with full gear on, it's us. The sounds continually crescendoed until one man sat up, looked down the road, and stirred the other men to listen. Just as they began to sit up and peer into the darkness down the road, the sounds faded away just as quickly as they came in. Another man jumped up, went down the road and looked over the fences and banks, only to find weeds and small shrubs. He figured that if this was some sort of ghost regiment, it may have followed those 2 men who had begun to walk down the road to the tower to fetch us. I also had another story I experienced firsthand during a sleepless night in an old gun mill. We also used to have an annual event at Jacobsburg State Park, Pennsylvania. On the land is the Henry homestead, including a mansion and a house whose basement was the gun mill. The house now is a museum to the Henrys, and the mill below it is open to see the machinery and processes of old-time gun making. The history of the homestead dates back to the flintlocks. Our event took place very near the homestead, and since it was going to be extremely chilly that night, the caretakers were kind enough to allow us to sleep in the house that night. Little did I know about the death that occurred in the house long ago. A young girl had contracted a contagious disease, one of those terrible, yet common diseases of the old days. She had died, and since it was thought that her illness could be contracted even though she was dead, the viewing of her body was not a traditional one. Her body was placed on a large windowsill inside the house, of a window outlet that protruded onto the front porch. This way, the viewers could stay out on the front porch and peer in through the windows to see her on the windowsill. Of course, nowadays, ghost stories fill the house. So now it was time to go to bed. You could say, more like hit the hardwood floor. Of course, the lucky guy I am, I got a spot directly to the large window and the windowsill. I laid there half the night, listening to each hour tick away on the clock in the next room. Eventually, I had enough, so I moved to a spot further away from the sill. I laid there for some time, and then heard something. The noise was coming from. It sounded like the downstairs. The best description I can give is that it sounded like an older lady mourning, or crying, possibly over the recent death of her daughter. It was not the house settling or creaking, as it continued for what seemed like years. Okay, well, maybe a few minutes. My house also creaks a lot, and it sounded like nothing I had ever heard before. Scared out of my wits, I frantically tapped on the leg of my first sergeant, laying just a few feet away from me. He awoke, and I told him to listen. He heard the sound too, but not even wanting to ponder over it, he nervously said, "Wonder what that was," and quickly laid back down. The sound soon died off, no pun intended. Sleep was pretty much out of the question now, so I laid there another hour or so, until I heard something else. This one is easy to describe. Imagine being outside, and 2 other people are far away from you having a conversation. You can make out murmurs, in tones and voice, but not individual words, almost like being underwater and someone is talking above surface. That's what I heard, only it seemed to be between a lady and a child, probably a young boy. Again, The sounds came from below the floor in the basement. These didn't last as long, possibly because God answered my prayers for them to stop. That night, I heard every single hour chime by, and every minute crawl past, every second tick by on the clock. Needless to say, the next morning, I wasn't a happy camper. Hope you enjoyed my stories, and yes, they're true. I told them just as I know them. Have a good one. I was in an infantry company in Germany back in 1989 to 1991. We used what is called a Bradley fighting vehicle. It weighs about 51,000 pounds and looks like a tank. We were doing live fire exercises at night, and we finished about 2 a.m. I was driving a Bradley in a convoy of about 10 other Bradleys, returning to the motor pool. The drivers used a large night vision scopes to see by. It's like watching green TV, and the Bradley commanders use that one that attaches to their helmets. While driving, a commander is to stand on his seat so that half of his body is outside of the vehicle, so that he'll have a better view of the surroundings. At about 3 a.m., I saw a man standing by the dirt road we were traveling on. I figured he was one of the German range patrolmen, and that he was just waiting for us to pass. Right after the Bradley in front of me passed, this man walked right out into the dust of that Bradley. I hit the brakes to avoid hitting him. At the exact moment, my commander said watch out, but it was already too late. I knew I must have hit him. I didn't even see him come out on either side. My commander then asked me if I'd seen a man walk out in front of us too. I said yes, and then he said that he had too. But when he turned around to check for a body, there wasn't one anywhere on the road. This dirt road was about 50 feet across, and when we returned to the motor pool, we took a flashlight and checked the whole front end and found nothing. No blood, no piece of clothing. There was nothing. My name is Heather, and I live in Omaha, Nebraska. I've only seen a few ghosts or spirits in my life. Sometimes I do get the chills though, like someone or something is nearby. The first spirit I saw was when I was younger, about 13 years. My mother told me to go into our basement to get some candles, which wasn't unusual. We spent a lot of time in the basement, playing slot cars and electric trains, and my dad has a workshop down there for models. As I fetched the candles, I felt watched. I scampered back upstairs, startled and panicked, and told myself not to be so silly. I give Mom the candles. I don't remember why she needed them, and felt the nagging, watching feeling again. I opened the basement door, and a round, green-white light was bobbing slowly up the steps, I think about 3 to 4 feet off of the ground. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside to my grandma's house down the hill. I never saw it again, whatever it was, and everyone laughed at me for it, but I remember it clearly. It was green and glowing with a soft white light. Mom laughed and said it must have been a glow-in-the-dark Halloween candy bucket from the size and color, but she couldn't explain how it was floating. My house is quite old, about 80 years, and nothing like this has ever happened again. We're the third family living there, and nothing violent ever goes on. I still get the odd feeling, but it's never been strong enough to make me panic again. The second spirit I saw really floored me. I was 14 and was riding my bike around town since it was a nice summer day, and I ended up on 2nd and 22 in Q, about 3 miles from my house. There's nothing there but cheap houses, and it's not a bad neighborhood, but it's not the richest in the world. But it's not a cheap, run-down area. Just relaxed, second-hand. Nothing violent ever happened there before. It's become a run-down area now, and there was no graveyard or ancient Indian burial ground or anything that I or anyone else knows of. I wanted to go to Dairy Queen on 24th and Q, and I was behind it. As I came to 22nd, I saw a flat field where I knew there should be houses. It was filled with what I can now describe as short, rectangular tombstones. I saw a woman standing there, dressed all in browns and earth tones. I couldn't even see her face or hands. She had a headscarf on, and her hands were held in front of her, covered by her sleeves. I think she had on brown shoes, but I don't really remember her having feet or not. I'm inclined to think not. I asked her what this was, but she didn't answer. I turned back to the graves, which had vanished and replaced with the things that should have been there. Streets, houses, sidewalks, trees. I turned back to the lady, and she was gone. I had a very chilly, uneasy feeling, and a few dead leaves fluttered by. I rode away as fast as I could. I once saw a strange figure in the mirror, a girl my age, 13, but with dark brown hair, with thin bangs, and braids past the bottom of the mirror frame. She just startled me, but caused me no harm. The last one I saw left me breathless and thrilled. I was staring out the window to our front window when I thought I saw something in the clouds. It couldn't have been lightning because it wasn't fast enough. It resembled very slow lightning. It was white and long and crooked. I got up and tried to stare out by the light. It was at a bad angle, so I stood up and walked to the front door. As I peered out the glass, I saw a flash of lightning and a giant pair of silvery white eyes, rimmed with blue, which then vanished in a flush. The outside of the window was covered with condensation, like breath, which smelled really sweet, like milk. I wiped it away. I've come to the conclusion that the first three were just random encounters, but the last one was a kind spirit, one that was looking in on me. I haven't seen anything so clearly after age 15, but sometimes I see holes in my vision, weird things. After rubbing my eyes and refocusing, they're gone. And sometimes I can hear odd noises and voices no one else can. I don't think I'm psychic or anything, but I do think I'm a little more sensitive than the people around me. I know, you may not believe this, but it happened. It's true. Thank you. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I remember seeing a figure of a woman standing outside of my room. The living room was the next room from mine. I always thought it was just light coming from outside the windows in the living room. But when I went up to the light fixture and tried blocking the light with my hand, nothing would happen. The light would still be there. I wasn't scared, because I wasn't aware of ghosts when I was around that age. But as I got older, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, I sometimes would sleep in the living room, on the couch, because my room would get really hot in the summer. Well, as I would lie on the couch, getting ready to fall asleep, I would hear things in the kitchen, like the sound of someone placing a glass on the table. I would sometimes go to see if anyone was there, but nothing would be there. I still hear the sounds in the kitchen sometimes, and when I would be home alone, I would sometimes go into the basement and watch TV or exercise. As I would work out or watch TV, I would sometimes hear footsteps above me, seeing how the TV was right below my room. But what happened to me 2 months ago terrified me. I'm 17 years old now, and it was raining harshly in the middle of April, and I was working on an art project in the dining room, which was the room after the living room. I was home alone at that time. My mother was picking up my sister from work, and my father was working. As I was working on my art project on the table, the lights went out, and as soon as they went out, in front of me, I saw a woman sitting across from me. I couldn't see her clearly, but she seemed to be smiling. About a second later, the lights turned back on. I was so scared, I ran into the kitchen and stayed there until my mother and sister came back. When they finally returned, I told them about what I saw, and my sister kind of freaked out because she hates hearing about things like ghosts and other things related to that. My mother told me it was probably just my nerves, and I've been working too hard on my project. I believe what I saw was real. I don't know what this ghost lady is doing in my house, but she seems to bring attention to me only. This is just one account from over 40 experiences I've recorded in my ghost journal. It was a very unusual day in Chicago, only 4 days to the new year, and in the middle of winter. It was 63 degrees, yet the skies were dark, but there were tons of fluffy clouds. My friend Christine and I decided to enjoy this rare day and go walking around the park. We watched as the clouds seemed to spread across the sky and realized the storm was near. Somehow, the conversation switched to cemeteries. She told me of an old German cemetery that was near the park that she had gone to. They have a section of infant graves from the late 1800s to early 1900s. She knows the babies died in groups around the same times. After hearing this, I wanted to go see for myself. She told me where to go, and as I drove into the cemetery, I pointed to a corner and asked her if that was where they were. She said yes. I'd never been there before. I don't know how I knew. We parked on the road, got out, and looked around. Some of the graves were old and worn, the names and dates hardly visible. The baby section was so sad to see, and we figured there must have been a plague of some sort in the area. It was beginning to get dark, even though it was about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The cemetery closed at 5, so we wanted to hurry and see everything before they closed and before the storm came. We were walking through the cemetery when it felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in a few minutes. I stopped in my tracks and noticed a familiar smell. The scent became stronger, and I realized it was roses. I asked my friend if she smelled anything. She said yes. I asked her what she smelled, and she said roses. I was bending down to smell the flowers on a grave, which were not roses. I wanted to figure out where the smell suddenly came from. Suddenly, my friend told me to look up, and in the distance was a flower girl. And you guessed it, she was holding onto roses. Both me and my friend were in disbelief. We couldn't even fathom what we were seeing, but yet here was this flower girl holding onto a rose, which had a strong perfume smell. Her attire was in a Victorian-style dress. She looked absolutely beautiful, but it was also really scary because it was in the middle of a cemetery and we were really spooked. Even though it felt like forever, she momentarily appeared and then she was gone, just like that. It must have been about 15 seconds, if that, but we both saw her, and we're not making this up. We're totally sane individuals who actually go out and try to see these things on purpose. I know that sounds crazy to some of you, but we get such thrills about ghost hunting. Anyway, we're not even done with the story yet, because right after, we heard the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my entire life. It was a scream right after she disappeared, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. It sounded like a human trying to imitate a wolf, as in, a human howling, but in a wolf style. I know that sounds ridiculous, and maybe it could have been a real human being trying to play with us. However, we did not stick around long enough to find out, and we bolted all the way home. I guess the moral of the story is, yeah, you can be interested in ghosts and whatnot, but even if you are interested, be very wary, and just remember, ghosts can't hurt you. If that was real, I have no idea what to say, but if it was a human being, I guess you gotta stay clear of the cemeteries. I'll tell you what though, the roses, the girl, and the scream, they were all very real to us. We did not hesitate to leave, because we did not know what to expect if we stayed longer there. Just remember to be very careful. Ghosts are crazy, but humans can be just as crazy. This happened to my fiance about 37 years ago in Karn City, Texas. He was about 5 years old and was attending a church function with his grandparents at the St. Paul Lutheran Church there. He was running around with two of his slightly younger cousins, having a good time. This function was taking place outdoors. Now, there were actually two church buildings there. A new church had been built, and the older wooden structure was still standing close by and being used exclusively for storage. The church had been collecting clothing and had put it in the older building. Anyway, my fiance and his cousins had been told to stay out of the churches, but being little kids and the adults having their attention taken up with visiting, the boys decided to explore the old church. They went into the older building and looked into the large room where the clothing was piled on 3 tables. My fiance said the first thing he noticed was the clothing on one of the tables agitating violently, and he could see a lady who just happened to be transparent, sorting through the clothes that were shaking. All that she remembers of her appearance is that she was a motherly or grandmotherly looking figure with a high-necked dress and her hair pulled back in a bun. She did not pay any attention to the 3 little boys, but they ran out of the room as fast as their feet could carry them. He says that he may have been the only one to see the lady. He thinks the other 2 boys just saw the clothing shaking on the table. My fiance says that he believes that the only reason the clothes were shaking was because of the ghost. The windows were all closed, there were no fans, and of course, no central cooling system in this old building. And remember that the clothes on the other tables were lying still. They went to tell their grandmother about the situation. Naturally, they got chewed out for being where they weren't supposed to be, and were told that no one was in that building, but they remember it well. This story is one that may or may not scare you. It's more of a mystery to me and my friends. When I was young, me and my cousin were always together and trying to scare each other. It just so happens that there was an old house which my grandfather had built in the early 1900s, which we thought may be haunted. It should be mentioned that I am from a small town in Virginia, and in the early 1900s, it was a pretty isolated town from the rest of the state. My grandfather was a pastor of the local church. Being that the church was very big, and my grandfather's house was, he would have wakes and funerals in his den. The house was very big, and there was plenty of room for people to attend these funerals. Anyway, my cousin and I used to see things through the windows which we could not explain. The house had not been lived in many years when we would see these unexplainable lights. They were blue in color, and they seemed to go from window to window when we were looking at them. We finally got the nerve to sneak into the house, which probably wasn't too smart. Anyway, we had to enter through the basement in order for my father not to see us trying to get inside. This was very scary because there was no electricity, and we had to try and make it through the dark and up the stairs to the entry of the den. We did this several times, and on some occasions, we heard and seen strange things, and sometimes we didn't. On one occasion, we lived in the house, and we heard a tapping on the ceiling upstairs, as if someone was hitting it with a cane. This was very odd, because my father lived in the house as a child, and said his uncle lived with them, and he had a cane. When he needed something, he would tap on the floor for someone to come and help him. This scared the living daylights out of us, but my cousin was a little more courageous than I, and he persuaded me to go up the stairs. When we got there, he asked whatever it was that we were seeing and hearing to leave us alone in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The sound stopped, and we left the house. My father was a little skeptical about the whole thing, but he felt that there may be some truth in it. He himself now saw a ghostly apparition which he can't explain. This is coming from a man who himself is now a preacher, and I don't think he doubts seeing this at all. I really feel that there is some connection to the noises and sightings with the funerals that were held in that house. There are other occurrences which have happened, but would take a while to tell them all. I've read in other experiences about blue lights being represented with the supernatural. This story may not be that scary to you, but to me and my cousin, we know that there is something paranormal about that house. Myself and a friend recently moved into a house in Belmont, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. The place is about 100 years old and retains much of the original woodwork, ceramic doorknobs, etc. I even found an old ceramic liquor and med bottle in there. It's a third-floor apartment with an old aluminum speaking tube to the second floor, which leads us to believe this may have been servants' quarters at one time. We never get anything but good vibes from the place, but a few things have happened which make me wonder, and I write asking your opinion. Firstly, the former tenant was an elderly alcoholic who, according to the landlord, used to heat only one room in the house, the dining room, with a space heater. She kept the whole place closed up, according to Miss Richardson, who also tells us the former tenants didn't die, but moved to a nursing home. We aren't sure if we believe her. Well, that room seems to have a door problem. Often when I return from work, all 3 doors to the room will be slammed shut, even the one which is tied open with a string. These are doors which don't close easily, being old and paint covered and wrapped a bit. While we hang out, sometimes doors slam. It happens in fits and starts. One week it happened every day, but it hasn't happened for a while. Granted, there is a breeze in that room, but the manner in which it happens strikes one as odd sometimes. Also, we have both seen a white figure in a long dress, and perhaps a veil, always in the hallway into our place, or in the doorway of the dining room. It is a peripheral vision thing, which leaves one looked at directly. I've seen it standing in the door several times, and I saw it seemingly walk down the hall once. It kind of bounced up and down like a person would were they walking. Mike tells me he usually sees it moving past the door, either coming into or exiting the apartment, and he has used the words wedding dress to describe its clothing. I didn't get that detailed a look, but I've definitely seen the shape. Visitors have seen a similar shape, but hesitate to call it a ghost. Lastly, and this is not so much an experience as a creepy coincidence, when first repainting the place, we decided to do the kitchen in blue and white. I proposed that we paint only the panels on the kitchen doors blue. We haven't done this yet, which both of us thought was a good idea. Later, when exploring the basement for the first time, I found an ancient door of the same style as our other doors, removed from the hinges, and brought downstairs years before. It seems to be the one door from our apartment, which has been taken off the hinges, the kitchen door, and the panels painted years ago in cracked blue paint. Yesterday, my husband and I toured the Whaley House in San Diego. I think I may have been present to a supernatural occurrence of sorts, but I wanted to ask you about it. Initially, I started out on the first floor, not part of the tour, and I felt a markedly weird sensation in front of the dining area that I can only describe as having a sinking feeling that bordered on nausea. I felt fine walking around Old Town and coming into the house. I hung out in the dining room area for like 10 minutes, thinking what I was feeling was so unusual, and it dissipated. I felt fine again, so I looked around the rest of the house and felt okay, until I came to the first upstairs bedroom, directly right of the stairs. I again felt that same feeling, and I stood there, just looking about the room, and that is when I think I saw something in one of the mirrors, the mirror closest to the hall. It looked as though thin white smoke was being reflected into the mirror, as though someone was standing next to the mirror with a lit cigarette. I can only describe what I saw as smoke, because it curled. I also smelled a very faint smell of cologne that reminded me of violet water. I made sure it was not me, since I was the only person in that area, and it wasn't. It seemed to blow in through the saddled wooden partition. I was a little weirded out, because I was in disbelief at what I thought to be witnessing, so I called to my husband downstairs to come up. I didn't want to cause a stir, because I was unsure what this was. I even saw the presence of a shadow behind my back, in the corner of my eye. I walked back to the area in front of the room, and looked back into the mirror to make sure that it wasn't a reflection of something outside, like a passing vehicle, but I no longer saw the smoke. I really didn't want to tell anyone about the incident, because I would have winded up scaring everybody, including myself. I've been thinking about it ever since, and been trying to find a logical explanation for it. I've always been very interested in the subjects of ghosts and the paranormal, but never thought I would have a direct experience with them. Although I'm currently part of a theater group that is renovating an old theater, and we definitely have some spectral energy in the place, but that's another story. This story is about the first time I had something strange happen to me. I'm originally from a small island off the coast of Italy. The community dates back to 700 BC, so you can imagine they have their fair share of ghost stories. I was 15 and staying at my aunt's house with my sister. Our grandmother had died 3 years before, and as part of our week-long stay, we went to visit her grave. The experience was unsettling to say the least, and I think I was most affected emotionally by the visit. Trying to remember a woman who I love very much now, reduced to nothing but a picture in writing on marble mausoleum. Although it was a very hot and humid summer day, the cemetery seemed to have an unsettling chill about it, and I couldn't wait to get out of there. However, anyone who is Italian or knows of Italian cemetery visits is that they are family events that take a long time. Feeling very sentimental and depressed and somewhat bored, I couldn't help but look around and read more grave sites. With each name and picture that I saw, I thought more about the people behind them, their lives, and who they have been. The atmosphere seemed more oppressive, and I started seeing flashes out of the corner of my eyes. Nothing definite, but it was almost as if something had passed in front of me very quickly, and the experience left me somewhat disturbed. We left not long after, much to my relief, but still with this heavy, depressed feeling. Later on that night, I had fallen into a deep sleep, but was awakened at 3 in the morning by a male and female voice arguing. I was very groggy, but I immediately thought the voices were strange, because they didn't sound like they were coming from anywhere, in particular at least. They sounded as if they were right in my ears. The room I shared with my sister was directly over a busy main street, and being a summer resort, there is always some activity going on. However, the street this night was totally quiet, with no one in sight. The voices continued to argue in Italian, and though I spoke it, I couldn't make out what they were saying. Also, the intensity of the voices didn't change as I moved around the room. They always seemed to be in my ears, and were continuing to grow in intensity. At this point, I thought it was my cousin and her husband who were arguing from their bedroom. They shared the room with their 2 small children, and I thought what could be so important to be arguing at this hour of night, and why weren't their children reacting? I decided to investigate. As I slowly opened the door, the voices suddenly stopped. Not a cutoff in conversation or a conclusion, but as if someone had switched off a radio. I walked to the room and found the whole family sound asleep. I returned to the room dumbfounded, but found the room was very cold. The day had been extremely hot, and the night had not let up, and I was just in the room a minute before. But I knew the temperature had gone down at least 10 degrees. It was then I felt the same heaviness that I experienced at the cemetery, and a large chill moved right through me. Almost immediately, the room returned to its original temperature. During this whole experience, my sister was asleep next to me, and when I asked her about hearing anything during the night, she thought I was crazy. To this day, I'm not sure what I heard and felt that night. However, I spent many nights in that room over the years, and never had a similar experience. Did I touch something or someone? And did they follow me back from the cemetery? I don't know. I never shared this story before, but this seems like the right place to do it. When I was born, my parents rented a portion of a 3-family house. The house was huge and previously owned by an old German woman. Apparently, The house belonged to the same family since the early 1700s, when it was built. After the old German lady died there was no one left in the family to take on ownership of the house. Someone new took the house over and rented it out to 3 other families. As soon as we moved in, my parents had odd things happening on a daily basis. The TV and all of the lights in the house would constantly turn on in the middle of the night. One night, my dad had some friends over to watch a football game, and all of the power in the house kept going on and off. His friends were so freaked out that they left. What bothered my mom the most was that all the rooms in the house stayed warm, except for mine. My room was always like ice, and being a newborn, my mother was concerned. She would turn the heat way up, and still my room stayed cold. One night, she heard a woman's voice coming from my room. As she neared, she could hear an old lady singing a lullaby. When she opened the door, the rocking chair was swaying back and forth, and my room was warm. After this occurrence, my room remained warm. This became an ongoing thing in the house. The rocking chair would constantly rock, no matter where in the house my mom moved it to, and oftentimes she would hear a soft voice coming from my room. The lights continued to go on frequently in the middle of the night. As I got a little older, into the toddler years, I can still remember certain things happening. My parents found it odd that I am able to remember things so clearly. I can describe my bedroom in distinct detail, as well as the other rooms in the house. I only lived there from newborn to 2.5 years. One night, I woke up and felt absolutely terrified. I remember climbing out of my crib onto the little table and chair set, and stepped onto the floor and dodged for my parents' room. As soon as I climbed into bed with my mom and dad, I heard my aunt, who was asleep on the couch, screaming. My mom woke up and ran into the living room to see what all the fuss was about. My aunt kept crying, I saw her, over there by the lamp." Apparently, my aunt says that she saw the old lady standing at the foot of the couch by the lamp. When my mom reached over to turn the lamp on, she disappeared. All of my parents' old friends remember the house, and everyone has a story of something that they experienced there. We know that the old lady died in the house, probably in the section where we lived. At first, I think she was angered that the house no longer belonged to anyone in her family. She was harmless and just wanted to make her presence known. We only lasted there for 2.5 years. Sometimes we drive by the house and contemplate stopping in to see how the current owners are making out, but I never had the courage to go back. Here's some spooky experiences that I remember from my childhood. The first one didn't happen to me. It's something that my mother told me about. Her mother died in 1959. A few years later, she remembers waking up in the middle of the night and hearing her mother calling her name. This always gave me the chills, especially if I thought about it at night. When I was maybe 6 or 7, something happened that scared the living daylights out of me. I can still picture it in my mind. A short time after I went to bed, I was lying there awake, and I looked up at my bedroom door, which was closed. There was a window across the room from the door. The curtains were open, and the moonlight was shining through the window, making a square of light on the door. In the middle of the square of light, I saw the shadow of a hand slowly moving back and forth. I was so scared that all I could do was just stare at it. I was trying to scream, but no sound would come out. Finally, I managed to get my voice to work, and I yelled as loud as I could, "Mom!" My mother came running in, and I told her what I saw. I don't remember if she saw the shadow too. Probably not. She didn't see anything outside, and she shut the curtains. Now, there were no trees right outside my window that were close enough that they would make a shadow. Not to mention that this did not look like a tree branch. It was definitely the distinct shape of a human hand. Looking back on this as an adult, I realized that this was most likely not anything supernatural at all, but someone actually trying to break into our house, which, quite frankly, is more scarier than a mere ghost. When I started screaming, the person heard me and ran away. Shortly after the previous incident, I asked my parents if I could move into the room across from that one. Gee, I wonder why. My new room had a little trap door in the closet, leading to an attic of sorts. My parents never used it for storage, as it was too hard to go up there through the trap door, and it most likely wasn't even high enough to walk upright in. When I was about 10 or 11, my best friend and I were playing in my room, and we noticed that the trap door was open about an inch or so. We slid it closed. Every once in a while, I'd look up there and find that it was open again. I'd keep sliding it closed, and then a few days later, it would be open. My friend and I naturally assumed that we had a ghost in the attic. I really don't remember if I actually heard anything up there or not. Around the same time, this same friend would occasionally spend a night with me. Several times, we'd be lying in bed and hear the sound of a newspaper or some sort of paper being crumpled up in the living room when we knew no one else was up. We called this the newspaper ghost. Another time, I think I was about 7. I was riding my bike around in circles in the street. This was in a housing development where there was very little traffic. My aunt, uncle, and cousins were visiting, and I recall looking at the bathroom window on the side of our house and seeing my aunt's face looking out the window. Later, I mentioned it to my aunt, and she said she hadn't been looking out the bathroom window, and neither had anyone else. Now, I realized that this could have easily been a reflection of something in the window, but at the same time, it seemed pretty spooky to me. In the summer of '69, I was about 13. We had some relatives staying at our house for about a week. One evening, after everyone had gone to bed, I was still awake. As a child, it always took me a long time to get to sleep. I was always too wound up, I guess. Anyway, all of a sudden, there was this loud crash that came from my closet, like something metal or aluminum falling on the untiled floor. The thing that came to mind was a metal vacuum cleaner hose. There was no vacuum cleaner or any other large metal object in my closet that could have fallen and made such a noise, and even if there was, what would have made it fall off the shelf? I was too scared to get up and look in my closet or go and ask anyone if they'd heard it. Now, this was a small 3-bedroom house in Levittown, Pennsylvania. If anyone is familiar with the houses, if a loud noise occurs in any part of the house, it would be impossible not to hear it all over the house. The next morning, I asked my parents, aunt and uncle and cousins if they heard a loud crash in the night, and no one else had heard it. And by the way, I looked in my closet in the morning, and nothing was out of place. This has always puzzled me. Here are a few things that have happened in the last few years, in the house I live in now. Nothing blatantly scary, just weird. I thought I'd share them just for the fun of it. One night, I was asleep, and all of a sudden, I screamed and woke myself up. My husband came running in, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what I had dreamed that had scared me. But I had a vague memory of looking beside the bed and seeing something in the form of a human being, made up of little points of light. There have been a few occasions where I've woken up in the middle of the night and heard a kind of electrical humming that sounds like it's coming from our bedroom closet. My husband said he could hear it too. I could never figure out what's causing it. It sounds like it could be the refrigerator running, except that the kitchen is not right next to the bedroom. And if it was the fridge, wouldn't I hear the noise every night, since obviously the fridge runs all the time? I haven't heard it in over a year. Just as well, it gives me the willies. I want to say that I can sympathize with your situation, although other than apparitions, my experience varies greatly from yours. I do want to share what happened to me with you, but I do want to warn you ahead of time. I used to be a reporter, so I can get lengthy. My first experience happened when I was a child. I was 7 years old and lived a completely normal life. My parents didn't smoke dope or dabble in the occult, so I really had no knowledge of ghosts, other than the traditional Halloween experiences every child encounters. When I turned 7, my family moved from Metro Memphis, Tennessee, to rural Independence, Mississippi. We moved into a house that my father renovated. Rather than trying to draw a diagram that may get scrambled in transmit, I'll try to describe the layout of the rooms involved. The way the home was originally laid out, you walked in the front door into the living room. To the left was the kitchen, open without walls to the living room. To the right was a bedroom door. Straight ahead was a hallway leading to other bedrooms, laundry room, and bathroom. After my father was finished, the front door was added onto a new wing of the house. The living room was enclosed into a bedroom. The bedroom now directly led out into the hall, which now led to the kitchen also, and had a new doorway to the bedroom that previously opened up to the living room. Is that confusing enough? We moved into the house, and I immediately was terrified of my sister's bedroom, the one that had previously opened up into the old living room. I just felt that something was there, and it was watching me. I felt like it wanted to possess me or something stronger than a mere presence. Also, I never found out why, but hers was the only room with security bars on the window. No other family member noticed anything strange in the house. I ended up in the new bedroom, and sometimes at night, I'd hear noises. Being so small, I don't remember exactly what they were, but frequently, I'd see an incandescent, glowing form in the shape of a human walking across my room. What made me know that it had to be a previous occupant of the home was that it would walk from the bedroom I was so scared of, through my room, into the kitchen, the way the house used to be laid out. Once when my grandmother came to visit, my parents forced me to sleep in my sister's bedroom. I was so terrified, but I finally went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw what appeared to be an ectoplasm swirling above my head. I spent most of my childhood years terrified of sleeping. Being a middle child of an older sister and a younger brother, I'd hide my prized possessions, jewelry, money, whatever I thought I didn't want them to get a hold of. Almost every time I hide something, it would disappear and reappear later in a different location. Thinking my siblings had discovered my hiding place, I'd find a new one, each time to have them disappear and reappear once again. The really strange part came later. We sold the house when I was 13 to another girl's family I went to school with. After she'd moved in, I'd asked her one day if she noticed anything weird in the house, and she said no, but her sister refused to go into the bedroom that scared me. Sister's explanation was that someone was watching her, and she was a middle child also. I guess there must have been some connection to middle children. I said something years later about the house being haunted in front of my aunt. She said she'd always had a feeling that something was wrong with the house. I'd appreciate your input as to what you think my experience meant. I had a person tell me one time I was a demon that wanted me, but I'm not even sure. While I lived there, although I was the only family member that had strange experiences inside the house, I wasn't the only one who had strange experiences in the area. In the fall, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12 a.m., my mother would see balls of light floating in the field and wooded areas across the road from my house. She would always ask me to come look, but I had enough terror inside the house, and as far as I was concerned, the woods were my only safe haven while at home. So I never looked and never witnessed the lights myself, but both my sister and my mom did. When I was 19, I started dating this guy who was friends with a neighbor from the house I'd lived in. Basically, he lived catty corner from me, with their house backing up to the woods mine faced. My new boyfriend asked me if I ever saw anything strange in the woods. I said no. He told me that his neighbor's kid, who was a friend of his, told him that he'd seen balls of lights in the woods. I then told my boyfriend about my mother and sister's experiences. So apparently, it wasn't just restricted to my family. Another experience I had was when I was in my early 20s, when my grandfather passed away. We'd always loved each other very much, but didn't have a close relationship because of my grandmother, whom I didn't get along with. I was present when he passed away and was devastated. 3 months passed, enough time to allow me to grieve and get on with my life. I was asleep one night and awoke to find my grandfather sitting on the side of my bed. He told me not to be scared, that he had a message for me. He told me I needed to get my life straight, or I was headed for trouble. I remember he held my hand and told me that he was going to tell me what heaven is like, but I'm not allowed to remember what he told me. I remember him being present for a while longer, but can't remember a word he said. Now that I'm an adult and have some time and distance between me and these experiences I had as a child, I'd like to try to discover what these experiences meant, or why I was chosen to have this one. Do you have any suggestions? Also, even now, I can drive by a place or house and tell that it's haunted. Does that mean that I'm psychic or paranormally gifted? Usually I just get kinda jumpy and frightened, but one night, I was out repossessing vehicles, something I did part-time for a while, and my partner pulled up to this house. I was so terrified of that house that I told him he better turn around immediately, or I was getting out of the vehicle and running. Please help me to understand what is going on with me. I'm finally getting to a point I accept it and want to understand it, rather than how I've been so terrified in the past that I didn't even want to talk about it. In 1983, when I was 18 years old, I was severely ill. I woke up one morning and my face was badly swollen. My mother took me to the emergency room. I was placed in the ICU the next day as I went unconscious. It would take a team of doctors over a week to finally diagnose me. It was a rare disease. There was only 2 case histories. They both died from it years before. That's why my doctors had no idea what it was. It was from a sinus infection that had backed up behind my brain. From this, I developed a brain abscess. The night before they would make the decision if I needed brain surgery to remove the abscess, I was lying in my hospital bed, praying that the abscess would have shrunk a little. I felt someone standing beside my bed. I was sure it was a nurse, as it was very late. Too late for visitors. When I turned to talk, it wasn't a nurse at all. It was my grandfather, who died 1 year earlier. At that moment, I wasn't afraid. He said to me, "You'll be fine." When I asked if you were sure, he then replied, "Do you doubt me?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Everything will be fine. You will be alright." This part has puzzled me ever since he told me. He said, "Take care of your mother." This was my mother's father, and he simply turned around and walked out of the room. The nurses came in, and I was wondering what happened to my grandfather. They didn't say anybody walked into the room, and they told me to calm down. I swear I knew what I saw. I knew it was my grandfather. But the whole situation was just weird, and it gets weirder. I thought he meant that I would do fine through the surgery, my grandfather. Now here's the kicker. He had brain surgery about 7 years before his own death. Even crazier, the next morning I had an x-ray, and they came to tell me that my abscess was completely gone. First of all, I have no idea what happened. Even the doctors were confused. They wanted to take even more x-rays, and I obliged, and they confirmed no abscess whatsoever. As for my grandfather talking about my mother, I had no idea why he was mentioning her. She was pretty healthy at the time, but it makes sense now. Recently, she has been diagnosed with MS, diabetes, and in September, she had heart failure. In November, she almost died and had triple bypass surgery. Through the years, my family has had many encounters with the spirit world, but this was the most wonderful one. In the summer of 1994, my sister and I moved to Hawaii to live with our father. While we were gone, our mother moved into an apartment to save money. Right away, strange things started to happen. Her 2 cats would never enter the bedroom of the apartment, choosing instead to sleep in the living room. They would claw and bite if you tried to carry them in there, and then run quickly away. Mom only spent one night in the room, and then opted for the living room as well. She didn't see anything, but felt as if there was someone watching her, or that someone was in the room. A few weeks later, she returned home from work to find her disposable razor disassembled on the bathroom counter. Even the twin blades were removed, and the whole apparatus was laid out in a straight row. The next night, my cousin, Stacy, and her husband, Mitch, went to stay over at my mom's with her. They were in from out of town, not going over to ease her fears. She wasn't scared yet. The 2 of them argued with Mom over sleeping arrangements, and she assured them that they never slept in the bedroom anyway. That night, my mother woke to hear Stacy and Mitch screaming in terror. Mom ran into the room to find Mitch trying to pull Stacy off the bed. She was screaming to get her off the bed, so Mom started pulling too. Once they got her to the floor, Stacy said that it felt like someone was sitting on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. And while it was going on, she said she could see a teenage boy in the corner, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them decided to drive to my grandma's to spend the night. Fast forward to Christmas break, when my sister and I came home to visit. Our first afternoon at the apartment, we heard a loud crash from the bathroom. All people and animals in the house were accounted for in the living room, so we went to check it out. Everything from the cabinet under the sink was out on the bathroom floor. It wasn't all tipped over, however. It was lined up in a straight row. After that, Mom told my sister and I about all the strange things that had occurred. My sister and I were thrilled, thought it was really cool. Mom said that we were more than welcome to sleep in the bedroom if we wanted to, so we did. Early the next morning, I woke up and thought I saw someone standing in the walk-in closet. The sun was just starting to come up, and I thought for sure it was my sister playing a trick on me. When I looked over in bed, she wasn't there. Instead, there was a guy, maybe teens or early 20s, with shaggy black hair and no face, in bed with me. He reached out for me, and I literally wet my pants, running into the living room. I woke my mom and sister, who had moved during the night, said she had the creeps, and attempted to tell them what happened. Mom told us to get our stuff, and we left. Later that afternoon, I recited the story to Stacy, and she said the guy I described was the one she saw laughing at her. Mom went to the leasing office a week later and asked to be moved to another apartment. All the leasing agent had to say was that no one had lived in that apartment longer than 4 months. It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and lay there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right. The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds, when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I'd just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I'd managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, when I heard the 3 knocks again. My heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine. I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle, and yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days in my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry, reminded me of a punk rocker, although this was not so. I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing, but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises
and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some wore medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen and it was gone again. I decided to heck with it and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar where we had found it. We left that day and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs.
To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby, and one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. Hi, my name is Tariq, and this is my supernatural experience. It happened to me when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I seem to remember it was quite a sunny afternoon. Nothing particularly unusual about that day. My mother asked me to go upstairs and wake my father, who often took afternoon naps. I remember feeling quite lazy, and I could not really be bothered going all the way upstairs to attempt to wake my dad sleeping. However, my mom insisted, so I did. I was about to walk up the stairs when I suddenly was overcome with fear, as what I had saw made no sense to me. There, at the top of the stairs, was the biggest dog I'd ever seen in my life. It appeared to fill the whole space of the landing and was near the height of the ceiling. The dog appeared to be aggressive and was barking and growling so loud that it could have woken the dead. I was so shaken and scared that I just froze in the spot. I shouted for my mom. I said, "Mom, I can't go upstairs," and she told me not to be lazy. I told her no, there was this big dog at the top of the stairs, and it would not let me pass. My mom came out to me, and she said, "Tariq, we do not even have a dog." Of course, this is what I already knew. I quickly told my mom to get over here and see what I was seeing, but by the time she arrived and looked up the stairs, it was gone. This perplexed me even more, and being the age I was, I couldn't even understand it. I started to doubt myself, wondering if I ever even saw it at all, and I trusted and believed in my mother. So if she didn't really see it, maybe I was just hallucinating, and it really wasn't there. Obviously, the dog disappeared, and after a while, I forgot about it, and never resurfaced again. However, these memories came back when I was about 12 years old, and I spoke to my mom about it. Looking back on it, I do believe I saw something paranormal, but any ideas on why my mom or dad could not see it or hear it, and why was the dog being so protective, beats me. I don't know, but it was sure a scary sight. It just sucks that I feel like I was the only one who had saw it, and it makes me crazy. But what can you do? I don't know. I recently had an experience that I can't explain, and decided to tell my story here. In June, my boyfriend Ian, our then 15-month-old twins, of course me as well, we all went to his family reunion. While we were there, we had a wonderful time meeting his family and getting to know everyone really well. We stayed at his father and stepmother's home with the immediate family. One night,
While everyone was asleep, one of the girls started crying, most likely from being in a new place or losing her pacifier. I woke up and, still groggy, I sat up in the bed. I looked over to the crib. Next to the crib, there was a little old woman standing there looking into the crib. When I saw her, she didn't scare me, and I thought nothing of it. She looked at me, put her finger up to her mouth, kind of bent down, and whispered, "Shh." So I laid back down and fell back to sleep. Brianna slept through the rest of the night. The next morning, I got up and remembered what I saw. Not sure if I dreamt it or not. I pulled Ian away from the family and asked him if he had a picture of his grandmother. The family had spoken a lot of her the previous day at the reunion, but I had never met her. Ian was very close to her and was very upset at the time of her death. It would have been almost 9 years ago. They found one, and after I saw the picture, I felt this warmth, the only way I can describe it, and it filled my body. It was the lady I saw the night before. I wasn't sure if I should tell anyone, for fear of them thinking I was insane, but I decided to tell Ian. When I told him, he kinda gasped. Like I said, he was very close to his grandmother. I'm glad I told him. Later, as we were talking to the family, someone said, "Oh, it would have been so wonderful for her to be here and see all the family together." Speaking of the grandmother, Ian looked at me and asked me to tell everyone what I saw. I'm still new to this family and wouldn't want to be dubbed as the crazy one just yet, so I kept it to myself. Thanks for giving me a place to share this. In 1983, we moved into a home that had suddenly been vacated by the owners. The man had suffered a heart attack at the front door and died. His wife went into serious shock and suffered some emotional distress. After the funeral, her children decided to take her back to Missouri. I'd personally known the couple in 1971, as I had lived in a house on the connecting street. Our backyards were contiguous. Mr. Williams had been the water superintendent for the city for many years. He was an upstanding citizen, a loving family man, and a friend to many people. Shortly after moving in, he got the feeling that Mr. Williams had never really left his home. At night, after everyone had turned in, footsteps could be heard throughout the home. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping up and down the hall, outside the bedrooms. I would get up and check to see if the children were awake, and would find them sleeping soundly in their beds. Once in a while, doors would open up wide, as if someone was entering a room, and then the door would slam shut. One night, my wife at the time awoke to see the form of a man standing at the end of our bed. He woke up on her side and leaned over a little. She laid there terrifying, knowing that I was very hard to wake up, and that if this were a burglar, I would not suddenly spring into action against the intruder. She maintained her position and just peered through her eyelids. Suddenly, the figure just faded away. These occurrences persisted for about a month. One morning, at around 2:30 a.m., we were suddenly awakened by the bedroom door slamming open with a violent force. We were very tired of Mr. Williams' nightly tirades, and I was running on my last nerve. I got up and decided to try to talk with this confused soul. I addressed him as Mr. Williams and told him that he had suffered a heart attack and had died. I told him that his wife had gone to Missouri to live with his children. I told him that we were paying rent to his children to live in this house, and we worked hard for our money. I started to get angry with him, and told him that if he wanted to rant and rave and stomp about the house, he needed to do it when we weren't there, as he was disturbing our sleep.
If he continued, we would be forced to move, and his children would have to find other renters. I suggested he go to Missouri, because that is where he would find his wife. After that, we never heard from Mr. Williams again. In August of 1997, I was helping a friend deliver some things for a post-funeral reception that was to be held in the officers' quarters number 1 at Fort Concho in San Angelo, Texas. Fort Concho is the best preserved and reconstructed cavalry fort in America. This is where the Buffalo Soldiers were stationed. It was very early in the morning, and we had to get the key to the building from the curator. We drove to the other side of the parade ground and parked the van. We went inside, and I took some things up to the staircase to the second floor, while my buddy worked on the first floor. I walked into the west bedroom upstairs, and immediately felt like I had just walked between two people that were standing shoulder to shoulder. I was walking into a tremendous field of static electricity. I had a cold sensation, and the hairs on my neck and arms stood straight out. I put the vase down that I was carrying, and found myself compelled to say, "Excuse me." Then I proceeded to the east bedroom. When I entered the room, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, playing on the floor to my left. I placed the vase, and when I turned around, she faded away. A couple of days later, I was again with my friend. We stopped by the house of the lady who was responsible for financing the restoration of Officers' Quarter number 1. My friend mentioned that I had felt a presence and saw a little girl. I told her that I had seen her in the east bedroom, and she told me that a little girl had died in that very room. Maybe it was her parents that I felt in the west bedroom, or just someone else watching over her. A few months later, I had the opportunity to stop by the officers' quarters number 1 when it was open to the public. I was walking around, and a staff member volunteer came up and asked me what I thought of the building. I told her I thought it was haunted, and repeated the story of the little girl. The lady took me into the dining room and pointed to a portrait on the wall. It was the same little girl I had seen upstairs. I would first like to say, I was not a believer in ghosts or spirits. I was in the Navy at the time, and had been just transferred to Japan. My family and I arrived there in August of '91. I felt very lucky because the Navy had just opened Harrio, a new housing complex about 9 miles from the naval base. This meant that my family and I would not have to live off base. My wife and I were taken out to the Harrio to pick out a house. Being newly opened, we basically had the pick of the litter. My wife and I chose a nice 3-bedroom room townhouse in the center of the housing complex. We moved in within 3 days and began to settle down. Nothing much happened for the first month or two. Then one night, my daughter, who was 3 at the time, started waking up at night crying. She would point at the wall and tell me to make the snake lady go away. This happened about once a week. Of course, I thought she was just having bad dreams. We let her sleep in her bed when this happened. My wife became pregnant at the time, and we were allowed to move into a 4-bedroom house. I was hoping this move would solve the snake lady problem. As we moved into the new house, I assured her the snake lady was gone forever. Boy, was I wrong. It was about 2 weeks before our encounters with the snake lady started again. This time my wife and I could actually feel some sort of electrical charge throughout the house. These encounters intensified, and my daughter started to see more and more apparitions. She would tell me that the snake lady wanted to take her away. I, being a skeptic, thought the electrical charge was sort of funny, but never gave much thought about my daughter's nightmare being real. Then one night, My wife and I were awakened by my daughter, screaming at the top of her lungs. We rushed into her room to find her pressed against the far wall, her feet approximately 1 foot off the ground. My wife and I both grabbed her arms, and with one of my feet pressed against the wall, I pulled with all my might. She wouldn't budge. I'm not a small man, 5'10", 191 pounds, and I worked out all the time. I could not get her off the wall. All the while she was screaming that the snake lady wanted to take her away. Scared to death, I started praying in my head. My daughter started to slide down the wall, and she fell into our arms. I don't know what it was, but I believe there is something out there that we don't know about. The next day I blessed every room in the house with olive oil. This seemed to do the trick, because my daughter never had another experience. My wife is Japanese, and she did some investigating of the area's history. Harrio was once an internment camp for the sick and dying Japanese soldiers of World War II. There is a shrine just outside the back gate for the soldiers that died there. And that's what we found out. Thanks for reading. It's funny, really, because I've been reading your site for quite some time and have marveled over the experiences people have had, but never, ever thought I would be emailing you my story. This experience is mainly my two friends, but I experienced it firsthand last night. They live in RAF, Royal Air Force Quarters, in Middlesex in England, and have never really mentioned anything before. A couple of weeks ago, Susie and I were chatting about various things when the subjects of ghosts came up. Funny enough, the handprints have come back since Elena was born, said Susie. Handprints? What handprints? I replied. It seems that since they moved in over 3 years ago, they've had various things happen. So she took me upstairs, and there, clear as day, was a set of huge handprints on the wall just above their bed. Apparently, she has tried everything to get rid of them, and they disappeared when she was pregnant. As soon as the baby was born, they came back, and when I saw Susie and Jay last night, they casually informed me that the handprints had moved. By now, I was getting quite spooked out. We went outside for a cigarette, with one of the music channels on the TV playing. When we came back in, the channel had changed to some gruesome true murder documentary. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on edge at this stage, and it took Susie a good 5 minutes to change the channel back. Also, they've both watched a candle that stood on top of the telly very casually move from the middle and drop off at the end. Things have been moved around, never hidden, and the TV also turns on and off. Susie and Jay were very relaxed about this, and the ghost obviously means them no harm. Last night, it was Susie, Jay, and me, and they told me what happened last Sunday. Apparently, Susie had gone up to change Elena, and had set out her pajamas and nappy out in the changing mat in the bedroom. She was bathing Elena, and thought that perhaps she could use one of the smaller nappies instead of the big one that she had pulled out. When she went back into the bedroom, the pajamas and the big nappy had been thrown onto the chair, and in a perfect arc were 3 of the smaller nappies on the changing mat. Poor Jay got it right in the neck for that, until he explained that he hadn't been upstairs at all. Again, the hairs on my neck were standing on end, and when I had to go upstairs to use their toilet, Susie had to come with me. We then went out for a cigarette, and as we were sitting there, I saw the shadow of someone walking to the kitchen. Didn't think anything of it until I realized that we were all sitting outside. I told them, and Susie said that she sees shadows out of the corner of her eye all the time. We then went back in, and I was sitting on the sofa next to Susie, talking to Jay, when I noticed that she was staring at something right behind her. I asked what she was looking at, but
but she said nothing at first, knowing how freaked out I was getting. She then began to tell me that she noticed a transparent man with an axe lodged into his forehead casually move from the room we were in and into the kitchen, then disappear. She had told me that when she was alone in the living room, another time, that she also saw a man sitting down at the kitchen table, as if he was writing on a piece of paper, then disappear shortly after. Apparently, they are not the only ones to experience things. It seems that quite a few people in the row of houses had strange things happen, and the couple on end have seen a shadowy figure. She asked me to babysit Elena next week. Must admit, not too keen on having the extra company though. When I was about 10 years old, my family lived with my great-grandmother and me, and my brother had to sleep in the basement. Half was for storage, half was an extra room. So one night, at like 3, I had to walk to the top floor to take a pee. On my way down, I hear the voice of a little girl say goodbye. Then I noticed that same voice, and it said die. I immediately freaked out and ran back into my room, absolutely terrified. There was another incident with my brother. He was in the basement, and he heard the same voice coming up the stairs from it. It said die as well. And he turned back, looked down the stairs, and the apparition of a girl was standing right there, and then materialized and disappeared in an instant. When I was 15, we moved out to New Jersey. When I was 16, I heard horribly violent screaming. It sounded like a woman, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. 3 days later, my brother, he was 19. He heard the same screaming coming from our bedroom closet. Nowadays we don't hear any mysterious voices, but we both know they had to be ghosts. And not only that, they had to be evil. And I don't want to experience that ever again. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to either. Thanks for listening.
I first became aware of a presence in our home when I was a child of 4 years. When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I will fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed, so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts!" And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble, and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss, and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on a night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people, Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not. And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or it didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a darkened black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against the grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the 2 other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. A glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition, the people who owned a house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. Early March last year, my husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tent. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out, that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today. According to him, he told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a rundown camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small. It was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did. But I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on our porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted to help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but I just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone, and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something that I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had a first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen and I was upstairs when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs, in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy, because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night, and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure, suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved down. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did, and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us, because from time to time, we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she was about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. That was the moment where I woke up, and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like 2 Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life, and it has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the second floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room, march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my oh-so-logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we were tired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker Cemetery, just for a good night scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. Two of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room. As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed two things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George, and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically. Strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed, and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence at my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999, I spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I'd originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wondered how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused a mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the fourth floor admitted to strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure if the story was something just to amuse the tourists. Were the phone calls, stirring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related? There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. I wanted to share my own personal experience with you regarding my beloved Nana. She passed away in 1984. I took her death very hard and would go to visit her grave often. After my now ex-husband and I married in 1998, I became pregnant within the year. Since I knew that my ex and I would not stay together for the long term, and since our marriage was so troubled, I found myself up at Nana's grave many times, sometimes just to talk to her and ask her to guide me and to watch over myself and the baby. The first time I went to see her grave, I hadn't been there for nearly 2 years at the time. I was pretty certain of what row her stone was in, but not completely sure. I asked her out loud to help me find her, and so help me God if I'm lying. I ended up parking directly in front of her row. I thanked her and walked over to her grave, placing a single rose on it and crying. I was about 6 months pregnant with my daughter at the time, and I was very certain that her love for us would get us through the rough months ahead. Shortly after our daughter was born, my ex-husband and I were having major problems, major fights. It was obvious to the both of us that we would eventually split up permanently. We separated when my daughter was 3 months old, and I moved into an apartment with my infant. Shortly after, I could feel my Nana's presence. I never saw anything. I always asked her not to appear to me, as she knew I would be afraid. But her presence was unmistakable, especially in my daughter's nursery. It never frightened me. Conversely, I felt very comforted and protected. As a new mother, I took many photos of my infant those first few months. I never noticed until a friend pointed out to me that in one of them, which was a picture of the nursery, there is a vortex on the right, like a solid bar of white light, and to the left of that, an arched mist that almost looks like the shape of a rainbow, but you can see the wall right through it. Also, the picture of the room came out as if I had taken it from on the floor, or close to the floor, and pointed the camera up. I would have never taken a picture from that angle, and I know I didn't. I cried when I realized that the vortex and the light are my Nana watching over her great-great-granddaughter and me. I don't think it's a coincidence, either, that the photo is focused on the rocking chair and the mist is right across it. I should also mention that shortly after my Nana passed away in the 80s, and my brother and I still lived at the home with my parents, that one night I was up reading in bed and walked out into the kitchen. My brother was sitting at the kitchen table, shaken and white as a sheet, almost crying. A second later, my mother walked out of her bedroom, and she was crying. They both professed, at exactly the same moment, that they had seen Nana appear to them and tell them not to worry, and that she was all right. I might add that their bedrooms were on opposite sides of the house. My mother also had a separate incident where she saw my Nana at the end of her bed. She wasn't at all afraid, just comforted. I still visit my Nana just to say hello, and it comforts me to know that someday I'll meet her again. Until then, I guess I'll just be comforted by her presence and know that her ghost is still looming around. And no matter what, I'm always a fan of Nana. How can you not like Nana? She's amazing. I miss you, Nana, but I'll see you again. This incident occurred about 20 years ago in Mishikawa, Indiana, when I was only 9. Our house was built in 1904, so it had the huge solid oak doors in trim. The living room was very long, with ceilings which are 12 feet high. I hope you got the idea of the architecture of this house. The basement was a full one, divided into 2 rooms, and this is where most of the presents seem to be. I'll get to that later. Back to the house though. The master bedroom was downstairs, with its entrance being oak sliding doors. All of the fixtures were of the early 1900s also, so the living lights were hanging chandeliers, one at each end of the living room. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms, with a landing at the top with a banister guarding the stairs. The stairs were enclosed and curved, and this will be important in a minute. The house upstairs wasn't insulated well, so in the winter it was cold, and in the summer, hot. As a consequence, my 2 brothers and I slept on the pull-out couch downstairs. One night, my younger brother and I went upstairs to get ready for bed, and as we were going down the stairs, I looked back up due to the feeling something was there, and I saw an apparition coming towards us. I screamed and told my brother to look up. He did, and saw the same, so we flew down the rest of the stairs and yelled at our parents to go look for the man. They did, and of course, nothing was there. Now, let me describe the ghost. He was not opaque, he was complete in his form, and he was dressed in Catholic priest clothes. I noticed this because we're not Catholic, but my friend next door was, and I visited her church just down the road. I thought this was very peculiar, but what I thought was even more peculiar was the fact he was holding a gun, and he pointed it directly at us, or so what I thought was a gun. Of course, my parents told us we were young and had very vivid imaginations, and it was nothing. Years later, however, my mother confessed that she knew the house was haunted, and also because when she was the only one home, she would hear something walking up the stairs and on the stairs. We always had German shepherds, and our dog would growl at the ceiling and would never go in the basement. Now, onto the basement. I knew there was a presence here in the back room where the water heater was, because it was much colder, and felt wrong. It felt evil and bad, and didn't want anyone there, because it felt you, and you just had to leave immediately. I want to say that the upstairs didn't have this feeling to it, even though this is where we saw the man. I'm not sure of the history of this house, and soon after this incident, we moved to Florida on my dad's company transfer. I just want to give my opinion on this. After researching different types of hauntings, I feel that this was a replay of some kind, and I was a witness to it. I do feel that there might have been more than one presence, because the evil in the basement was different than the other, and the one in the basement didn't want anyone there. He did other things to give us this feeling. Mostly, the noises were harmless and no bother to us, but it was the basement that we avoided for whatever reason. I would love to hear what you all think of this, and the type of haunting you feel it is. I used to spend a lot of nights driving around in my youth. I was young and reckless, and had no clear direction in life, so I'd often find myself aimlessly driving, late at night. I'd spent a majority of my adolescent years dependent on drugs, and unfortunately, almost succumbed to an overdose. I was harming others, but most importantly, I was on a path to self-destruction. The night before my overdose, I had a creepy paranormal experience that, fortunately for me and those around me, changed my entire life for the better. It was another one of those late night drives. I'd gotten into a verbal altercation with my parents. Words that weren't meant to be said were exchanged, and I ended up running away from home. I took the keys and headed out driving for hours until I ended up in an unfamiliar town. I was starting to get a little exhausted, was 6 hours away from home, and was running low on gas. What happened next will always be embedded into my subconscious for the rest of my life. I pulled up to a gas station in the middle of nowhere. Now, like I said, this area was completely isolated from the rest of the world. It had a last house on the left kind of feel. Until I ended up at the gas station. I'd driven past miles and miles of just cornfields and farmland. Woods all around, nobody in sight. I ended up walking to the gas station and bought myself a pack of cigarettes from the station attendant. He noticed I looked a little confused and asked if I was lost. I said yeah, I was. This was before GPS and cell phones, and I didn't have a map with me. He told me there was a bridge in the distance that was visible from the gas station less than a mile or so away, but said if I crossed it, I could pass another town nearby and find a highway that could take me back home. I thanked him, pumped my gas, and went driving towards the bridge. As I started to make my way through this road, and on my way through the bridge, rain started to pour down, and I could barely see through my windshield. It had rained so much that it almost obscured my vision, and there was no source of light anywhere along the dirt road I was traveling on, except for my headlights. The guy at the gas station told me the bridge was very close by, and even though I could see it in the distance before it started raining hard, it felt like it had been forever before I could see it. Just then, I finally came across the bridge, despite the downpour. This is the part that really startled me. I was driving across the bridge, absolutely nobody in sight, no other cars. It was late at night, 3 a.m., and nothing but trees and bushes scattered around the bridge. I kept driving across this long bridge, and that's when my headlights shined onto this small child who suddenly appeared within my field of vision. All I could remember was that his eyes were glowing, almost like an animal in the night. I was unable to stop in time, and I thought I had hit him. I immediately panicked, stopped the car in the pouring rain, got out to check to see if he was okay, and the kid was nowhere to be found. It confused the hell out of me, because again, what kid would be playing around in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, and in the pouring rain? I didn't even hear a thud, or any noise besides the sound of the rain falling down on my car at the moment of impact. I looked under the car. It was as if this child didn't even exist. I remember distinctly that the boy was wearing overalls and a hat. It looked like a completely real boy. There was no mistaking that this was a human. Now, I mentioned my recklessness and drug abuse because this incident caused me to turn my life completely around. I was so worried that I accidentally hit a child, and it may have ran off into the woods, that it made me swear to always be alert and never fight with my parents again. This happened when my brother was around 5 years old. It was around 2 a.m., and he went into my parents' room to get in bed with my mom. My mom's bed was right by one of the bathroom doors. The door on the other end of the bathroom led to where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement. He got in bed and was facing the bathroom. He got scared and woke up my mom and asked who the little girl in the bathroom was. He said he had never seen her before. He told my mom that she was just standing there, staring at him. My mom said the way he was talking, like there was really someone there, it really scared her. She said she just rolled over and shut her eyes. She was too scared to even look. I don't think a 5-year-old imagines things like that. While we were in the same house, my mom's cousin was hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell on his gun and killed himself. The family thinks he came back to say bye because it was such a sudden death. A few days after he died, when we were all in bed, a light in the hallway bathroom would click on and off. It was an older house, so the switch made a really loud click when he turned it on and off. My mom would be sitting on the couch late at night, with her back facing the hallway. You can sometimes feel when someone is behind you, and she said she heard me breathing hard and walking up the hallway. She called my name and turned around, and no one was there. At the same time, at her cousin's parents' and sister's house, similar things were happening. His old toys from when he was younger were stored in the basement of his parents' house. One night his electric train turned on. It was going around the track. No one knew this was happening to other family members until my mom called his parents and told them what was happening to her. The next day they went somewhere and tried to contact them. They all said they loved him and it was time for him to move on. They think he was trying to contact the family because he died suddenly. After they talked to him, everything stopped. The following happened back in July 1995. Me and a friend traveled around the UK by train. It was about 4 p.m. Then we checked in at a bed and breakfast in Manchester. All double room was occupied, so we got the 2 single rooms, which was located next to each other. We were quite tired after a long day trip by train, so we rest for a moment. Later we went out to eat something, had a beer in the hotel bar, and then headed up to the rooms for sleeping. The time was about 11 p.m. I closed the Vatican blind, turned off the light, and almost immediately fell asleep. The room was pitch dark. Then, after about 2 hours, I woke up and found the room bathed in light. The light almost blinded me. I had a strong emotion to walk towards the window, just like I was enforced to do so, and then I went up. I heard voices and music, like old folklore or something. The voices was only like a murmur, so I actually couldn't hear what it says. It was like being in a full-up restaurant or a pub or something. I was not actually scared, but it was an uneasy and confusing experience. Then, I reached the window and opened the Venetian blind. Everything turned to normal again, quiet and pitch dark. I went back to bed again, and to my surprise, I fell asleep after only about 10 minutes. The morning after, we met up and headed down the stairs for breakfast. Afraid of being regarded as a fool or jackass, I told him it was only a dream. Then, I almost dropped my coffee pot when he told me that the exact same thing happened to him. He has always been quite skeptical to the paranormal things, but I think this experience has changed his mind a bit. I would be very glad if you could give me your opinion. I have apprehension about what really happened that night. I know I was fully awakened, and it can't be my imagination, because the same thing happened to him. As I said in a previous mail, I'm not so good with English, so I hope you understand me. You may publish my story if you want, but you better circumscribe it before. Hi there, my name's Joe. My friend Colin probably wrote you recently about some recent activity. For the past I don't know how many years, I've been able to feel, and to an extent see ghosts. I can sense what they are feeling and what their intentions are. However, for about 3 years, my friend Colin started having sleeping problems. I already knew his house was haunted, but what was haunting it was the spirit of what I think is a 5-year-old child. For Christmas the year before, a friend of ours that lived in Thailand sent us all gifts. However, Colin was the one that received a house that you would leave tokens and gifts in to help ward off evil spirits. Over time, it stopped doing that. Trapped in the house was some kind of creature, like a demon. It was huge, dark, and very menacing. I still don't know how to use all of my abilities very well, but at the time, I sure as hell didn't, but I attempted this anyway. We attempted to destroy the house and everything in it. It took 45 minutes just to get it to catch fire. During this 45 minutes, I was attempting to immobilize the creature inside the house. After 45 minutes, I was able to trap it by pure luck. After I trapped it, I was able to see what was being stored in the house. It was a large field, fire everywhere, dead bodies on fire, blood everywhere. It reminded me of what hell would look like when described to you as a child. After that, I was drained. I couldn't do much of anything. I thought I lost all my abilities, but after 2 months they started coming back, very slowly. I knew this only because I was able to see the ghost in Colin's house again. While I was living in Korea, I encountered a few spirits, but they were by chance and left over from the war. That was when I knew my abilities were back to full, but I wanted to learn how to better use them, and I'm not having any luck. Well, to end the story on a bad note, last week my friend Jess asked about any ghost encounter any of us have had, so Colin and I talked about this one. So Jess got curious and wanted to see where it happened. Reluctantly, we took him there. Surprisingly enough, development has been going on in the area for the last 5 years, but at the spot where we destroyed the house, nothing is built. We went to the spot, and I was able to feel it out from residue from when we first destroyed it, but after a few minutes, it wasn't just that. The feeling I was getting became stronger until it made me sick. I almost passed out, and I doubled over dry heaving. It turns out it was still trapped there until that night. Somehow, it got loose. I don't know how or why, but now I have to get rid of it for good, and I don't know how. In 1989, I moved into a government apartment in a small town containing 7 units. The last apartment was occupied by a single mom with a small child and her boyfriend. The previous year, they, man and woman, were murdered and shot to death in their bed, in their first bedroom by the woman's estranged ex. No one wanted to move into the apartment because of the history surrounding the apartment. I was a young mother and had 2 children and needed a place to live, and thought nothing of this. In time, I was told of the strange happenings of the place and chalked it up to superstition or small-minded people with too much time on their hands. Things were pretty quiet for me and my little ones for the first few months. Then small things started to occur. Light over the sink area in my kitchen would mysteriously come on in the middle of the night. Being the only adult in the house, and the only person who would actually reach the switch, this had me worried that I had an electrical short or something, and promptly had it checked out. Nothing. Perfectly normal. Kitchen cabinet doors would be halfway open in the mornings when I awoke. I scolded my oldest daughter, 7 years at the time, for climbing the counters and getting snacks out, and she told me that she was asleep and she didn't do it. My youngest daughter, 2 years old at the time, was starting to make a habit of getting up in the middle of the night and getting into bed with me. Very unusual for her. She's a hard sleeper. At one point, I was having trouble sleeping, so much so, to the point I went to a doctor and got sleeping medication, all to no avail. I always woke up at 3 a.m. and had a difficult time getting back to sleep. Nothing worked until I rearranged my bedroom furniture and moved my bed from one end of the room to the other. Once, while my oldest daughter was visiting her grandmother overnight, myself and my youngest daughter decided to take a bubble bath together in the late evening. While we were in the tub, I heard jingle bells rattling around in the cup on a shelf not 5 feet from me. All of my windows were closed, and no one else was in the house. Couldn't explain it at the time. After 3 years, I chose to move in with a man to a better neighborhood. My landlord chose that time to tell me the complete history of my apartment. He showed me the newspaper articles on what happened, and after reading all of them, I understood all. The ex climbed through the bathroom window and shot them both dead at 3 a.m. and took the child, which was sleeping between the two. Her bed was in the exact position as I had my bed when I couldn't sleep. The mom was a stay-at-home mom and was always in the kitchen fixing stuff for her little child, making homemade cookies, snacks, and such. She always left the kitchen sink light on for her boyfriend when he came in late at night. My daughter always getting into my bed late at night was quickly understood by me. The other bedroom was never used by the child. She always slept with her mother and the boyfriend. No other tenants have reported any activity in this unit. Of course, they didn't have a smaller female children either. Time will tell if this ghost will ever find peace or her final rest. Before moving out, the last night there, I made my peace with her and told her I understood why she did the things she did. I understand she wasn't trying to scare me or my little girls, and I wished her peace. One afternoon of 1995 or 96, I was dusting our bedroom, the master bedroom, in our apartment. Right beside our bedroom was a small hallway leading up to the bathroom into the other bedroom. I remember being in a very good mood. I'd been doing a few changes in the decoration of the bedroom and was now dusting. I was happy with the results, and as I was dusting, I was talking about the changes with my husband, or what I thought was my husband, standing in the hallway. All smiling and happy, I started to tell him, or what I thought was him, "Hey Frankie, look at what I've just done. Isn't that nice?" I advanced in the hallway to bring him in the bedroom, and as I neared him, he disappeared. I nearly jumped. Now, as I was dusting, I happened to turn my head towards the hallway, which was on my right, and there stood a man who very much looked like my husband and who was dressed in modern clothes, a short and a t-shirt. When I saw him, I was sure he was my husband. That is when I started talking to him, and as I was cheerily and happily explaining the changes to him, he had this most beautiful smile of encouragement. He seemed to be happy for me. What a surprise when I realized that I had been speaking to someone or something else than my husband, and when I saw it, it disappeared. It is when this being disappeared that I realized that my husband was lying on the couch and watching TV. He was very surprised when I told him what happened. I live in Australia, and I've been seeing spirits ever since I was about 2 years old. My first experience was just after my grandmother's death. I was visiting her grave for the first time, and then all of a sudden, I started hearing voices. They were telling me to leave, that it was too dangerous for them and me if I stayed, that I had to run and never turn around. It is weird that I remember it, although my memory is not as clear as my mother's, but I remember most of the details. I know that this is pretty hard to believe, but I give you my word it is true. Although I think about it now and realize that I wasn't scared, at the time I knew that I had to leave, so I told my mom and dad, and we left. My dad didn't believe me, but my mom did. Since then, I've had many experiences with spirits, all of which have been good, except for one. This happened when I was 15. I'd been roped into a swimming carnival, and I can't swim too good, so I was practicing in my pool. The pool is down the very back, and you can't see the house from the pool, as it is behind a shed. I've often seen spirits down the back, but it has never worried me. It was getting late, and I've been swimming for a while, so stopped for a break. Whilst I was standing in the middle of the pool, I seen a baby sitting on the fence that surrounds the pool. I tried to look away, but I was in a trance. I finally stopped looking at it, but it was good, as I was suddenly dragged under the water. I struggled for about 2 minutes before it would let go. When it finally did, I ran inside. I told my mom, and she never believed me, but I've never been down there on my own ever since. My name is Evan, and my friend's name is Scott. We're making a trip to North Carolina for a concert in August of 1996. After the concert, we drove for a long while, finally making it to South Carolina, and were in need of a place to camp, as it was getting pretty late. We found the Kings Mountain State Park entrance, but being almost 2 a.m., the gates was locked. We both got out of the VW camper to see if we could get the gate open. The road was completely deserted, and being at the entrance, we were not even close to any campsites. With the headlights of the camper as our only source of light, a woman appeared out of nowhere. She had dark hair, thin white dress, and was barefoot. She asked us if we were with the wedding party, and we replied that we were not. As quickly as she appeared, she was gone. Scott and I thought it was kind of weird. No evidence of another car on the road, and the fact that she was barefoot in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. in the morning. Entertaining the thought that we may have had an encounter with a ghost, we forgot about it. Recently, I was reminded of the incident and thought I'd surf the web to see if there was documentation of some similar experience when I found your site. I was blown away when I found an entry for Kings Mountain State Park and the woman in the white dress. The entry said that she was murdered by the Klan for marrying a black man. I wonder if they were married right before the murder, and that's why she asked us if we were the wedding party. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms. My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me, as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into her bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he'd seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow. And I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation, for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short, but it remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened, and yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away. Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I loved my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after Grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discover his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get Grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., the cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. My brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and I felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built-up 1969 Dodge. One stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it, and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off of my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch. Well, there was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father, and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in that house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Our family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field,
with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new tract homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. What the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening.
I had recently sent a story about my grandfather visiting me about a week after his death. Well, that was one of the more comforting things that has happened to me. The next story I'm about to submit actually happened as a dream, but to this day, I feel a very strong connection with it. It all happened about 6 years ago. A 10-year-old girl mysteriously vanished from a sleepover at her friend's house. I never met this girl, and although we only shared the same first name, I had several odd dreams about her after her disappearance. One day, about 1 week after the child turned up missing, I woke up early one morning to go to work. It wasn't like any day though. I woke up feeling very sad and upset. I didn't have any idea why I was feeling like this, but something just wasn't right. So, I continued to get ready for work. When I got there, I still had this bizarre feeling that something big was about to unfold. About an hour into my long workday, I forgot about the feeling and went on with my day. A woman I work with came into work about an hour later and then asked me, "Did you hear they found the missing girl?" All of a sudden this feeling came back. I said yes. They found her in a dumpster wearing her blue nightgown. She replied, "Then did you hear?" I then started to cry uncontrollably and said no. She, the young girl, came to me in my dreams and showed me where she was and told me that I no longer had to play with her because it was time to move on and now she could rest in peace.
A woman just looked at me in disbelief and really didn't know what to say, and neither did I. I then realized this poor young soul felt compelled to have someone to be with her. Why she chose me, I will never know. Again, we did share the same first name, but other than that, I cannot explain what happened. Most people I tell this story to have a tendency of just looking at me with an odd expression on their face, but I too believe that it was all just more than a dream. I've never seen any ghosts or had any sort of experiences with the supernatural, but my friend, Amber, has. She was friends with this guy named Seth, whose mother was my high school coach. She was telling me about this house Seth's parents bought in Monticello, Florida, about 45 minutes away from where we live. It was a real old house with lots of land around it. This house was a weekend house for Seth's family. One day, Amber was invited to spend the weekend with them. She told me that on the way up there, they tried to warn her not to get scared because there were ghosts there. She thought they were pulling her leg and was laughing and playing along. When they got there, Amber was impressed with the 2-story wooden house. It was built in some old style from the 1800s, apparently. She walked upstairs to her room for the weekend and was given a tour of the house. Upon entering one room, she smelled something sour and bitter. It was right beneath the attic. She couldn't describe it to me, but let me know it wasn't pleasant. Then, she was led to the attic, supposedly the most haunted room. There were old rusted chains and shackles attached to the walls. A long time ago, a slave owner owned this home. The slaves would be punished by whipping and being shackled in the attic, with no food and water for several days. Amber said she had no eerie feeling, and didn't see anything out of ordinary. Later on that night, Seth and Amber were staying up late and playing games. They dared each other to go up to the attic, knowing the stories behind the deaths of slaves in the attics. When they went up the stairs and turned on the lights, they smelled that sour and metallic smell, and saw dark stains on the floor that wasn't there previously. Amber said she had never been so scared in her entire life. She thought her heart was going to stop beating, because it was beating so fast and hard. She and Seth went downstairs, wasting no time at all. Amber couldn't sleep at night, because she was certain she could hear the groans and cracking. The next day, Amber came straight home, and refused to come back to the house again. I talked later on with Seth's mother, my high school coach, and she said it was true. She gave more stories about how she'd find things moving or missing, how she smelled cigar smoke when no one smoked. She told me how she would come home at night, and all the lights would be on in the house. She told me she had not seen any ghosts, or even felt threatened. She actually thought of them as her friends, because they would turn on the lights for her at night when she came home. I wouldn't be able to stand it. Weird, huh? It makes me leery of my own house, even though my parents originally built it. I have a few experiences. In 1976, I was living in an old building, and every night, I would hear footsteps, heavy ones, walking on the floor above me. I then asked the apartment manager, who lived upstairs, and learned that no one did, and there was a crawl space. He checked it, and no one was there. So on a weekend when I knew no one was in the building except myself, I decided that if I heard the footsteps again, I would not be scared. Then the footsteps began pacing all night. I kept my wits and made plans to leave. I left the building. Second experience, about 1985. I was at work early one day, 9th and Market, and was going into the bathroom. A woman went in before me, not less than 1 foot in front of me, and so when I walked into the bathroom, no one was there, and I looked under all the stalls, and still, no one. yet there was one way into the bathroom and the same way out. The woman just looked like a solid body. The same thing happened once again late one evening when I was going into the bathroom, and I just rushed in just behind her to see her, and when I got in 2 seconds later, no one, not even in any of the stalls. Later I learned that the cleaning staff in the building saw the same thing. They saw the woman enter the bathroom, and they waited for the woman to leave the bathroom, but no one left, and when they went in to find her, she was not there. In 1977, a friend committed suicide. All that weekend that she had died, I was depressed and could not shake the feeling. Then on Monday, I went to my university library, and as I sat there trying to read late in the morning, I hear that someone yelled in my ear, except it penetrated my body, that Holly committed suicide. I jumped and looked around, but people were quiet and no one was saying anything, and I thought, where did I hear that? And I must be thinking negatively. I became uncomfortable and left the library to shop. When I returned at about 6 p.m. to read, a woman came up to me and said, "We're looking for you this morning. We're talking about you and wanted to tell you that Holly committed suicide." I said, "So this is true what I heard?" I was told to call Holly's husband, and he verified it and said he searched for me the whole entire weekend. The next day, a strange thing happened. In my grief, I meandered my way to work in a different direction, passing a funeral home where I noticed a coffin in a hearse, and my heart and love went out to it. Then, after I got to work, I checked the obituaries for the funeral home where Holly was. It was the same place I passed that very morning, and so I invited a friend to come with me to pay my last respects to Holly at noon. I met my friend at the funeral home, and we were told that Holly had been sent out that morning for cremation. She had been the only one sent out, and she was in that coffin in the morning in that hearse that I passed on my way to work earlier. In 1982, when my father died, I woke earlier in the morning and was calm. Then my mother called to tell me he died. Everyone in my family woke up, and my mother got out of bed, sat by the phone, then it rang, and she got the word. At this time, I could hear people cry. Only the sound came from their body and not their mouth. My brother was in a deep grief and not crying out loud, but I could hear his spirit cry, and he just had a sad look. In 1992, my mother was very ill and in a rehab center. I did not like staying in her house because I thought it was haunted. On this particular morning, it was 5 a.m., and I was typing and printing a letter on the computer. I typed most of the letter, got up and stuck a mug of water in the microwave, and set it for 1 minute. Also, I prepared a plastic cone with filter and coffee in it. Then I rushed back to the computer to print the letter. I added a few lines to the letter, and then began to hear the microwave beep and beep. I ignored it, then the beeping stopped. I got this creepy feeling, but I ignored it, and then I thought the microwave had a timer, and so the beeping stopped because of the timing, not because anyone opened the microwave door. I printed the letter, ran to the kitchen to get the mug of water out of the microwave, and poured in the cone. I found instead that the mug had been taken out of the microwave and the coffee was made, waiting for me on the ledge of the kitchen counter. Yet I know I did not get up from the computer to make it, because I made a conscious decision to ignore the microwave and finish my letter. My mind worked overtime to figure it out. I grabbed the letter and left the house that morning and told whatever did that it was taking the coffee. I didn't really appreciate it. Other things happened, like the rustling of papers when I was trying to sleep, etc., and I had to leave the house. Sometimes, I've heard other people think that they were not directing their thoughts to me, as what happens with schizophrenics. Enough for now. This isn't my story, or even the story of the person who told me, but I thought I'd share it anyway. This was told to me by the music teacher at my high school. The college he attended, which I won't mention the name, is up north. I'm not sure when it was built, but the main building of the college was a Catholic monastery. There have always been stories around the college that a monk went crazy and killed himself in the monastery. People in the college have reported strange happenings and sightings of what appeared to be a monk. The story that I know comes from a janitor who works at the college. On the weekends, one of the custodian's jobs is to break down the classrooms. This means that they have to stack up all the desks and chairs up against one wall. The janitor had just finished doing this and walked out the door and locked it from the outside. There is only one door into the classroom, and it is the one he has just locked. The windows in the room can only be opened from the inside, and the janitor was the only one in the room. As he turned to walk away from the door, he hears loud crashing and banging coming from inside the room. He immediately unlocks the door and steps inside. What he finds is that all the desks and chairs have been thrown all around the room. Drawers from the teacher's desk were ripped out and papers strewn across the room. There is no way any possible human could have been in that room and done that damage in a matter of seconds, then run out without the janitor noticing. As I was reading your website, I was recalling my own happenings. None were ever harmful to me, but I do sleep with the light on most of the time. I believe I have a following, whether it be the same ghost or if I have some attraction for them. It started when I was about 4 years old. I had this imaginary friend. I named him Jingles. From what I am told, I do not recall any part of Jingles other than what I was told by my family. I made my friend Jingles so believable that everyone in my family actually started to believe there really was someone named Jingles. I would talk to him, play with him, and of course, if anything was broken or stolen, Jingles did it. If I was good and got a treat, Jingles had to get one too. Jingles remained my friend until I reached first grade and moved to a new home. While in the kitchen with my sisters and mother, a man's voice from the woods called my name. I was about 8 years old then. We all froze with our mouths dropped to the floor and our hearts racing. All 4 of us could not have imagined that someone called our name. I was young, so my mother made a joke about it, and it was forgotten. Throughout my childhood, strange things happened in this house. Images were seen out of the corner of my eye and my family's eyes, but we would just chalk it up to our imaginations. Certain toys would flip in the air, stuff like that. I was scared for the moment, but never afraid to be in the house. Over the years, we have found what I believe to be cow skulls in the backyard. 2 were found, but no one in the street has any cows. We don't know where they came from. This house that I lived in as a child eventually became my home. My sister lived in the in-law apartment below me. She would always ask me what I was doing up there, because she would always, even when I wasn't home, hear jumping and walking around. What makes this so strange is that once I moved out of the house, the noises stopped. After moving out of my parents' house and into my own home about 9 months ago, there seems to be extra guests. I hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. I often hear a muffled radio sound. I hear running water. The house is always making house noises, but around 4 to 5 a.m., the noises stop and the house is dead silent. Often a cool breeze would find me, even when there is no wind. I can't explain the feeling that I'm not alone. My children, 9 years old and 8 years old, keep saying that they want to move because they think the house is haunted. I don't think moving is going to solve that problem. A little background on the house I own. It is 30 years old in a waterfront property. I found out that the owner of the home died of cancer, not in the house, but has died. There have been 11 deaths around the lake, and they've all died of the same cancer. When I was 9, my grandfather died in the dining room of his house. It was not unexpected. He had been very ill and was bedridden. Shortly after his death, we moved in with my grandmother due to the fact that she was also ill. She was a very unhappy and hateful person. She blamed all life's injustices on my late grandfather and hated him for dying. After we had moved in with her, we realized how serious her illness was and took her to the doctor. She had Alzheimer's. As her illness progressed, my parents could no longer take care of her, so they placed her in a nursing home. Big mistake. She transferred all of her anger from my late grandfather onto my father. During the last stages of her illness, she would repeatedly tell us that she did not want to be buried near my grandfather, that she had spent all of her living years with him, and she did not want to spend eternity next to him. Well, as fate would have it, my grandmother passed away. Funds were tight, and we not only had to bury with my grandfather, but her casket was placed on top of his. We had no other choice, because all of the extra money we had for her funeral was used to care for her in the home. Anyway, on with the story. After my grandmother's death, strange things began to happen. During dinner, the back door would just fly open, or at night, the sheet would be tucked around my body while I slept. We always made jokes that say that grandfather was home, or he was looking in on us. Then, things took a turn for the worse. One night, my father awoke to the sensation of his legs being pressed into the waterbed mattress. Once he was fully awake, he realized he could not move, and whatever was pressing him into the mattress was continuing up his body. He glanced over to get my mother's attention, but could not speak. This entity was now cutting off his breathing. Finally, he thought, "Mom, I am sorry. I had nowhere else to put you." And then it all stopped, as fast as it started. The next morning at breakfast was when Dad told us about his experience. The next night I had a similar experience, but chalked it up to dreaming. I figured that I heard my dad telling us about his experience, and that I was just dreaming based on that. Now, let's jump ahead 9 years. I'm married, and have just given birth to my first son. It was morning time, and my husband already left for work. I thought I would just take a short nap and rest, while that baby was not fussing. So I dozed off to that place between sleep and wakefulness, where you're not fully totally asleep, but resting. The next thing that happens is something that I'll never forget. I began to feel my body being pressed down into my waterbed mattress. I could not open my eyes, but I knew I was awake. I could hear the television and my son cooing. I could not move, and then I began to hear this voice, a horrible, evil voice that not even a word can describe, saying, "You know I love you." This went on for what seemed like an eternity, but was only probably about 2 minutes. Then, in my mind, I thought, "Dear God, what is my baby seeing?" And just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I've not had many experiences since then, and that was just 2 years ago. My question is, was it my angry grandmother or something else? If anyone has any suggestions, please email me. I'm on your website because my boyfriend runs a theater in downtown New York City and has otherworldly occupants. The building has been around since 1897 and was a school until 1978, where a fire killed a little girl. Now, it's an arts community with theaters and artists that occupy the studios and occupy the whole of the building. My boyfriend and a couple other people who run the theater have seen and heard things. I myself have felt the cold associated with presence in a particular room. All my hair stood up on end, and in my gut, I felt we needed to leave the room. These are two particular events which solidify my suspicions. I got a call from my boyfriend one night to tell me he was coming home early. In the background, I heard male laughter, like someone was playing a joke on him and really enjoying it. I thought nothing of it. He works with a couple guys down at the theater. When he came home, he told me he had been dumping the evening's garbage. The dumpster is at the bottom of the stairs on the north side of the school. As he was going down the stairs, he saw a figure cut across the room at the bottom of the stairs. He called out, thinking it was the building's handyman. No answer. He reached the bottom of the stairs and deposited the garbage bag and headed back up the stairs to get the other bag of garbage. At that moment is when he heard what sounded like someone dragging the bag he had just deposited. He stopped, turned and called out. The noise stopped. He dismissed it and brought the other bag down. He headed back up, and the same thing happened. This time he did not go back down, but instead called to tell me he was on his way uptown. Later that night, in bed, he told me what had happened. I asked him who was with him when he called me, and he said he was alone. All my hair stood on end. Who was that laughing then? I asked. He said he was alone when he called. I think he thought it was my imagination or a bad connection, but now I know what I heard. Now last night, I was at the theater, some fashion show going on there. My boyfriend tells me what happened the night before. He had spent the night at the theater on a pull-out mattress the guys kept there for late night work. It was around midnight, and he was not asleep. He was staring up at the ceiling, rethinking his day. He heard his name called out. Then the door to the office slowly closed, as if someone was closing it from behind. He responded and peeked out to his desk, to see if somehow a cat had found its way into the building, which is ludicrous. One doesn't see cats around there. And of course, he found nothing. All the windows were closed, so no breeze blew in. He said he then heard what sounded like whispering outside the office door. Lots of whispering, stage whisper, of gibberish with some strong hissing sounds, almost like a snake. He called out again and banged on the door. He went back into the adjoining office and went towards the door. He then felt a cold coming in from under the door. He placed his hand in the crack at the bottom of the door and felt no breeze. Then, a scratching sound, fast repetitions, like a dog scratching to get in, started. This was too much for him. He packed up and calmly walked out. He said he was a little afraid to walk back once he left the theater office, afraid of what he might see. I think being a theater, and many actors who love the space, left parts of them when they died. The founder died of leukemia, and loved and lived for this theater company. The little girl who died in the fire also stands my hair on end. Last night, I also found out the other guy who hears and sees things, that he hears that same playful laughter in the theater, just like I heard on the phone that night. Also seen figures sitting at the bar, footsteps heard. And that's my story. Thank you. Hello. I'm writing about a few experiences I had at my home. The home is called Edgefield Manor. First, I want you to know that this may sound like the classic haunting in a big old mansion. Well, believe me, what lives in this house is no Casper. I moved in the fall of '86. The estate is huge, gardens and rooms upon rooms. It was originally going to be condemned. Well, anyway, here's a couple of my experiences. One day, I was in one of the parlors. I got up to turn the light on, and as soon as I did that and turned around, I saw a whitish figure glide across the other hallway. Another thing there is poltergeist activity. Explain this to me. The home has a ballroom. I went inside like usual. The grand piano was in the same place as it has been when I moved in. I walked out for 5 minutes and then came back inside. The grand piano was moved across the floor, pushed to the other side of the room. No indication of any noise. It was just moved. There are many others, and I have pictures. If you want more stories or pictures, just email me. I know this is kind of short, but it's always terrifying. Hi, my story begins in Maine. Our family owns a cottage in Castine. We go there every year. We're going next week, actually. The house belonged to my great-grandfather. The house dates back to the Revolutionary War times. People have died on the front lawn. The house is a 3-floor tower. This is a story about a crazy lady who used to live in that house. She used to scream out of the tower at people. Well, I think I saw her in the tower one night. When my great-grandfather lived in the house, he claimed that he saw it a few times when he would read on his rocking chair in the living room. He said it would walk in front of him. 3 other people in my family saw the same thing. I never heard the story about the crazy lady until I brought up my experience to my parents after we got back from vacation. The funny thing was, this ghost, it was wearing a maiden's outfit. When my dad told my grandfather, he said that I experienced it exactly as he saw it. I've never heard the story until I saw it. I am no liar. I was really never told to believe in ghosts, if they were real or not. This started when I moved to Missouri with my family in 1995. The first home we rented when we arrived, something was very uneasy about it. I not only felt it, but my eldest son did also. One evening, when the 3 sons were in bed and my husband was working late, I was up watching TV late. When I decided to go to bed, I left a low light on in my bedroom. As I was walking down the hallway, past my son's room, there was a blur. I thought it was because my eyes were tired, and there was a mirror on the back wall of the hallway. But as I continued walking, my left eye got real blurry, and I felt a cold chill go through me. There's a basement to this house. I had my washer and dryer down there. I also had my kid's Sega game there. I felt very uneasy every time I went down there. My eldest son heard something pounding on the Sega controllers. He said at one time, he saw some kind of figure down there. The figure was bent over, blurry blackish gray, and it had no real face or features. He said it stood there, and it was shaking its head. He would be downstairs playing, and hear someone coming down the stairs, and no one would be there. My son was very uncomfortable when he first walked in. He said he felt sick to his stomach. When he saw the figure, he felt sick also. We have since moved, same town. We have moved into another house that has been lived in by many people, but not for long periods of time. Someone told me that the reason nobody stays in this house very long is because it is haunted. Again, me and my eldest son have been the ones noticing everything that has been happening here. I hear feet scooting across the floor at night, but no one is there. My son has seen a bright light flashing in the corner of his room. It is in the upper corner of his room, where no lights shine on the wall. I've also seen this myself. He has also seen 3 lights, spinning lights, beside his bed. There was also a time that he felt his bed shake. My son has cancer, and he had been going through a time that he could not sleep. It was right around the time that he felt his bed shake. We do not have an uneasy feeling about these experiences. They are quite comforting. I had an uncle. He was killed on a head-on accident when he was riding a motorcycle, and he was hit by a drunk driver. This was around maybe 20 years ago. I think of him very often. I was just wondering if it was him that was there with my eldest son and me during this time that he, my son, is going through this cancer. We aren't scared of his cancer, even though it's rare. My uncle was a very spiritual man. I feel that this is his way of letting us know that my son is going to be alright. We will get through this year, and his cancer will be done. I have 2 other sons, and they've not experienced anything. Neither has my husband. I told him, and felt foolish. I felt he thought I was crazy. To start my story, I've had these experiences for a good part of my life. It started long before I was born, in a house that has been in my family for almost a century. My oldest brother Mike, he was around 3 when he saw the presence of my great-grandmother in a corner in the attic during a visit to see our grandmother. This house is an old 2-family home with a basement and an old apartment attic that had been dismantled in the 50s. My family moved into the house in the late 80s. Since the house has been in my family for almost 100 years, the house has seen many losses, and a lot has occurred inside the home. The attic had a very high spooky factor to it, I guess you would say. The house had a very spooky feeling to it all over. A lot of 2-family houses, built in the 1900s, in the New England area. I've been told had a door that led into the living room. The door was for coffins to be wheeled into the living room, so the wakes could be done in the home. Knowing this always freaked me out. The doorway had been covered decades before my family moved in, but the eerie outline was still there on the living room wall. Now that I give you a feel of my old home, I'll explain my happenings. I lived in the house for 10 years. I have 3 older brothers. My oldest brother, Mike, heard and saw a lot happen in the house. He didn't always tell the rest of us, for I guess reasons of his own. I started having things happen 7 years after we moved in. When I was younger, I thought they were just nightmares. June of '96 for my birthday, I received a dog. August of that summer, my parents were staying in our summer home, and my brothers and I were home. My oldest brother Mike and I were lying on my mother's bed when all of a sudden my dog went wild. She went from a dog that never barked or growled into an attack dog. She started barking and growling at the wall, and when we pushed her towards the wall, she cried and whimpered and shifted herself back towards us. I, being brave, stood in front of the wall and tried to beckon her towards me. She just barked and kept at her growling. My brother Mike and I were convinced we weren't the only 2 watching TV and left the room. My brother and I kept what happened to ourselves, and later that night, my brother Joe came home and slept in my mother's room. I slept in the living room, and my brother Tom was watching TV in the room with me. At 4 a.m., Joe and I heard my mother's sliding bedroom door open and shut 3 or 4 times. The dog started going nuts again, and Tom jumped up and ran to see what was going on. Joe sat straight up in bed, terrified by what he had seen. That night, 3 of us slept in the living room. Mike and Joe and I have heard voices of 2 men talking to one another. I've heard the doors open and shut, and when I went to see who it was, no one was there. Mike, he once saw what he thought was Joe. Joe looks just like my uncle, who had died in the house. Mike said hello to the figure and went to his room. When he came out of the room to talk to what he thought was Joe, the figure was gone. And when he finally saw Joe again, Joe told him that he was just getting home from work and hadn't been home since that morning. Mike had slept on the bottom bunk of a bunk bed he had in his room. Joe used to sleep on top, while long since then, slept on the couch in the living room. Mike swears he could hear someone shifting on the top bunk, even when none of us were sleeping on top. Mike would hear 2 men conversating on the top bunk, but he could never understand what they were saying. These are just a few of the experiences we've had. My mother, father, Tom, and I, we all moved out of the house in '97. Joe and Mike still live there. They still experience things happening at the house. I lived with them from November '98 till July '99, and I had no experiences. I visited them 2 weeks ago and stayed overnight. I slept by my grandmother's on her pullout, and something almost jumped at me. I can't even explain what happened. It was pitch black in the room, and my mother was next to me. I turned my body and opened my eyes, and it almost a flash of light, but with a dark figure behind it, leaped at my face and disappeared. I got so startled, I started crying. I think that whatever was in that house has followed me, or something is new in my home. When I leave my room sometimes, or even when I'm sitting in my room, my stereo would turn on, and my Jewel CD will come on. Last time I came in the room, the song Adrian was on. If you know Jewel, it's a song about a young girl who is a child who becomes disabled. I have no pictures or sound bits to share, just what me and my brothers have experienced. I know it's long, and some of my things may seem a little wild, but what I'm typing is nothing but the truth. I don't really know where to begin with my story. I told very few people about it, for the fear they might think I'm crazy. I'm glad to have found a place where I can talk about it freely. I'm 26 now, and have not experienced anything like this since I was a small child, but it changed my life forever. When I was around the age of 3, I was still sleeping with my mom and dad. There were several things that happened around this time. I will start with the worst first. One morning, I'd just woken up, and I turned over like I always did. But this morning, I saw the most horrifying sight that no 3-year-old should have seen. Laying next to me was this terrifying demon. I know it was a demon because of its eyes. It had a human form of a woman and was nude. It was about 10 feet tall, had thin bony fingers, and the darkest eyes. It was like you could almost see through them. You could just feel the pure evil. It had the most wicked smile on its face, like it was taunting me. I stared at it for a few seconds, and then turned back, hoping I was dreaming. Then, I felt the bony finger poking me in the back, as if to say, "Hey, you." I turned back over, and it was still there, grinning that sickening grin. I watched it get up to go to the window, which was closed and about 20 feet off the ground. It turned and gave me one last grin and went out the window. It was also around this time that I awoke one night to see 3 demons. They seemed to be like children. They were standing in the doorway, laughing the kind of laughter like I've never heard before. This was the same room where I'd seen the other one. At the age of about 7, I awoke one night to see a Grim Reaper standing by my bed. Needless to say, these things have disturbed me all my life. I also saw my grandfather and his past child after he had died, but that was a peaceful sight. I have not had any other experiences since I was a child. Oh, they've always been noises that I could not explain, but nothing like before. It was like the experience did something to me. I've never had normal dreams, not as a child or as an adult. Always strange dreams and nightmares, like I have some way of knowing when a spirit is near or a house is haunted. Some people call it a gift, but I just wish I could understand it and what happened to me as a child. Thank you for letting me share my story. And this is a true story. This happened to me when I was 8 years old. I'm now 28, with 3 kids of my own. It happened in my hometown of Soak Village, Illinois, which is known to be a place that Indians pass through using South Trail to get to other destinations. At least, that's what the official story is. There are others, like myself, who believe more. We believe that Indians actually settled there, if only for brief periods of time. There's always been talk of bones being found when a pool is dug up or a garden was put in, but most say it's just that. Talk. Not me. I believe it. I also not only believe, but know that the ground the Soak Village is residing on is sour, cursed, beyond anybody's wildest dreams. And I have many stories to support that belief. But for now, I will start with my first story of proof. It was a cold, normal night in the season of autumn, cold enough to keep you inside your house and snuggled under a blanket. I was doing exactly that. An 8-year-old can only do so much during these times, and I chose to do my homework so I could read later. I'd been listening to a Rick Springfield album on 8-track. I was playing it on my 2XL robot toy. This was a toy that you could put 8-track cartridges in that was made by the company to be a sort of trivia game. You'd play the cartridge, and it would ask you questions and tell you jokes. It had 2 big red robot eyes that flashed red when you were correct. It had 3 buttons you could push to answer your questions. 2XL could also play normal 8-track music, and of course, its red robot eyes flashed in time with the music. So it was doing exactly just that on that cold autumn night, flashing its eyes to Rick Springfield, and I was quite contented. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor of my house and faced north, along with my bed. I had a window north of me and east of me. Of course, it was dark outside, but it was so warm inside and so very comforting. Every now and again, I'd look up from my homework and just look out into the darkness. No reason. It was just something I did. Well, this was the last time I ever did that again in that house. As I was sitting there, all of a sudden, I felt instantly cold, and every single hair in my body was raised. My blood felt like it had ran cold and decided to just stop pumping through my body. My heart was racing. I was perfectly terrified, and I didn't even know why. Yet, my 2XL was suddenly stuck, and it kept playing the same verse from Rick over and over. Hole in my heart. And its eyes weren't flashing anymore. No, they were just burning bright red. Blood red. Then I felt this magnetic pull, like something was pulling me to my right. I turned my right head and looked out the east window and saw something that haunted me for the rest of my life. Sitting just barely outside my window, levitating, was the most horrifying image I'll ever see in my life. A creature, about 2 feet tall, but sitting Indian style. His skin was snowy white, and you could see the outlines of his bones because he was that skinny. He wore some sort of white cloth draped sideways on his body. This is why I later named him Gandhi Monster. My young mind thought his skinny body and his white cloth looked like the real Gandhi's did. This creature's head was too big for his body. His two horrible, big dark eyes were piercing my soul as he stared at me. He opened his mouth and grinned a grin at me that haunted my dreams for years. His mouth was full of long, snarly, razor-sharp looking teeth, dripping with blood. I don't know how a mouth could fit so many nasty teeth into it, but it did. I watched as the blood dripped from his teeth and slid down his chin and onto his white cloth diaper shorts. He raised his hands and reached for me. The fingernails were at least 4 inches long, gnarled looking, and sharpened to points, also dripping with blood. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but I was locked into place by his piercing eyes. I couldn't breathe. I felt as if my brain was being scrambled and my soul was being raped. His grin became larger, and he opened his mouth wider. He kept looking at me, as if he knew me, as if he had been waiting for me. He started to lift his arms, and it looked as if in seconds he would actually be inside my room and not just outside my window. All traces of reason disappeared, and my mind snapped. I still don't know how I did it, but I managed to tear my gaze away and leap off the bed and out my bedroom door, screaming with every inch of my soul, all in like 2 seconds. I could feel him pulling me. I could feel that horrible stare penetrating my back as I screamed down the hallway to my mother. Of course, when her and my father and younger brother came back, it was gone. But they knew I saw something, and they did not try to tell me it was my imagination. They comforted me and taped up all the windows in my room. They actually had to pull down all the shades and seal all sides with duct tape. I couldn't even sleep in that room for almost a year. My brother even remembers coming into the room with my parents afterwards. The Gandhi monster was a story we didn't often tell, but it always brought fear to speak of it, to us and to others. My parents never spoke of it again either. As I grew up, I tried to face my fear and sleep in that room, but never did I sleep with my back to a window. Never. 18 years later, I moved to Florida with my own little family, and I found peace within myself. But I'll never manage to forget that creature, and I'll never sleep or sit with my back to a window, and I will never forget the one thing I heard it say to me in my mind as I was running out of my bedroom door. Someday, I'm coming back. Hey, I'm in my mid-teens, and I've experienced ghostly encounters. The one that really freaked me out was when me and my family moved to Scotland. For a few months, we lived in chalets. Me and my older sister shared one on our own. A few weeks after we moved in, we began to feel uncomfortable and felt as if we were being watched there, and there was also a threatening atmosphere. We told our parents, and they said it was just because we were next to the graveyard. A few weeks later, I was lying in my bed with the door open when a tall dark figure stood, leaning over me. I didn't think at that particular moment, but it wasn't until my sister asked me if I felt somebody was in my room the previous night. We started to talk, and she too felt as if somebody tall was leaning over her. I then started to sleep in my sister's room, and the figure didn't return, so I moved back into my own room. But then again, the figure returned this time. It was kneeling beside me. The next morning I told my sister, and again, she felt the presence of a tall man. Our dad told us that the large house next to us was where the Vikers used to stay until the house was sold. One night, my mom came in, and she was holding 2 necklaces with crosses on it. Me and my sister aren't religious, so her mom thought it had something to do with that. So we went to bed, holding the crosses. That night, it was very uncomfortable in both rooms. After that, we haven't felt the presence of the tall man. The figure that visited did so on a few occasions. Each time, it felt as though it was getting closer and more angry. When the crosses were given to us that night, the figure seemed very angry. Its face was literally pressed into mine, and it felt as if he was gritting his teeth at me. My sister also had this very uncomfortable, menacing figure who was pressed into her face. All you could do was hide under the guilt, closing your eyes really tight, and hope you'd fall asleep quick. Since that last visit, nothing has returned, and we've since moved then, and nothing. We don't even use the crosses anymore. Other things that we didn't think of as being connected at the time now do seem connected, such as the chalet that Mom and Dad were in, although the same, was different in feeling. Because Mom and Dad's chalets always had a comfy feeling, yet ours didn't. Whether it was because there was just me and my sister alone in there, and it was our imaginations or not, we don't know. Although in Mom's and Dad's chalet, there was only one more person over there. From the moment we stepped into the chalet, it was always cold, even with the heaters on. Plus, there was often a bad smell wafting around, a lot like fish, rotten. This was only in my bedroom, possibly me, my sister says. Also in my room, there was a strange noise of scratching, as if someone was sketching or writing. This noise accompanied the presence of another figure, smaller in stature and of the female sex. My sister also felt the smaller presence, but not the noise. She only came once, very different, not menacing, quiet in nature, and much older. She was almost a comfort. But it's still not nice to be watched over at night by ghostly figures. It's strange, because we didn't actually see anything, yet you get so much from these feelings, the sex, age, angry, happy, etc. Plus, we get almost exactly the same feelings. But is it just our imagination? Are we certifiably insane? Are we demented? No, we definitely feel we had a visitor. Previous to this experience, my sister had not really believed in it, ghostly visits and such, but now, I think she has had a change of mind. Me, myself, I've always believed. My mom's granddad often visits, a kind presence, bringing good luck, such as when she was having problems. He visits to let us know everything will be okay. He often visited when we were babies, watching over our cots. Our dad also saw what appeared to be him. Whenever he visits, we know him by the distinct smell of putty. He used to repair windows. So really, we are used to the visits, although my sister had never experienced any until now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy experience, one not to forget. Happened to surf onto your website, and I just wanted to let you know that I saw Resurrection Mary in Justice, Illinois, back in October of '92. After getting off of work at 3 a.m. from a chemical plant, Whitco Corporation, near 51st and Central in Chicago. I was driving by that particular cemetery at about 3:30 a.m. on my way home from work. Driving by, but initially not thinking much of the sight, as there was a nightclub with women of ill repute nearby. I saw a woman in a light blue or white palm dress standing by the trunk of what looked like a black park limousine at the front SW Cemetery driveway off Archer Avenue to the cemetery. I slowed down quite a bit to get a better look at the odd sight, but then drove off. I thought it was probably a prostitute with her John. However, looking back at my mirror, maybe a second later, the woman and the limo were gone. Let me reassure you that there was no way that I would have missed the limo driving off in that second that it took me to look back in the mirror. They weren't on the road or in the cemetery because I looked for taillights. The cemetery gates are pretty large, and it would have taken a great effort and time to open both of the cemetery gates for the car to get through. I did not think much of the incident until a few days later. I was talking with some of my employees that lived in the area near the cemetery. Two of my employees mentioned that I'd probably seen the ghost called Resurrection Mary. I didn't much believe in ghosts until that incident, and I'm still somewhat skeptical, but I cannot fully explain what I saw that night. That incident is still vivid in my memory, and kinda creepy to think about it, to this day. Ever since I can remember, I've always had an interest in ghost stories. That is why I'm writing you this letter. No, I don't have a ghost in my house. A friend of mine told me about this place at least 10 months ago. I was so amazed at this story, I asked if he would take me to this place. No one really ever goes there. I guess because it's so creepy and dark looking at night, but during the day, it is okay. Nothing strange happens. Well, first, before I tell you more about this place, let me tell you the story of why it is so unusual. The city is called Lake Forest, California, and they call it Canyon Creek, I guess, because it is nothing but canyon and wide open spaces of nothing but rocks and wildlife. The story goes back 30 years ago of a lady who was in her 40s. Nobody knew what her name was. She lived alone with her two Great Dane dogs. She was very rich and owned all of the canyon, which is like miles and miles of land. This lady never married and had no children. It was just her dogs and herself. She lived in this trailer park home, and it was not a pretty house by any stretch of the imagination. Well, about 6 years later, the story goes that a police officer got a call about the lady and her dogs. The officer went to the lady's home and knocked at the door, and no one answered. The officer ended up breaking down the door, and what he found next was horrifying. It is said that the officer found the lady dead. Nothing was left but her decaying body, and her bones were visible. Worst of all, laying right next to her were her dogs. They had both died as well. Now, on to the paranormal part. People who have never been to this place don't know what to expect if they come into this place. It's unpredictable. Sometimes, when you go back to the area where she passed, you'll notice paranormal phenomena. Other times, you won't. A man was driving alone on the canyon by himself one night, and the story goes that he saw the presence of the lady standing at the side of the road with her two dogs. The man did not stop at all to give the lady a ride. He just kept going. And this other story was told by my friend. My friend told me that his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend went up there one night to check it out. They stopped where the lady's house was. They were only there about 15 minutes away when they were just talking and listening to music. Then, all of a sudden, they heard a knock on the side door of the driver's seat. They both turned to look, and they saw the lady standing there, knocking on the window. She was dressed in all white and covered in blood. They also saw the dogs nearby as well, far off into the distance, appearing as silhouettes. They sat there in shock for 3 minutes, horrified by what they just saw. For some reason, the lady was still knocking at the driver's side of the window, but in reality, it was really not that long. They both said that she must have been there about 40 seconds. After that, my friend said they never returned back there. That was not the only story that happened to anyone. There are far more. What I would like to know is, who is this lady and why is she doing this? There's something more to why she has to haunt people who have done nothing to her. Maybe it is because she does not want anyone on her land that she loves so much. What could it be? Here's my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I would like at least some kind of feedback on this story. Please, I beg you. I'm so confused, and I'm scared. Please let me know what is going on. I find this intriguing. About 40 years back, I became interested in tracing my family's ancestors. This is how I discovered the Tilly Bend settlement. Situated in the Appalachian Mountains, it really is a beautiful place. The Toccoa River flows down from the high mountains, winding its way into the Blue Ridge Lake. Tilly Bend settlement is nestled back in these same mountains. One must cross the Toccoa River and travel down a one-lane dirt road that takes you deep into the forest. As you drive along, one begins to notice, windows rolled down, how quiet the deep woods become. This was my first impression of this area 40 years ago. This place has been lost in time because it looks like the same now as then, with the exception of the renovation of Tilly Bend Church. I've been here many times over the last 40 years. I suppose you could say I'm drawn to the mystery of this place. I will only share a small portion of my research. However, you need to understand this. Tilly Bend Church sits right in the middle of this haunting. This church is not part of the haunting. This church is the house of God, and services are held here on a regular basis and demands the respect as being the house of God. In 1756, the Creek Indians lived in this area and got along quite well with this white folk that came to this area from North Carolina. There are census records showing that the white man intermarried with the Creek women. The Cherokee did not get along with the Creeks and forced them out of the area. The intermarried Creeks did not leave, and neither did their customs. In 1820, the Stanleys had formed a settlement over the mountain in a place known then as Stanley Gap. This being told, I can now share with you what I know is fact. Searching for my great-great-grandmother's grave, I ended up in Tilly Road Cemetery. At this time, the church only had services on decoration once a year. The church building was very old, but still in fair condition for its age. There were no glass windows, only wooden shutters, and that was common in the days before air conditioning. The doors to this church is what I remember most about this old country church. There was in both of the old doors what appeared to be like someone had shot the doors with a rifle of some sort. My first impression was that someone had done this out of pure meanness. I then proceeded to walk around the side of the church and walked up and peered through one of the cracks between the shutters. Of course, with the shutters closed and there being no windows, the inside was dark. I could, however, make out the old homemade church pews and the pulpit. I also noticed a high ceiling with the rafters showing. Yes, I thought this church is old, and the welcome sign out in front of the church stated
The church was established in 1858. After I looked the old church over, I then headed up the hill to the cemetery. I noticed there were a lot of field stones marking the graves, which is not unusual for very old graveyards. Right in the center is a very old and large oak tree, the only tree that is in the graveyard. I started looking around at the grave markers for my great-great-grandmother's grave. Well, to my surprise, her grave was also in the center of the graveyard, and her grave was the only one under the oak tree. The name on her marker is Elizabeth, so I'm looking around at this graveyard, thinking it looked as if no one wanted to be buried anywhere near her grave. I then wrote the information for her marker down, and that is when I noticed the head of her grave was facing west, which is very odd, because all the people here bury the dead facing to the east, because the Lord will return in the eastern sky. I finished getting the information, and I caught a glimpse of someone out of the corner of my eye. I did not hear a car come down the dirt road, and there were no houses close by. I turned very quick to see who it was, and there was no one. I laughed at myself thinking, yeah, I'm jumping at my own shadow. You see, I don't believe in ghosts, but I did believe in mean people. As I started back down the hill, I noticed another grave. It was called Mary. The birthday was the same as Elizabeth. They both died on October 26th. Elizabeth died 1905. Mary died 1906. I thought, boy, somebody messed up on the dates. I reached my car at the foot of the hill, and as I got in, I looked back up towards the cemetery, and at the tree, I saw what appeared to be a woman. Her dress was long and black. She had on a hat that I can only describe as a granny bonnet. I thought, you have got to be kidding. Then it looked as if she stepped back behind the tree. I was curious, so I went about halfway back up the hill and shouted hello. Of course, no answer, so I walked all the way back to the tree, and there was no one there. I hurried back to the car and left. A couple of weeks later, my grandfather asked me if I had went to his great-grandmother's grave. I told him I had, and asked why her grave was facing to the west. My grandfather said, well, she was a witch. I laughed, and I said, really, Grandpa? Why is her grave turned around? He went on to tell me this. She was Creek, and also a witch doctor for the Creek Indians. The whole settlement was afraid of her. Now she had a daughter to marry, a Tilly, and another daughter to marry, a Stanley. There had been a family feud between the Tillys and the Stanleys, so the two sisters became enemies because of their husband. The feud escalated, and on Sunday morning, the Stanleys went to Tilly Church and started shooting through the doors of the church, killing the preacher, he was a Tilly, and several others in the church, including the one sister who married a Tilly. Now, the Tillys didn't let this go, and one night, they went to Stanley Gap and killed some of the men while they were asleep. Now the sister that married a Stanley, her husband was killed that night. A few months later, she died having a baby. Elizabeth Bradley vowed revenge on both the Tillys and the Stanleys for the death of her two daughters. After that, every baby born to the Tillys and Stanleys died at birth. I said, come to think of it, there was a lot of little baby graves, rows of them. My grandpa said, well, after a year of this, the Tillys went to Elizabeth Bradley's house and got her. She was then taken to the center of Tilly graveyard and hung from the old tree. They cut her down and buried her right where she fell. Right before they hung her, she told them she would come back. Now, after a few months, the little baby started dying, all at birth. People in the Tilly settlement started claiming the witch had come back and had taken up residence and a very old and mean woman. Elizabeth Bradley's sister-in-law, Mary. So on the anniversary of Elizabeth Bradley's hanging, the men went and got Mary Tilly Bradley. They hung her from the same tree. They would not bury her facing west because she was, after all, not at fault because the witch came back through her and she was a Tilly. I said, Grandpa, that didn't really happen. He said, you saw the graves, and I'm telling you it did happen, and the older folks here will tell you that it's true. He said, and I'll tell you something else that's true. I saw one of them witches one time when I was a small boy. My grandpa went on to say that when he was about 9 years old, he went to decoration at Tilly, and he described the same very woman that I had seen. This happened 40 years ago, and my grandpa has been long gone for many years now. I've seen a tintype, old picture of Elizabeth Bradley, and I've also seen Elizabeth Bradley at Tilly Bend. I've kept a record, and I've seen her 8 times in the last 40 years. There has been 2 occasions that I heard a little baby crying as I walk up the hill. Of course, it quits when I get to the tree. Strange how one would think you could only see a ghost at night. I've only seen her in the daytime. Of course, I don't go there at night, and I never will. I've always believed in paranormal things. I've had many encounters with ghosts, and it's never really bothered me. My daughter was born in 2006. Around the time she was 1.5, we moved into a nice older house. The first night in our new house, we were camping out downstairs because our beds hadn't been unloaded from the truck yet. Around 2 a.m., I was woke up because you could hear the sounds of someone walking around in a room above the kitchen. I just blew it off as an older building and such. I walked upstairs when I continued to find her closet doors open and things scattered around her room like someone had been in the boxes. Again, I just blew it off as my kid brother playing a trick before he left. The next morning we were setting up her room, and I noticed her sitting there, acting like she was playing with someone. It sort of gave me chills, because she was actually talking to someone. I just ignored it, but later, she started mentioning the man. 3 days into living there is when things started happening. Her room has never been warm. I can turn the heater up to 75 degrees. I've bought a space heater. The landlords have came and checked the windows and insulation. Everything's normal. Her closet doors open at random times by themselves. Now at almost 3, she still talks about the man in her room. She's informed me that the man tells her she can do things, be bad, and do things after she's told no. She still sits around and talks to no one. We lived 14 months, with just little things happening all around 2 a.m. Her bedroom door slams shut, and you hear stomping down the stairs. The laundry room doors open and slam shut. The water in the bathtub turns on by itself. But lately, things have become more aggressive and frequent. I decided to decorate her room. I put new curtains up, her new blankets on her bed, and hung clothes in the closet. I walked downstairs, leaving all the lights on, but shutting the closet doors. I was downstairs maybe 5 minutes. As I entered the hallway, I noticed her door closed. Nothing new, but I opened it, and there was this rush of cold air. Again, nothing new. The light was off, and you could feel someone in the room. It was an angry sort of feeling, like someone was glaring at me. I ignored it and turned the light on. The curtains I'd just hung had been ripped off the rod and lay in the middle of her room. Her new blankets and sheets were off her bed, and her closet doors again wide open. My daughter refuses to sleep in her room now, saying the man scares her, that he yells at her. I've placed crosses and went as far as to have my house blessed, and nothing. In the last 2 months, I've been woken up to someone screaming in my ear. The sound of my front door opening and slamming shut, and my bathroom shower turning on, all in the 2 a.m. hour, and on nights my daughter's at grandma's house. There are some stories that my family and friends have passed on, and I think you might find them quite interesting. I'm a great fan of your website. I've some stories that I've heard from family. Here's one that my grandpa encountered. His father had recently died in 1993, and the night of his funeral, he was awoke by something. He didn't know what it was. He was just awoken by whatever it was. He looked over, and his father was standing there, saying, "I'm okay. Please do not worry." My grandpa got a drink of water, and his father left. He went right through the door. Then, I have one from family friends. This was when friends Steve and Rita had moved into a new house. They had seen several apparitions that they have not really explained, but really just blobs. Then, here comes the scary part. Here are 2 stories that I've also inquired from the same person. Rita and her husband and 2 friends were in the family room in the middle of the day, talking, and all 4 of them saw a shadow jump from the balcony, slide across the family room, and go under the couch. Steps have also creaked, and toilets have flushed for no apparent reason. This was also a new house, with no history of violence on the property. Now for the second story. A couple of nights later, Rita was sleeping and woke up to feeling like someone was sitting on top of her, trying to choke her. Steve woke up to Rita's screams and flipped the lights on. She told him there was a man with a plaid shirt in the room, trying to choke her. No one was in the room. She got up out of bed and went to the dresser, looked in the mirror, and he was behind her. A lumberjack-looking man in a plaid shirt, standing right behind her. This also might sound kinda weird, but my mother Bernadette lived in a new neighborhood when she was little. Outside of the development was a field with a very small house, almost a shed. Whenever my mom took a walk with her grandma, a little girl would come running out of the house and shed and talk with them. She was always dressed old-fashioned with a dress on. She resembled a little girl like Shirley Temple. She said her name was Judy. My mom saw her several times. Her grandma also did too. Years later, when she mentioned Judy to her mother said that nobody had ever lived in that house. It was used for storage, a shed, and said my mother was making it up, and that it was a story. We have never figured out if it was a ghost or not. My great-grandmother remembered her too. As a side note, I've passed this particular field many times, and have seen the shed, but have not had any strange things happen to me when passing the area. Like my grandmother has said, no one has ever lived in that shed, so I don't know. My name is Rodney, and I would like to share a story with you that happened to me and a friend of mine. First, I'll give you some background. It's the early 70s in Enon, Ohio. My friend Mike and I were very close because both of our parents had gotten divorced around the same time we were in our early teens. We shared similar interests in magic and trickery in the occult. We used to save our money and either buy magic tricks from magazines or make magic tricks from plans that we would buy for our act. We appeared on a local after-school show for kids a couple of times, and in doing so, we got to meet a local famous person named Dr. Creep. He had a Saturday night show where he would host and show scary movies, and he also did magic. Dr. Creep was really knowledgeable and had a lot of contacts. He told us of a local magic shop in Dayton and gave us directions. We couldn't drive at the time, but I would beg my older sisters to take us there, discovering that magic store opened us up to a whole vast world of new tricks and illusions. The shop also sold paraphernalia for smoking, and it had a lot of what we now refer to as goth type of clothing and jewelry. Well, as we were getting a bit older, the movie The Exorcist came out, and we thought that what a neat idea it was to put some drama and stage production into the act to make it more of a show. We both attended a vocational school, so there were a lot of talented people there, and we found a couple of girls that liked to dance. We added dancing demon girls to the beginning of the show using blacklights, dark jumpsuits to conceal the girls under the sheets. The music was Mike's Oldfield's Hearst Ridge. I think that was the title. The stage was very barren when the show started. Only a small table with dimly lit candle, and the dancing girls could be seen. The dancing girls' dance ended with them meeting in front of the table, and big flash exploded, and as the lights slowly illuminated, they would reveal a transformation in the whole look of the stage. There was now a 10 by 12 painted dragon silk tapestry hanging beyond the table, and 2 silk banners of Beelzebub artistically lit with eerie lighting, and I would be standing where the dancing girls had disappeared in my cape. Most of our tricks and illusions were dark in nature. My friend Mike moved to Houston a year before we graduated high school. He got a job at the Galleria Mall in the fun shop. After I graduated, I moved to Houston and stayed with Mike at his mother's house. I also got a job at the fun shop. Eventually, we pretty much ran the place, and again, we found a lot of new outlets for magic and the occult. Eventually, we moved into an apartment together as roommates. Our interest in the occult grew, but only out of curiosity, and it gave us an air of mystery to other people. As we made more friends, and our reputations as being a little different spread, we decided to really mess with people. Mike's bedroom had a huge closet, and being young, he didn't have a lot to put in there. We decided to dress it up and make it look like a devil worship, after with the banners we had, and with the skull-shaped candles and the magic tricks. Our plans were when our friends would come over, we would show them that, and they would freak out. The very night we did this at about 12, I awoke to a pounding on a wall between Mike's room and my room. I sat up and yelled, "What are you doing over there?" The pounding continued unrelentingly. I got out of bed and went over to the wall and yelled, "Knock it off, I'm trying to sleep." The knocking got louder and didn't show any signs of stopping, so I went over to Mike's bedroom door and knocked and said, "Mike, stop it." The pounding continued, so I opened the door to see Mike sitting up in his bed, looking at the closet. My eyes went across the room towards the closet, and as my vision passed his dresser, I saw the door slowly closing. I asked Mike what he was doing banging on my wall. He said it wasn't coming from the wall between our rooms. It was coming from the closet. I continued looking onto the closet. As I saw the door, it was breathing and jostling, as if someone was trying to get out. Then it stopped suddenly. We were scared witless. We gathered up enough courage to both walk over, and we pulled open the door with ease. The closet was freezing. We looked around and saw no one or anything. The apartment we lived in was brand new. No one lived next door. Our neighbor downstairs was gone for the weekend. We asked the people behind us the next day why they were banging on the walls, and they said that they hadn't, and that they didn't hear anything the night before. We immediately started ripping all the decorations down. I'm still very much fascinated with the paranormal, but I will not invite it in. I have another story I will share with you later, but as for now, I hope you enjoyed what I gave you. My parents own a lake house in northern Indiana, and we used to have a neighbor named Mr. Campbell. Sadly, Mr. Campbell was quite old and depressed, and one day he left a note and enough food and water to last his dogs at least a week. He said his body could be found in the lake. I couldn't remember if it was ever found though. This story has many parts, all leading to the same conclusion. Mr. Campbell's ghost haunts this property, but he seems to be quite calm and docile. The first instance, well, a rich man, Richard, bought his property, tore the home down, and built a $2.5 million house. Richard was extremely nice and was always coming over for dinner. One day, he told us that he thought his house was haunted. He had an entertainment system installed that requires him to climb a ladder to fully turn it on or off. For that reason, he always left it on and left the ladder in the garage. One day he had guests over and was going to put on the Indy 500, but the system was powered down. He said he watched TV the night before and no one had been in the house. At first he just assumed it was a power outage or something. He got the ladder and turned on the system. However, all of the settings were messed up. The volume was turned down very low, and the radio was on and set to a 50s station. The TV was off because of the radio. When he turned on the TV, it was tuned static rather than the Discovery Channel Richard had been watching the night before. He said he played it off as an accident to his guests, but that it kinda spooked him. Later, after this happened, again Richard assumed Mr. Campbell wanted to listen to music, but didn't want to disturb anyone, because no one had heard the music. Richard also had a roommate named James. The thought is that they were lovers, but no one really asked. Richard would travel to Chicago a lot, and James would be home alone. One night, my sister and I were watching TV in our room and saw lights shining outside and heard men talking. We looked out our window and saw about 3 police cars and about 6 policemen walking all over the house, looking at windows and knocking on the door. We went outside with our dad to see what was going on, and the police asked if we had heard or seen anything suspicious. We said no. Why? They told us someone had called 911 from the house, but only breathed into the phone for a couple minutes and then hung up. We told the police that Richard was gone, and usually when he was gone, James would visit his mother down the street. My dad called James' cell, and he was at his mom's for a dinner and a movie. He said he was planning on leaving soon anyways, and came to talk to the police. James let him in, and they searched the whole house, but no one was there. However, in the kitchen, a burner was left on high. James said he made pasta to bring to his mom's and must have forgotten to turn off the burner. After the police left, James said he sometimes got a strange feeling in the house, like he wasn't alone when he knew he was, but that he never got scared. It was more like being watched over than stalked. My sister and a friend were sitting on our screened-in porch one Friday night after we got to the lake house late. They saw a man walk from the pier to Richard's house, and my sister called out, "Hi, Richard," or James, whoever it is. But the figure didn't stop or reply. He just walked up to the house and disappeared. The girl said a light never came on, and he never heard a door open. The next day, Richard was doing yard work, and and my sister mentioned the night before and jokingly accused him of ignoring her. He told her he had not been home last night and that he had just gotten back from Chicago early that morning. He also said that James was in North Carolina for the week for his sister's wedding. My sister and her friends were confused because they had both seen the man and they were worried they had seen a robber. Richard asked if the outdoor lights turned on and they said no. Why? He said he has motion detector lights, so if there was a person by the house, the floodlights should have come on, and his alarm didn't register entry last night. The next incident, Richard had to move to Chicago. It had gotten to be too much for him to constantly be driving back and forth, so he bought a flat in Chicago and put the house up for sale. James left too. The new owners are really quite annoying and full of themselves, so no one ever told him about the possible haunting or the house's past. One day Janet came over and asked us if the house had a story. I asked why. She said she had been in the shower when she saw an old man staring at her. She screamed and he just disappeared. We told her about Mr. Campbell and everything, and she sort of freaked out. They tried to sell the house, but couldn't. She still says the old man watches her every now and then. The housekeeper says she has never seen the old man while she was showering, but that she thought she saw him one day while she was cleaning. He was in the entertainment room, listening to music. She also said that the 5 dogs will stare at all the same spot for several minutes on end, tails wagging, as if they were being talked to. We still talk to Richard, and he has told us many stories about the house, rearranged pantries, the entertainment system being changed multiple times, and other various things. We think Mr. Campbell haunts the home because he can't move on. My mom says my experience must have been Mr. Campbell trying to get away from Janet for a while. That incident was before the shower, but Janet was already in the home with her husband. We still hear the beeping every once in a while, and we all just say, "Hi, Mr. Campbell, you can visit as long as you like." The dog stops staring and following him after about the 10th time. They'll look up just after the beeping, and just before we hear him leave. I'm a bit of a baby, so I still get creeped out when I'm alone at night, even though I know he has never done any harm. My parents are the last people I think would believe it, but with so many incidents, we think he is there living out his days watching others. Maybe he regretted saying goodbye prematurely, and because of this is what keeps him from going to the other side. I was visiting my mother and some friends in Florida, and stayed with my mother while vacationing, to cut costs of course. She works nights at the local hospital, so I'm there alone from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. when she works. It was a Friday evening, and my mom had just left for work. I was hungry, so I went out to grab a bite to eat. I got back to the house around 8 and called my friend, who was supposed to come over to keep me company, but he was running a little late. So I decided to keep myself entertained as I waited. I was in my room listening to music and stuffing my face when I heard what sounded like church bells. Now, these bells would have had to be kind of loud because I listened to my music on blast. I turned down my radio to hear the sound more clearly, all the while thinking to myself, there are no churches in the area that I know of, which made this all the more strange. As I listened, I heard the sound fade off into the distance, as if traveling away. I sat for a couple of minutes and turned my music back up and continued eating. About 15 minutes later, I heard something like someone trying to get in through the back door. My mom's house is a little older. I'd say about 40 to 50 years old. For someone to pry open the back door would not be a difficult task, so naturally, I ran to the back door to see what was going on. Once there, I saw that no one was there, but the glass in the door near the knob was fogged up like cold water would do in a glass cup. Thinking that was a little strange, I grabbed the handle to open the door, and I let the scream bloody murder. The handle on that door was sub-zero cold, and it really caught me by surprise, just from how incredibly cold it was. I stepped out into the porch, turned on the light, looked around a bit for anything suspicious, and when I saw nothing, I reluctantly went back inside. Concerned, I kept my music to a minimum, just in case anything else happened, as it surely did. About an hour later, I got a call from my friend. Now this is strange. He lives about 5 minutes from my house driving, and about 20 minutes walking. Apparently, he came over to the house and rang the doorbell, heard my music playing, and figured that when I didn't answer, I was in the bathroom or something. He called my phone, but it kept getting cut off after the first ring, so he decided to go back home and come back since it's not far at all. He claims that as he was backing out of my driveway, he saw the front door open. He rolled down the window to see if it was me. He said as soon as he got the window all the way down, the front door violently slammed shut, so hard that my friend thought for sure that the front window should have shattered. I heard none of this. Around the time that he came over was coincidentally the same time I heard the strange bells. So, I was a little spooked and told him to come over. So he said give him about 15 minutes and he would be over. Well, a lot can happen in 15 minutes. I got off the phone with him and went to the bathroom to freshen up a bit. I washed my hands and face and dried them. I was heading back to my room when I heard a faint sound in the living room. I was a little apprehensive to see what was making the sound, and started thinking that perhaps I wasn't alone in my mother's house. From my bathroom to the living room, there is a long hallway. As I walked the hallway, I sensed a presence, and it felt like a large presence, however that feels. Upon entering the living room, I looked up and saw what looked like a clergyman. I could see him clear as anything. My reaction wasn't what one would expect. Looking back on the incident, it seems unusual to me as well. I began to cry, almost uncontrollably, and I still have no reason as to why. That's when I heard a knock at my door. My friend had arrived, and as I stood there, I saw the apparition seem to fade to nothing as he continued to knock and rang the doorbell. I opened the door to my friend, who seemed a little shaken himself. He asked me why I'd been crying, and unsure on what to tell him, I simply said that I saw something sad on TV. He asked if anyone else was in the house because he saw someone leave out the back door. I told him it was my neighbor. I've had many things happen to me. Dreams and visions have been a part of my life for as far back as I can remember, but none of them compare to this incident. Weird, huh? I was only about 3 years old when I first started seeing things in my old house. It started with the noises in the attic. I would hear a rocking chair rocking in the attic directly above my bed. However, that portion of the attic had nothing in it at all. The floor wouldn't even have supported the weight. My old house was a 1950s home. The basement still had an old coal room. However, the coal chute was sealed shut to prevent breaking in.
The call room was directly below my bedroom and was the only part of the house no one ever went into. I can only ever recall even seeing the door open once. It was an empty, depressing kind of room. In addition to the noises above, I would sometimes hear footsteps in that old room below me, or footsteps on the basement stairs. The first time I ever saw anything was, as I said, when I was around 3 years old. I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night to see a young girl standing by my bed. She had brown hair and green eyes and wore a 19th century style green nightgown. She looked to be about 8 years old. She frightened me at first, but I didn't get malicious feelings from her, and gradually I accepted her. She appeared to me often throughout my childhood, and even now I see her occasionally. The other ghost I saw was much scarier. I wasn't the first one to see him. My younger brother was. He was a tall man who held a knife in one hand and wore black. My brother began seeing him when he was about 5 years old. The man would appear in his closet, began to walk towards him, and then my brother in his fear would scream, and the man would disappear when my parents came running. I've never told anyone about my experiences with ghosts, for I was afraid I would be called crazy. But my brother told us all about what he saw. He saw the man a total of 4 times, once in each of our bedrooms, and twice in mine. I saw the man twice, but I didn't begin seeing him until I was much older, around 9 years old. I always got a fairly bad feeling from the man, and Victoria, the name I gave the little girl, would always disappear before he appeared. I got the sense that she was scared of him for some reason. In addition to this, when my great-grandma passed away, I inherited her jewelry box. The first night I had it, I'd left it sitting open on my bedroom floor. When I went to bed, I was around 6 years old. I was lying awake in bed when suddenly the movie in my VCR fell out of the VCR and onto the floor. A few minutes later, my TV turned on. There was no one else in the room at the time. As I got up to turn it off, it turned itself off. A few nights later, I'd once again been playing with the jewelry in the jewelry box. I awoke to find my basketball bouncing itself repeatedly against my dresser, sideways. There was no one else in my room at the time, and it kept it up for over a minute. After that, I became frightened and stowed the box away in the back of my closet. To this day, I will not open it, even though I'm now 16. The scariest thing of all happened when I was 11. I awoke in the middle of the night, unable to move the lower half of my legs. Terrified, I sat up to see a strange black shadow sitting on my feet. It was blurry. That may have been partly because my glasses were sitting on my bedside table. At first I thought it was my black cat, but quickly realized that it was much too big. It was transparent. It was about half the size of a small child. But the thing itself isn't what scared me. It's the feeling that I got from it. I felt terrified, like I've never felt before in my life, as if the strange shadow was pure evil. I struggled to move my legs, and then ran into my parents' room and woke them up. It's the only time I've ever told them of my paranormal happenings. My dad came into my room and turned my light on, but of course, the thing was gone. He insisted I was dreaming and tried to get me to go back to sleep, but I slept on their floor for a week straight after that. I've since moved into a new house. My grandma died here, and we moved in afterwards. because she left it and everything else of hers to us, I don't have as many experiences here. But there is one that really stands out in my mind. I awoke in the middle of the night, and I could feel someone laying against my back, their knees curled under mine, and their arm around me. I freaked out and literally jumped onto my floorboard and flicked my light on, but nothing was there. My mom was woke up from the commotion, and I told her about it. She told me it was my grandma who was keeping me safe as I slept. And then a few days later, we drove to the cemetery where my grandma is buried. We took my grandma's dog with us. Once we got to my grandma's grave, the dog went crazy. She began to bark and whine and paw at the windows frantically. We thought it must have been a squirrel or something, but there were no animals in sight, not even a bird. My mom thinks that the dog saw something we couldn't, and I have to say I agree. I've had many experiences, and these are just the ones I was reminded of by reading other stories on your website. I wrote a lot. I tried to narrow it down a bit. I've tried seances and things with my very good friend who has similar experiences to mine, and we've been successful at this. It really shocks me sometimes, because we'll both get an image in our head or see something, and we can finish each other's sentences. That's how precisely we see things. I definitely believe in the paranormal, and I hope to show other people the truth. I lived in this area for over 30 years. Robinson Woods is the home of the Chief Chichi Pinque, as it is spelled on the sign, in the site of his burial marker. He was the last chief of the Potawatomi Indians, and he was related to the Robinson family. He died in 1953. There have been numerous ghost hunting expeditions conducted here, with reports of drums and shadowy forms of an Indian in pictures in the woods surrounding the memorial marker. These woods are connected to Catherine Woods, west of East River Road, south of the Kennedy Expressway. There's a trail that leads from behind the Chief's memorial marker, going to a small branch of the Des Plaines River. It is along this river that John Wayne Gacy buried several of his victims. Additionally, there have been numerous bodies found here over the years. In the late 1950s, 2 brothers went missing and were killed, and their bodies were discovered here. The area of these woods, more towards the Catherine Woods side, just south of the expressway, is where the American Airlines flight went down, killing all on board. On the east side of the East River Road, there used to be a horseback riding stable called Happy Days Stables, which was the site of many illicit doings. John Wayne Gacy was known to be friends with one of the stable hands that worked there in the 50s and 60s, and he was a frequent visitor there. This stable hand is the one who was responsible for killing the 2 brothers in the late 1950s, and it's local legend that Gacy participated in the murders. Of course, both Gacy and the other man died without ever revealing the truth of this. These woods have been the site of more phenomenon than can be counted. Generations of kids have gone there to dare each other to face their fears. I've personally experienced the drums in the woods, the face of an Indian behind the marker, felt overwhelming fear, anger and sadness, and evil along the river behind the trail, and horrifying fear around the airplane crash site. That's my story, and many others, and the rumors surrounding this area. When I was around 7 or 8 years old, I lived in Norwalk, California, with my mom and my soon-to-be stepfather in a 2-bedroom apartment. There are two things I remember most about living in that apartment. One was the beautiful Princess Canopy bed I slept in, and the other was the floating woman's head I would see coming into my bedroom from the hallway. I have and will never forget that image. It looked like an older woman with long, coarse gray messed up hair with some kind of hat. The first thing I think of when I remember her face was she looked like a witch. Pointy nose, moles on her face. From the moment I started seeing her float in, she just stared directly at me, went around the poles of my bed, and coming right at me. I would always put the covers over my head knowing she was right on top of me, and shut my eyes hard, and put my fingers in my ears until I felt ready to look again. I've always believed and been interested in paranormal and ghost stories. After my grandmother died, I felt her hand on my shoulder in my then boyfriend's house. I turned around. Nobody was there, but for some reason, I knew it was her, and I didn't feel scared. I felt she was letting me know she's okay and with me. Lately, my sister and I have been looking at paranormal sites and researching videos and pictures of ghosts, paranormal stories. Your site is my favorite right now. A few years back, I was at the White Horse Bar in Maloa and was doing a gig. When I was done, I left the back room and walked through the kitchen area, passed by a guy in a white outfit who was preparing food, or so I thought. I put my stuff out of my vehicle, came back in, and was going to get a bite to eat. I asked for a menu, and a barmaid gave me one. I ordered food, and the barmaid headed back to make me my food. After a while, she came back with my food. Her and I talked, and we started dating shortly after that. Well, a week or so later, I met the whole crew, 3 girls, and the owner. I asked where the chef was, and the owner told me they're right here. I laughed and said, "What about the guy?" They all gave me a funny look and said there is no guy. I had explained the guy I'd seen a week back that appeared to be a cook, dressed in white clothing that's similar to a chef, and was facing the kitchen stove that I walked by. They all gave me a weird look, and from there, the owner talked about seeing shadows going across the back room area late at night, and no one was there. He told me the owner prior said a ghostly head was said to appear down from above the bar one time in the past. There was a time that I had to change the light bulb, and it had to be replaced. The old one was loose and burned out. I tightened the new one in place and tightened down the fixture, and we were sitting down my girl at the time, and the owner and another of the bar ladies and I joked, the ghost will probably be here to flicker the lights, and the light will burn out. The crazy thing is, a couple seconds after that, the light flickered and went out. The owner got another light bulb, and I took the fixture enclosure off to find the bulb loose, but still good. One of the barmaids researched the property and told us the place a long time ago, back in the past, was a feed store, and that a guy in his teens got crushed to death from fallen feed sacks. I was born in Singapore in 1951 to British and Australian parents. We lived in various cities in Malaysia during the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. In 1957, we arrived in Kuala Lumpur, where we stayed until mid-1975. We moved into a company-owned house at Freeman Road, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The history of the house is as follows. It and the house next door, number 17, were built just before World War II.
by the late Dato Gunlay Take, a then well-known architect, who became an early Malaysian High Commissioner to either Australia or Canada. He built them for his daughters. During World War II, the two houses, along with a large semi-detached house immediately behind, on what was then known as Gulfview Road, were taken over by the Japanese Army's secret police, known as the Kenta Pai, equivalent of the Nazi Gestapo. The two houses behind were used as compilation offices, and the three in jail in Freeman became senior military officers' brothels. The women in the brothels were both Asian and European, the latter being drawn from a pool of captured civilians and military nurses. Comfort women was the term used by the Japanese. Male military POWs were used as gardeners and cooks, etc. These staff, if they fell from favor, were executed, and some were obviously buried in the ground surrounding the houses, as some years later, we did find scattered human remains when excavating the gardens for our new orchid beds. On the advice of our doctor, who identified them as human in origin, we quietly reburied the remains. He said that if word got out as to what we had found, we would never get any Malay or Chinese domestic staff to work for us. After the war, the houses were returned to their owners who, knowing what the Japanese had used them for, promptly put them up for sale. They were all bought by large companies at bargain prices, who used them to house senior expatriate staff. Gunlay Take was no different, and in 1947, sold his two houses to the company my father worked for. The two company houses were 3-bedroom houses of 2 stories, double brick construction. There was also a long narrow room, forming a roof over the carport at the front door. This room was to play a significant role in what we were to experience over the following 10 years. In our house, this room was turned into a large walk-in linen press and storage area. To enter it, one would take one step down. When we moved into the house in early 1957, the first thing my mother noticed was that this room was extremely cold, as if it was air-conditioned. In tropical Malaysia, a non-air-conditioned room this cold is not even practical. Our dogs would never go into this room, and when passing the entrance to that room, always hurried past with tails between their legs. Nobody would really stay in that room for very long. It had a very uncomfortable atmosphere. However, sometimes after running around and playing and getting very hot, I would go and sit on the step at the entrance to the room to cool off. I was 5 years old and knew nothing about ghosts at this time. The main bedroom, on the extreme right-hand side of the upstairs part of the house, as one faced out towards the main road, had its own full bathroom, and the other two, also upstairs, shared a bathroom via separate doors leading from the bedrooms to the bathroom. These latter two were adjoining each other. One was on the extreme left-hand side of the house, and the other at the back, with windows looking out over the back lawn. This eventually became my room. All the doors were heavy solid, with solid brass latches. Windows were hinged teak framed and had a bamboo awning type blind that rolled down over the window to give shade from the sun. Downstairs was a separate formal dining room, lounge room, kitchen, toilet, and downstairs storage room, as well as a storage area under the staircase. The lounge room opened up onto a rear veranda area. Remember, the temperature was over 85 degrees Fahrenheit plus all year round. As per usual, European expatriate practices of the times in India, Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong expats had domestic servants to look after the household chores. All expat houses built prior to the early 1960s had separate servants' quarters on the property. This house had a 3-roomed building
with shared kitchen and bathroom, and it had a car garage building sited at the rear of the property, about 20 meters from the main house. About 3 months after we moved in, funny things started to happen. The first incident was the appearance of a white cat. Interestingly enough, it always followed the last person who went into my parents' bedroom at night, the bedroom at the right-hand side of the house. This cat made no sound, but appeared from nowhere and scuttled into the room as the door was opened. This bedroom was air-conditioned. A thorough search of the room failed to find the cat, but next night, there it was, entering again. At the time, we had no cats. This cat was seen every night until my parents moved to the middle bedroom, which was nearer to the room that my younger sister and I shared. Their old bedroom was then turned into a guest room. Over the years, visiting guests who stayed overnight with us also saw this cat. One evening, about dusk, my mother, looking through the lounge window, witnessed a woman with long red hair, wearing a sort of white nightgown, standing near the front gate. She thought that this was unusual and walked out the front door to go talk to the woman. As she walked across the lawn, the woman walked away and went behind the hedge, which formed our front fence. When my mother got to the gate, she looked in the direction that the woman had walked and saw nothing. 3 nights later, my father saw the same woman walk into the entrance of the servants' quarters. He followed her, but found no sign of her when he entered the building. She was never actually seen in our house, only on the front and back lawn and in the servants' quarters, but she was regularly seen in the house next door, number 13, and also in one of the houses behind. The occupants of both these latter houses often saw her sitting on the edge of the bed brushing her hair, but there was never a reflection in the mirror. When spoken to, she would turn her head, smile, and slowly fade from view. We also saw an emaciated man in a military uniform. He was seen in our house, both upstairs and downstairs, as well as outside. One evening, my mother saw what appeared to be a body lying under a shroud in the front garden. About 8 years later, I also saw this figure, for lack of a better word, on the back lawn at first light one morning, and again at about 3 a.m. on another morning. From time to time, we would also see an old Chinese woman in the lounge room. She was wearing a white starched linen top with black pajama pants, cut in a traditional Chinese style. This used to be the standard Chinese domestic staff uniform in the immediate pre- and post-World War II era. We referred to them as black and whites. By the 1960s, the next generation of Chinese female domestic staff had abandoned this tradition for more colorful pajama suit type clothing. One would look up from reading a paper or a book and see this old woman standing in front of you smiling. She would then fade quickly from view. She was only seen in the lounge, in broad daylight, but never when there were a lot of people around. One evening when in my mid-teens, I arrived home from visiting a friend. As I walked down the drive, I noticed that the lounge room was lit up and a man with shiny, neatly combed black hair and wearing a khaki uniform was sitting in a chair with his back to the window and reading what appeared to be a newspaper. I got the impression that he was Asian and thought he was a friend of my father come to visit. Later, I recollected that the furniture in the room was different to what we had in there. When I entered, I found the whole house, including the lounge, to be in darkness, the rest of the family having gone out and the servants retired for the night. Thinking back, I think this man was probably a Japanese military officer. I only experienced this once, and my parents never did. Occasionally we would also hear a woman's voice calling out in terror. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, because she was saying it in Japanese.
It was then that my parents realized that what we had seen and experienced were most likely the spirits of those who suffered there. After finding this out, we began to suspect that the cold room I described earlier in this narrative may have been used as a place for the ill treatment and execution of prisoners. My father learned that after the war, health authorities advised that the original septic tank was too close to the house and a new one had to be installed. While digging the new pit, workers had dug up human remains. We left the house in 1967 to move to a new house nearby. The next occupant, also working for the same company, also experienced funny things, but didn't actually see anything strange. This family's dog on several occasions also dug up human bones from the gardens. In the interest of preserving the local peace, they also quietly reburied the remains and said nothing. I didn't find out about what they experienced until many years after they had left Malaysia and returned to England. The company sold the houses in the mid-1970s after my family had left Malaysia. The houses at 15 and 17 were torn down, and a large mansion was built across the boundaries of both properties. However, this was demolished after a few years, and since then, the 2 blocks have remained vacant. In 2008, they are still vacant. This is a prime land in an inner suburban area, but the land is still vacant. The house at number 13 is still standing, but is abandoned and half the roof is collapsed. We wonder just what was found when the site was excavated for the new building. Also, the reason why the new mansion was also demolished and the blocks left vacant. Maybe the souls of those poor victims still occupy the site and are not at rest and reappeared in the new building. I was shocked to see that in Lovejoy, Georgia, there were apparitions. I too had an experience, but didn't think much about it, especially after everybody looked at us. My mother-in-law also saw it, as if we were crazy. We used to live in a new apartment complex. One day, I was sitting on the counter eating lunch, and my mother-in-law was in the living room. As she came towards me to get to the kitchen, we both saw a man going towards the room at the end of the hall. Our first instinct was that one had broken into the apartment. We did get a chill, but at the same time, we didn't seem it was a big deal. We just figured it was the fact that we had gotten scared. I grabbed the phone, and we walked towards the hallway. When we looked, we saw nobody. We thought they had gone into the bathroom or the laundry room. When we saw nobody, we looked in the closet of the room, but again, didn't see anybody. After we came to our senses, we realized that nobody could have entered because we would have heard the door and the alarm would have went off anyway. 2 guys that slept in that room told us afterwards that they would have trouble sleeping for a long time. On occasion, they would hear the water running, but they thought it was the other one. After sharing these experiences, we have come to the conclusion that this was in fact paranormal. We called the leasing office and asked them if anything had happened in that apartment, or if they knew of anything of this nature in that area. They obviously thought we were crazy and replied that they didn't know anything. Now that I have found this, I feel relieved that now, thanks to this, my family believes us. I'm of course referring to your site. Thank you for letting me share my story. There's a lot of things in my life I've seen over the years, but nothing has disturbed me quite like this. It was the weekend of break for myself and my mom, and we decided to go up to Oklahoma City to see my cousins. Everything was great. I got to see some relatives, and nothing seemed quite out of the normal. That is as far as normal went that night. While taking the 4-hour drive back, I noticed that the moon was very huge and blood red. Of course, I didn't know about the eclipse that day, so it was cool to watch as we drove to Ferris, which is a tiny town between Lane and Antlers. I remember that my mother pulled into the Veterans Bridge in Aloka when a couple miles down the road, I happened to look up, and an elderly couple was standing on the side of the road, staring across as if watching something. It reminded me of the Grant Wood painting of the farmer. I remember looking at a clock a moment before and saw it was midnight. The moon was still out and still red. What makes it even worse for myself is that my mother also caught a glimpse of them. I turned around shocked, and I felt like if I turned around, they would be flying behind us screaming. I've passed by several times since then, and every time I get a shiver up my spine, remembering what happened that night. I still get teased a bit about it, even to this day, even though my mom was pretty spooked out herself. My dog and I have been traveling the mountains of upstate New York and Pennsylvania for 17 years. So when he left me last February 2007, I brought him to his favorite spot. There was still snow on the ground, and tracking through the woods at this time was very difficult. I tried to break ground with the pick that I carried, but the ground would not permit me. I found a nice spot and laid him under some brush beneath some trees. I told Dylan I would be back. 3 weeks passed before I was able to get back to him. When I was driving up the dirt road, all I could think about was how I was going to find him. Being where I'd laid him down, I thought I'd find him in pieces. Was getting sick to my stomach. He was my boy, and this had to be done. When I reached him, it was just like I had laid him down. Thought this was weird. He wasn't even stiff. It was like he was waiting for me to come back. It was nice being with him, even though he had passed. The rest of the afternoon off and on, I dug his grave, going very deep so the wild animals couldn't dig him up. I took off my coat and wrapped it around him and laid him in the grave. Dusk was setting in, and all of a sudden, I heard children moving all around me, laughing and giggling. I knew this wasn't natural for children to be where we were, for the closest house was at least 10 miles away. I still dismissed this in my mind, as the circle we were using around me kept getting smaller. I would stop every now and then and listen, but I would hear no breaking branches, which should have been happening. Thank God I already had a cross I made, for night was now upon me. When I was tracking up the mountain towards my car, the spirits were in a horseshoe behind me. Every now and then, I would turn around to keep them behind me, but this still didn't stop the giggling. Never heard this type of laughter before. When I made the clearing where my car was, the noise finally stopped. I popped the trunk open to put the pick and the shovel in. Then, I leaned over the hood of my car. There stood 5 solid white entities at the edge of the woods. They were not children. For the past 11 months, I've been visiting his graves to make sure his resting place is kept up and comfortable. Once, I saw a dark figure that drifted across the opening. Another time, this figure was floating 7 yards from me. I even heard bullfrogs croaking. I'm an educated man. I'm not crazy. Can't talk to anyone about this without people thinking I'm weird or mentally disturbed. Either way, this was a tale that I thought you'd enjoy. It's 100% real. I swear my life on it. I know I may only have my word, but it's the best I can do. I've worked at St. Francis Hospital in Peoria, Illinois for over 20 years. I've seen some of the nun ghosts on the 7th floor, where the laboratory was when I worked there.
The morgue was also on that floor. I was working third shift one night. At times, we took the back elevator, the service elevator, to the floors to draw labs when needed. As I was walking down the hall to the elevator, I saw a nun getting onto the elevator. I yelled out to her, "Please hold the elevator, sister." The door started closing. Thinking she did not hear me, I hit the down button as it closed. The door opened, but there was no one on the elevator. There was nowhere else she could have gone, for it was a dead-end hallway. To take the stairs, she would have had to walk past me. This was a strange night, and it took place many years ago. Another moment, it was fairly late, and I was again on my way to the elevator. This time, I made it inside alone, and as the elevator was closing, I saw a man in a white lab coat standing all the way at the end of the hallway. At the time, the hallway was pretty dark, but there was just enough light that you could see down it. I knew for a fact that there was absolutely no one else on the floor at the time. The image of the man in the lab coat, and also the nun, will always be engraved in my mind. This hospital has always had a reputation for having had ghostly visitations from previous employees who used to work there. Some of my coworkers have experienced this as well. When I was describing what I had seen to a current coworker, she was a bit startled from the revelation. That's because one night, she had taken the elevator to the morgue, and when she got down to it, she could have sworn that she saw a figure or dark shadow in a praying position, kneeled over. She said the figure was an outline of a person. No distinct features, almost cloud-like, but could definitely tell it was made to be some sort of person. My theory is that the nun appeared once again to help with the newly deceased transition to the other side. I'd also like to think that the man in the lab coat was a former employee of this hospital. Either way, there's quite a bit of haunted history here, and I'm not sure how to deal with it at times. Since I'm fairly used to creepy happenings, it no longer frightens me like it used to, but there's always a bit of excitement in telling these tales to those who haven't heard them before. I believe there is a portal to the other side that humans have access to, and eventually we'll transport ourselves to this world. As for now, we're just getting a glimpse of the afterlife. This is an authentic story, and it happened to me. I've already posted this on allaboutghosts.com, but I've not heard anything about this place other than my story. Maybe someone out there has had a similar experience, or even paranormal things happen at this place. What made me want to add my story here is when I read the story about Tacoma, Point Defiance Park, 5 Mile Drive. This story grabbed me and was almost disturbing to me because it is so closely related to mine about a little girl. However, this was no ordinary looking girl. She was looking real, of course, except she had no eyes and was smiling, and then all of a sudden she disappeared. I was searching here to see if there was anything from my spot at Eagle Falls. When I went to this favorite swimming hole of mine on the Sequoia River, this is a very beautiful swimming hole, almost lagoon-like, where the river flows, with falls into a pool of deep, colorful water, and under the water, on the side of the walls, there are huge, giant flat rocks that drop off down where you cannot see the bottom. The rocks above have been carved into the star-like settings that have become flat, and then go down into where the river wall is. Across the river, which is only about 50 feet or so,
There are rocks where people can climb to. There is a rope swing tied to a tree on this side also. It's a popular spot for people to swim in the summer. I really like this place for swimming and floating on my raft with flippers, so I can move faster to swim up the currents of the falls better and ride the river down. This brings me to my story. I was headed towards the place where I was going to do just that, and noticed there were two people to the right of me, a man and a woman, one sitting next to the rope swing and the other climbing up the rocks. And to the left of me, there was this little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, and standing about 3 feet away from me, on the edge of the rock by the water with her head turned slightly, and just smiling at me. I am swimming still almost to passing her, and notice she's still smiling, so I smiled. I waved to her and said hi. She still smiles at me, but says nothing back. I looked at her again, this time into her eyes. We locked eyes for a second, and that is when I noticed her eyes were very dark, to the point where I couldn't see her eye color. They only looked like black holes, almost hollow-like. Everything about this girl seemed normal, except for her eyes. She had a cute little swimsuit that was lime green, with little white flowers on it, and a little ruffle around the waist. She was tan, and had golden blonde shiny hair that came down past her shoulders, and also had bare feet. She was alone. There was nobody above her, or next to her. I was thinking that maybe she was standing there watching her mother swing from the rope swing, or something. But as I swam a little bit past her, I suddenly turned to look back, because I feared her being too close to the edge, and wanted to let her to know to step back. But as I turned to do this, she was gone. Now, I was wondering how she could climb the rocks that quickly, and how she could be completely out of sight when I only turned for a second, then looked back. Surely I would have noticed her walking away, at least if she did climb the rocks, or even if she had fallen in, I would have heard the sound of water splashing. I was only a few feet away from where she was standing, and I quickly went to the area where I saw her, and nothing. I looked above and further back where some people were sitting by some trees, and looked down along the banks where other people were sitting, and with kids, and no one looked like her, or had blonde golden hair, or the same bathing suit on. At this point of feeling very confused, I felt a cold chill come over me, and my hairs and my arms were standing up. I felt a sadness and chilling feeling, and had a vision of the same girl falling into the water and drowning. I even felt some pain and a little bit of anger type emotions right there where she stood while I was still trying to see if I could find her. I thought, where are her parents? Why is she all alone? So I swam back up to my spot by the river and told a friend I was with what happened, and I pointed to the rock she was on. He said it sounded and even looked like I saw a ghost from the way I was acting. I asked him if he would go back with me to look for her, and he said no way. That is way too creepy. I don't want to go over there with you. I'm thinking about how this situation is so crazy, and the fact that it's daylight even. I'm going back to see if I can see her, I said. Determined to find her, I swam back to the spot where it happened, and looked all over the area where people were sitting, and still, no little girl in a green bathing suit. I started looking in the water to see if I could see anything from down there. Nothing. And the girl across the river that I thought was her mother was not. She was with the guy on the rock still. Then again, I get the chill, and I'm feeling sad, and start becoming afraid of the spot, and even swam away from it again, thinking this doesn't make any sense, then wondering if I'm the only one who saw her.
Did the people across the river even see her? This is a wide, visible area where you can see everyone around you. Am I losing it? Then I remember those eyes she had were actually hollow. The smile she made and just kept smiling at me. How she didn't even move from the time I swam towards her, stopped, made eye contact, and said hi, then kept swimming, only a few feet further, then turned around to say she was close to the edge, or, "Where is your mother? Somebody should be with you." I truly believe what I saw was an entity of some sort, and perhaps this little girl might have fell into the river and drowned, right where she was standing. I've heard some stories from here of people dying at the spot by swinging from the rope swings and jumping from the high cliffs, which happened right across from where she was. I also believe I wouldn't be so disturbed by this if it all seemed normal, but it didn't, and for some reason, she didn't seem to fit in. I wrote to ease my mind, and maybe to just get it out somehow. If anything at all, I will probably never know why she picked me to see her, but I will never forget what she looked like, or how she stared at me and smiled for so long. Maybe she was looking out for some people swimming in the river. Who knows? Well, this is the end of my story. Up until I was around 10, my mom, sister, and dad and I lived in a house called Fielder's Green, which was in Lanark, Cornwall. The house must have been around 50 years old, and was originally 2 cottages joined together, meaning it was fairly big. To begin, the only things that would happen would be the odd cold spot, and often I felt like I was being watched. Another time, my mom went to use the downstairs bathroom, leaving my dad in the kitchen, when she heard a man cough loudly outside the door. Thinking it was my dad using the study, she shouted something, only to hear no reply. She left the bathroom. There was no one outside, or even in the study. When she went back to the kitchen, my dad was at the same place. She asked him if he had followed her to the bathroom, which incidentally wasn't near the kitchen, and he said he hadn't moved. There was no one else at the house at the time, apart from me and my sister, and we were in bed. Another thing that happened was when my mom, my dad, and my dad's friend were sat in the kitchen late one night, when they suddenly heard an almighty crash from my bedroom upstairs. My mom said it sounded like a full-grown adult being thrown to the floor. Thinking maybe my wardrobe had toppled over or I'd fallen out of bed, they ran upstairs and found me fast asleep with nothing out of place. Later on, they even got someone to check the chimney in my room to see if a stone had fallen down it, but they found nothing. To this day, we don't know what the crash was, or indeed who made it. The most unexplained incident, however, was the sound of a singing lady. My mom and dad were asleep in bed, and they were woken by a tuneless humming outside their bedroom door. There was no way it would have been me or my sister, as we were only young, and it was quite clearly the sound of a woman. The sound came along the corridor from my room and gradually disappeared downstairs. Another time, my mom, sister, and I were inside my mom and dad's bedroom, helping my mom fold up some laundry. My dad was outside mowing the lawn, and we could see him from the room. After we had finished, we went to open the bedroom door, which was shut. We couldn't get out. The door had no lock on it and wasn't jammed. There was no draft in the room, as it was an airless summer's day. It felt like someone was standing outside, holding onto the handle to prevent us from leaving.
My mom, who is obviously stronger than me and my sister, tried the door too, but there was no luck. In the end, we had to shout outside to my dad to come and let us out. He opened the door easily, and there was no sign of it ever being stuck. We left that house when my parents separated, and I found out from someone that knew the current inhabitants that they too were experiencing strange things, such as their child's toys being turned and turned off during that night. My friends and I went to Cypress Valley Cemetery in Villanova, Arkansas. We come to your site and have tried out some of the places and have gotten good responses. We parked our car out front and went into the gates around 3 in the morning. There were 4 of us. There were 2 guys, and then my best friends and I, who are girls. The guys went in first, and we followed them soon after. Immediately entering, we all had a very strange feeling come over us. My best friend and I decided to go back to the car and let the guys walk around and explore some more. We were alone in the car for nearly 20 minutes with the windows rolled down because we were smoking when we started hearing screams from the distance. They sounded like they were coming from a woman. We saw no one else there. Then a few minutes later, my best friend saw the outline of 2 men walking on one end of the cemetery. She assumed it was our guys, so she called their cells, which when they answered, the lights from the phone showed us that they were on the complete opposite end. There is no way that they could have made it over there that quick. When we finally decided to leave, they got in the car and we sat for a minute. We had the windows rolled down, but it was about 68 degrees outside, so it wasn't cold at all. We all felt as if the air conditioning was blasting on us, but there was no source of air. It was very strange. Strange things kept happening to us later the next day. We go ghost hunting almost every weekend and have been to many places, and this one was by far the scariest place. It just felt very uneasy, very dark. Just thought I'd let you know. Here's one of my stories of paranormal activity. From being very young, my brother and I had always experienced things we knew were not normal, but of course, our grandparents, whom we had lived with since we can remember, brushed it off as childish imagination. As we were growing up, we saw less and less unusual happenings. It all began when I was 15 years old. My brother at the time was 17, and our grandfather passed away. My entire family reported seeing him the night after he passed away. Now, my family has its skeptics and its believers, and every one of them reported seeing him laughing and looking much younger and healthier than they'd ever remembered. He smiled at them all and said goodbye. Now, my brother and I had not seen this apparition, so we brushed it off as their subconscious projecting an image they all wanted to see. Of course we were believers, but we thought if anyone would have seen him, it would have been us, for we had been there for him when nobody else had ever been. Well, our thoughts came to reality one night, around 5 months after his passing, and this supposed collective haunting. My brother and I were up in his room playing on the PC. My grandmother was out, and my little sister in bed. Now my grandfather, or Daddy, as was his nickname, always enjoyed his music and always had it on extremely loud. We were laughing at something on the internet when John Lennon, Imagine, began playing very loudly downstairs. Well, at first, we thought it was a cruel joke by our neighbors, This particular song had been his first choice for his cremation, and so I, being the braver of us, stormed downstairs to find it was indeed coming from the office room that was my grandfather's. I walked into his old room to find it was freezing, and there were no windows or doors open, and the CD player was not on, and the music was still going. Then, there was a knock on the back door. Usually our neighbors used our back door, and the music stopped. My brother was now downstairs with me, and we thought it must have been our neighbors there to complain, and the noise, so he unblocked and opened the door. Opposite the door was an outside toilet, and as my brother opened the door, he froze. His face paled, and I could tell there was something wrong. I looked outside to see nothing, but incredibly shaken by the music, I slammed and locked the door, turned every light on in the house, bar my sister's, as she was seemingly sound asleep, and sat downstairs, waiting for my grandmother. To this day, my brother will not tell me what he saw outside, but I doubt it was the friendly spirit of my grandfather coming to say goodbye. The reason I believe this is because the morning after, my little sister said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" I didn't react and merely asked why. She then replied that the night before Daddy had been in her room when she was crying about his passing, telling her to shush, that everything was okay and he was happy. Also, my neighbors, who were really quick to complain, never mentioned any loud music coming from our house. So I really want to know why only us heard this music, and more importantly, who had been outside when my brother had opened the door. There is a two-story house right in the center of town that I lived in 1958 or 1959. It is known as the Old Van Delzum House. Both my cousin and I experienced odd things in that house. There were many times that we would hear footsteps, such as a man wearing boots walking from the upstairs front bedroom towards the back bedroom to the left of the stairs. My cousin also said that she saw an old apparition in the backyard. I went to see the psychic Carol Pete this week and showed her a picture of the house. She said she felt it was a soldier from the Civil War era. Also, she said that many horrible things happened on the property. No one ever died in the house, so it is connected with the land it sits on. We stayed there only about 2 or 3 months and moved to another location in the same town. I also found out that I am a psychic medium, have had many unexplained things happen through the years. This soldier is not threatening. He does not know he is dead. Wish the house was mine so I could try to help him. All this has been burned in my memory for nearly 50 years. Hi, my name is David. I'm a French student, and I wanted to share some eerie things that happened to me and to some of my friends with you readers. My grandfather died last year. He was a total atheist and believed that supernatural was just some bullcrap, and that people who got interested in it were pitiful fools. What's more, he was a convinced internationalist communist and often led some speeches against God and the church. I was the contrary of my grandfather, a conservative Christian loving God in fatherland, so the situation often led to arguments between my grandfather and me, as we were obviously on a different wavelength, but it didn't matter. He was my grandfather. I was his grandson. He loved me, and I loved him as well, and we would often laugh together. Well, as a Christian believer, I believe and still believe in hell, and I feared that my grandfather would go there after his death because of his resolute anti-God feelings. So I said a lot of rosaries
so that God would put him on the right way. One day, as I went back from the university, I got a phone call from my mother. She told me that my grandfather had been sent to the hospital in order to cure a little pain in the knee. But when the doctors started to inspect his general state of health, they found out that my grandfather had a generalized cancer, and that is why he felt so tired. I got so upset hearing that I rushed to the church and put a candle to the Holy Virgin so that she would get the forgiveness to my godless, communist grandfather. I went to visit my grandfather in the hospital, where he was sadly ending his life, and I could notice no changes in his mind and moral, and his Calvary in the hospital bed lasted for months. Here's the moment when my story becomes interesting. In my prayers, I would always ask the Holy Virgin to save him and let me know by a sign that she had taken him to the right place, near the God and far from hell. It was an ordinary night. I was reading in my bed with my bedlight and listening to the outside noises as usual, and I closed my eyes to sleep afterwards. Oh God, I can never forget what I lived this night. It was about 5 a.m. because it happened just a moment before I woke up. I had a very powerful dream, and it looked so real that it is still sculpted in my memory. I dreamt about a giant curtain of red velvet with a portrait of my grandfather hanging on it. I looked at this picture, and my eyes looked leftwards and saw that the curtains were open like on a theater. Behind these velvet curtains, I could see the sky filled with orange clouds, lit like on a wonderful sunset, or dawn, I don't know. And suddenly, I saw a boy kneeling in the darkness in front of the scene, and I recognized myself. I can't figure out why, but I know that the boy in this dream kneeling was me in person. A short moment after, a young woman went out from behind the curtain, from the lit side. She had a blue dress and a blue veil. Both were blue, one dark, the other clear. She looked like Raphael's Holy Virgin in the painting. I remember her peaceful face that made me feel peaceful and tranquil. The lady sat in front of the kneeling boy, me, and started talking to him. I would see the lady's lips moving, but no sounds coming from her mouth. But I distinctly remember her beautiful eyebrows. After talking, she showed me something behind her. It was a ladder, a beautiful multicolored ladder that went in the orange clouds. The ladder went through a hole in the clouds, and this hole had incredibly powerful light coming right from it, and it throwed rays of light. It was noisy like a storm, though not frightening at all, not at the contrary. My dream stopped with this vision of delight. I'd forgotten the dream on the following morning and went downstairs for the coffee. My mother was standing in the kitchen, and her eyes were painful. As I held my cup, she told me that my sister called from the hospital and that my grandfather passed away. I was waiting for this event with pain, but I got psychologically ready. Anyway, tears began to go out from my eyes, and I began to cry and go in the garden to think. And as I was walking through the trees in my garden, I suddenly remembered that strange dream of the night, and I was thinking that it was the sign I was waiting for, and that I beseeched the Blessed Virgin to send me. I was so grateful. I went to the church and told the Holy Virgin thank you, but I wasn't expecting such an intervention. But another prayer of mine had been made. However, if you're thinking that this story is going to be about light and positivity, you thought wrong. Because one day, a few days before the funeral, I was visited by a spirit with horns. That's right. I was lying in my bed asleep. when the door slightly opened a little bit, and I was greeted by this creature, this horned figure. It was definitely a black mass, but it was just standing there as I was trying to regain consciousness in the middle of the night. It stared at me with its red glowing eyes. That's all I remember, the dark outline of this dark mass and the horns protruding out of its head. It was there for about 40 seconds, and I'll never forget the sight, and it just slowly disappeared. I have no idea what connection this is to my grandfather, or even if it means something, but it definitely rattled me to my core. I started to get a lot less sleep, and on days that I would get sleep, I would have these terrible nightmares of the same horned figure. In one of those dreams, the horned figure would be seen off into the distance, with again those glowing red eyes, and there would be candles scattered about, with the only source of light coming from the candles. They were all lined up row by row, and in a line that eventually led to this horned figure. I remember waking up instantly after that dream, and crying profusely. I yelled out to my grandfather. I said, "Please save me from these nightmares. I'm sick of these nightmares." Fast forward a few days after the funeral, and the most spectacular thing happened, though it was a little unsettling, not even going to lie. And I feel like this was truly confirmation that God was answering my prayers. We have this massive full-body mirror that rests in the living room. This is where I saw my grandfather in the mirror, standing right behind me. It happened so fast, and it disappeared so quickly, that I had to regain my composure and not freak myself out too much, because I knew deep down inside that my grandfather was here to tell me it was okay, and that I shouldn't fear evil. Was it a possibility that I was so distraught over losing my grandfather that I thought I was losing my mind in the process, and I was just imagining everything that I was seeing? I don't know. I can see why people would think that after this story, but what I do know is that I contacted my grandfather, and maybe some unruly spirits, maybe deep below the surface, that we can't always reach. And it's truly terrifying, but also comforting to know that my grandfather has my back, even in the afterlife. One early morning, I'd been sitting in my family room, reading the newspaper. It was a very quiet morning, and I was all alone. The sun was coming through a bedroom window off the family room and shining down the hallway. It was one of those extremely bright sunrises, the kind where you can see dust particles floating through the air. I glanced up as I was turning the newspaper page. I then saw in the sun rays the outline of what looked like a man. It had a light black to gray color. It had no details, just the outline of its body. It was about 3 feet off the floor and had no legs from around the knees down. I could see the arms. It had no hands either. I just remember telling myself, "Wow, it's a ghost," and I took it all in. I told myself not to turn my head or blink. The ghost appeared to be looking into the bedroom. It turned its head slightly to the right. At that point, I had to blink. My eyes were drying out. When I did that, it was gone. I then got up and put my hands through the spot where it was. I guess I wanted to see if it would be cooler or something, but it was the same temp. I just stood there in amazement of how cool that was. I also needed to add, it was no one's shadow, and it's hard to describe, but it was not a shadow. I could see the dust particles going through the figure, and the figure was in the middle of the hallway.
It was three-dimensional. It actually looked like a hologram. I really love those rare ghost encounters. My parents bought a house in Newburgh, North Carolina in 1970. It was a brand new home in a new neighborhood. I lived in this house with my parents and younger sister until I went to college in 1994. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2 full bath ranch with a carport. Before I was born, my father enclosed the carport and turned it into a large den. The original steps, carport door frame, and window frame remained and led up into our kitchen. It was an interesting layout because you could look through the open window frame from the kitchen and see into the sunken den, or vice versa. The bedrooms were on a long hallway at the back of the house. The hallway could be reached by 2 doorways, the kitchen and living room, actually one big circle. The first bedroom in the hall faced the street. The bathroom was next, another bedroom, and then my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. The room next to my parents' room was mine until my little sister was born. I was 5 years old. I was moved down to the first bedroom. This room gave me the creeps. The closet door would slide open a bit on its own, which my parents said was probably a draft from the heat or air conditioning. However, after someone broke into my bedroom window while I slept and stole a few things from my room, I never stayed in there again, usually sneaking into my little sister's room and sleeping with her or sleeping on my parents' bedroom floor. I constantly slept with the bathroom light on and a bright night light or lamp. I would wake up in the middle of the night and hear odd noises that made me feel paralyzed and cold all over. One would think these irrational fears would subside with age, but they seemed to intensify over the years. One recurrent incident that still bugs me occurred in the kitchen, den area. Whenever I would be sitting on the couch watching TV, I would see the silhouette of a person walk by the window frame from the old carport. I would assume it was my mom or dad because the shape was tall. What would scare me to death was the fact that no one would appear at the door leading to the steps after I would see the shape walk by. Many times I would call out to my parents, thinking it was one of them, but no one would answer, and then I would walk up the steps and look into the kitchen. There was never anyone there. Most times, this would happen when I was home alone. On numerous occasions, my parents would come home to find me sitting on the front porch steps or sitting in my car with the doors locked. This went on for years, and I was very excited when I moved out to go to college. Years later, I went to visit my little sister and stayed with her in her college dorm room. We were telling ghost stories with some of her friends when I told her my accounts of the shadow. I was in mid-sentence when my sister finished my thought and described the incident in perfect detail. I had never told my sister about this because she was much younger and I didn't want to scare her. Needless to say, we were both shocked and had goosebumps. We compared stories, and it seems we had very similar experiences in that house. My parents eventually built a new house about 10 miles away and sold that house. I wonder to this day if the new owners have ever experienced any of the oddities that my sister and I did. I'm 28 years old now. The paranormal has always interested me, but only recently have I started to research it. I've come to believe now that some things I've experienced as a child were probably more than nightmares. I believe my encounters were that of the paranormal, edited with a touch of child's imagination. Contrary to what you might believe, I think my touch of a child's imagination is what scared me the most. I decided to share with you those experiences that could be considered nightmares for your entertainment, but also those that I truly believe are paranormal. At the age of 5 to 7, I can't recall for sure. One night, I was lying in my bed, asleep. I felt something moving at the bottom of my bed, and the next thing you know, I felt like I was being dragged out of my bed. My covers had tightly wrapped themselves around my legs, so tight that I couldn't move them. I yelled, "My bed is eating me! Help! Mommy, Daddy, help!" By the time it stopped and parents got into the room, half my body was hanging off the side of my bed, while the other half was hanging on for dear life. You know what my parents' response was? "That's what happens when you don't fix your bed every day. Your bed eats you." No, really, I still never fixed my bed after that. I disproved that theory fast. It never happened again. I look back now and realize that whatever it was in that house had a weird and somewhat morbid sense of humor. Check it out. Several other times, I would wake up from a rather deep sleep, turn over, and open my eyes, as if something told me, "Wake up, Steph." Sure enough, I would open my eyes, and one of two things would be sleeping next to me. A. Bo Duke. He was like a hero to me at the time. Or B. An orange mummified witch with a cone-shaped hat and empty eye sockets. Now, you would think waking up next to Bo Duke saying "Hi, Steph" would be cool as all heck, but no. I would freak out, jump so high I would fall off my bed, and thump, and run to my mom's room screaming, "Bo Duke is in my bed, help." It was way more dramatic when I saw the witch. Now, here's what really makes me think it was actually a spirit playing games with me. As I got older, about 10 years old I would say, the occurrences were not so graphical. I would still hear a voice say, "Wake up, Steph." I would open my eyes and see a pitch black silhouette of a man standing in the far corner of my room, about 6 feet tall. I would blink my eyes a few times. He was still there. I would pull the cover over my head and then peep out. He was still there. Of course, I then freaked out and ran to Mommy's room screaming, "The boogeyman is here to get me. Help, Mommy, the boogeyman is here." This would happen several times a month, for a good year or so it seemed. The last occurrence was years later, when what believed to be the same silhouette mentioned above ran across my room. First, I saw a blur run down the hall to my left and stop at the middle of the wall near the footboard of my bed. It took a moment for it to take shape, but it was definitely the silhouette of a human. I started to dart, and the moment I moved, it darted towards the other wall and vanished. I freaked out and flew to my dad and told him that there was someone in my room. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, my dad told me of the ghost of an old lady that dwelled in the house. She was a nice, but sometimes grumpy old gal. However, that doesn't explain the man that was in my room. I still can't figure out if the Bo Duke witch thing was truly a nightmare, or a spirit messing with my head, using the touch of a child's imagination. I've been to Gibbs Bridge twice, and we have seen something every time. The first time the signs kept changing. There would be a lot of writing on the signs, or not every time we came around. I looked back, and thought that someone was messing around with us, and I saw a figure standing alongside of the road, ran by the guardrail, and disappeared. Then, I kept seeing something black out of the corner of my eye. My cousin was with me, and she started to scream, and me and her both heard moaning over her screaming. Then, it was me and my sister and her friend. The signs again kept changing, but only a few, not at all like last time. We took pictures and got orbs. Then, we saw a figure again by the sign and disappeared. We went all the way down the street and turned around and saw a big bright light. I told my sister it was probably a car, so flash your lights to let them know that you're coming. She did that, and the light was gone. It kind of looked like a motorcycle light with handlebars. I know the whole story about it. Then, we turned around again and saw it again. It was not the street light at all, because we turned around going back to the bridge about 10 to 15 times. It only showed up about 3 times. The weirdest part of that night was we left, and my sister's phone was in the center console. Nobody was touching it. Somebody that we know called us and wondered why we called. Nobody did it. It was in the center console the whole time. My sister looked down and saw her phone hanging up, and they said we left a message. It was all 3 of us talking, and it was muffled. Tell me what you think, and go out there sometime again. Thanks for reading my story. Back in the early 90s, a wealthy family who lived in Corona owned 2 homes. One large home they owned was on the south side of Corona, overlooking the 15 freeway. The other home, used later as an office, was the old in-town district on Corona's famous Grand Avenue. As the story goes, before the husband and wife met and got married, the husband lived in the large house on Grand Avenue. The house once been a funeral parlor, and almost nightly, the husband would hear talking and other noise coming from the room next to him. He would check the room, only to find it silent and nothing out of place. After he met his wife, they purchased a large house on the south side and turned the Grand Avenue mansion into an office. One of the children of the family went to my school, and he claimed that their family had experienced all kinds of strange phenomena in the old mansion. One instance, a soda can was completely knocked off of a nightstand right next to a bed that he was sleeping on, and constantly they would hear footsteps upstairs. The mother once said she was in the bathroom and the door suddenly flew open. All of the windows were closed, eliminating any chance of a drift. Another night, the family drove past a mansion, as they often would, to make sure it was secure. Remember, nobody lived there at this time. It was only used as an office. As they drove past the house, they noticed every single light in the house was turned on. They went in, turned out the lights, and left. They checked with everyone who had a key to the house, and everyone assured them they had not turned on the lights. It is claimed that the atmospheric pressure in the backyard is different from the rest of the area. These stories were all interesting to me, but I still had some skepticism. Until, one year, the family was going to go on vacation to visit relatives in Texas, and they asked my mother and me if we would watch the mansion for them while they were gone. Keep in mind, neither my mother nor I knew anything about the house, including the strange phenomena. So Monday morning, we got to the house and settled in. My mother, a school teacher at the time, was grading some homework assignments, and I, only about 5 at the time, was fast asleep on the couch. My mother got thirsty,
So she stacked the homework assignments in a pile, went to the kitchen for some water, came back, only to find the papers strewn all over the table and on the floor. I was still fast asleep, and there were no open windows. Later on that day, she was in the kitchen again, and she heard me crying in the other room. She ran in to see what was wrong, but again, I was fast asleep. I did not appear to be restless, as if crying in my sleep. Later on that week, we both occasionally would hear footsteps walking around upstairs. It is a very old house, as you can see from the attached photo, so naturally, the floors are very creaky. These were definitely solid footsteps. We constantly went upstairs after hearing the steps, only to find the place empty. After the family returned from their vacation, my mother had mentioned to them the phenomena we experienced. They laughed and explained to us that it happens all of the time. They described the entity as a friendly ghost who likes to play pranks on people, hence the bathroom door flying open. The family eventually moved to Texas and sold the mansion to somebody else. I never returned to ask the new owners if they have experienced anything. Perhaps somebody around this area might want to. My name is Prenta. I lived in Hamtramck, a suburb of Detroit, Michigan, in a 2-story flat on Grayling Street. The apartment itself has a long and bloodied history of violence and death. Not only did I experience multiple ghostly apparitions, such as a man in a long beard that resembled Abraham Lincoln, but demonic possession, as well as poltergeist activity. The demonic possession was incredibly startling. It wasn't something that occurred inexplicably. I had a boyfriend who was connected to negative energies, and an evil spirit named Harold latched onto him. My boyfriend had never been once an aggressive or temperamental person. However, after staying together in that apartment for a lengthy period of time, our relationship began to sour. He would often talk in his sleep, which was something he had never done in the 7 years previous, and we had lived together for a long time. One night, he was sleeping right next to me. For some reason, I remember I had a difficult time trying to rest, so I was tossing and turning in bed. My boyfriend was dead asleep. Not a second later, he starts whispering. He keeps repeating, "Harold's here. Harold wants to play." Although it scared me half to death, what he said after that truly shook me to my core. He uttered some unnerving words, something about how he was going to take care of my suffering soul. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore, and I woke my boyfriend up. He was in a pure state of delirium. I told him he was talking in his sleep, and when I told him what he said, he looked at me as if he were terrified. That's because he said he had a dream about a man named Harold. My boyfriend told me that in his dream, he was in the mafia, and Harold was his mob boss. He wore a pure white suit and looked like a traditional mobster from the 1920s. Well, a couple days later, I was cleaning my apartment when I discovered a secret room that I never noticed before. It was basically a walk-in closet. The room was empty except for a small cabinet with a drawer. I opened the drawer, and in it was an old newspaper from the 1930s. I kid you not. In this newspaper was an obituary about a man named Harold. The obituary didn't say he was part of the mafia, but he was a World War I veteran. I believe that Harold used to live in this apartment. My boyfriend told me that Harold appeared once while he was in the shower, and I was away at work. I often worked a night shift at a hospital, so I'm often away at night. He heard a crash coming from the kitchen that startled him. When he went to investigate, the dishes that were on the countertop somehow fell to the floor. He then returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, when he saw the face of a young man staring back at him in the mirror for a second, right behind him. It was so quick, but long enough to notice. He then had an idea to photograph the bathroom, a picture directly facing the mirror, and then the bathroom itself while standing from the doorframe. What he saw was incredible. It was an orb, clear as day, appearing right in the mirror. Either way, I was convinced that later on, my boyfriend was possessed by Harold. He became a shell of his former, laid-back and friendly self. He transformed into a vicious, aggressive, and easily agitated person. We eventually had to have a priest come over to bless the apartment and to perform a prayer on my boyfriend to release the spirit who could be inside of him. After we moved out of the house, the feeling of intense rage and negative energy seemed to subside almost entirely. He stopped talking in his sleep. He was more easygoing, and he started to become the man I fell in love with years ago. Still, there was one experience that I had while in that apartment that I'll never forget as long as I live. It was the evening, and I was starting to settle down on my first night off from the hospital in days. I walked to my bedroom to change. In the bedroom, there is this huge mirror that I often use. As I was walking through the bedroom, I was looking at myself in the mirror. That's when I saw a woman dressed all in black with a scarf. It must have been some kind of babushka woman. I instantly closed my eyes out of pure fright, and as I opened them back up again, I returned to look back at the mirror, only to see that this woman had disappeared. I only saw myself. All of these events are 100% true. I know sometimes when people tell these types of stories, they are often met with a high degree of skepticism. I should mention, though, that I have high integrity, and I think it is foolish to tell pointless lies just for attention or to have a good story. The possession, Harold, the poltergeist activity, and the babushka woman were all signs that something awful wouldn't leave that apartment. At this point, I'm just thankful that I don't have to experience that ever again, and that my boyfriend isn't being used as a vehicle for paranormal entities. I would say this is a story of a haunted house, but it isn't. Until about 10 years ago, it was just a haunted house in my book. I met my husband over 30 years ago. He told me about a house that he used to live in that had some very strange things happening in it. It was local, but he never wanted to go anywhere near it. He said that it was very old and had been built by a young person who had some of the wood and granite that made the fireplace sent from Ireland. Anyway, the story is that when he married his wife, she came with her mother, a real shrew. She harped at him and distressed his wife to the point where he went mad and killed them both, then ran screaming that the demons of the house had made him do it. My husband's family moved into the house in the early 60s. During the years they lived there, they heard doors closing and footsteps on the stairs, as well as the smell of coffee and frying bacon in the middle of the night. His mother was quite a gardener, but could never get flowers to grow in the yard. He said the whole family was quite uncomfortable in the home and eventually moved. We had been together for a few years when we heard that the property had been sold for a mini storage lot. We were talking about it with my sister and some friends when my husband told the story, The friends asked to see the house. I'd never seen it to this point, and I'll admit, was more than a little bit curious. We finally talked him into going, and away we went. When we turned onto the street, we got a really creepy feeling, but when we pulled up to the house, I was absolutely terrified. There was not a living blade of grass or anything else on that lot. We live in Washington State, and this was March. The house was dark and very ominous. I refused to get out of the car. So did my sister. The guys, 3 of them including my husband, took a flashlight and headed around to the back of the house to see what they could see. After a few minutes, we saw a flash of light on the 2nd floor. A few minutes later, we saw the front door open, but nobody came out. After a few minutes more, they returned to the car. We commented on the fact that we had seen the light, and they told us that they had never turned it on. Then we asked them why they didn't come out the front door. They told us it was locked, and that they tried it before going around back. I was always skeptical about the stories connected with the house, but after they tore the house down, the mini storage was plagued by problems and eventually went out of business. The property sits abandoned and barren. Still nothing lives there, and it's still as creepy as it was years ago. I've got a story to add to your website. I've gone back and forth about someone having come check it out. Just not sure I'm ready for it. But here goes my story. My husband and I moved into a new house built on a minor Civil War battlefield. We know there was another house in the vicinity. There was also a tree that was referred to as the hanging tree, not far from our backyard, on which about Union soldiers were hung. Soon after moving in, we noticed odd shadows and white lights that seemed to move across rooms with no apparent source. We tried to account for them by cars passing on the road, but never could pinpoint anything. One evening, we were watching TV when a shape ran past a door to what eventually would be our deck. The door was a good 4 feet off the ground, but the person running past ran level with the door itself. My husband and I ran for the door, flung it open, and my husband jumped down and ran in the same direction. At that time, we were the only house on that end of the street, and, being a very small town, it's very quiet at night, and sounds carry for quite a distance. We didn't hear anyone running, nor did we see anyone. We were spooked, but figured it was a kid, and our eyes played tricks on us. Not long after that, my husband jumped off the couch and ran for the door again because he said someone was standing there looking in. Again, level with the door and no deck. There was no one we could see when we went outside. Some months later, I was up around midnight cleaning the kitchen. My husband had gone to bed and shut the bedroom door. The bedroom was at the top of the steps and the door in plain sight. I was watching TV across the great room when I saw out of the corner of my eye a man leaning around the corner of the hallway wall and smiling at me. As I turned my head, I was ready to yell at my husband for sneaking up on me when I realized the man's hair was long and blondish, and my husband's is dark brown and short. I also realized the man was wearing a white t-shirt with full sleeves, nothing my husband owned. I couldn't see anything from the waist down. While I stood there staring, he simply vanished. I immediately ran to the hall and noticed that the bedroom door was still shut, and if anyone had gone out the front door, I would have heard it. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. When my husband got up for work, I told him what happened. He said it was my imagination. I didn't think so, but we left it at that. However, I started turning on the lights when he left the house for work, since he left at 3 a.m. A few weeks later, though, my husband was in the front room at the computer. To the left is a table with an antique mirror hanging over it. My husband saw movement in the mirror, in turn thinking it was one of our cats on the table. Instead, he saw a man's shoulder and arm, wearing a white shirt, walk past in the mirror. My husband simply got up and walked outside until I got home. During this time, my son, who knows no fear, would never stay downstairs at night by himself. He said he was creeped out, like someone was watching him from outside the door. My daughter, a typical teenager at the time who kept to her room, would often come downstairs to hug me and sit close to me. When I'd ask her if something was wrong, she told me that sometimes she felt someone was sitting on her bed, and that she saw things move out of the corner of her eye. The strange thing is that my husband and I never told the kids what we saw until they were 18 and 19. There was a time when activity seemed to stop after my husband, getting the idea from my friends, stood in the center of the house and asked whoever was there to not show themselves to him. He was left alone after that. However, recently, we've been experiencing marital problems, and my husband moved into another bedroom. I'm now hearing footsteps in my room, and I'm constantly woken up by what feels like someone sitting on my bed. I'll roll over, but there won't be anyone there. One night was unusually bad, and I had to get up earlier than normal the next day for a class. Around 10 p.m., I said out loud that I needed to sleep, and he wasn't letting me. If you wanted to bother someone, to please go harass my husband. Strangely enough, it got quiet, and I fell asleep, only to be woken at 11 p.m. by my husband, who was in the bathroom, frantically looking for someone to stop an area on his leg from hurting. He has psoriasis, but this particular time, he said it felt like someone was poking him with needles. The area was deep red and gave off heat. A very odd coincidence to say the least. We've also had things go missing: a tablecloth, a 15th century style costume, and various little things that turn up in different areas. We have yet to track down the tablecloth or the costume. I did tell the ghost not to hurt my husband. My uncle and aunt now live in a house near the bank in Auburntown. When I was a little girl, my best friend Stephen and his family lived there. They bought the house and were told that the previous owner, an elderly lady, still haunted the house. They put little faith in the story and never let it bother them. I remember playing in Stephen's room and smelling an old lady smell, like medicine and lilac perfume. We never felt threatened by a presence at all. The smell would usually fade away just as quickly as we smelled it. However, one night, after the family had gone to bed, Stephen's mother was awakened by the sound of toys making noise in Stephen's room. Stephen had one problem. He was highly susceptible to nosebleeds. The slightest bump would set off a massive flow of blood. Stephen's mother thought it was strange that he was awake and playing with so many noisy toys at once in the middle of the night. Also, the rocking chair in his room where she would often read him bedtime stories was rocking so hard that it was banging against the wall. She ran down the hall to his room, and when she opened the door, the toys went silent. The rocking chair slowed down.
She looked at Stephen in his bed and saw that his nose was bleeding very badly and it was going down his throat. He might have drowned in his own blood if the very sweet lady's ghost had not raised such a racket that night. My grandmother Emily was a hard-working wife and mother, and during the Great Depression, she held her family together even when her husband, Grandma William, died suddenly. He left her widowed with several children to raise. She was a down-to-earth person and a practicing Catholic, so was not given to superstitions, but nevertheless had some encounters with the otherworldly. One time, for example, she was on her way to visit one of her brothers, an elevator repairman. On the way there, getting off the train, she had a sudden premonition of his death. She got a hold of herself and rushed to where she was supposed to meet him. It didn't take long for her to arrive at his workplace, an elevator station, where he had to do a repair job. She saw a noisy crowd assembled there, and she inquired what was happening. She was told that a repairman had been killed in an accident. It was her brother, the very one whom she had gone to meet, and about whom she recently had a deathly premonition about. I explained this as a prelude to her ghost story. Among her other siblings, she had a brother who was a decent man and a barber by profession. Unfortunately, they had a disagreement, which escalated into a parting of ways. He uncharitably held a grudge against her all the while. Time passed, and one night, while she was asleep and her husband were asleep in bed, she was suddenly awakened out of a sound sleep and noticed a person kneeling near the side of the bed. It was her estranged brother, garbed in his brother's smock and weeping bitterly. He was apparently suffering. She was startled and confused and didn't know how he got in her house and bedroom in the middle of the night and why he suddenly showed up after choosing to cut himself off because of a silly grudge against her. She began to speak to him and ask him what was wrong, but he interrupted his sobs to say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me." And with that, he completely vanished. She was amazed and woke up her husband, relaying to him what had just occurred. As they lay there discussing it, the telephone rang. Her husband answered, and it was for her. When she got on the phone, she was informed that sadly, there had been a death in the family that very night. It was her estranged brother, the barber. They understood this ethereal visit from beyond the grave to be the soul of the departed brother, and that he was given the grace to appear from his purgatory to his sister in order to make up for his uncharitable bearing of a grudge. A requiem mass was offered for him, and they prayed for his soul. He never appeared again. I come from a long line of psychics, and I must have been about 7 when during an afternoon nap, I woke up after a very frightening dream. At the time, we were living in Mount Butler in Hong Kong Island, and Mom's family lived in Capiz in the Philippines. I ran out of my bedroom into a room full of family and friends to tell my mom about it. I saw this Filipino man in a wooden box, dressed in a cream shirt and brown trousers, and lots of our family were around him crying. As a young child, I'd never seen a dead person before and was distraught at the experience. My family consoled me and told me not to worry, but it brought to their attention that I too had the gift. It was only a few years later that I was told that the person I saw was my uncle, who had been shot by the local militia in my mom's village in the Philippines, and it surmises that the clothes I saw him in were the clothes he was buried in.
So it turns out that I had a psychic snapshot of the actual Filipino funeral rites, whereby the body is kept in the family house for a period of weeks so grieving people can pay their respects to him. This brother of my mom's, she had been having prophetic dreams around the time, warning him to leave town because something bad was going to happen to him. He didn't believe her and was shot by the local militia after a dispute. It is Filipino superstition that during this period that the body was stored in the family house, the spirit visits the family on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th day after their death. This, as it turns out, was during this time that we both had these visitations. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes when she heard who she thought was Daddy coming back from work. That's when she saw a man from the corner of her eye standing in the doorway wearing a light shirt and brown trousers. So she chatted to Daddy for about 5 minutes about his day and what he had been up to, when it occurred to her that he didn't answer her back once. She turned around to ask him a question, and then she realized that there was no one in the doorway at all. It was at this point she was a little bit spooked, as she remembered my description of Uncle Fred in his coffin, and hurriedly went to check on Daddy. He had come in when she had heard him come in, but had just fallen asleep on the bed, fully clothed, in knit-wearing brown trousers and a light shirt. So it was her brother's way of saying goodbye, and I guess to say sorry for not having listened to her when she warned him. A few years later, it was 1987, around about the time that Edward Yule, Hong Kong's governor at the time, passed away. We were still living in the same flat in Mount Butler, but my sister and I had moved from the room we were in, as that had been converted into Mom's nursery, where she looked after preschool children during the daytime. We were now in the room where I would have my bedroom, until we moved over to the new territories. I must have been about 9, so my sister would have been 4. We shared a bunk bed, and her being smaller, stayed on the lower bunk. I awoke to pitch black, and the sound of flip-flops walking up and down our corridor. I thought, this is strange, as it is custom to remove your shoes at the front door, and to wear slippers around the house. As I heard these flip-flops getting closer and closer to my door, sheer terror took over. I whispered to my sister, "Chris, can you hear that?" No one answered back, so I was trapped on the top bunk with nowhere to go, with this noise coming closer and closer. I hid my head under my blanket, like most kids do, wishing it to go away. I said this time, more incessantly, "Chris, can you hear that?" And something hissed back at me, "Yes." That did not sound like my sister at all. At this point, I was terrified. I tried to gather all my strength to get out of the bed, but I was too scared. After what felt like a millennia, I eventually gathered enough courage to jump off the top of my bed, ensuring by no means that I touched the lower bunk and charged into my parents' room across the corridor from our room. I was so embarrassed being so old and being scared, I didn't actually get into their bed, but spent the rest of the night curled up in a ball at the foot of their bed. It turns out that my sister wasn't in our room at all that night. My question was, what was that in the corridor and in the bunk bed with me? The strange pink light. Around this time of the strange occurrences with the flip-flops, we were still living in flats in Mount Butler. My daddy, a complete atheist, had an experience of his own. Daddy does not believe in the supernatural, and if God actually spoke to him, he still wouldn't believe it. He was lying in bed one night when he woke up for no reason to this pink sphere to appear on the wall opposite their bed. It seemed to come out of the wall and sit there and go back into the wall again. He was puzzled by this and went to investigate. He checked out where the possible light source could be coming from. The curtains. No, we were on 3rd floor, so it couldn't have been vehicle lights. He went into the bathroom. All lights were off and couldn't have come from there either. He got back into bed and tried to wake Mom up to show her. She was having none of it and kept her head under the sheets. Well, the sphere appeared again and came out of the wall, suspended somehow, then sunk back in and disappeared. He never did figure out what that was or where it came from. Running ghost. When he was working in the Royal Hong Kong Police, he had another experience. At this point, he was the superintendent and managed a section of the traffic police. They were doing their rounds when a speed camera on the road flashed for no reason. They went to investigate, and it flashed again with no cars in the near vicinity. They thought nothing more of it until the pictures were developed, and on one of the photos, there is a distinct picture of a person, blurred, apparently running very fast. So fast, it set off a speed camera. The ghost dog. When we were living in Mount Butler, I had one other experience that reaffirmed my belief in the supernatural, and 2 other people I was with experienced it also. I must have been about 14 when my sister and my best friend at the time decided to go for a walk in the countryside. So where we lived was surrounded by Hong Kong countryside, which was perfect for me as I was a tomboy and spent as much of my time as possible out and about, exploring and climbing trees. Just before I started university in the UK, I was visiting some friends in Cardiff. I was feeling very odd that night, and as we were heading out into town, a premonition hit me. I turned around to my friend and said, "Something very big is going to happen tonight." He just looked at me like I was stark raving mad, so I dropped it. So when we went out and had a lark and came back, thinking nothing more of it, imagine our surprise when we woke up in the morning and splashed all over the news was coverage on Diana's death. This, of course, being the famous Princess Diana of Wales, who died tragically in a car accident. But I predicted it the day before. At least I feel like I did. Could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. Oodalexer Cemetery experience. So, I started uni in Derby in the Midlands, and where I was living was Student Digs on Oodalexer New Road. I was heavily into my goth influence back then. Not so much now, but I still love old cemeteries and dramatic clothing. There was this beautiful one on our road that I used to visit regularly and read and draw, with many beautiful statues and old gravestones. One day, my ex-boyfriend and I went to visit it, as it was a lovely day turning to evening. So I wandered around looking at all the gravestones and the statues, trying to find the oldest tombstone we could find.
It must have been coming up to winter time as the sun set quickly, and we realized in a panic that the gate had been closed, so we were locked in, and had to find another way out. So we walked along the perimeter, looking for a likely tree to help us over the wall, when the sun just disappeared, and we were pitched into almost complete darkness. Then, for no reason at all, the mist appeared over the headstones, so it was hard to avoid the graves themselves. So it suddenly looked just like a horror movie set, trying to avoid broken tombstones and holes in graves and that danged mist in the dark. By this point, I was pretty panicked, frantically trying to get out, with this feeling of overwhelming dread descending over me, and all cells in my body telling me to leave right now. We eventually scrambled over a wall into the student bar, and that feeling just lifted, just like that. It's only a few months ago that I was looking online about ghosts in Derby that I found out that very cemetery is haunted. Brilliant. My dreams. I thought that was the end of my experiences, but looking at the dreams section, I've remembered some more I want to share with you. I've always had very vivid dreams, some not necessarily all coming true, but all seem to have symbolic importance in the coming days, weeks, or even sometimes years. I more often than not have deja vu experiences, even if I haven't ever A, done this before, or B, seen places or people before, or C, really ever thought about these things when I am conscious. I haven't really wanted to tell people about them. As most people, I worry that most people think I'm quite mad. Haunted house. So this also happened just before I finished university in Derby, I think. It was just before my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. The importance of this dream is one that I've been able to break it down and understand it in its composite parts. So both of us were walking around this dark woods, and I was taking all that I had learned from watching horror movies into mind, and was very careful of not wandering off on my own. Made sure I had a weapon in hand in case anything happened. We eventually came to this clearing where this ominous house stood at the end of this garden. However, I needed the bathroom, and even though we knew it was a haunted house, I was not one of those people who would go to the loo in a haunted forest. So we walked in, and there were people there. Thankfully, none looking like psychopaths or zombies. Strangely enough, they were people we knew too. There was a feeling of dreaded sadness throughout the house though, and I refused to go anywhere by myself. We are directed to the bathroom, which was at the end of this corridor. He decided to sit and chat with people whilst I did my business. So, I started walking, but the corridor was like the one from the poltergeist. It just kept getting further and further away, until I had to break into a run, desperately needing to go, and leave this house as soon as possible. I eventually made it, and threw the door open, and did what I needed to do. Then I woke up, and realized that I still needed to go, so I ran for the loo. Luckily, I had the foresight to write this dream down once I had gotten back to bed, and knew that we were doomed. The haunted house was a reflection of our relationship, being hounded by our mutual bad doings, and that the end was near. It was just a matter of time, and so it was. Finally, before I finish another of my epic storytelling sessions, I have one more prophetic experience to share with you, but not one from my dreams. It has to do with my pet dog, Sophie. Her name was Sophie. She was lovely, with her white and black patch over her eye and black patch in her back. She was only 6 months older than me and had been with her family for 16 years. She was the loveliest, sweetest dog in the world, apart from having a penchant for biting socks, eating tissues and rubber bands, and attacking the Hoover. She was suffering from basically her insides giving in. She had serious kidney problems, and she couldn't walk very well because of arthritis in her back legs. And because she couldn't help herself anymore, she was kept outside. So one evening, when her parents were out, my sister and I were playing with her in the garden, and I had this weird feeling come over me. I seemed to be able to predict death, unfortunately, amongst other things. I turned to my sister when I saw this shadow fall on her Sophie that looked like a cross. It was like it was a sign saying she was going to die tomorrow. So that's what I told my sister, and she kind of brushed it off. She didn't believe me, being much younger than me. But sure enough, after a hard day at school, I was only 14 or so at the time, we came back and our parents were in pieces. And that's when I knew it had happened. They had to take her down to the vet and have her put down, as it was too cruel to keep her suffering like that. I've never seen my daddy in pieces like that, but because I was strengthened by my foreknowledge, I supported him in his time of need. My poor cat was distraught, as she basically brought him up from when we adopted him as a very small kitten. On a happier note, I had a dream after this terrible day. I was watching my crazy dog run from the front of the house, in and up the stairs, with much zest and energy, like she would have had as a younger dog, running up to our level of the house, looking like she was having the time of her life, back and forth, giving little yips of happiness, grinning in her quintessentially silly Sophie way. As because of her health problems and her incontinence, she was not allowed in except for very cold weather. I think this was her way of saying that she was free and happy at last, and I knew she was in peace. She still does come and visit us occasionally when we walk by the front of the house, and you can, still after all these years, smell her, and we know she's still looking out for us. I keep meaning to write a dream diary. I'll do that this year, as these dreams seem to be too important to miss. My husband and myself and my brother were all watching our mother's house while she was out of town on vacation. We had been there for a few days, and all happened to be on this particular evening and night. Well, we had finished dinner, and we were all just hanging out in the living room watching TV. My brother said he was just going to sleep on the couch, and my husband and I said goodnight and went to bed in my mother's bedroom, because that's where we had been sleeping. We kissed goodnight like usual, and turned off the bedside lamp. I myself just can't close my eyes and go right off to sleep, so I was just laying there, looking off into the darkness and trying to wind down. Suddenly, I noticed a very dark black mass right by the bedroom door. I blinked my eyes a few times, trying to make them adjust to the dark better, but realized they already had, because I could make out the mass that was so much darker than the dark. I began to feel afraid when I saw it moving. I laid there and watched it approach the bed over our bodies. It looked larger than it had by the door. I began to nudge my husband, but I decided to lay there a little bit longer to see if it continued to move or even get larger. I laid there and marveled at its darkness and its extremely dark color as opposed to the regular darkness. It was pitch black and just floated there above us. Unbelievably, I fell asleep. The next day at lunch, my brother said, "Hey, last night I saw the weirdest thing when I was trying to fall asleep. A large black mass was hovering above my head and scared me half to death." I stuck my hand in it and it was freezing cold. Before I had a chance to speak, my husband said, "Me too. I thought I was seeing things." I spoke up and I said I saw it as well and was frightened by it. They both said, "Wow, I wonder what it was." I had read somewhere that these could possibly be evil. Needless to say, we didn't spend the night there again. I'm a nurse and run our family's assisted living, and recently we had some strange things happen in our care home. I understand with caring for the elderly that sometimes strange things occur, in doing this for almost a decade. Recently, I had a resident that started to decline at the age of 93. One night, after helping her get into bed, she asked me if Bernie, her husband, who died 10 years before, knew where she was. I reassured her that he did. It caught me off guard, since her mind was intact and she was not forgetful. A week went by, and again, I assisted the woman into bed. She says to me, "I hear Bernie in the hallway. Can you tell him that I'm in here?" I told her to call for him and he would come in. She refused and asked me to. So I went out to the empty hallway and said, "Bernie, E is in here if you would like to visit with her." As a nurse, sometimes you do things out of the better judgment for yourself, as long as it helps your patient. Later that night, I heard the elderly lady talking to no one quietly. I've had some odd things happen in my personal life through the years since childhood, but that is another story. I was once told by an elder Japanese woman not to talk to the dead or invite them into my home. Another week goes by, and my resident took a drastic turn for the worst by refusing to eat or drinking fluids. After a week's stay in the hospital, she returned on comfort cares in hospice. The end was near, and we knew it. However, while she was in the hospital, I received a frantic call from one of our nursing assistants asking if I would please come back to work because she was really scared. When I got to work, all the lights in the house were on, and she was sitting on the couch with her back up against the wall. When I asked what was wrong, she told me wide-eyed and pale that she had seen a mist down at the end of the hallway and was hearing weird popping noises coming from the residence room that was in the hospital. After checking the entire house and silently saying the Lord's Prayer, the house felt calm. Eve spent her last days being pampered and showed care and compassion from staff and family. Many of the staff came in on our days off to sit with her, including myself. The last couple days of her life, she was sedated for pain and hallucinations. When no one was in her room and she didn't know we were checking in on her, she was reaching up towards the ceiling and mumbling. The day before she died, we had XM music playing on our TV. A couple of the nursing assistants were performing for their evening cares when the TV changed to CNN for 30 seconds and turned back to the music by itself.
The TV remote was on top of the TV. Since our favorite lady passed away, things have stopped for the most part. My mother passed away June 5th, 2007. Me and my husband were in New Jersey at the time, waiting to get unloaded. We drove an 18-wheeler for a living. My sister had called me the day before and told me that my mom was in a coma, and the home healthcare people said she only had about 24 hours to live and that I needed to come home. So I called our dispatcher and said we needed to be routed back to the Chattanooga terminal so that I could see my mom before she passed. He said no problem. After you and your husband have put tires on, go pick up that load and head for Chattanooga. Well, while they were putting tires on our trailer, we decided to get some sleep. The cell phone rang, and it was my sister. She told me that mom had come out of it. It was sitting up and laughing and talking to everybody, and that she was okay. So I called my dispatcher and said we don't have to go home. We can do one more load out here. So it was late that night when they finally got the tires on the trailer, and we decided to just stay there in the parking lot till morning so we could get some much needed sleep. We get up that morning and pull out. As we're heading down the highway, my cell rings, and it's my sister. She's crying. She tells me that mom passed away that morning early. So to make it a little shorter, our dispatcher gets us home 36 hours later. Now at this time, we are at my mother's house, and she has already been picked up by the funeral home before we got there. Later that day, my husband's cell phone rings while we are nowhere near it to answer it. So when we do pick it up to see if our dispatcher is called, it shows we have one voicemail and no number. So my husband listens to the voicemail, and it's my mother, the day after she died. The message said, "Connie, this is your mother. Call me." We decided to check if it was a delayed message, but it wasn't. I even took it to the cell phone company, and they said it was June 6th at 1:25 in the afternoon. My mom died June 5th, 2007, at the times between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It has really bothered me that we missed the call, even though she was already dead. She might have been trying to say goodbye to us. A few nights ago, a friend and I took a drive up Angeles Crest Highway. It was a clear night, and it wasn't too cold. As we entered the parking lot, we noticed there were no other cars there. As I made a U-turn in the lot to face the small building, there, we saw a man walking. What got my attention was the fact that my headlights shined bright on the building, yet we only saw the person from the waist down. The rest of his body was a shadow. The man was walking around as if he were looking for something. It appeared he had a flashlight in his hand, the way he was moving, but there was no light coming from it. The closer we got to him, the smaller the image got. When I shined my brights on him, it looked like he went down a small hallway. Even then, we could not see his upper body. We went back the next day to see if we could find anything. One thing we did notice was the hall we saw the figure walk through was now a wall. Not a wall that was just put up, but one that looked like it was part of the structure since it was built. 3 separate spirits are said to walk the halls of the soon-to-be abandoned Middle Tennessee Medical Hospital in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, as a new, more modern hospital is being built right across the city. In the older section of the 3rd floor,
One room is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mental patient who jumped out of a window in the 1960s in the psychiatric ward. 30 years later, in that section, administrative offices were constructed, and employees reported hearing running down the hall of someone with bare feet, and a light outside the room where the man was said to have jumped turns on and off periodically on some nights. The switch that turns that light on can be found only inside the room, which was not even in use at the time. When the lights were checked by maintenance, they seemed fine. Later, some orderlies enjoying lunch on that same floor reported seeing an IV stem being rolled up the same hallway. They left their food there and didn't return. In what was the pediatric area, the ghost of a red-haired girl in her early teens in a white hospital gown has been spotted at one point by a nurse who also had long dark red hair when the room was used for pharmaceutical storage. She claimed to see the spectral image of the girl staring at her through the glass observation window of the room. The nurse was also a redhead. Finally, the third spirit has been chronicled by the hospital's own sad history and has been spotted in a newer section. A young nurse who had just started was leaving for the night to go out with friends. As she hurried down the stairwell, she dropped her purse over the guardrail a lunch too far and fell down the center of the stairwell, landing on her head. She died 3 days later due to massive brain trauma. Ironically, one of the hospital's employees who had the task of cleaning up the bloodstains was the son of the woman who had seen the red-haired girl's ghost as her family worked in the hospital. It is sad that sometimes you can see the girl repeat her fatal fall. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house on a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house.
You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I'll be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently.
I was telling my fiance of my experiences, voices, mists, noises, marks in my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive, so I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiance and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiance and I were in a small room, in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiance and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just of the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the 3rd floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the 3rd floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, But when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back. Well, she surprised me. Not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the 3rd floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room. And there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and I'm more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. Growing up in rural Michigan, I had several what the heck was that experiences. Most were minor. A moving shadow or an uneasy feeling, but one stands out. I was 8 to 10 years old in the mid-80s, and my family had just returned from a vacation. When we got out of the car, my dad headed to the mailbox, my mom to her garden, and I lugged my suitcase inside the house. All of the windows were shut, and I pulled the garage door closed behind me. Walking through the house, I passed the bay window, from which I could see my dad still on the road, and my mom picking some vegetables. The house was silent, except for my footsteps on the carpet. I walked into my room and put my suitcase down in the corner. I heard a male voice laughing behind me, maybe in the doorway 8 feet away. It was a hearty laugh, loud and clear. I spun around, and there wasn't anyone in the doorway. I ran back to the garage, through the door, and outside. My father was just grabbing his suitcase from the car, and my mother was pulling weeds. I wasn't scared when I heard the voice, but not having a tangible body to put it with did unnerve me a bit. Following the event, I was able to forget and had no issues in the rest of the house. It was only after I got older and interested in the paranormal did I realize that I must have had a run-in with something. About 2 years ago, I bought a 126-year-old, 8,000 square foot mansion in Missouri, just outside of Kansas City where I grew up. My mother had owned and lived in the house for the previous 15 years, slowly maintaining it. She had done a great job maintaining its mid-1800s character, slowly bringing the woodwork back to life, adding insulation, and replacing all of the plumbing and wiring. I mention this because I've heard that a disturbance in the environment can cause spectral activity to begin. I'd seen the house only once, as I live over 2,000 miles away, but I fell in love with it immediately. The first night I stayed over, I woke in the middle of the night to huge blobs, about a dozen, from golf ball to basketball size, floating around the room I was sleeping in.
This is the one and only time I've ever experienced anything like that. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and fell back to sleep in time. I said nothing to my mother the next day until she asked me, "Well, did you see the blobs?" One of the workers stayed down there the other night and said he wouldn't stay in the house after dark because of the blobs floating around him. She had not seen them and still hasn't. However, the previous owner told my mother a few years later that he loved what she had done to the front room, but he could never stay in there while the house was his because of the blobs. During the summer of 2007, I went back to see my family. I stayed downstairs again and had several things happen. It is important to note that I've never felt in danger, only uncomfortable. My mom and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to bed. I stayed downstairs in the first floor master suite. For the next 45 minutes, the heavy footsteps above my head were attributed to the two of them settling in for the night. Finally, I decided I would go up and find out what was going on. The entire upstairs was dark and still. They were both lying in bed. I returned to my bedroom to hear the continued walking above me. So, I went out on the living room to sleep on the couch. The walking continued above me, although there is only one attic above that living room. I could also hear a distant, quiet talk between a man and a woman, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, and it seemed to always be somewhere else from where I was. The next morning, I decided maybe I would have a chat with myself out loud, and if anyone else heard it, then maybe it would be for the better. I sat on the end of the bed. It was now daylight, so I felt comfortable to be in the bedroom again, and said that I was the new owner and the son of the woman they probably knew very well by now. I really liked the house and hoped to continue my mother's good work, but for now, I lived elsewhere. I also mentioned something that I don't suggest, but in this situation, I felt comfortable in doing so. I told them that they seemed to have been there a long time, and so long as they agreed to stay out of the bathroom while I was in there, we could get along just fine together. The following night was as quiet as it could be. I think their interest in me was satisfied. This past summer, 2008, was my third visit back. Absolutely nothing happened. I was ready, and nothing. Hey, that's fine with me. But one side note, my mother sat down to look at an album she had kept for all these years she had been doing the refurbishing. She was showing me the huge change in the house, from walls being ripped out and then rebuilt, and so on. In well over half of the pictures, there were huge light anomalies. There were smears, blobs, and strange twist of the image. I mentioned this to my mother, who looked right at me and said, "You know, I haven't taken a decent picture since I've lived in this house. I've owned one crappy camera after another. All the pictures look like this. I have to throw most of them away because they are no good." I just smiled. Right, Mom. Every digital and disposable camera she has ever had in the past 15 years has had the same problem. I grew up with a mom who is wicked, and she is very psychic. She has told me accurately if a lover and I will break up, when, if I will meet someone new, and accurate descriptions of people I will meet. My mother told my roommate that the child she was having would be a girl, and she was correct. My mom, to my amazement,
is the real deal. On Halloween, our house is the most popular because the altar my mother sets up outside is very real. It's very fun, and I grew up with an easygoing view of the paranormal. I do tend to be very logical, and I believe in a paranormal experience if it does not seem like someone is BSing me. I keep my mind open. My mother does have headaches if she is around haunted houses. She has migraines that will make her sick for days after being in one. She's had this happen to her several times in her life, including once when I was a kid. A few years ago, when I was 23, I started having heart palpitations and tachycardia. At one point, my heart rate went up to 181. I spent night after night in the emergency room, and I was recommended to a cardiologist. I went through that for several months before finally someone realized it was a sedative that I took that helped me sleep. The doctors took me off the sleep medication, and I soon found out that I had become dependent on sleep aids. At the same time, I had to get on a Greyhound bus for a 2-day trip to move back with my parents because of the health problems. If you've ever traveled on a Greyhound, you know it's really hard to sleep on it. I was sleep deprived. I was told that I was sleeping, but I didn't realize it. I wasn't sleeping through the night. I was exhausted. I was depressed, and I developed a phobia of the sound of a beating heart medication commercials, etc. In short, my mental health was suffering. I had to make the choice to go into a psychiatric ward because it took a month to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. I didn't want to wait that long. The ward was in a regular city hospital. All the patients were quiet and were there to heal. Nobody was dangerous. There were patients with bipolar and other types of mental illness, and nobody was dangerous. There are different levels of hospitals. This was a ward for anybody going through emotional difficulties. I started to sleep the first 2 days I was there. I was not dangerous, but they did have to give me something to sleep. I was having dreams in which in my bathroom, patients had bathrooms in their rooms. I could hear a woman crying and throwing up all night. It was horrible and nightmarish. I could never see her because in the dream, I was laying in bed. How can I describe this? Even though I was asleep and dreaming, it felt like I was aware of everything going on. It never sounded quiet. It sounded like patients were throwing fits, and that someone would go by my room and rap on the wall with a walker, and that poor woman threw up and cried. She sounded miserable. The ward was actually always quiet. Nobody threw fits at night. My mom had taught me how to interpret dreams. I figured mine showed my anxieties. I'd been through hell. I wanted to sleep, and I never gave one thought to the idea that the place was haunted or had residual hauntings. I had greater concerns at the time. However, my mom came to pick me up, and she refused to enter the ward. I didn't think anything of that either. We were driving home, and she asked me how I had slept, and if I did at all. I told her about the nightmares, and how I was completely loud, and I was still very exhausted. My mother was shocked, and it showed on her face. She said, "Sarah, those were not just dreams. This psychiatric ward used to be a cancer ward." I was getting a migraine
because there are patients who have not moved on. Wow, that shocked me. I never heard doctors mention that I had been a cancer ward. The idea was never put into my head. Like I said, I wanted to sleep again and to feel happy. I was concerned for my health. I believe my mom. She's usually incredibly accurate about these kinds of things. I honestly have gotten tired of finding out if me and a potential lover are not going to work out. She's that accurate. However, I could not tell you if that ward was the former cancer ward. I simply don't know because none of the doctors ever mentioned it. I was sleep deprived and going through hell at the time. My emotional state could have been reflected in my dreams. However, if I've learned anything about the paranormal, is that it can be a very small world. The hospital in question is in Iowa. It is a regular city hospital with an emergency room, surgery room, etc. It is not a psychiatric hospital only. If a former nurse ever writes you, or even a former patient, I'm here to tell you that there may have been something to their experience. The ward in question is still open. This was a few years ago that I was there. This is just a quirky experience that I wanted to share. My story has been going on for a couple of years now. When I was 9, we moved into our house. It's a nice little place, backed by a large ditch. Behind the ditch is a large forest that I used to play in. The house itself is unremarkable. It's 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is the first room you come to when you open the front door, straight in. To the right, there's a door to the garage, and to the left is the room we use as our living room. To the right of that is the dining room, with the entry into the kitchen. From the left of the living room is the hallway, with the bedrooms and the bathroom. From the time when I first moved in, I've never liked the bedroom at the end of the hall. It has a window that looks out into the front yard. The room I shared with my sister has a window that looks out into the backyard. I'm not sure what it is about the room, but it's a creepy feeling. I was around 11 when my older sister moved out. By that time, it had been a while since I'd gotten any creepy feelings in the second bedroom. I was pleased with the idea of having my own room. I moved my bed in there, got everything set up, and prepared for the grown-up life that I wanted. The first couple days were okay. I had strange nightmares about something coming in from the ditch, something I couldn't explain. Finally, after about a month after I'd been sleeping in the room, I woke up suddenly from one of those dreams. I laid there for a while, not really sure of what woke me up. Then, I realized that the music box my grandma had given me a year ago, it was on. The music box was shaped like a carousel horse and had a switch on the bottom of it that turned the music on. I sat up and took it down from the shelf above my head and turned the switch off. I figured that maybe my cat went up on the shelf and brushed against it. I laid back down to go to sleep. It was lying there that I first saw him. I don't know what made me look up into the doorway of my bedroom. At the time, I slept with the door open, but I did, and standing there was a man, clear as day. For a moment, I was sure that someone must have broken into the house. With the light coming off the nightlight near the door, I saw that his mouth was moving quickly,
and no sound was coming out. It was almost like he was screaming at me. He took a step forward and vanished. I slept in the living room that night. I finally got the nerve to sleep in my room again, after about a week of sleeping on the sofa. And that night, I had the same creepy nightmares and woke up to find a child's shape sitting on the end of my bed, staring at me. It vanished when I turned the light on. I ended up spending the next year sleeping on the floor in my sister's room because my mom wouldn't let me move my stuff in with her. I also couldn't change my room without getting the feeling of being watched. I would glance at the mirror. It's the type that sits on the dresser, and see a face staring at me, one that wasn't my own. My older sister finally moved back home, and I ended up back in the other bedroom with my sister. I thought that would make it go away, but I would sometimes see the man standing in the doorway late at night. He'd stand there staring at me, mouth moving, forming words I didn't understand. 3 years ago, some major changes happened. My oldest sister broke up with her husband, lost her house, and had to move in with my mom and dad, along with her 2 kids. My oldest sister had her boyfriend living in the house with her. The living arrangements were this: my 2 oldest sisters slept in one room, along with my youngest nephew, belonging to the first sister I talked about. My oldest sister's kids slept in the second bedroom with me, and my sister and her boyfriend had the living room. It was weird at first, but we all got used to it. The weird things had calmed down since I'd moved to the other bedroom, but it picked up again when my sister moved in. I was trying to get some sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I saw the child's shape again, but this time, it was sitting at the end of my niece's bed. I sat up, but before I could say anything, my niece woke up screaming. She said it was a nightmare, and I had a feeling it was probably the same one I had when I was younger. They moved out last year, and things calmed down for the most part, until my oldest sister moved away. I now had a bedroom all to myself. I was trying, once again, to get some sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping in this house, and I looked at my doorway, and the man was standing there, but this time, I could hear him whispering. It was gibberish. I turned over and pulled the pillow over my head, but the room got so cold, I ended up turning my TV on and closing my bedroom door. Another time, I was messing around with a couple of the other teenagers in the area. We were crossing the ditch and going over to the woods behind the houses. The way we cross is there's an area with 2 large pipes that stick out in the water. Surrounding the pipes are these rocky things that you can slide down, but also grip with your hands. They're kind of smooth and hard to hold when wet. We were coming back. The others had crossed just fine. I was the last one over. The first thing that happened that was really odd was my hand slipped and I started sliding down. I felt as if someone had grabbed my arm and stopped me before I reached the water. I was about to step down into the water to get across when I heard someone yell my name and say very loudly in my ear to stop. I looked down and there was a snake in the water, right where I was about to put my foot. My friend came back across and got rid of the snake. I got home okay. When I went to take a shower later that night, I looked at my arm, and I had a hard handprint bruise on my arm. I don't know if it was one of the ghosts from the house, but something stopped me from falling and from getting bitten by the snake. So, I guess even if the ghosts scare me, they're looking out for me too.
Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that housed a saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12-mile northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when two events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the 2-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams, was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with 1 bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed, including the murderer, and 1 wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklore say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all, but after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit. While they were sleeping in my grandparents' house, this is 2 days after he had died, my uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right, and saw a rather tall figure, wearing a hat, walking in a room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa, a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house on Bayou Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body. I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling
and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then led gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of the person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move and nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to her house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off, until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road, because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something, after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night.
I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I am in, and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror across the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wounds to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work, the only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there, so in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things.
I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes, as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors through the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room, and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled the back out of the carpets in my parents' bedroom and saw blood stains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day, but I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large glass bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him. I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen. Perhaps. But the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. "I didn't call you," he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just lay kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale. I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued to search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. The carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken off the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary Driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, when I was reading a book about the ghost of London I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from the front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left, a figure wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother when, after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone. There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by my paled and terrified-looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone, not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. And my second story. This is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, A poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there. As they turned to leave, Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room. But I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic face with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work, so me and my 2 sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle when all of a sudden the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. Fifth story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kind of weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking and sometimes even what kind of sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I'd hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds.
Odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts. So if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. I was reading your site around Halloween and noticed Green Man and instantly knew what the reference was. I had heard this story dozens of times by my dad who visited Raymond. Then, I realized the legend was not correct. The legend states that late at night, you could witness a ghost wandering around the tunnels and bridges around town. There have been numerous reports over the years of a man with a green face walking after hours. He is known as the Green Man. This is because when people have seen this figure, the apparition has a terrifying green face as he floats by the local tunnels and bridges of the area. The real version is extremely depressing, but the real version in the least. The horrible accident occurred in Evans City. Raymond, unsure of the last name, and his older brother were flying a kite near some electrical wires next to a tree. The kite got stuck, and Raymond followed his brother up the tree to retrieve it. When Raymond's brother grabbed the kite, both brothers got electrocuted. Raymond's brother was killed, and Raymond was severely burned. He was extremely disfigured, and it was extremely hard for him to walk because of the accident. The residents of Evans City collected nearly $30,000 for the boy for his care. His older sister and her boyfriend ran off with the money, leaving Raymond without the money he needed to get well. From then on, the townspeople took him under their wing and took care of him the best they could, but without the funds to do it. My dad's grandmother, who lived in Suiki, told my dad and his brothers and sisters the story of the Green Man when they went to visit her. Raymond, now an adult, walks down the road to and from the tunnel every night. The sun would hurt his eyes, since it only had a thin sheath of skin to cover them, so he did not go out in the daylight. He could barely walk, but did so every night regardless. People from all over came to bring him money, gum, and cigarettes, even while he was on his nightly walks to the tunnel and back home. The Green Man came from the color his skin looked when the headlights would hit him. He had been charred so badly, he was gray, so the headlights actually made him look a greenish-gray color. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't confirm this because he is colorblind. Raymond had a hole for a mouth, no nose except for a hole, and holes for ears. My great-grandpa and my Uncle Carl, then a teen, got out and handed Raymond a pack of Lucky Strikes and a pack of gum. Raymond talked to them for a bit, though you could barely understand what Raymond was saying. Behind my great-grandma's car were many more cars, waiting to see Raymond, as there were more every night. At this point, Raymond was a bit of a celebrity. Raymond was watched by the town and the police, and he never had any trouble with the visitors. My family left, and the next car pulled up to visit. My dad recalls hearing of Raymond's passing some years later. Must have been about 1985. The interesting aspect of the story is that years after Raymond's demise, I've had friends who have passed by the tunnels and have noticed gray mists, orbs, and other strange phenomena. Whether they witnessed phenomena near the very same tunnels that Raymond used to frequent. One of my friends is a non-believer and a true skeptic of the paranormal, and he had experience where he saw the Green Man years after his death. Just like the story, he shined his headlights as he was driving through the tunnel and nearly wrecked his car. He thought that he had saw a man wandering around who appeared to have a green face.
He appeared so quickly that my friend had little time to react. His car came to a complete halt, but there was nobody in sight. Whether Raymond haunts the road and tunnel, I don't know. However, I'd like to believe that the legend is now true, after the experiences that my friends have had. A little ironic, but fascinating, nevertheless. These experiences all occurred at my grandmother's house, which is called Gwynmick Manor. Although the house isn't very big, it's around 200 years old. All my dad's family have lived there, and my grandmother now lives there alone. There have been many different events, things such as footsteps, dogs barking at something unseen, and the shower being turned on and off, or just a few minor things. One time, my uncle fell asleep in the kitchen at night, and the door he was sleeping next to was flung open, waking him up, even though there was no draft, and it was an airless night. The same uncle also had experiences as a young child. When he was younger, he would hear footsteps from outside his window late at night, as though someone was walking hurriedly over gravel. At the same time, he would see two big black dogs sitting by his bed. Another time, my grandma was walking upstairs with some laundry when she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. As she was retrieving it, she saw a pair of shoes on the steps in front of her, as real as a human's. She looked up and saw a long skirt and the start of a shirt, and then the figure disappeared. My grandma swears to this day that the story is true, and says although she didn't feel threatened, she certainly wonders who this woman is. There was no one else in the house at the time, and the stairs are curved, so if someone had walked down them, you would have seen. Most recently, my sister and I were in the corridor opposite the dining room, which is locked when it's not in use. There is a key on the outside of the door. We were standing there talking when the key started to move, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. We thought maybe someone was in there at first, but then we remembered that the key had been moving from our side of the door. Most recently, we were sitting on the lawn whilst my dad and uncle played badminton on the court behind us. The garden is raised almost on a hilltop, with steps leading up to it, so the grass we were sitting on was in line with the upstairs bedroom window, if that makes sense. We were facing the window, talking, and looking in at my grandmother's two dogs, who could have been sitting on her bed. My grandma had gone out shopping and had left her dog shut in her bedroom. First, we saw one of the dogs start barking urgently at something in the far corner, which was out of sight from us. This continued, and the dog then jumped onto the bed again and started barking directly at us. We thought this was strange, but what happened next couldn't be explained. A white mist, almost in the form of a hand, passed over the dog's head, as though it were stroking her. She then stopped barking. We both looked at each other in horror, knowing that we both had seen the same thing. There was no sunlight that could have reflected through the windows, and I honestly can't think of another explanation for the hand we had seen. I still feel scared when I go into the house. January 1999. I'd been working for an American company in Evesham in the UK. The company was based in a small industrial estate called Briar Close End East. On the edge of this estate is a small pub called the Oddfellow Arms. We all used to go to this pub now and then,
for a quick pint of a lunchtime. I personally used to have a pint, perhaps once or twice a week there. Anyway, as you go in on a fairly regular basis, you tend to get to know some of the locals. There was one couple in particular that the story is about. They were an old couple. He was an ex-counselor and had to use a frame to walk with. He was always with his wife. She used to drive him everywhere. Obviously, he couldn't get anywhere without her assistance. It was just after the Christmas break, first week back at work in January. I decided to go for a sandwich and a drink at the pub. Funny thing was, I noticed that this chap was on his own, sat in the corner. He tipped his glass to me as usual, to acknowledge me. I thought no more about it. Later that day, I spoke to my warehouse manager. He frequented the pub on a more frequent basis and knew all the regulars by name. So, I mentioned to him how odd it was that the old guy was on his own. Astonished, he replied, "That's impossible. The old guy had died over Christmas." I have never forgotten this, and some people, including my wife, have told me I must be mistaken, but I know what I saw, and I know when I saw him. For all those people who know the Oddfellows Arms Evesham, perhaps some of you may remember this chap and his wife that frequented the pub, or maybe someone else had seen him too. I'm recently going to a neighboring school by this house, and have visited it frequently. I never get a safe feeling while in there, and recently, we found a mutilated animal, not like it was feasted on, but just torn apart, and left in front of the house, maybe for some sort of omen, or a warning. The body was ripped to shreds, and its skin on the hands were ripped off, just showing its appendages. Later, we found the skull of the animal adjacent to it, and we noticed the jaw was removed, but the skull itself was in a very clean fashion. No blood, or guts, or any kind of fluids, not even dirt marks. The skull almost looked like it had been washed. That not being the strangest thing, I have a friend of mine who is a female, who is as well as extremely interested in the paranormal, and she has recently gone to the house, and the first encounter dealt with her and her best friend going into the house and just walking around. The problem was that they did not even get to enter into the house. Right before stepping on the yard, the house is surrounded by large bushes. They heard a sound coming from one. Other times that I've been with her, we swore we heard footsteps beside us in the bushes, as if being watched. Her best friend saw a shadow and became very frightened and began to flee. My friend was not as scared and refused, and her being the determined person that she is, continued to go forth. The sound was continuing this whole time. Her friend left sprinting, and so just to be a good friend, she decided to go catch up. She was not running so fast, and in her light jog, she turned around and noticed a woman with bright blonde hair, this being the only thing sticking out, chasing after them, and even got off the yard and continued in the pursuit. When seeing this, my friend began to run even faster and eventually ran to the church where they parked their car. She called me while this was happening, I guess to help us believe, and also she knew I was very interested, and I could hear the fear in her voice. When she returned, she told us the story, and one of the girls who was a local asked about what she had saw, and when she said the thing chasing them had long blonde hair, the local freaked and admitted that the woman who was murdered did in fact have long blonde hair. This scared and excited all of us,
because my friend who was chased had no idea how the woman looked or anything of that sort. Not being enough for us, we decided to go back with another group of kids who swear they know much about demons. We weren't allowed to go on because the demon group refused to get on because they swore they could just feel the evil. Well, they went back, and we ended up going another day with other friends. We just heard small sounds and footsteps. Other friends' stories deal with the chair in the living room that has two missing legs would be dragged across the living room. But one day, my friend, being the brave girl that she is, went into the house by herself one night, and she was walking around and really did not notice anything. She made a comment expressing how upset she was that nothing was happening, and a few minutes later, she heard a high-pitched shriek, and right then she was pushed, what she guessed to be about 4 feet, and pinned to the wall. She stumbled out of the house, and when she got home, her best friend noticed the scratches on her forehead. She still has them right now. This incident is very recent. That same night, her friend later called me saying that she had fallen asleep and was not responding, and that she was breathing normally, but her body was extremely cold. We haven't gone back yet, but we noticed that activity is much higher when fewer numbers are around. I look forward to giving you updates. Also, I'm from McAllen, Texas, and there's a building in that area that is rumored to be haunted. There's this building, and it is extremely haunted on the 3rd floor. I'll go ahead and check that out as well, and I'll give you an update as soon as possible. My name is Andrew Pierce, and I'm a local ghost hunter here in Warwick, Rhode Island. Having experience in paranormal investigation helps every time I tell my story, because living with ghosts and experiencing ghosts are two different things for me. I moved into my home 15 years ago, at the age of 6. The first night in my new house, I slept in what is now my mother's room, and before waking that night, I had nightmares of bloody murder, massacres, and deadly beatings. At the time I was just scared, but now, after researching, I've come to the conclusion that this was a ghostly encounter. Between the ages of 7 and 10, I suffered 4 experiences in my dreams where strange people would walk around in my house. The only problem is that they weren't living, and in each of these dreams, they were foreshadowings of what are now actual hauntings. The area with the most activity is my basement, which has been finished and where several phenomena have occurred. The first came when I was 12. I was headed upstairs from my computer room when I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. When I turned around, it was a little girl huddled in the corner and looking at me. She was dressed in 18th century garb and looked like she had just left church or some sort of social gathering. She has never been seen again, but she has been felt throughout the house, and even experienced once by someone who had never been in my house before. This occurred when a friend of mine was sleeping downstairs, waiting for us to get back from a run to CVS. She was asleep on the couch when a ghostly arm or hand touched her arm, and then proceeded to knock over a couple of items on the table. When she had informed me of this, I knew it was the girl. Another haunting would be in my mother's room, where, if you are alone upstairs and my dog is not around, a growling sound comes from her room. It is entirely inexplicable, but I have a feeling an angry ghost lives in there, but cannot gather enough energy to support anything other than making sounds and haunting dreams. Shortly after my neighbor died, he built the house for his children and loved my family very much. Most of the hauntings disappeared,
and a sense of comfortability ran through the house. Everything was at normal temperature, and there was no more dreaded sense of being followed or even watched. This has comforted me greatly, but it only lasted for a short time. Since that time, several newer and less aggressive ghosts have entered the house, and they are seemingly very friendly with my dog. Where he used to bark at them, he is now okay with them and can even be seen playing with them. This was witnessed when I saw him playing with his ball alone, but then noticed that the ball was rolling to him on its own. He would bring it back, and it would only roll once more. Also, this same ghost apparently hates breakfast because it disturbed us one time by knocking over a bunch of papers on the counter and spinning the trash can lid violently. No explainable cause was determined, as it was the middle of winter and no windows were open, and we don't have a fan in our kitchen area. Another ghost prefers to walk around the foyer and up and down the stairs, but never seems to go past the hallways. That's really all that happens, but I wanted to report these since they are the only real, vivid ghost experiences I could ever recall. Thank you. We bought a house in Yucca Valley in 1988, built during World War II, from what we were told, 2 bomb shelters. House added on to the years to come. Interesting old place, but nothing special other than the fact we thought we could turn it into our dream house. 2-story, white picket fence, etc. A couple weeks after moving in, my husband and I were in the kitchen, talking, when I thought I saw something. A fog, an image of a lady going through the dining room, not saying a word, thinking my husband would think I was nuts. He said to me, "Did you see that?" My husband and I choose to sleep in the downstairs bedroom, and the girls upstairs at that point. We were in a king-size waterbed, framed firmly on the floor, so it's not logically possible for something to be placed underneath it. After we began renovating the upstairs, we moved our bed up there, and the girls had the downstairs to sleep. Full-size beds, sitting on regular bed frames. There was nothing on the floor when we moved our bed out. A few weeks later, one of my daughters informed us that something was under her bed. My husband investigated and found a black and white photo, as well as some silk scarves. We called the former owner to ask if he knew who or what it might be. He came to look, said the photo was of his dead wife, and the scarves had belonged to her. A few months later, my husband found a painted portrait of a young man in his workshop. Again, called the former owner. He said it was of his dead son. A year or so later, one of my daughters saw the same image, the fog, image of a lady. He or she never caused us any harm, except for the fact that money we hid in one place or another had disappeared. After living there a while, we met the neighbors. They informed us former owner's wife had died from cancer in the bedroom photo, and scarves were found. His son, portrait found, had offed himself at the Yucca Valley Inn. Ashes had been spread on the property, according to them, the neighbors, but these facts were not disclosed to us at the time that we bought the house. After living there some 19 to 20 years, we decided to move, not because of spirits, just now that the kids have grown up and moved out on their own and wanted to downsize. I used to live at the House of 1,000 Stairs in Redlands, California. I lived there for about 10 years off and on with my godparents. They lived there full time. I came on the weekends and during the summer. This place is very active at night. My god sister and I would see the spirits of ghostly nuns walking down the stairs. They would stop to ring the bells in the bell towers and then evaporate into a mist. After a while, we removed the bell that connected to the stairs. There were other spirits as well. Some were pleasant, while other spirits we believed were demons. I think the scariest experience we had was one night when I was sleeping in one of the rooms. I woke up to seeing multiple green lights floating aimlessly around me before disappearing. They had to have been orbs. I remember there was a closet which was slightly open. When I looked at the closet, I noticed the head of a figure peeking out with red eyes. If you've seen the famous Amityville horror picture, that's how it looked to me, except with red eyes, of course. There are tunnels that run under the property, and rooms as well, all made out of dirt. Some of the rooms' doors have been covered over with dirt and rocks, so that you cannot get in. If you stay down there at night, you will see nuns going in and out of these rooms that have been covered over. I'm not sure what the nuns did in this house, but there are many restless spirits here. I also believe this place draws mentally unstable people to it. While we lived there, on multiple occasions, we had to call the police because people would break into the property, knocking at our door, telling us the spirits told them to come here. There are so many stories I could tell you, but it's a very unusual place after a while. My godsister and I would sleep in the game room next to our parents' room because we were too scared to stay in our room. That's about all I'm willing to share for now, but I hope you enjoyed these stories. I know that most high schools claim to be haunted, but my old alma mater has everything from restless Indian spirits, students that died on campus, as well as the spirits of some priest that passed away at the campus. Its name is Bishop Olney High School. It's located immediately next to the San Fernando Mission Cemetery, and is directly across the street from Eden Memorial Park, a cemetery for Jewish believers. To make this easier, I will list the different stories I've heard and my own limited encounters. 1. Our school's built on what used to be an old orange grove. It was also used as a burial ground for Native Americans who built the mission. Several different faculty members have heard the sounds of an old woman crying right inside our alumni hall, and one claiming to have seen her pacing back and forth. I myself went there late with 3 friends one night in an attempt to see if we could prove anything for ourselves. We heard the same crying noises and saw a brief glimpse of a black silhouette through the all-glass walls of the building. Other faculty members have claimed to see an Indian chief in full ceremonial garb near the school's chapel and the hallways behind it. 3. Members of the water polo, swimming team, and marching band have heard a young boy crying from the old archives located underneath the buildings on the west side of campus. The water polo and swimming teams used to use the old showers that were built for the priests when the school was a seminary, and the band used to store its equipment in spare rooms down there. One story of an eyewitness who saw the spirit is one of the creepiest our school has. A few of the girls on the swim team went down to the showers after practice and found all the shower heads on and a little boy standing in the middle of the room. The boy didn't respond to any attempts at conversation. The girls left to get a coach to try and get the boy to talk. When they got back, all of the shower heads were off, and the boy was nowhere to be found.
This part of the school is directly next to the graveyard. Only a chain-link fence separates the two properties. Our pool is technically rented space from the graveyard. In the new school archives, located on the second floor of the building over the old archives, there have been reported sightings of a priest in his uniform, reading or filing books. This same hallway, nicknamed the Forbidden Hallway by students, because it has all the permanent records in school's computers' mainframes and is off limits to any student without permission, was once the dorm rooms for the young priests in training when the site still served at the cemetery. A lot of men of God passed on at this location. 5. The hallway behind the school's chapel has had several sightings. The Indian chief, the little boy, and shadowy silhouette have all been seen here. The boys' bathroom is a hotspot for strange happenings late at night. I would be there late for extracurriculars or what have you, and one night when I was there, the door to this bathroom closed and opened twice. No one else was there to do this, trying to test the spirit. I said, "Is someone here?" And the stall door I was in flung open. It didn't feel like a bad spirit, but it was definitely wanting to make itself known. There are plenty of other stories at the school from all different sources. Those are just the ones I've heard the most, in my own little 2 encounters. I really hope this haunting hotspot gets a slot on this website, because I don't think spirits are going anywhere. Yes, great website. When I was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, I remember this clearly as if it happened yesterday. I did something bad to be sent to my room as a punishment. I was laying in bed, not sleeping, mind you, just laying there, looking up at the ceiling. As you may have guessed, I was bored out of my skull. Anyway, a few moments later, I looked at the head of my bed and saw 2 white heads, round-shaped, with red eyes. No teeth, or any body for that matter. They just kept staring at me. I screamed as loud as I could, and my mother came running into the room. As soon as she did, the image or ghostly figure, or whatever it was, had vanished. This house that this happened in was known to be haunted. I'm not sure by what. I asked my mother years afterwards if she had any odd experience in that house. After I told her what happened, she said yeah. When she was down in the basement doing laundry, she heard someone call her name. No one was in the house at the time. I'm not sure where I was, or my brother were at the time, but I know we didn't call her. We call her Mommy, not by her first name, as this thing did. She answered it. Now, as I recall, if something unknown calls out your name and you answer it, isn't that an invite? This house is located in Vermont on West Road in Burlington. I forget the number of the house. My mother said I was a gifted child. Gifted, meaning able to sense things, as well as sometimes able to predict the future, which I've had in the past. It's not something that happens to me all of the time. Just once in a blue moon, I'd get visions in my dreams that come as warning signs. For example, my brother was going on spring break during the days of his high school years, driving his Jeep over to coastal beaches in Florida. I recall having a dream of him doing this, and his Jeep caught fire while he was driving down the road. Odd how this dream came about. I told my brother not to go. He thought I was crazy, of course, and he didn't believe in that sort of thing, nor does my husband. Anyway, My brother called me up one day and said that his Jeep caught fire. He had a flat tire and parked on the side of the road. He wasn't going to spring break. He was just heading over to a friend's house when this happened. Come to find out, some punk started the fire to his Jeep. In 1977, my friend and I were driving on Old Pleasanton Road during the night. We were heading south when we came upon a woman wearing a black wedding dress. All she was doing was standing there, not moving an inch. We decided to pull over to see if she needed assistance, but didn't go too close, in case it could have been an ambush. No response from the woman. We didn't see that she had a vehicle anywhere around. It was beyond sketch, so we ended up not helping the woman out and continued to drive down the road. As we were driving down the road, we could have sworn we saw the lady through my rearview mirror. She was following us. The only difference was, she was not walking. She was floating towards us. This was after we had driven a mile from where we originally saw her, and there was no way she could have caught up with us in time. Within seconds, the lady disappeared, and she was nowhere in sight. We had to stop the car on the side of the road to gather ourselves, because it almost felt like something out of a movie. When I got home, I told my grandma what happened to us, and she was stunned just like I was. A week after this incident, around the same time period, I received a phone call that my friend was found murdered with a knife through his heart at the same location where we spotted the lady a week ago. My grandma told me that it could have been death coming for him. I still tremble at the thought of reliving all that happened that dark night in 1977. Great Aunt Amy. She lived in a small 2-room shack in the middle of a very remote wooded area in northern Michigan, next to her brother and his wife. I remember her writing to me in the mid-60s and telling me they had a road name and a sign now. My younger sister and I loved going there to visit. We would walk in the woods and explore an old cabin and trailer in the woods north of them. They lived very primitively, an outhouse with magazines for toilet paper, and slaughtered their own pigs and cows. There was a great green apple tree down the road, and we always stopped to get our pickings before heading home. One time, we heard a weird noise, and my mother told us to hurry up and get in the car. We had to get going. It was a bear calling for her cub, and we were downwind. Mom feared we may have been between the mother bear and her cub. Whenever we went to visit, we went to see the uncle and his wife first, then Great Aunt Amy. Although we would see her peering over the tiered kitchen curtain when we arrived, Great Aunt Amy was very short and stout, and you could just see the top of her head from the eyes up, over the lower curtain, and I'm sure she was on her tiptoes at that. But she was always so surprised to see us, and just happened to have cookies or rolls just out of the oven. The day of her funeral, the late 1970s, my sister Kathy and I got out of the back seat of the car on opposite sides. I looked at Great Aunt Amy's cabin and then looked over the top of the car at my sister. I knew she saw her too. Great Aunt Amy's little head, eyes peering up over the curtain, as she always did when we came to visit. I could almost smell those rolls baking that she just happened to be making. Recently, my sister and I took a random trip to the area and went by to see the little old cabin again. But this time, it was gone. A new home stood just to the east of its location. I was very disappointed. My sister turned to me and said that's alright. She's still there. Can you feel her? I could. My father remarried 3 years ago, and when we moved into his wife's house, I began experiencing paranormal things. I've experienced things ever since I was a child. My mom and siblings were always sensitive to the paranormal. My siblings were pretty used to it, but I'd never seen anything significant until we moved into our new home. It started slowly. I couldn't sleep well at night and had been hearing bangs. I dismissed it all at first as being in new surroundings, but it continued. My sister moved in, and we began sharing stories about things we had heard in the house. They were matching up pretty well. One night I was laying in bed, and I heard hand slams against my window and slide down it. I freaked out because my window had a screen on it. So I went into my sister's room to sleep with her and kept hearing banging from my room. There was no one in there. I slept in my sister's room a couple of times before I could sleep in my room again. I began seeing black masses for brief moments after a while, and my sister had one in her room that was about 8 feet tall and human-shaped. We began doing all that we knew, which was praying. After a few years of this, I got a little used to it, but couldn't wander the halls at night without being terrified. One night, I was playing on the computer and heard a very loud bang like a door slamming, so I went to my room. I shut my door and leaned against it and heard running up and down the hallway. Things like this began happening on a regular basis, and at the time, I felt like my sister was the only one I could talk to. Then one day, something on a different level happened. I was in bed at night, and I had a bunch of glass carousels on my dresser. I'm a firm believer in 3 a.m. being the witching hour, and at that time, all my carousels went off playing music, and a couple fell off the dresser. Once again, I played and slept with the lights on. I had one final major experience before I moved out. My dad's room stayed locked during the day, so when we heard scratching on the walls, it sounded like something was scratching the walls and the ceiling. I ran to the bedroom door and it stopped, but could see a shadow moving around under the door. The scratching then continued, so I went outside. I moved and don't experience things like that anymore, but sometimes hear noises in my apartment. I just ignore it because I know my family and I are skeptical to these kinds of things. Just keep my faith and know that I know it's human in my apartment. My dad's house, I'm not so sure. This happened to my mother's uncle in the 50s. Her aunt and uncle were coming back to San Antonio, Texas, on Highway 87 when their car broke down during the night. Uncle Steve went walking during the midnight hour to get help before he told my aunt to lock all the doors. She did just that. About 3 a.m., 3 men in a car stopped to help her. They told her that they would help her, but she told them that her husband had gone to get help, and he might be coming back. So, the men told her that they will leave, and they were going to leave her some food in a brown paper bag, which they left on the hood of her car. Hours after she thought about the food in the bag, but she was too scared to get out of the car. Soon, a highway trooper arrived. She told him that her car broke and her husband had gone and never returned. The trooper asked her if she had seen a few gentlemen in a '57 Chevy. She told him about the 3 men that stopped, and before he left, he asked her about the bag on the hood of the car. She told him that the men left her some food in case she would get hungry. The officer grabbed the bag and peeked in it, and out of the bag, her husband's head came out. She has not been the same ever since then. I live in a small town in Kansas. I've lived in several houses in this town, and in just about each house have had strange experiences. The first I can recall was in a small farmhouse in the country. My sister and I shared a room and had bunk beds. The head of the bed was the opposite of how most people would set a room up. The head of the bed was by the window, and the foot of the bed was flush to the wall. I was in the bottom bunk, and my sister in the top bunk. I recall waking up one night and looking out the window to the shed that was across from me. In the top window, the second floor, I noticed a black human figure, no discernible facial features. It had a pale yellow light glowing around it, just purely out of fear and not wanting to experience this alone. I asked my sister, who was supposedly asleep on the top bunk, if she was seeing what I was seeing, not expecting to hear her to really answer me, and she said yes. We still joke about our psychic connection. When I was in high school and living in a small town as I do, my friends and I would drive around the countryside, mostly because we heard that there was some scary haunted place outside of town, and we always liked to investigate. But one night, I was sitting in the front seat of my friend's car and noticed that there was a small boy running in the road ahead of us. It was rather late at night, at least sometime after midnight, a very strange hour for young boys to be running out in the country. I noticed that he had on a red and green striped shirt and brown pants. What was really creepy, though, was the way he just kept looking back at us, almost begging to be hit. I could only see this boy at the middle point of the curve in the road. Just as we were rounding the last corner, he would disappear. It would only last several seconds. I questioned whether or not I was losing my mind, or if I really saw it, because no one else did. Another story I have was when I bought the house I live in now, still the same town. I'd fallen asleep on the floor in my living room. My dog was sleeping next to me. I'm not even sure what exactly woke me up, but when I looked towards my bedroom, I could see a small girl in a white nightgown. She had blonde hair, and next to her was a white cat. I could see through them. They had a mist around them. And again, just as it registered what I was seeing, they vanished. A few months later, I was in my room, standing on the edge of my bed, which is right next to the bedroom door. I was reaching for the light fixture to change the light bulb, with my arms extended. I noticed a man, dark short hair, and in his 30s. He had dark-rimmed glasses, and he walked past me through the living room, into my room. As soon as he got past my arm, so he would be standing right in front of me, he disappeared. I've also noticed small dark figures, a possible dog, like roaming around me when I was walking in my house at night. I always try to jump over them, thinking that it was my dog, but she was in another room when this happened. In 1978, My parents purchased a relatively new house in Niceville, Florida. The land the house had been built on had previously been a swamp that was drained to make way for the housing subdivision. Nothing bad had ever happened in the house, yet, after living in the house for a short time, we all began to notice odd things. It started the night I broke up with my fiance. My parents had got out for the evening, and I was in my bedroom crying. Suddenly, I realized I was not alone. I looked up, and I saw a woman dressed in the turn-of-the-century clothing. She had a look of extreme empathy on her face. I did a double take. Never take your eyes off of them, I've learned. And my visitor was gone. My brother brought her engagement ring into my room so that I could take it to work the next day and have it sized. When I woke up from my nap, I got the ring off the dresser and noticed that it wasn't quite right. I got on my loupe and discovered that the ring had been squashed. I took the ring to my parents and showed it to them. Dad examined the ring. As a scientist, he was a little more observant than I was. He pointed out that the ring appeared to have been squashed from the right, beside the head that held the diamond, as if it had been sitting on the rear shank of the ring, and an incredible force put on it that literally broke the head from the shank, without leaving a single scratch or gouge mark. That kind of spooked me, since I had been sleeping with the ring on the nightstand next to my head, and it had been fine prior to being placed by my bed. However, events would soon unfold that made us all realize that the house was indeed haunted by the lady, but she was a friendly ghost, provided you were nice to her family. After having moved to the house, my mom was in a terrible car accident, which almost killed her. She was in the hospital for over 6 weeks, and even after she got out, she was in and out of the hospital repeatedly. By this time, I was married and out of the house, but my middle sister's kids would stay over while my sister worked nights. My niece slept in my old room, which seemed to soon become the epicenter for activity, perhaps because of the pre-adolescent age. It started with her being awakened by the feeling that someone was sitting on the bed. She turned on the light and saw depression in the bed, as if someone were sitting there. As she watched, the depression slowly lifted out, as if the person sitting there had stood up. She was too frightened to sleep in the room after that, so her brother slept there for her. He was awakened every night by the sound of a dresser drawer being pulled out and rattled. At first he thought it was Granny, but then he turned the light on and there was no one there. The final straw for my sister's kids came when they were sleeping over one night. Mom had just been released from the hospital, yet again, and was sitting up in the den. Dad had gone to bed. Suddenly, Dad was awakened by the sound of the smoke alarms going off. He ran into the den and found Mom passed out. She had been in incredible pain since her accident and had begun stashing pills for a grand escape. That night, she had gotten so depressed that she ended up taking all the pills that she had been hoarding. There was no evidence of smoke in the house, not even Mom's usual cigarette smoke. By this time, the smoke alarms had stopped blaring their alarms, but Dad stood there, surveying the scene and thinking about how much pain Mom was in and how horrible her life had been since the accident and even going as far as to whether it was even right for him to decide that Mom was not entitled to escape the horror her life had become. Then the smoke alarms went off again. Dad figured somebody was trying to tell him something, and he called 911. The next day, after we had all been to the hospital to make sure that Mom was going to be okay, we all gathered at my parents' house. I asked Dad why he had called the paramedics. I felt like the doctors who had saved my mom's life after the accident had not taken into consideration the lack of quality of life she would have, and I felt like Mom was entitled to a reprieve from the constant torment she was in. Dad looked at me kind of funny and explained about the smoke detectors. Then he said that when he had gotten home later that night, he had torn each of the smoke detectors apart, and there was nothing wrong with any of them, nor was there any reason they should have gone off in the first place. Once Dad told us this, we all sat there with odd looks on our faces and started talking about the lady. By this time, I'd seen her twice. My older sister had seen her once, and my skeptical scientist dad even admitted to having seen her. We began comparing notes and found us finishing each other's stories and descriptions. We had all seen the same lady dressed in the same clothing, and none of us had mentioned it to the others for fear of being ridiculed. As time went by, the lady continued to watch over her family. After my dad's death in 1998, my then husband and I were in the den of the house after we had cleaned out the possessions and cleaned the house up. I'd left a book on the counter, and X went back to get it. Our marriage was on the rocks, and he was becoming increasingly abusive to me, something that the lady didn't seem to care for. He had always laughed at our family ghost stories, up till the day. But when he went back in the house to get my book, he came out of the house shaking and white. He had felt a cold hand brush across his face. Then, when he didn't leave fast enough, he felt the same cold hand pushing him in the back, propelling him to the door. The lady was trying to tell him that she did not appreciate the way she was treating one of her kids, nor was he welcome in her home. After that, the lady began dropping by my house. I always knew she was around because the stove timer would go off for no reason and the dresser drawers would rattle. After I left the abusive hubby and moved to the Midwest, the lady would come by and visit me there from time to time, always setting off the timer on the stove, rattling drawers, playing tricks with the blinds, anything she could do to let me know she was keeping an eye out for me. I realized that this is unusual for ghosts to leave their primary residence and to actually follow people from home to home, but I talked to some friends who all felt like the lady was probably a female ancestor who had died in childbirth, so she felt responsible for looking out for her family. After going through the family archives, we found a photo of my great-grandmother. She had died of appendicitis when she was pregnant. The baby also died. The woman in the photo looked like the lady. My sister is now living in the house. When she first moved in, she put some pots in the cabinet, then went to the bathroom for a minute. When she came back out, the pots were sitting on the floor. Earrings and rings that had been lost for years, some in different houses that we lived in, suddenly appeared on the cabinet or in my sister's jewelry box. Unseen hands frequently pull back the curtains to look outside, and my sister's dog loves to romp and play with the unseen visitor. I could go on and on about all the poltergeist activity, Some that seemed to be coming from the lady, others that seemed to be coming from my deceased dad. From fax machines that go off when they aren't plugged in, my deceased dad's voice calling me to wake me up when the gas fireplace developed a leak, even luggage being set on its end. Weird stuff just follows my sister and I around. Just 2 nights ago, while laying in bed, I was awakened by the bed shaking. I sat up and looked around and found my husband sound asleep and the door securely closed against kitty visitors. I laid back down and snuggled up to my hubby, thinking that he just had a chronic jerk that shook the bed when it suddenly hit again. The whole bed kind of went whomp, as if a 20-pound weight had been dropped on it. This time, I knew that there were no cats in the room, and since I had been snuggled up to my hubby, I knew he had not jerked in his sleep. It's nice having your own guardian spirit to watch over you, but it can really interfere with your sleeping. I know that some people think that we're all nuts, or engaging in what shrinks call magical thinking, but every time I start to question my own sanity, I get another visit. It should be interesting when we move to my dad's hometown this spring. I imagine the visits will become a regular thing. Growing up in rural northern Wisconsin, there were few opportunities for earning cash, aside from service positions and agricultural work. Coming from a farm family myself, as a youth, I would hire myself out to farmers to help with the work on their respective farms, mostly crops and dairy cattle. If you never have this experience, it may come as a surprise that these farms are usually isolated and could be quite unfriendly, creepy, and sometimes dangerous. Physical injuries like losing an eye or a limb or even a life were not uncommon. This is the setting for my story. One January, I was a hired boy at a dairy farm owned by an elderly couple with whom I was acquainted with through our parish church. The farmer's house was heated by a wood furnace in the basement, where I was lodged, and among my other jobs, I had to bring in the wood and tend the fire. One day, while carrying wood down the steps, I felt pushed, which caused me to slip and fall down the stairs, landing on the concrete floor, which knocked me out temporarily. I must have been out only a minute or two, as I woke in pain and found the wood scattered all over. The farmer was very stern, and I feared how he would react to a mess and me not being busy with the work to which I had been assigned. When he did see me, he asked where I'd been and what I had been doing, and so I explained it to him. As I suspected, he was cross with me. Later that night, over supper, he told me a story which made me rethink my staying there. He related that some time ago, his wife, although a Catholic like me, had been dabbling in the occult, things like divination, astrology, cards, etc. Odd things began happening around the farm, and it was no longer prospering. He told me that the last straw had been when he awoke to find her levitating above their bed in the middle of the night. They decided to call the parish priest. The priest, whom I will call Father X in the story, was a mature, spiritual, and virtuous man whom I knew and respected. His brother was likewise a priest and an exorcist. The couple explained what was happening on their farm and house. Father X had to get rid of the occult books and the paraphernalia and after hearing their confession and absolving them, offered to bless and cleanse the house with a kind of minor exorcism. Before getting out his handbook of rituals and his stolen holy water, he had them close and lock the doors and windows. For some reason, he went through the residence, leading the couple in prayers and reciting the house blessing and minor prayers of exorcism, all the while sprinkling each room with holy water. When they reached the last room, which was the kitchen, Father X was finishing the prayers, and after everyone said amen, the kitchen door, which led outside, unlocked by itself, opened and then slammed shut. Father X then explained that this is why he had locked the doors previously, to make sure that by the door opening and closing by invisible force, he could tell by that sign that the spirit had really left. The farmer went on to explain that he liked the instruction that Father X had left him with, namely, that the devil is like a dog on a leash. The demons are all restrained by the power of God, he said, chained, as it were, and they cannot really hurt you directly unless you come within their reach. Occult practices, blasphemies, and even grave sins can put people in places within the perimeter of the influence of evil spirits, and so if you want to avoid being harmed by them, don't come near them any more than you would approach a vicious dog that has been chained. I asked the farmer if the basin where I was lodging was also blessed. The farmer thought for a moment and said he did not recall that it was. The door to the basin was right outside of the kitchen door. After the experience with my fall that day, and the story that the farmer told me about what had transpired, I determined that I would not stay there another week. I left and didn't return. I didn't explain why, except to say that I wanted to be closer to the parish church and I wanted to go to daily mass. I did not have my own transportation at that time, except my bicycle. The farmer was unhappy that I left, as I was hardworking and well behaved, but for me, there were plenty of other farms where I could work that did not have such problems. Throughout my life, I'd seen and experienced a few things that I can only describe as supernatural. Everything I'm about to tell you about actually happened, and I'll describe each experience as I remember them. The first thing I can remember happened whenever I was only a young boy, growing up outside a village in Northern Ireland called Besbrook. It was during the winter, because we had a heavy snowfall the previous night, and I was outside playing with my two brothers. After a while, I went inside to warm up because my hands were frozen. My mother told me to take off my boots so that I wouldn't tramp snow all over the house. I sat down at the table with a bowl of soup in front of me, and it was then that I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hall leading from the kitchen to the living room. I turned to see what it was, and what I saw absolutely terrified me. I saw the figure of a woman walking down the hall towards the kitchen. I just got up and ran out the door without putting on my boots and jacket into the snow, and refused to come back inside, even though my mother insisted that there was no woman in the house. Over the next number of years, nothing happened except what sounded like somebody walking around the house, even when the rest of the household was in bed or away. Everyone heard the noises, but chose to ignore them. Then one Saturday morning while I was still in bed, I was shook and awake and told to get up and come down to breakfast. Whenever I opened my eyes, There was no one in the room, so I assumed that they had already gone downstairs. While I was getting dressed, a voice was calling from downstairs for me to hurry up. When I did get down to the kitchen, there was no one around. Everyone else was still in bed. A few days after, my youngest brother claims to have saw a young boy standing in my parents' bedroom who just stood there looking at him. Shortly after this, someone unknown attacked my brother in his bed, leaving him with a black eye. The next few years were quiet, except for the noises. Nothing else that I know of has happened in that house, except for the noises. But I did tell you that I lived outside a village. The best way to get to the village is through a wooded area, and this place is a very strange place. I could distinctly remembering a moment when I had to walk through these woods to get to the village, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I saw a circle of people in white robes just standing in a circle and holding hands. I was so scared about what was happening that I ran the other direction and no longer wanted to run through those woods ever again. I actually had a friend of mine who was walking through the woods, and he swears to this day that he saw a woman just flying from the distance from one side to the other. Looked like a witch, but she was floating, had really dark black hair, and it just looked like she faded out. These are the only things I've seen in my life, and with that last story, my friend has seen, but I've heard other stories by people I know. The shop at the bottom of the road is said to be haunted by the ghosts of the 7 British people killed there in the 80s, whenever the original patrol station was blown up. I mentioned earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland. There is a high viaduct in the area, which is used as a railway line. 18 people died constructing it, 1 for each arch, and numerous others have offed themselves off of it. The stories are that at times, you can see these people, and they all look sad. There's also the blood on one wall in a friend's house, and no matter how many times it is painted over, the blood still comes through. All this is true, and has happened within a square mile of where I live. My friend from Arizona and I made our first trip to the Queen Mary together. We happened to run into a paranormal researcher when we were on a tour and decided to stay the night. We rented a room with 2 beds so the researcher could stay with us and show us around the old boat in the middle of the night when the most activity had been reported. We attempted to fall asleep around 11 p.m. I managed to sleep quite easily and wasn't scared about sleeping in one of the reported haunted rooms. About 5 minutes after I fell asleep, my friend wakes me up. The first thing I remember was hearing a staticky voice and thought it was a radio. It wasn't until she asked me if I heard the voice. That was when I realized there was no radio anywhere in my room. My instant reaction was to turn on the light and look around the room. I reached up and tried turning on the light, and nothing happened. We were really freaking out now. The light had just been on. My friend finally turned her light on, and we laid there in bed for a few more minutes, and I decided to try the light again, and this time it turned on no problem. We tried to fall asleep again because we wanted to wander around the ship at 3 a.m. to avoid security guards. As soon as we turned off the lights and laid down, I saw my blanket pushed down and felt something on my arm. My friend also reported feeling things brush against her arm. As tired as we were, We just decided to ignore it all and go to sleep. 3 o'clock rolled around and we went to the pool room, reported to be the most paranormally active area on board. We took several pictures, and the researcher and my friend called out to the known ghosts. I didn't want to because I really felt like I was intruding. I felt sad and angry feelings throughout the whole area. I was looking around when we all heard a man moaning. My friend and I booked it back up the stairs and stood against the wall. After a few minutes, we joined the researcher again, and he continued to call out to a little girl named Jackie. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but I heard my friend gasp, and I looked over, and she asked me if I heard that. I missed it. The researcher heard it too. It was the voice of the little girl. She was singing for them. I will never forget my experiences at the Queen Mary, and actually plan on going back soon. I came aboard not believing, and left a member of a paranormal research group. My girlfriend Liz and I haven't been together for very long, but we share a passion for ghosts and hauntings. On our second date, we went to a couple sites in our county that are supposed to be haunted. The scariest one has to be the Jericho-covered bridge, located in either Falston or Jarrettsville, depending on who you ask. As Liz and I drove up to the bridge, a heavy fog rolled in, almost like the ones you see in the old movies, set in places like London. This was weird, because Liz and I have been driving around the county for the last 2 hours, and we had only encountered fog in this one place. Maryland was a neutral state during the Civil War, but racism ran deep here. The Jericho-covered bridge is a grim reminder of that. It is a well-known local legend that runaway slaves were hung from the rafters of the bridge, and sometimes left there for days. As we drove over the bridge, we both felt a chill and a sense of terror in the air, like the bridge had been, in fact, the scene of unspeakable horror. Neither one of us really wanted to leave the safety of the vehicle to take the pictures we were so willing to take just a few minutes prior. Eventually, though, we did take the pictures, and when we got them developed, we found only 2 pictures had turned out. In the first one, you can see some kind of disturbance in the air towards the rafters, and in the second one, we can definitely see an orb in the area where just a minute before, the unidentified disturbance had manifested itself. A couple of months ago, I was living in a house with similar history as the Hanging Bridge. It was a super old Victorian-style home, very big, wide and spacious, multiple rooms. A few things happened that I thought was very spooky. The first incident happened when I was sleeping with my girlfriend in bed. In one of the rooms upstairs, we had an old music box that was in the dining room. It came with the house. I was awoken by the sounds of the music box playing by itself, and could see that the door was slightly opened. Needing answers, I hopped out of bed to investigate, not understanding how the music box could play by itself. Needless to say, I made a gigantic mistake. As I opened the door and faced the stairs, I saw a dark shadow move directly up the stairs and then disappear. I froze for a second, almost chickened out, but decided to go downstairs anyway. To my surprise, there was nothing there, and all was silent. The music box had stopped playing. Another time, I was standing in the kitchen with one of my friends, and we were the only 2 people in the house at this time. We decided to use a spirit box and play with the Ouija board to conduct a session. I was fairly convinced that there was a spirit that needed guidance, and was lost. We asked the spirit box multiple questions, but at first, no response was given to us. After nearly an hour, being frustrated, we nearly gave up. That was until we asked the spirit to give us a sign that they were still there. My back started to hurt, like some kind of pressure was being applied to it. I said to the ghost, "Is that you on my back?" Now get this. The spirit box sounded like it said death on the bridge. This immediately startled us, knowing that down the road was the hanging bridge. We tried asking it follow-up questions after that. The spirit didn't say anything, and just like that, the pressure on my back disappeared. I was starting to think that the ghost was trying to tell us that they were one of the ghosts that tragically passed on the bridge. The last incident happened in the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly opened, and all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a girl's whisper in my ear. As I looked towards the door, I saw a lady, I think, walk past the door. At first I thought it was my friend Laura, who always used to wear jeans. So I popped my head around the corner to try and scare her, but there was no one there. I wasn't scared because it was in the middle of the day. I actually found the experience quite exciting, but also unexplainable. To this day, I've always thought these incidents were all related to the hanging bridge. The Job Corps in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was a student there in 1973. Since then, there has been a lot of renovation on the buildings, but when I was attending the Job Corps, it was pretty much the same as it was when it was an orphanage. One night, actually at 2 a.m. in the morning, when I came back to the dorms after babysitting, I had to walk across the campus to get to my room at the far end of the campus. While walking down to my room, all was very quiet in the dorms. Out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like children laughter in the distance. It was very faint, but I could definitely hear something. Yet, through the faintness of the sound, you could still hear shouts of glee and anger, as little children would do on a playground, if that makes sense. This happened behind the little chapel that was there, but the sounds came right there from behind the old chapel, and while I looked and squinted, I didn't see anybody there. I thought to myself at the time, why would parents allow their children to play so late outside? It was cold, and it was dark. Meanwhile, my hair was standing on end, and I tested the wind to see if the noise was carried from another place. Noises can carry long distances. There was no wind at all. At the time, I didn't know that the Job Corps used to be an orphanage until the next morning, when I was talking to my friend about hearing those children. This service worker told me that she used to work there as a service worker for the orphanage. She told me the voices I heard were probably the little children that died of broken hearts while she had worked there. Her face went pale as she told me that the children she thought were treated cruelly. There are 2 versions of this legend that I know. It's called the Devil's Footprint. The first is about a construction worker that was aggravated with a boulder that would not budge. The man stepped on the boulder and said, "I will give my soul to the devil, this boulder will move." By the next day, the boulder had moved, and there was an imprint of a human foot and a hoof print of the devil. The man was never seen again. The other version is about a farmer that was having a terrible harvest. He then said, "I will give my soul to the devil if I had a bountiful harvest." Indeed, The farmer's harvest was bountiful, and he made plenty of money. The farmer was quite pleased with himself until the day the devil came to collect. The farmer refused to give the devil what he wanted, and a chase ensued. They ran all around the farmer's land, and the chase ended when they reached a cliff. I believe the footprints happened when they had their final fight at that cliff edge. I've heard many stories about the devil's footprint being haunted. My fiance told me about an occurrence that happened when he was there with his brothers when he was about 13. He said that his brother was contacted by a ghost, according to him, and his brother swears to this very day he was standing in front of the church doors, and being a rebellious young man that he was, he attempted to kick the doors open. At the moment his foot hit the door, it swung open and knocked him off the steps. Now, you may be thinking that there was probably someone on the other side of the door playing a prank, but keep this in mind, the doors open inward, not outward. I also know someone that was there very late at night, and she swears that she saw hooded men walking the edge of the woods. I myself had an experience of sorts. One night, a friend and I decided to go find the place. We drove and drove, and we couldn't find it. When my friend was so sure she had driven too far, she turned back. We figured we better wait until daylight to look for it, so we turned on the road that we thought would take us home. And what did we see? The old cemetery and that unmistakable white church. Of course, we freaked out. My friend swerved and barely escaped going off the road. By this time, we were both feeling a little unsettling feeling in our chests. Now, whether this was due to some unwelcome presence or fear, I'm not certain. I'm assuming the latter. However, needless to say, we didn't stop there that night. My name is Bobby, and I was checking out your website, and I decided I should send in my own story. We live in Grosse Pointe Shores, Michigan. This event happened on Monday, August 15th, 2005. One day, my brother named Vince was on the computer at about 4 o'clock when he heard a scream. He ran upstairs to find me and my older brother named Sam. Vince asked what was wrong, and we asked him what he was talking about, and he said he heard a woman scream, and we said nobody screamed. We were also the only ones in the house. We got scared, but eventually thought that Vince was probably hearing things and forgot about it. But a week later, me and Sam saw this website and decided to check if something was haunting our house. We checked everywhere, but found nothing. But just as we were about to give up, Sam said to me that we never checked the attic. This was the first time that anyone was up there in the attic in a very long time. We got to the attic door and opened up the hatch, and a ladder came unfolded from the top of the door. We started climbing up the ladder and got to the attic, and it was all dark. I felt the wall right behind me and found a light switch. I flipped the switch, and a dim light turned on. There was this old rocking chair rocking back and forth, the one that my grandmother used to have before she died. We totally forgot that we had gotten it and threw it up in the attic. Either way, we were freaked out. After about 2 seconds, we heard a scream so loud that it knocked me backward against Sam. We climbed as fast as we could down the ladder and shut the attic door. We were so scared that we didn't tell anyone except Vince about what happened. We checked the time, and it was exactly 4:06. We now know that Vince heard the scream from the attic a week earlier. All we know about the people that lived here before us is that they were the Andersons, and that they were an old couple that lived here and raised their kids here. I don't think it was my grandma's spirit, because she was always a gentle soul and wouldn't scare us like that. Anyway, after all the kids moved out and Miss Anderson died, a short while after that, he sold his house to us about 4 years ago. I believe Miss Anderson was the one who screamed. I guess she was mad that we stole her house from her. When I was a freshman in high school, my parents moved us from the city in central New York to a big, empty house in the country. Little did we know that the house is haunted. So many things happened there that even my skeptical dad began to believe that we were sharing the house with someone or something else. My best ghost encounter occurred in the middle of the day. I walked into the bathroom and saw, from the corner of my eye, someone that I thought was my youngest sister. I said, "Hey, Lori," but she didn't answer me. Annoyed, I turned to find out what her problem was, only to realize that it wasn't her at the sink. An old woman with gray hair up in a bun, a pink flowered dress, and a white apron was drying her hands. She turned to look at me, and then she disappeared. We weren't often frightened of the ghosts, and missed them when things seemed to be quiet for too long. We would lament that they didn't like us anymore. One day, I was in the house, and I went into the shower. All of a sudden, there was a huge noise. I thought a plane hit the house, or at least there was a terrible car accident outside. I jumped out, grabbed my robe, and went to investigate. I found nothing out of order at all, so I got back into the shower. Not 2 minutes later, I heard that huge noise again. I jumped out, shaking this time, and checked everywhere, but again, there was nothing to find. I decided to skip my shower. I had a ghostly nightmare about this house before even moving in. My family moved into the house, and from day one, things were creepy. People before had moved out in a hurry, and their family broke apart almost instantly in 4 months. They all spread to 4 different places. When we moved in, we all got terribly sick within the first month. My mom had a life-threatening experience. My sister ran away. All the pets in the house died mysteriously with no known cause of death. My parents divorced. All of this happened in only 4 months. I walked into the house after school one day, and I heard my name being called. I knew no one was home because none of the cars were in the driveway. The voice calling my name sounded exactly like my mother, and I looked all around for her, even though I knew that she was presently in the hospital. Within the next few days, and a few more creepy paranormal events, all 4 of us left in just as much of a hurry as the one before us, leaving most of our personal belongings. We all split, each of us in a different car, to different places away from each other and away from the house. I will never go back to see it, nor would I wish the haunting of the house on anyone else. Hello. I lived at this house from 97 to 99. It was in Atlanta. My family and many of my friends were witnesses to the occurrences. Voices, electronics malfunctioning, dark figures. It happened day and night, but mostly at night. It is an older white home near the river, and for a while, we had a rat problem. The plumbers had left a hole under the bathroom sink. The rats, who were fond of shiny objects, left 2 human molars, complete with silver fillings, on the bathroom floor on 2 separate occasions. The back of the home had a foul odor off and on, and the crawl space had been cemented over. I'm an investigator for the state, not a hysteric, but the place made a believer out of me, my family, and half a dozen friends. My then 4-year-old son complained of the man in the mirror with a string around his neck. Voices were male and female, also a small child. I've often felt the crawl space needed to be examined, just never could figure out a way to ask the officials to do such. I truly think that there is a body or bodies under that house. Myself and a girlfriend watched as a man-shaped shadow moved across the dining room wall into the kitchen where the light turned on. While we're checking out, if you can get the new owner's permission.
So when I was about 17, my family had just moved back to Canada from living in the USA. It was a bit sudden, and being a family of 6, it was a little bit of a scramble to find a place to house all of us before the snow hit. So, my mom and dad decided to live in an old house that my grandpa had on his property, just for the duration of the approaching winter ahead. The house was my great uncle's, and my grandpa skidded from my brother's property to his place. Now my grandpa has 2 quarter sections, and this house is tucked way back away from the main house, so the powers ran from the main house, and with it being so far away, there is no running water. This house is old, so to add to the running water, there also isn't heat, only a wood stove. Just to give you an idea of where we were living in. Me, being a 17-year-old, I often stayed in town and didn't stay there very often. I specifically remember the first time it happened. I was in my bed. I was the only one who would stay downstairs. With the wood stove, everyone wanted to sleep upstairs since it was warmer. So I was just starting to fall asleep, and I started to feel the room get really heavy. I remember the feeling of not being alone. The doorway didn't have a door on it. It only had a beaded curtain, and I could feel it standing there. I then remember having the feeling of total fear rush over me and frozen to my core with it. Then, it moved closer, and I felt the bed move and someone crawl right beside me. Not in a way that was super noticeable, but in a sneaky, slow, sloth-moving type of way. I specifically remember wanting to vomit with fear. Then, I felt it, the feeling of an unshaven face rub against mine. I scrambled out of bed, holding my blanket, and ran up the stairs to my parents' room. I was so out of my mind with fear that I couldn't even scream. I slept on the floor with my dad's side of the bed. The next morning, Mom was wondering why her 17-year-old daughter was curled up at the foot of her bed, and I told her what happened. Later that morning, we walked over to my grandpa's house to have breakfast and go chat. My mom brought up my wild story. My grandpa and grandma silently listened, as my mom was laughing at the last bit of the story. My grandparents got really serious and turned to each other. Apparently, this has been an issue in the old house, and they didn't want to tell us, hoping we didn't acknowledge it, then it wouldn't bother us. I can honestly say it didn't feel angry or upset. It just wanted to cuddle. I didn't stay there much after that. I moved in with a cousin in town. Ghost stories are the most popular types of stories to talk about in the curious world that we live in. Some of us are skeptics, while others truly believe.
that the supernatural world is real. I truly believe that entities are real, and this is a true story involving my cousin. He didn't see a ghost, but he felt their presence, and is now fully convinced that we are visited by spirits, even though this event happened years ago, and at the time, he was truly skeptical. My cousin is a doctor, and he lives in the USA. A few years ago, he went out of the United States to Vietnam on business. He ended up visiting Hanoi, Vietnam, which is Vietnam's capital city, and stayed in a hotel with his wife at the time. Immediately after entering the hotel, they were both surprised to see a woman sprinting out of her hotel room and screaming bloody murder. It was such a shock to us at the time, it immediately gave them bad vibes about the property. Nobody knew what happened to her, and for a while, she refused to speak to any of the staff about why she felt so horrified or what happened. She looked sickly and pale, as if she had just seen something grisly. She was breathing heavily and hyperventilating. My cousin, out of curiosity, came up to the front desk and asked what happened. The staff said they weren't sure exactly what had happened, but my cousin mentioned that he was a doctor, and if they needed assistance, he would be happy to help. After a few minutes had passed, she collected herself. My cousin approached her and had a little chat. She swears that she wasn't just having a wild episode of hallucinations, and insisted what she witnessed was real. It was early morning, and the sun was barely starting to shine through the windows. The room was still dim, and the light was off. The woman had just woken up from her sleep. Again, still dark, but light enough to see the room. The hotel room she was staying in was massive, and she was in the kitchen making tea. From the kitchen, you can see into the living room. That's when she saw a man standing right next to the bed. It was the ghost of former president Nguyen Dim Dam. He was president of South Vietnam in the early 1960s, who passed away in a very terrible way. She also said that the night before, she saw a former Vietnam soldier staring at her from the window during the evening. My cousin, being a practical person, kinda dismissed it and advised her to just go home, take some medicine, and relax the rest of the night. Even after she had just calmed down a little, it was obvious she was still visibly shaken by this whole ordeal. My cousin and wife didn't take the room, but there was another couple that checked into the same room. When my cousin woke, he went down to the hotel lobby and noticed just outside the main entrance was an ambulance and a stretcher pulling two bodies into it. He asked the front desk attendant what happened. They said that the couple that checked in mysteriously passed away in their sleep, and nobody knew the cause. They suspected it was a heart attack. At this point, my cousin was starting to act a little apprehensive about staying the rest of the week there, but he continued to sleep at this hotel. His mind never let him believe that it was related to the last incident with the previous lady, or tied to the paranormal. Until a couple nights later, all was silent. My cousin was a few doors down from the cursed room at the hotel. This is where it gets freaky. It was late at night, and my cousin was reading a Vietnamese book when the power started to go off and on. He looked out into the hallway to see if there was anything going on, and all seemed okay. He thought that maybe there was a problem with the electricity, so he called the front desk from his room. What he heard over the phone started to finally freak him out. He said that when he picked up the phone, all he could hear was heavy breathing, and someone hung up. Concerned, my cousin rushed to the desk. A woman was standing right there. He asked her why she didn't say anything over the phone after he had called. The woman said that he didn't make a call. My cousin insisted that he did, that he heard heavy breathing, and that someone else was on the other line, but the woman refused to accept his story. He also said that the lights flickered, and the woman began to grow pale. She urged him to bless his room, because there is something evil and it's disturbing the room. My cousin refused, saying that it was just a coincidence. Finally, a few minutes later, his wife screams. My cousin rushes to the room and asks her what happened. She tells him that she was walking out of her room when she heard voices talking, as if the chatter were coming from inside the hotel room where the couple had passed away. The doctor then demanded the staff open the room, but to their surprise, nobody was there. The staff even claimed that when they went into the room, the bathroom door was open and a dark shadow moved out of the bathroom and then disappeared. My cousin still dismissed everything. He said that things were just chaotic because of the first lady that stayed in the room, and everyone was on edge because of the death of the couple in the same room. He admitted it still creeped him out, but chalked it up to merely a very scary coincidence. However, if it were a coincidence, then how can anyone explain what happened in that room? It seemed to be the only room having issues, aside from the one my cousin was staying in, where he heard the voice over the phone. Either way, this was a pretty insane experience, and I don't know how I would have reacted if I was the one who was there instead of my cousin. I don't remember the year that this happened, nor the age that I was. I still remember it though, as if it were yesterday. So, my aunt just got a new computer. She was never a technology ace or anything, so she had no idea how to get it started. When all else fails, call my mother. My mom was a whiz at computers, so my aunt asked her to come over and hook up the darn thing. My mother, being the lovely lady that she is, agreed to do it within the week. It was actually that weekend that she decided to do it. So, Mom decides she wants to go over my aunt's house, kinda late for some reason. I was very young and couldn't stay by myself, so she took me along, since calling a babysitter at the last minute would be very rude. We finally got there. I look up at the house, admiring its large size. I did think it looked pretty scary though. We struggled getting inside because my mom couldn't see the keys. As soon as we did get inside, I was frightened. All of the lights were off and nobody was there, or so I thought. My mom wanted to get started with her work since it was maybe 9 o'clock already. She told me to stay upstairs and watch TV while she was in the basement, hooking up the computer. After a while of whining and staying upstairs all alone in the large house, I totally agreed. My mother stayed with me for about 5 minutes, showing me how to work the TV. I begged and pleaded for her not to go, but it was her duty as a sister to fix the computer. She finally went downstairs, and I was left alone in the huge living room. I decided to turn on the cartoons, thinking it would cheer me up a little. I finally started to calm down and even laughed at the silliness of the cartoons. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the loud noises in the kitchen. Apparently, my mom didn't hear it, and to me, she was God, so anything she said went. After she said nothing, I proceeded to ignore the noise. But then it happened again. I ignored it. It happened again. I ignored it again. It happened once more. By that time, I was so annoyed at the noise because it was disturbing my cartoons. I was so mad, I forgot my rule about my mom, and I jumped up from the couch, turned around, and almost yelled, "Shut up!" when I saw this mist in the kitchen. It seemed like it was in the shape of an elderly woman with a long white dress and long white hair. I was so shocked, I couldn't scream. So I ran as fast as my little legs could carry me, downstairs into the basement and into my precious mother's arms. I didn't tell her what happened, as I was still in shock, awe, and amazement at the creature that had stood before me. I only explained about the noises. She said she was hearing little noises, not loud noises, around where she was. I stayed down there with her because she said I could, especially when she saw my little white face. As I was sitting on the couch, playing with numerous toys that were scattered about, I heard a soft bark. Then I heard a whimper, and then another soft bark. I knew it was coming from the room that held the water tank and such. I thought about the dog, Oreo. It must have been him. But then I remembered he died about a couple months before. My aunt and uncle at the time owned no animals, not even a bird, and it was way too late for someone to let their dog out. Besides, I don't think I would have hurt a dog, as I don't believe anyone in the community even owned one. What frightened me the most was that poor little Oreo, a dog that had been banished to live outside for no reason and was never fed, died on the ground right above where I had heard the noise. I told my mom about this. She said that she heard nothing. I told her to hurry up with the computer, which she did because she was hearing things too. We both ran up the steps and out the door. After we looked, we ran to the car and got in. I was scared because the car was not starting up. Then all of a sudden, it did. I was so happy to be out of there. My cousin had heard noises such as the one I had heard in the kitchen, except they were outside of the room. Also, my other cousin claims that he heard a noise in the oven, like something was in it. He opened the oven, and nothing was there, but he swears to this day he did hear something. Now, I mentioned in the title of this story that this was a traveling ghost. I say this because most, if not all, of that family's houses have had some sort of scariness to them. My cousin's current residence is just as haunted. Doors will open and close by themselves. One time, we were watching a movie. It was over, and I wanted to turn the lights on. When I turned them on, I heard a strange buzzing sound in the laundry room. It sounded like when the dryer is done drying clothes, only it was a steady, non-pausing sound. I walked over to the doors and started to put my ear up to make sure the sound was coming from that room. As I did so, all of the lights went off and the DVD player suddenly turned on, much louder than we had it on. But the thing was The DVD player had been turned off the whole time. When everything came on, I jumped 5 feet into the air onto my poor cousin, where I proceeded to scratch her neck, holding on for dear life. I don't remember ever watching a movie down there ever again. Later, we asked his mom if she was doing laundry. She asked why, and we told her about the sound. She said she didn't even think about doing a load of laundry. To this day, I'm still scared to stay over my cousin's house. When my sister and I were young, we lived in a newer duplex in California. It was a small place with only 2 bedrooms, so my sister and I had to share a room. We had our beds on opposite walls, but they both faced the hall. On one side to the hall was my parents' bedroom, on the other was the bathroom, and in the middle of the ceiling was a big square fluorescent light. I think that's where it lived. I can't exactly remember when it started. All I remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing what I remember as the electricity man. It seemed to come out of the light, which my parents left on to help us sleep. It looked like a person, but seemed to be made from the light. This happened several times over the next few years we lived in the duplex. I never told anyone about what happened until about 15 years later. My sister and I had come to visit my parents. We're all sitting in the living room talking about our childhood when my sister had asked if I'd remembered anything strange about the duplex. I asked what she meant by strange. She asked if I had ever seen anyone in the wall. I then told her about my experience with the electric man. Turns out, she saw the same thing. This is an old story, pushed out of my mind for years and years. It was 1964-65. I was 4 or 5 years old. Our family, because of my mother's recurrent mental illness, bounced around from apartment to apartment, from shelter to shelter, with or without one or both of our parents in tow. There were 4 of us. I do not recall if any of my siblings were with me when this happened. It might have been at a foster parent's house. I just don't know. I remember sitting on the side of a small cot in the waning light of a Chicago winter. There was an odd, really dark shadow on the wall to the left of me. It was the size of a small man, and I stared in disbelief. Because it had a hat on and was in profile. The outline of the lips, the nose, the forehead was perfect. I was a pro at discerning what was real and what was not real even at that age, because of my mother's problem. And I tell you, I knew that what I was seeing was real, that I was not asleep, and that no shadow could have occurred that so accidentally duplicated the perfection of the human figure that I saw before my eyes. We stared at each other for a very long time, the figure never moving. I never told a soul, as I didn't want to be thrown in a loony bin too. This is the first of many encounters of the years. My mother had the gift. My sister really has it, much more than I. About 18 years ago, I was in the Jacksonville cemetery with my husband and 3-year-old son. We were reading headstones. I believe it was in June or July. The sun was out, and there was not a cloud in the sky. As we were walking through the headstones, we saw a woman walk through the trees. Both my husband and I saw her. We thought there was something odd about her, but couldn't figure out what exactly though. We were walking towards her, and she was probably about 80 yards away. She was walking away from us and stepped behind a tree. Then, we didn't see her again. I said to my husband, "Where did that woman go?" He said, "She stepped behind the tree." We continued to walk towards the spot where we saw her. All of a sudden, rain poured down on our heads. We both looked up into the blue sky, and water continued to drench us. We ran back towards the car, and it was like the rain just disappeared. We got back to our car, and we were all soaking wet. The sky was still blue. We left right away. Hello, my name is Wanda. I've experienced a few things in my lifetime. This one recently, not scary or anything, but just strange. I lost a pet 2 years ago when he was still a puppy. Bernie got hit by a car and died all alone in the road while at my mother's care. I came home from work and we buried him. My brother and I loved him so much, I painted a stone on his grave that I'd done 1 year. Well, like I said, that was 2 years ago, and twice recently, I've experienced the oddest sensations. Both times I was laying in my bed trying to fall asleep, when I felt something, like little feet walking up my leg, and settling in down around my knee area, like a cat curling up, or a small dog. It felt so real, but I tried to explain it away, thinking maybe my circulation was doing something weird to my leg. Then a couple weeks later, it happened again. It walked up my leg and curled up on my knee area. This time, I had no delusions. I was sure it was Bernie, who came back to lay down and be with me. Since then, I shared my experience with a girlfriend, and she claims that when she spent the night here on my couch, she felt the same thing. We even got a ghost picture. My sister's dog was here, and my friend Yuri took a picture with her disc camera of the dog, and there's a big white circular mass over the dog, with what looks to be a foot appearing, or taking shape rather. I've no doubt it's Bernie, and he's been playing with that dog even as spirit. Sign me up as a believer. Yours truly.
I'm currently 22 years old and stationed on the US Sapien home ported in Norfolk, Virginia. We have a couple that I've heard of. The first and most creepy is a forward animal hold. Some of the AOs, ordnance handlers, have always felt funny going into the same space. One day, a couple of the AOs went to the space with a video camera. Upon getting close to the door, a green dot appeared on the camera screen and started moving around, and yet it wasn't visible without the camera. As they got closer to the door, the dot went away. The screen turned blue then black, then the red record light went out. Later, the camera's owner thought about it and realized that if his battery died, it would have stopped all at once. Upon turning the camera back on, he had half a charge on, more than enough to keep recording. He hooked it up to a TV and watched the video with his friends at the point where the camera shut off. The video turns into pure snow, just like any other blank tape. The rest is still there. None of the AOs will go to that hold unless ordered, and they don't even go by themselves. Another sapient ghost is in an engineering space. If somebody falls asleep below decks in the engineering spaces, and nobody wakes them up, there is still somebody that does. Who is that person? Or is it an apparition? One story I've heard was that a guy was asleep, and while asleep, somebody tapped him on the shoulder. In the Navy, we generally wake up people that way, so no matter how you dare sleep, a tap on the shoulder will wake you up. Anyways, upon waking up, he sees a figure go through a door and dog it down. Curious to see who woke him up, he goes through the door and nobody is there. It's normally credited to a death that happened on board. One of the ladder wells leading down to the aft engineering spaces is where the death occurred. A sailor fell down the stairs and died, and every night, between 0100 and 0200, the watch can hear somebody falling down the stairs, but nobody is there. From time to time, people witness a figure walk out one door and into another in the engineering spaces, only to be gone upon investigation. A couple of years ago, I used to have to take the bus every day to get to work. One morning in the late summer, I was riding to work on the bus traveling down Woodward in Detroit, and I saw a man dressed entirely in a Union soldier's uniform walking down the street. At first glimpse, I didn't even think anything of it, but if I looked around to see if anyone else had noticed, and no one did, I looked towards the window again, and the guy was gone. I really don't know if it was a ghost or not, but I know he looked very real and very out of place. To me, it just seemed too hot to be wearing that uniform with the musket, cap, and everything. It all looked so very authentic. He was an African American, looked old, like in his 70s, and the uniform wasn't even clean, like you would see in a reenactment. It was dingy. I would say this happened in late August, at around 10:30 a.m. Hello everybody. I am only 13, almost 14, but I think I've experienced paranormal phenomena. The first time was when I was about 10. I'd gotten a keyboard for Christmas, and it was set up with its stool in my room. I had just gone to bed, and just happened to look at the keyboard, and a black cat weaved its way through its legs. Naturally, I went screaming to my parents, and they reassured me it was nothing. Another time I awoke to a huge face floating in front of me. Now it may have just been my imagination, but I just don't think so. On another occasion I was in the shower, and someone made a noise, like they were trying to say scary in a drawn out voice. I am the only one in the house that believes it's haunted. Sometimes when my sister goes by to my room to get to the bathroom, she snaps at me before she enters the bathroom. Well, one time I swear I heard someone snap at me, but when I turned around, no one was there. I checked the bathroom, and my sister wasn't there. My parents were in the living room, and my sister in hers. That one happened about a month ago. All the time I feel like someone is watching me, or is in the room with me, whenever I am alone in a room, in my house, even in my own room. Sometimes when I go to bed, I even make my parents look in my closet. I have told my mother and my sister about it, and they don't seem to think anything is wrong, and I'm just paranoid. But am I really paranoid? Or am I experiencing something? I know I may be 13, but that doesn't excuse all the things that go on. I just want to be credible to people. Our house was built in 1959. To my knowledge, nothing ever bad happened here. The first time we noted anything was in the mid-1970s. We moved here in 1970. Both my husband and I awoke in the night and saw the figure of a man walk across the room at the foot of our bed and disappear. My husband jumped up and turned the light on, and then ran throughout the house looking for the intruder. No one was found. Over the years, we have heard noises coming from the bedroom areas, doors closing when they are all open. Our neighbor has seen the lights on in the middle of the night when we are asleep. A few months ago, I was standing at the bathroom sink mid-morning and saw a man walk by. I thought it was my husband, and when I walked out to see where he went, he wasn't even there. I went back down the hall, and he was still in the master bathroom and had not walked down the hall. One day we were all sitting at the table, and the four of us observed a can of Coke move across the table and stop before it fell off the edge. In the basement on the carpet, a spot just became wet, even though I was the only person down there this week. I scrubbed it up, and so far, it has remained dry. We hear the sound of our doggy door being opened and closed, even though the dog is asleep in front of us. There is far too many incidents to mention. But interestingly enough, our dog never acts like she hears any of these unnatural sounds, even though she barks at humans or dogs, etc. outside. I don't actually live with ghosts, but at my uncle's farm they have a cabin. It's going up for sale pretty soon. There is a ghost in the cabin. The funny thing is that they just built it, and no one has died in it or anything. My cousin said that the ghost is a girl that follows him everywhere. When my other cousin, my little brother, and I were watching a show in one of the rooms, then we heard footsteps walking across the floor upstairs. We tried to ignore it. Then in the middle of the movie screen went fuzzy. We all stared at the television shocked. Then my cousin screamed, and my brother and I screamed after her. We ran out of the cabin. We got to the house in 5 seconds. Apparently everyone heard us screaming, and we told them what happened, and they told us that the power probably flashed or something. But I still don't believe that. Please let me know what was going on here. Am I just freaking out, or did the whole entire family freak out? I want to tell you of an experience I had a little over a year ago. I was living in a house on Bassmaster Street in Youngstown, Ohio. I knew the house was haunted by a woman who was subdued by her husband some years before. I was a baby when she passed away. I think my room used to be her room. I never felt comfortable sleeping there, so I often slept on the couch in the living room. One night I woke up and felt like I could hardly breathe. I felt like there was a tremendous weight on me, and I couldn't move or speak except for open my eyes. I opened my eyes and saw a huge black hooded figure at the end of the couch, kinda leaning over like it was looking at me. Mind you, I couldn't see his eyes. Thank God. I instantly slammed my eyes shut and kept trying to scream, but I couldn't. Every time I opened my eyes, he was closer, till he was right over me. I took a deep breath in and started screaming. I woke my sons up. Needless to say, I got up and turned on every light in the house. I think it was death. I don't know why he came to me. Not long after my grandmother passed away, lived right next door to me. I have more stories about the apartment if you want to know. I also have a picture I believe is Teresa. That's who was haunting my house. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your website. I was staying at my auntie's home in Tasmania where I learned very quickly the horrors of its past. Her home was built in the 1900s, when convicts first landed. Their home still has the remains of a moat, servants' headquarters, and the hospital, which it became. I went down with my grandparents. They had warned me of the presence in the home. My grandfather had seen a young girl in a long white nightgown, holding a candle, enter the spare room as she vanished before his eyes. The very first night we arrived, the fun began. I was sleeping in my cousin's room when I woke to something calling to me. As I opened my eyes, I saw two white fairies floating above me. As the light from the moon hit the room, they vanished. From that night on, as I slept, I could feel something touching my head. Around 4 days later, as we all slept, smoke filled the rooms. The strange thing was, our door was open, but nothing entered. The next morning, we awoke to find all of the display plates, which were kept in a locked cupboard, left lying on the floor in perfect order. 2 nights later, there was this huge storm, and as the dogs had puppies, they had got loose and were running in the yard. My auntie was awoken by a frozen touch on her cheek, and there was a man that stood over her and pointed out the window. Once she left the room, he vanished. A few days later, I got sick and was in the computer room with my cousin, as I wasn't allowed outside. As I stared at a doll, I swear it blinked at me. I got out of there so fast. Later on that day, I went to go to the toilet. With this house, there is one large, huge room which contains the laundry, bathroom, and the toilet. As I entered the room, the bathroom door wasn't quite shut, and I saw a man standing in there. I ran out of the room, and when my grandmother asked who was in the shower, as my cousins were in the room, my uncle and grandfather were out in the back in the shed. My grandma and auntie were in the lounge room. After a few days feeling well, I went back outside to play when I was confronted by the man in the shower. I later found out that his name was Shane, and he had once owned the home. He was found shot. Also, while playing outside hidden behind huge evergreen trees, was once appeared to be a gravesite. As I headed for the house, I saw the most gruesome sight of a man from the window under the house. Thankfully, after that day, I was heading home. They've since seen a little girl who skips around the house, and they heard the sounds of screams of pain in the rooms. I didn't hear anything like that. They did move out after that, though. When I was 7 years old, my family purchased a house in the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember my father bragging to most anyone he knew that he got the house for a steal. I guess it didn't really matter that a stiff wind could probably knock the house on its side. It was that run down. It was a 2-level house with the main rooms being on the first floor, 3 bedrooms on the second floor, and a small fruit cellar below. When we first arrived at the house, I noticed a mailbox with a small stick-on letters that spelled out HORTON. That was the first thing my father intended to change. He pulled down some stick-on letters out of his pocket and proceeded to spell out our last name. I promise you, my father tried everything from industrial strength glue to eventually nails. Our letters would just never stay up. At some point, he must have just given up, and we left it as is. As my father was valiantly trying to get those darn letters to stick, my brother and I charged ahead into the house to do some exploring. There are two things that stick out in my head from that initial visit. I noticed in the upstairs of the bedrooms a dartboard hanging on the wall with a single dart placed in the bullseye. I don't know why, but for some reason, this really disturbed me. Maybe because the entire rest of the house was completely empty. I'm not really sure. And then secondly, I noticed that most of the doors had those old-fashioned skeleton keyholes. I was instantly reminded of the old fairy tales where the wife had tried everything, including peering into a keyhole, much like this one, to get a look into that forbidden room. I bent down, placed my eye to the keyhole, and looked into one of the bedrooms. I think I was curious to know if you could easily see anything by looking into one of those things. And guess what? You can. I remember seeing something, tall and black, scurry across the floor. Something that almost resembled a large dog. My father probably surmised that it was probably some type of animal, or quite possibly a shadow. In any case, I was relieved to find out that this was to be my parents' room. Almost immediately, my father began renovating plans. The entire back end of the house was to be added onto, including a new kitchen and dining room on the main level, 2 new bedrooms on the upper level, and the basement extended below. As the workmen were digging up the ground in the backyard, they uncovered many strange things, including an antique thimble set, childhood toys, coins, an axe handle, photographs, and almost an entire deck of old-made playing cards. As my sister and I sat around thumbing through these new treasures, I happened to glance up just in time to see my eldest sister falling headfirst into the pit that was to be our new basement. To this day, my sister, who is now 40, swears she was pushed violently from behind. In any event, the result from the injury was a broken leg and a few cuts and bruises. We were all warned to be more careful around the construction site. A few days after this incident, I had a chunk of plaster thrown at my head. It could have been one of my sisters or my brother playing a trick, but they were all in their teens at the time, and I don't think they would find it funny to throw a piece of plaster at their little sister's head. Strange things were occurring inside the house as well. I constantly felt as though I was being watched, and was often plagued by feelings of absolute horror. I might be in a room playing or watching the television, when an overpowering feeling to flee the room would hit. Believe me when I say, I did just that. My sisters were constantly at each other's throats over missing items. And sometimes, those items would appear right in bizarre spots. Some were never even seen again. Lights and appliances would turn on by themselves. Footsteps could be heard in the middle of the night. Items would come crashing down in uncoupled rooms. A strange buzzing sound, almost like an electrical charge, seemed to emanate throughout the entire home, and the list goes on. We also had a problem with fires. My mother was awoken in the middle of the night by the smell of smoke, and upon investigation, she found that someone had closed the cover on her toaster oven and hit the start button with nothing being inside. This is an old 70s style oven where you actually had to press a release button to turn the power off. Otherwise, it would have just kept on going. By the time my mother reached the scene, the entire toaster was up in flames, practically burned to a crisp. That was the first of 7 fires that occurred in that house. As a child, I detested peanut butter. Even the smell of it would send my stomach churning. My brother found it amusing to consume a sandwich and then hold me down and breathe on me. Ugh, gross. Anyhow, I was sitting in the living room watching the Saturday morning cartoon marathon when my brother walked in fresh from eating a PB&J sandwich. I knew what was coming, and I wasn't in the mood for his games. A constant pounding sound that had kept me awake for half the night, and I was cranky from the lack of sleep. We began to tussle, but were abruptly interrupted from out of nowhere. An insole from a pair of shoes fell on the floor between us. We just stood there and stared at each other for a few seconds, our hands still on each other's shoulders. This insole actually seemed as though it fell straight out of the ceiling. As we were trying to figure out the origin of the peculiar item, we were startled by a loud knock at the front door. From our vantage point, we could both see the front door from where we were standing. There stood an old lady with whitish hair, wearing a black shawl. Something about her eyes struck me as odd. They were so dark, it almost appeared as though someone had stuck two large black buttons in her eyes. As my brother approached the door, she vanished almost instantaneously, like she had never been there at all. It's not as though she simply turned and walked away. She disappeared into thin air. 1 minute she was there, and the next she was gone. I would be lying if I said we opened the front door to take a look around. We did peer out the window, checking for any signs of where she may have went. We saw nothing on the front yard, nor the driveway. My brother was convinced that we had just seen a witch. When we returned to the living room, a mysterious insole from the shoe was also missing. It's also interesting to note that a fenced-in gate surrounded our entire property. For someone to gain access to the grounds, they would need to be electronically buzzed in. This still puzzles me to this day. My brother, being the inventive boy that he was, liked to build forts. They were mostly constructed of yardsticks and blankets, or whatever else he could get his hands on. When my mother saw us playing in there one day, she forbade it, as she feared I could suffocate myself. Even though I was 7 at the time, I was very small for my age. I reluctantly agreed and scampered off to play in my bedroom. I was playing with some dolls when a little boy walked in. Now, I don't know who or what this little boy was, but to me, he looked like a real person. I honestly thought that he was a friend of my brother's, although he did seem a little bit young to be chumming around with my bro. I remember him asking me if I wanted to play. Being lonely and not having many friends, I quickly agreed and was happy to have a new playmate. He suggested playing in the fort. Now, I knew I wasn't supposed to do that, but I was just so happy to have a new friend that I agreed and made a mental note to be extra careful while inside the fort. Almost as soon as we were inside the fort, the little boy told me that he had to go, but that I should wait there for him to come back in a little while. I have no idea how long I waited, but sometime later, I heard my entire family frantically calling my name, obviously searching for me. To this day, I have no idea why I didn't answer. Maybe I was afraid of being caught. I don't know. The blanket that was served as the door was yanked up, and I saw my mother's anxious face peering inside. Eventually, I explained the entire story to my parents. Although they believe me, the identity of that boy remains unknown, and I never saw him ever again. There were only 5 other families that lived in our street, and we knew all of the neighborhood children. It wasn't any of them. I kick myself now for not even asking the boy what his name was. That might have helped some. I've heard many stories on this and other sites, but I've never heard of anyone interacting with a ghost as I've just mentioned. Weird, huh? Thinking back on that little boy, the only thing that struck me as being a little bit weird is the way he moved. It was slow, yet fast, and his movements were jerky, if that makes any sense. Also, for a young boy, his voice was very mature and sounded very much like the voice of my father. I know it sounds truly bizarre, but I swear it happened. And even though it's been 20 years since this event took place, I still remember it as though it was yesterday. We stayed in that house for a total of 5 years, and as the years passed, strange things continued to happen. My entire family suffered in one way or another from the haunting. My eldest sister suffered the most, but for the time being, I'll stick to my own stories. For Christmas one year, my aunt had given me a hideous green and orange stuffed clown whose nose would glow red and play a musical melody. At first glance, I hated this thing and quickly stuffed it in some dark recess in my closet. Sometime in the middle of the night, I had awoken, desperately needing to use the restroom. The idea of walking through a darkened hallway at 3 a.m. was not a desirable prospect, but by this point, it was an absolute necessity. I made my way down the stairs and was just about to round the corner into the living room when I heard it. Soft jewelry box music was coming in the general direction of the living room. Peeking my way around the corner, I saw the stuffed Christmas clown propped up in the middle of the couch, its nose glowing in the darkness. I hightailed it back upstairs, wetting myself in the process, and jumped in my bed, shaking like a leaf. It scared me half to death. Nothing scared me more in that house than the spirit who I dubbed the old man. I saw him many times both inside the house and also in the fields behind our house, just kind of standing there, staring intently up at the house. He always wore a brown business type suit and a top hat. I've always had nightmares about him over the years. Most of them would entail me being in a room with my back to the doorway. Instinctively, my back would tense. I would spin around, and he would pounce, charging at me full speed from the other end of the room, sometimes carrying an axe, or sometimes not. One thing that sticks out in these dreams is that he somehow was more vivid and colorful than the rest of his surroundings. He always seems to stand out, if you know what I mean. I always felt that he was standing right behind me on the staircase, ready to give me a good push. Indeed, I did fall down those stairs many, many times, no matter how careful I was. But luckily, I was never seriously injured. I know this sounds crazy, and heck, the whole story sounds crazy, but I think he used to like to hang out in my walk-in closet and hiss so loudly that it almost sounded like a rattlesnake. I think he got a kick out of scaring me, as he liked to turn the lights out on me. When you walked down into the basement, there was only one switch for the entire area situated to the left of the door as you were heading downstairs. Now, I hated to go down there for anything, but it was a must on this day because our fridge had burned out once again, and dying apparitions were a big problem in this house. Seeing as the only other working fridge was in the basement, my mother asked me to go down there to get some necessary items for dinner that evening. I ran down the steps to the refrigerator, grabbed whatever it was I was supposed to get, and bam, the lights went out. I started screaming and ran for the stairs, absolutely certain that he was hot on my trails. As I was finally reaching for the door, I heard it, and I swear I will never forget this. Laughter, but not just any laughter. This laughter literally chilled me to the bone. It was somehow evil and mocking, as if to say, I missed you this time, but next time, you may not be so lucky. Needless to say, I was spooked. I'm not sure who it was who was laughing, but I do know that the laughter was male, and only my mother and I were at home at the time. At some point, a shadow also began to show up on our living room wall. My sister and I were watching a movie one night when I first saw it, and there was no mistaking it. This shadow was definitely of a person, and somehow darker and more opaque than what a regular shadow should be. We moved everything around that room, shaking our hands in front of it, trying to figure out its origin
or what it might be causing it, to no avail. That shadow appeared in the same spot every night until we moved from that home, sometimes disappearing for a few hours, only to reappear sometime later. I think the guys also like to mess around with the phone lines. Many times when you would pick up the phone, all you could hear was the static, or there might be a couple of voices in the background, although you could never make out exactly what they were saying. On one occasion, I picked up the phone only to hear ear-shattering static. Before I had enough time to put the receiver back on its cradle, I heard a man say hello in a slightly, very mocking manner, and then that same god-danged laughter. That really scared me. Other people, including my grandmother, reported calling our home, and a strange man would answer. A second later, the phone would start to ring normally, and one of us would eventually answer. This to say, this unnerved me to no end. Once, and only once, I was upstairs in my bedroom listening to the stereo with a girlfriend of mine on one of those perfect, sunny Southern California afternoons. We were kind of goofing off, singing along, when a man's voice started to come through the radio. Believe me when I say, this was no radio broadcast. Language was foul and violent, much too obscene to be repeated here. My friend and I just stared at each other, becoming more frightened by the minute. When I finally couldn't take it anymore, I reached over and pulled the plug, thinking that would put an end to the disturbing episode. To my complete astonishment, the radio just kept on playing. Okay, playtime is over. Time to head to my friend's house. I really don't know how to explain this, but somehow we learned to live with these things as a family. I got used to being afraid, expecting things to go missing. I barely glanced if a door slammed on its own, or a light mysteriously came on. I expected to hear my name being called out in the middle of the night, and so on. Was I still scared? Yeah. Deathly terrified might be a better term, but somehow I managed to live with it. Maybe these ghosts or spirits, or whatever you wanted to call them, sensed that and decided to turn it up a notch. Now, I'm not really sure what happened next, because my father-in-law is now deceased and refused to talk about this with anyone other than my mother, and she too refuses to discuss this. All I know is that my two sisters, my brother and my mother and I, traveled to Arizona for 4 days to visit my grandmother, leaving my father in the house by himself. Something obviously happened, which really spooked my father. One night, I eavesdropped on one of the conversations that my dad was having with my mother, and all I could really make out was something about borrowed time, all of the windows opening at once, and an old man. The very next day, my father decided that we were moving as soon as possible and was putting the house up for sale. With that being said, the entire family decided to go out for dinner and celebrate. Upon returning home, something caught my eye that was sort of strange. A single light was burning in my parents' bedroom. Now, if you know my father, you would know that he was a complete stickler about leaving the lights on. The number one rule in my house was to shut the lights off as soon as you left a room. A light burning in my parents' bedrooms, of all places, was quite odd. As soon as our father unlocked the front door, our two dogs went rushing out. I thought I was going to have a heart attack at 12 years of age. On further inspection, it seemed as though the dogs had literally tried to chew their way out of the front door, given the huge bite and scratch marks all over the front door. As soon as my father flicked on the lights, I gasped. It's kind of hard to describe what I saw. The entire house was in disarray. The living room couch was standing on its side. Lamps were broken, mirrors shattered, drawers yanked out of the kitchen cabinets, silverware strewn all over the floor. My father was convinced that someone had broken into the home. We were told to remain outside the house while my brother and mother walked to a neighbor's house to call the police. This was before cell phones. The police arrived somewhere between a half hour to an hour later. An actual police report is documented concerning these reports. The police checked the doors and windows for signs of an intruder, dusted for prints, talked to our neighbors, and checked the house thoroughly for anyone who might be still lurking around. Their investigation turned up nothing. My father ordered us all upstairs to pack up some belongings. We weren't staying. As I was heading into my bedroom, I happened to glance into my parents' room and noticed that the lamp sitting on my father's nightstand was starting to burn, wallpaper behind it. I don't know if this was just my nerves or what, but it honestly looked as though there was a pattern of a burn that was turning into a face. The face of none other than the old man who had been haunting me for years. As I was standing there looking at it, my mother came up behind me and gasped. I think she saw the same thing as I did. When I arrived at my grandmother's house later on in that evening, I heard my mom and dad discussing my grandmother with some of the things that had just happened. If I had known these things while living there is no way I would have gotten even one night of sleep there. Not that I did anyways. It's now been over 20 years since I've lived in that home, yet it still continues to haunt me. Considering the fact that we lived in the house for just over 5 years, numerous other events took place that I haven't included, but it's hard to fit the 5 years of living into a single submission. The house is still standing, and I occasionally drive by just for kicks. The house has been almost completely renovated from the outside, and often when I drive by, I see the for sale sign perched up on the front lawn. It seems as though no one stays in the house for too long. It's interesting to note that I've never again experienced anything ghostly or otherworldly since leaving that home. That remains my one and only true experience with the other side. I am a restaurant manager in a small town in Georgia, Milledgeville. Now I have to mention that the building this restaurant is in was brand new when we opened. About 7 months after we opened the doors the first time to the public, it all started. At that time, I was promoted into management and took over second shift. The employees and me started to see a shadow figure walking in the back of the home, always by the ice machine and dry storage room. One day I was carrying a glass rack to the dish room when the swinging door that separates the dining room from the back of the home opened and stayed open until I walked through the door and put the rack down by itself. This is a swinging door that we just push open with our foot to walk through. It swipes right back, except for that time. As I walked through the door, I looked and saw no one by the door that could have opened it for me. At that time, all I had was one server who was taking an order in the dining room at the time, one cook that was on the grill line cooking an order, and me. No dishwasher yet. Things have been progressing over the last 3 years. When I walked out of my office one night after closing, the dish cart started rolling from the swinging door to the dining room, right in front of me. I was the only one left in the building. Now things are starting to happen in the front of the house. I now am running shifts during the day, from 5:30 in the morning to 3 or 4 p.m. depending. Glass racks are coming out of their slots by themselves. One time a rack came completely out of its slot and fell on the floor, with only one server there, and she was nowhere near it. She got scared when she saw that. We always see a shadow figure walk around in the dining room now, also on the grill line, and then back to the dry storage room. All the employees had some kind of something happen that neither one of us can explain, but don't get a bad feeling when anything happens, and we just name the shadow figure George. We also talk to George a lot. When asked to please stop moving things, it stops, if only for that day. We all sure would like to know what's going on here, and how did George come into a brand new building to stay? Nothing too scary, I know. They are not all scary. I think ghosts are just people like us. This is an account of a shadow person, I was sat in the dark in a security lodge which is mostly made of windows. About 3 a.m., I turned and noticed the shadow of what I thought was a man looking into the lodge window from the outside. When I looked at the shadow, it turned slowly and walked to the side, which would have put the person making the shadow move into the open road. Surprised that there would be anyone there at this hour, I looked out of the window and saw nobody. I looked around the lodge, but nobody was around. It began to strike me as strange. I did the usual thing of checking to see if it could have been an anomaly caused by automobile lights, etc. But there were no automobiles around or any other light source's probable cause. There was something about the shadow that just struck me as odd. The shadow was the presence. It did not seem to cast by another presence. I could not think of anything that would attract such a being, so I just put it down to experience. However, a while later I was on a website where a woman with knowledge of a shadow person was explaining that they enjoy hanging around illness and death. A work colleague at the time had his wife seriously ill with some illness, like Alzheimer's or something, and he would bring her to work as she could not be left alone. We work alone, so there is no problem with bringing a wife like that. Around the time I saw the shadow person, his wife died at home. Had the shadow person gotten into the habit of visiting the lodge to watch events there? I'm not sure. I have been seeing and feeling things since I was 17 months old. My mother was raised to believe in the paranormal, and so was I. My first encounter happened when I was 17 months old. My great-grandfather had just passed away. I don't remember seeing him or talking to him, but I do remember the smell of his cologne. My mom told me this when I got older. She said that she just put me down for bed, and a few minutes later she heard me talking. So she came back to check on me and I told her it was Papa, and that was that. I never saw him again until we moved into the house we are living in now. My second encounter happened a few months after my great-grandmother passed. This was when I was 12. When I was little, she had given me a jewelry box. I was little, and I had put the baby powder in it. Well, a few weeks after she had passed, I was vacuuming my room, and nothing was near that jewelry box, and it just fell off my drawer. It even fell off when I was in the living room watching TV with my dad. The last time it fell, I was at my nanny's, and my mom had the door shut, so no one was in there. When it fell, my mother got up and cleaned it out and put it in her room, and well, that was the last time it did anything. My great-grandmother was telling me to clean it. Now, my papa was beautiful to me because I knew him for 11 years, and he was my everything. Unfortunately, I was 13 when he had passed away. That night in the hotel room by the hospital after he had passed, we were getting ready for bed. My mom was crawling in the bed with me when my step-grandmother said, "Shell, is that you standing there?" My mother replied, "No, Mama, I'm in the bed." Well, my grandmother told us what she saw. There was an angle where my mother had stood. My mother couldn't see it, but I could barely. I know it was him telling us that everything would be okay. My papa always messed with me, so I wasn't really surprised if he did that after death. One night I was in my nanny's living room at 11 o'clock, waiting for CJ to get home. My nanny was in bed, and I was watching TV. Well, there's a desk close to my nanny's room. That's where my papa used to do bills there when he was alive. I remember before I sat down that the chair was pushed in. A few minutes later, I heard a cracking noise, and I looked over, and the chair was out of place. Of course, I was scared, and it made me forget that it was pushed in. I told Nanny, and she said it was probably her papa. The last time I was at her house before she moved, I just got out of the shower. I was drying my hair, and I heard a name. I don't remember if it was Randy or Rodney, but I asked my granny, and she told me that it was probably someone he knew, so I left it at that. I had used this old phone because mine was dying. Well, we took it home before CJ and her boyfriend Joe could pawn it. This was a few months before my nanny moved out from up there. CJ and Joe were stealing stuff and pawning it. Well, we had the phone, and one night out of the blue it started ringing, and it said Dad. My mom answered, and nobody was there. Well, the funny thing is, it was dead and shut off. Well, the next time it rang, I was at home, and this time it said Joe, and I answered. Of course, nobody was there. We took the battery out, and my nanny moved, and now no one knows what has happened to Joe or CJ. My dad's father just passed away recently, and I was very close to him. I did everything with him when I was little. I'm even named after his daughter who passed away when she was 3. I was like his daughter, and the one chance he got to know what it felt like to have a little girl again. He passed away December 8th. I was 16, and I miss him dearly. When I was little, they had lived in a trailer. I knew his daughter was there because I could feel her, even though I never saw her. When they moved to that house that is on the hill above the trailer, I could feel something that wasn't good. I still feel it when I go over there. I don't feel Diana, his little girl, or even my papa. The week my papa passed away, my mom asked me to vacuum his room. Well, I started the vacuum, and you know that feeling you get when you know you're not alone, and it feels like someone is going to hurt you. Well, that's how it felt, and I started the panic. I hurried and looked down just for a moment, and then I looked up, and my mom scared the living crap out of me. I left the room and let her finish. To this day, I never go back there, or even go to the bathroom there, because I never want to feel that feeling ever again. I know I am very blessed to have had the chance with them all, and to know that they are watching over me and protecting me, because sometimes, when I'm alone or scared, I can smell their perfume or feel their presences, and I know that I'm not alone, or that I shouldn't be afraid anymore, because they're always going to be with me. I just emailed you a ghost story about my boyfriend's death, and the orbs related to it. If you haven't read it yet, basically I saw orbs of my boyfriend hovering around me every night after midnight. I have no idea why this even happens at this time, but anyway, to continue my story, my friend stayed in her music throughout the night and did not feel welcome to stay in his room. She is familiar with ghosts, and I have not been well since his death. I have grieved so hard I became a threat to myself to the point in which I was thinking of doing the unthinkable. I am just now coming to grips with the situation with my boyfriend. Well, maybe I hold him here, if you know what I mean. I want him to pass through and find some peace so he can go to the light, but I'm not sure what I should do to help. I am so distraught over this. He has visited me and also 4 people I know by dream. He even visited my 5-year-old to tell him he loved him, and that he had to go to heaven now, and his nephew had a dream with some of our memories in it. He told him to take my wife, meaning me, and said God bless you at the end. My friend dreamt of him where he walked through, and said sorry, I don't know why I'm here, and my uncle had a dream with my boyfriend urging him to remind me to let him go, so I could move on. But it is really tough when someone has become a huge part of your life and has played a major role in it for so long, and to have that person vanish before your eyes and be gone is just unconscionable to me. We used to have long talks about mortality, about how one of us couldn't last if one of us were to depart, and it just kills me to know that we can't have just one more conversation, or that we won't be able to live to see my son grow up, get married, and be successful. I swore I was going to marry this man. I did have a dream where someone I believed to be him was trying to walk me through a mist. It's kinda hard to explain, but the dream was foggy and his face was partially obscured by the mist or fog, but the outline of his body was the same as my boyfriend's, and I could make out his hair. He reached out his hand to me without saying a word, and when I did, I awoke, and just like that, he was gone again. I must admit I've been on meds, but still, I felt like it was him. The coroner said that what he did to himself was accidental, but he just took it too far. Maybe he just didn't understand his own limits and did something to himself without thinking. But it's the way that he took care of himself that was too suspicious to be accidental. He told his family that day right before he did it, that he was going to do it and that was final. They didn't come to check on him, and I was gone from the house to come home and found him the way that he was, lifeless and just gone. After his death, I would scream for him in that room. It was just so horrific. Please, if anyone can help guide me through this, it would be so helpful to me, as I've been so distraught, and I feel like his soul is so lost. I talked to a psychic medium. She said he came and rubbed my hair at night, and he said to stop the tears and he could come through. But she said he didn't want me to live my life stagnant. I have many lessons to learn, and other things to figure out with the entire loss. We were complete soulmates, but I believe in an afterlife, and I believe that we will reunite one day and live many more lives together, as crazy as it sounds. Since his death, I have now turned to a monk for guidance. I am currently studying Hindu philosophy. My boyfriend believed in God. I've been living in this house for close to 3 years. For the first 6 months, nothing happened. One night, my hubby and I were laying on a spare mattress in the living room watching a movie. This was around 11:50 at night. We started hearing these heavy footsteps in the home. We have 2 doors leading into the living room. One of the sliding doors was right beside us, and the other one is approximately 5 meters away from us. We heard footsteps in the hallway outside the door furthest from us. At first, we thought it was my older brother who was also living with us, but he has this routine where he goes to bed at 10 p.m. and it's the same night every night, and he doesn't change his routine. Weird, I know. We looked at each other thinking, is that Mika walking around in the hall this time of night? We sat there listening to the footsteps that next walked into the kitchen, which has a door that leads into the living room where we were closest to. The footsteps came closer and closer until they stopped just outside the sliding door. We waited. We listened. We were expecting my brother to open the door and have a whinge that our TV sound volume was on far too loud, even though it wasn't. But he's like that, you know. We waited, and then my hubby pushed the sliding door and opened it, and we found nothing. The other door on the far side of the kitchen was also closed, which leads into the hall that the footsteps originated from. We were a bit spooked because we both heard the steps, and laying on the mattress on the floor could sure as heck feel the vibration in the floor from those footsteps. We decided to search the home, minus my brother's bedroom, and we found nothing. An old man lives next door, and I was starting to imagine that perhaps he passed away and wandered over to our home. We saw him a few days later alive and well. That threw that notion out the window. The next morning we asked Miko if he were up last night, and he says no. We told him what we heard, and all he could do was shrug and insist that he was in bed and didn't even come out. I believed him simply because there was no way he could have walked away without us noticing when hubby opened the door, and the footsteps never left. It just stopped outside the door, but nothing was there. One thing that does happen though, is that birds are always hitting our front window. This has happened so many times that I lost count. I'm not sure if this is significant, and whether it's a common occurrence, with houses with weird things happening inside. Another thing that we notice on a few occasions is phantom smells. Sometimes they are really, really pretty, but other times it is foul. They rarely last more than 10 minutes. For a while, things were back to normal, but my brother said one day, I don't know who is always walking past my window or what they want. I asked him who, and he says some kid. He believes it was a girl, probably no older than 8 or 9. He walks past his window and heads towards the backyard, and he never sees her walk back. This has happened about 4 times that he can recall. I told him, why don't you go out there and check it out? He always has some excuse of he was busy. plays online games, and says he was in the middle of something. Okay, let's continue. About 9 months after hearing the footsteps, we heard them again. We were in the bedroom this time, and it sounded like coming from the laundry and kitchen area. Again, we investigated, checked all the locks and the doors, but everything was secure and fine. I asked my hubby if he believed that the house was haunted. He said that it was a very real possibility. Not too long ago, I was taking a bath around 11 p.m., and I heard a really loud thump just outside my bathroom window. I got out of the tub and wrapped a towel around me and met my hubby in the hallway. He thought I might have fallen, and I told him that it seemed to come from the outside window. We switched on the backyard light that had an outdoor seating area, but the place was clear. We didn't go outside, but we could tell nothing was on the floor that could have made that sound. We went into my son's room to look out the window where the garage and the rest of the yard is, but couldn't see much, save for a few feet from the house because the outdoor lights aren't strong enough, and the trees are too dark and cast many dark shadows. We just put it down to maybe the neighbor was outside doing something, though it was dark. And if that were the case, wouldn't have the light been on? But recently, I got a real shock of my life. About 3 months ago, they put the house on the market, and around this time, I went into my son's room about 7 p.m. to wake him to get him ready for school. It was still quite dark, though the sun was starting to come up, and you could see enough. I pulled his bedroom curtain open and saw what looked like a girl child in the yard, looking directly at the window. That's when she just stood there watching, and then she turned her body and made her way towards the back of the garage. She kept looking my way for a few seconds before looking away and disappearing behind the garage. I didn't know what to think, to be honest. What would she be doing out there at that time of the morning, wearing inappropriate clothing for that time of morning? I'm not even sure if she was solid or not. I was just thinking, who are you? And why are you in my yard? I think she wore a light blue dress. It could have been white. I didn't have too much light, but it almost seemed like she had a bit of a glow. I could even tell that she seemed to have long blonde hair. By now, my brother and my hubby had left for work, and I was alone in the home with my son, and there was no way I was going to go into the yard to investigate. What if she wasn't a little girl? Can a little girl create such heavy footsteps? She is always spotted outside, yet the footsteps are inside. Or is that something else inside? Is she trying to warn me? I've seen shadows here and there, and many things have been breaking down recently. Since the home was put on the market, our little portable oven broke down. Our microwave is breaking down. My washing machine isn't working well anymore, and it won't do the final spin cycle. The hot water mysteriously stopped working as well, and the landlord came by to fix it, and says he doesn't even see anything really wrong with it. The hot water started working again. The toilet was blocked up with the root of a tree, but why now? The kitchen faucet broke and fell off. Our video player stopped working. It chewed up a tape and had to throw it out. Birds continue occasionally flying into our front window. Always that same window. It happened on the day of the house auction too. And it's not just these, but also illnesses. My son was choking on food the other day and needed an ambulance. Since living here, my hubby has needed 2 surgeries, one being spinal, and he's always been strong. And then he spent a year out of work with a bad back. He developed diabetes while living here, though a test a year ago said he was fine. I also developed problems. Locked-in ovarian syndrome, an umbilical hernia, requiring surgery in near future, and high blood pressure that recently got even higher, ankle swelling that can't really be explained, chest infections that occur frequently, and a few others. Before living here, we were fit and healthy, and it's like being here is making us sick. And it could be a coincidence, but you can't help to think about these things. I've read that there is a house somewhere in Europe, I think, and that people that move in there die of a heart attack within 2 weeks of living there. I don't know if it was in Switzerland, but the thing is, Even those had no history of being ill. They say the house is cursed. And who knows if this is why we're getting these issues. We are moving out in a couple of weeks, and we are counting the days. I feel more like a 7-year-old these days than a 36-year-old, and all these changes have happened in the past 3 years of living here anyway. But this is my story. As a teen, I lived in a nice newer home on Vulcan Road in Perkin, Indiana. My parents and I were the second family to live in it. When we went to just view the house to see if my parents wanted to live there, I found myself afraid to go inside. I was only 12 years old at the time and had no idea what I was afraid of. I had encounters with things I couldn't explain before, but they never scared me like this house did. My parents talked me into going inside. I wasn't happy, and actually I cried, but went in anyway. It had 3 bedrooms and a large basement and a yard. My dad and mom decided it was perfect for us and started with the purchase plans. Inside the house, the back bedroom, which faced the woods behind, and on the side of the house, truly was only part of the whole place that made me feel very uneasy. I made mom promise that I would be put in there to sleep, and she agreed that I would get the larger of the 2 bedrooms in the front end of the house. The problems didn't start right away for me anyways. My parents took the room that I refused. My dad was away a lot for work, and so my mom got the first experience. She kept them a secret from me till my last day of school. That year we had gotten new bedroom suits, and I was put in that room. Not for long enough. Not many 17-year-olds sleep with their moms, but after waking to see a woman sitting on the side of my bed one night and disappearing before reaching the foot of my bed while walking away, I slept with her every night afterwards. She was a dark figure with no real features to me, but I could tell it was female. I also seen dark shadowy figures dancing in the basement. Everyone heard the heavy footsteps upstairs while we were all downstairs, scratching in the attic. We moved back to Kentucky when I graduated in '86, but even though the house had its issues, it was the only place I'd ever called home. I went back and visited the next owners years later, and they had all the same experience as we had. The only difference was a young couple had tried to live there, and when they had a new baby, the ghost got a little violent and knocked things from the walls. The young family moved for fear the baby would be harmed. Behind the house through the woods is a cemetery, 11 or 12 graves, all dated from the 1500s to 1800s. I used to hang out there to sneak and smoke cigarettes. I can't help but wonder if it was someone from there. I hope to someday get the time to go visit whoever lives there, 21 years later. There's a story on here about a house in Mudlick Hollow in Hardy, Kentucky, known to those who live there, or remembered by those who lived in the Sharondale, Kentucky area. The story states that the White House on the right is haunted. Correction. This house was owned by a lady by the name of Gracie. She lived in the house when I was a child, and never once was any report of anything unusual. She and her sister lived there for many years, after she became quite old. These stories might have happened since her death. Across from her home in the old stomping grounds, there were many stories of ghosts of American Indians. It is reported that glimpses of these Indians can even be seen during the day. This was known as an Indian burial ground. I can verify this because I was one of the children who actually saw what appeared to be an Indian. The Indian seen was wearing what appeared to be hides and carrying a spear, or something that might have been a spear. I was not the only child who saw this during the day it happened. There were many of us there playing ball during recess from the grade school, and we all saw it. But there are many other hauntings in this area, and none of them mentioned here, such as the graveyard that was up on the mountain across Highway 119. This graveyard had been in disrepair even back in the 1950s. I used to play in that area as a kid, and know that there have been unusual happenings since even before that time. The train trestle that used to cross Old Highway 119 from the upper part of Sharondale coal camp to the side where the coal was loaded into the train car. That trestle was the one place for dares as a child. There were a few children who were injured there taking those dares. To this day, nobody knows what the real story is about the old trustee. The trestle is now gone, but the stories remain. There was also a house that was used for storage along those tracks. Part of the house was used for storage things for repair to the homes of the coal miners in the upper and lower coal mining camp homes. That particular home was rented to a couple with one child. The mother often came across the road to another home, completely frightened by things that happened in the home. She stated that the light bulbs were burst, even when there was no reasonable means of explaining it. Many stories of hauntings in the homes still abound. Note, the homes are now gone. The highway programs that took the area for a larger highway. Miners whose lives were taken in coal mining accidents still roam that area. A woman who was killed by a big cat up on the mountain, whose shrill screams can still be heard during both day and night. Different areas in the mountain where soldiers were killed. Mines that were closed are also rumored to be haunted. The same area is known to have different stories of men who were killed by reveners back in the early 1900s. Men killed by reveners, some whose bodies were found, and others who just went missing. I have an experience to share with all of you. When my grandfather died, we went to my grandmother's house to check on her. She had a clock that when my great-great-grandmother died, it stopped ticking then. When my grandpa died, it started again. It had not ticked for a long time, for about over 100 years. My grandpa had always wanted to hear it too. Maybe it was him that did it, or just a coincidence. My gym basement at my school, when I went to the bathroom in gym class, my friend came too. It used to be a locker room for a high school. We were about halfway down the stairs when the lights started flickering on and off. Then the water at the sinks turned on, and the stall door slammed. Then we turned to run up the stairs, and in the corner, we saw a boy that you could see through, and he had a hunter green shirt with black dress pants. We screamed and ran up the stairs where most of our class was there, and no one believed us, but we knew what we saw. Me and my other friend, we went down there and had to use the bathroom, and she was scared to go by herself. Oh, I ended up going down there with her. We were standing at the bottom of the stairs, noticing how freezing it was, and it was so cold. So she went over to the first stall, then she started to open it. Then I screamed, and then she said, "What?" I said, "Turn around," and that's when she did. What we both saw was a girl wearing a dress with bright red eyes, with a black outline of some sort. He had a possessed smile. That's when she said, "Leave." The way she looked into our eyes when we saw her was straight evil, and my friend and I had nothing to say. One time I went with another one of my friends down to that basement, and when we were there we saw something strange and unwanted. We were standing at the very end of the stairs, and we were walking into the bathrooms, and at that very moment, we saw a strange looking girl just standing there, and she was just staring at us. Now, keep in mind this used to be an old school that was at least 90 to 95 years old. Oh, me and my friend just stood there for a moment and stared at her. Then we suddenly saw her eyes were plain black. It was so scary. Then me and my friend slowly walked away. But as we were going up the stairs, we noticed that she was following us. We looked back. We wanted to, but at the same time we didn't. And there she was. It was truly freaky. This was so freaky that she was right behind us, reaching for us and wanting to touch us. So we ran. We thought no one would believe this horrible, frightening incident, but luckily quite a few people did. And that's why many people didn't like to go into the basement anymore. One summer, my 3 children, my sister-in-law and I were traveling to my hometown in South Carolina. We live in New York. Oh, it is a pretty long way to go. It was foggy that morning, and my car had been experiencing trouble. We broke down near Pennsylvania and found ourselves sitting on the side of the road, maybe about 8 hours from home. A police officer pulled up behind my car. My youngest was 2 months old. He was screaming very loudly, but when he saw this policeman, he started smiling and laughing. Dressed in an older style police uniform, it looked to be a style from the 70s. He had the most beautiful face and voice. He walked around my car and then laid his hands on my car. My car started to back up. Then he just disappeared. I can't explain it. I looked up from the dash seconds after I saw him standing in front of the car, and then he was gone. No policeman car. No police car. Nothing. No one. We didn't even see him leave. As a matter of fact, we didn't even see him pull up. I thank God for that angel in disguise. We made it home safely. I grew up in a house that was always open to everyone and warm, but it did have its secrets. When I was very young, and the house was empty, I would hear my name being called, and I would run from room to room, thinking someone was home. My brother said this also happened to him on Saturday mornings, when everyone was asleep and he watched cartoons. One night as a 12-year-old, I was sleeping in the upstairs hall while my room was being finished. I was sleeping with my face to the wall, and softly my shoulder was being pushed, thinking someone in my family was wanting something. I turned around to face the room. There in front of me was a small couple, a man in a suit and a 1930s hat, and a sweet-looking woman with a pillbox-like hat. I think they liked what they saw because they looked at each other, then smiled, and then turned around to go down the stairs. I never saw them again. Many years later, in a conversation with my mother, she told me the small house with the low ceilings and low working areas was built for a couple in 1939, and before they could move in, they died in a fatal car accident. I guess they were just checking up on their home. Well, my boyfriend is a non-believer, but he says he wants to believe. Oh, back before we started dating, we would find things to do where he might see something and come around. I was very picky about these places because I'm a firm believer, and also I scare easily. Oh, I didn't want to get myself into a situation that I would have a hard time with. As a result, I choose places that I've been to many times and was comfortable with. We had been to a few, and I'd heard something or whatever, but generally I've attributed this to my imagination because I was worked up, but one experience stands out. We were on the USS Constellation, known for hauntings, but I had taken him there more as a glimpse of my own past. As a native Baltimorean, or Baltimorean, as my father likes to say, and a lover of history, I practically grew up on it. I was completely relaxed as I usually am there, and Rob and I were standing on the Orlop dock, looking over the rail. It's my favorite place on the ship. Don't ask me why. My least favorites are outside the Champlain's corners and in the infirmary. Given the history of the ship, the Orlop really shouldn't be my fave, but it is. Oh, we have been standing there in silence for a few minutes, just kind of taking it in. It was a cold day, and we went there right after work, so there was hardly anyone else on the vessel. And so after a few moments of quiet, I say, "Cut it out." What, he replies. Well, he knew what he did. He put his hand around my waist, upping the curve of my hip, as we weren't dating at this time. And in fact, I believe we were both seeing other people when this happened. I thought this was pretty dang inappropriate. I turned to tell him so. He was standing too far away from me to have done that. He didn't move as I was standing directly next to him, and would have noticed. What? He said again, a little more forcefully, looking rather concerned for my sanity. Nothing, I said. I didn't want to think about it and ruin one of my favorite childhood retreats. After we were off the ship, I told him what had happened. He still really wasn't convinced, and I'm the one who experienced something. Not him, but he did admit that the ghost has good taste. That's sweet, I think. I just want to say that I love your website, and couldn't help but to share my story with you. A few years ago, my great-grandfather was very ill and in a nursing home. My family and I lived far away from him. We only made a trip up to see him around Christmas and his birthday. One day when I was 15, and my brother was only about 2, we were sitting in my living room watching TV, when all of a sudden my little brother started crying. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he wanted to go see Papa. I thought it was weird because he had only met Papa a few times. My mom came in the room and told him that Papa was very far away, but that we would go see him soon. My brother started crying harder and was screaming, "I want to see Papa now." My mom held her in her lap and kept telling him not to worry, that Papa was fine and we would go see him soon. When he started to calm down, the phone rang. It was my aunt. He told us that Papa just passed away. My whole family was creeped out by this experience, and none of us had really talked about it since. My little brother does not even remember it. This took place in 1993, and I have 2 separate stories, same place and year. When I was about 16, I was living with some friends in Cleveland, Texas. I was attending school there with my best friend Mary, and living with her and her family. We had a couple friends that we went to school with. One girl was very strange, shall we say. We will call her Claire, and there was the other friend named Barbie. We lived almost at the end of a long, narrow, dead-end dirt road. There was only about 6 houses on the road, and we were surrounded by woods. We lived in the next to last house on the street, and Claire lived in the house that marked the dead-end road, and her family rarely came out in the daytime. They were more night creatures, if you will, and they had about 6 stray cats just hanging around the house. Mary and I decided to stay the night with Claire one night, and in the nighttime when it all got very weird, Claire was talking about witches and witchcraft and sorts, when suddenly I saw right behind Claire that there was a witch's head just hanging from the ceiling. I mean, it was staring right at me with big bulging red eyes, and it seemed real. When I told her it was right on the ceiling, she looked, and there was nothing. And to this day, I have no idea if I was hallucinating or if I really saw something evil. Our family had an experience several years back in our old house. I tried to submit the story a few years back, but I don't think it ever was posted. I'm the last one to say I believe in ghosts, and normally when people tell me they saw a ghost, I listen, but figure they are full of it. Well, this time I'm glad that my entire family heard it. I don't care if anybody else believes me, because at least we know it happened. It happened several years ago. Maybe a good 28 years ago. I was around 7, if not younger. At the time, I was sleeping in my parents' room with my dad, and my mom went to lay down with my brother since he had the flu. The way our house was is that we have 3 bedrooms and 2 doors that we kept closed, that closed off of the back of the house to the living room and kitchen. We had all just started to fall asleep when we were woken up by a really loud thump. Then the sound of something heavy running and ripping up the carpet. It reminded me of our old cat that used to run down the hall, and her claws would get stuck in the carpet, but this was much, much louder. The noise came and went very fast. My dad had jumped up and got his gun and went outside thinking it was someone running on our roof, but there was nothing. He came back and asked us all if we heard it, and we did. To this day, we have no idea what it was, and it never happened again. My brother and I talk about it to this day, and we get chills thinking about it. I'm sure it is something that could be explained. But what? It was too loud for any house noise. Our plumbing we never had issues with. Like I said, I'm glad our entire family heard it, so that way, they know I'm not making something up. I've never had another experience like that again. And now I'm interested in the idea of hauntings, but I normally am more on the factual and fantasy side. but that has made me think that just maybe there's something to all the supernatural. One thing I know about my story, I know it is real. I've read other stories on the site and think a lot of them are fabricated, and I'm sure of reading mine. People think I'm making it up, or my entire family is making it up, but we know it happened. My stories were told to me. The first was told by my dad. My dad was an 18-wheeled truck driver. The stories he told seem far-fetched, but I swear to God he's telling the truth. One night driving along a stretch of highway, he came upon a beautiful dog. The dog barked, but he knew he had hit the dog. He got out of the cab of the truck with his flashlight, who gave the dog a proper burial. When he looked up and down the ravines, and what he found was not a dog, but a family with the dog. They had crashed down the ravine 2 hours earlier. The family survived, but the dog didn't. The next story was told by my brother, and now sister-in-law, then girlfriend. In 1995, my brother came to Texas, then Georgia, to be with our dad. At that time, he was very ill. My sister-in-law, then girlfriend, was in Georgia. Our dad passed away late at night. My brother decided to wait till morning to call my sister, because she had to be working early the next morning. My sister-in-law called crying instead. She was scared and shaking. Then she said that about 2 a.m., she got up to get a drink in the kitchen, walked into the living room, and that's when she saw Dad sitting on the couch. Then she said hi to him, then continued into the kitchen, and then realized that he was supposed to be in Texas, not knowing he had passed yet. That's when she walked back into the living room, where he was sitting, telling her he needs to tell her something, and she screamed no, and runs back into the bedroom, then slams the door, locks it, and calls her best friend cousin, who was a cop, to come to the house, and no one is there. When my brother tells her our dad had passed, that is when she freaks out more. I just wish I knew what he wanted to tell her. Oh well.
This actually began here in Lazuka, the capital of Zambia, back in 1983 when I was a young girl of 5. For some reason, I always woke at 3 a.m. on the dot whilst living at our home at the time, and found myself walking down the hallway. We had security lights in the garden, therefore shadows would play off trees, bushes, and windows onto the interior walls of the house, like a Russian puppet show. With a security guard present each night, I would think the shadowy shape of a man appearing or disappearing suddenly was simply that, our guard doing the rounds. It wasn't until one final night, after my usual check of the houses, I was walking back to my room when I just felt something behind me. Wish I hadn't, because the shadowy figure of a man was right behind me, away from the walls and lights, but very distinctive. I was scared, but to be honest, looking back now, cannot even remember feeling evil, just curiosity. A few months after, I started experiencing visions and dreams. I would start having a dream of a little funny white man standing in my doorway, looking at me with a mean little grin on his face. Then, he would walk off in the direction of my brother's room, whereby I once woke up to hear my brother screaming for my mom, saying there was something in his room. This experience happened only once, but the dreams of this little man continued. When we moved to the UK in 1986, my final experience occurred with this man. I heard my name being called from downstairs. When I reached the top of the stairs from my bedroom, looking down into the pitch black and feeling utter malevolence directed at me, I couldn't see anything, but it was the same sensation I feel when dreaming of the white man. Let's just say at the age of 11, I had the good sense not to investigate. After that, I stopped experiencing Little White Man, but I feel I became susceptible to other things from then on. Our house in the UK is set on what was once the Beanoak Estate Farm. It's said that a mass grave of 1800s cholera victims lies within the vicinity of our estate, which could explain the experience, and not just for me. Our cat would get spooked, and my mother was terrified one night. Our cat would suddenly sit up and stare at the corner of the room, or the doorway, or an armchair, and suddenly start to growl and raise his hackle. Then he would move his head as though watching something walk through the room. It frightened me one night when he sat up from my lap and dug his claws into my thighs. The growling reached a crescendo, as though he was going into battle with another Tom. I got so spooked, I left the room and went upstairs. My cat had left via the cat flap into the night. He wouldn't come back until the morning. What really spooked me the most was, this also happened during the day one February morning. I can handle the nighttime frights because of the sense of normality when the sun rises. But when you are invaded during the day, all your security is shattered. My brother and I both experienced what is now learned a sleep paralysis event at exactly the same time, one night. Both of us also witnessed just before a sudden flash of brilliant blue. For two people of differing sexes to experience exactly the same time makes it disturbing, and we still discuss it today. My other experience of sleep paralysis was when I was fully awake. Lying on my tummy reading a book on my bed, I suddenly had the overwhelming terror swamp me from my feet upwards, and I couldn't move. Then, at the foot of my bed, I could feel as though someone was taking a step onto the mattress between both feet. When I could finally move, I turned around to see an indentation of a foot where the sensation was. Thank you for taking your time to read my experiences, for that is all I can call them. I did have one other experience, but it's too terrifying to write down, and causes me fear, even to this day. When I was 6 or 7 months pregnant with my son Anthony, I had a terrifying nightmare. I believe this nightmare was a portal to the afterlife, that what I saw was in fact a ghost trying to communicate with me. Every night I would sleep with the bedroom door half open, and also had the hallway light on, just because of the weird and bizarre events that would occur in this old home. I'd always thought I'd hear laughter during the day, sounds of doors opening and closing, and other little things that made me convinced my house was haunted. One evening, I swore I saw a small dark shadow figure float into the kitchen from my bedroom. It happened so fast, I didn't have much time to process it. My nightmare was very similar to this experience. I was convinced that I woke up in my bed before. At least at the time I thought I was conscious. I was glued to my bed, couldn't move at all, virtually paralyzed. I started hearing strange noises, like a gargling coming from the hallway outside of my room. I remember struggling to open and close my eyes. All of a sudden, I was able to focus my eyes and move my head where I could see that the door was open. I saw this little girl standing in my doorway. She was a black shadow from 5 feet away from my bed. She approached closer to me, all while I was still paralyzed and couldn't move. The black shadow whispered, "Don't be scared, I'll be home soon." That's when I woke up, sweating and screaming. Even after realizing it was a nightmare, I could still feel the presence of the shadow in that house. The same girl from my nightmare. I thought it was a bit ridiculous, because I knew at that point, my mind had just conjured this up in my head, even with all the previous signs of ghostly activity. What's even weirder, a few days after I received a call from my sister, she was very emotional because she announced to me that she was having a child. The reason why my sister was so emotional was because she had tried for years and years to have children, and she was never able to. Her doctor even told her that she was never going to be able to produce a child. I bet you the shadow from my nightmare came back as her living child. I was never able to find out the history of this house or who lived there, but I can bet you that the little girl used to, and she told me that she was coming back to life. I've noticed that you don't have any ghosts listed for the University of Calgary residences in Calgary, Alberta. I had a strange experience in the residence tower called Randall Hall. I'll give you some brief information. There are 2 identical towers, plus some apartment-style residences that were built in the late 1960s when the university was founded. They're both 7 stories tall, with a central communal lounge and 3 hallways radiating out like spokes. Each hallway has 11 rooms and a bathroom. Originally, they were built as a female dorm and a male dorm. I spent 3 years of my university living in Randall Hall. The room that I shared with my roommate was in the co-ed hallway of the 6th floor of Randall. This kind of applies because we shared all facilities with guys. Toilet stalls, urinals, sinks, and showers were all communal. Think Ally McBeal. And we often had guys hang out in our room. Let's just say that there were quite a few of us engineers on that floor. I started the year living in room 661. One night, I woke frequently, and I could have sworn that there was someone in my room, sitting in the chair at my roommate's desk. I passed it off as being asleep, but the next day I did ask my roommate, were there any people in our room last night? All she said was yeah. I thought that one of the guys had come in during the night. Weird. Anyway, a little later in the year, I moved into room 557, on the same side of the hallway, 2 doors down. We started noticing that in the common room, which was a large open area in the center of the spokes, one of the elevators would often come up to our floor on its own accord, open, close, then go back down to the main floor. Sometimes it would stay on our floor with the door open for almost an hour before going back down. My real experience came during reading break. I guess your guys' equivalent to spring break, only we have ours in early to mid-February, and most people leave because the skiing's awesome in the Rockies, only a few hours away. In our hallway, the only people not gone was me, my roommate, the girls across the hall, and the girl at the end of the hall, on our side by the fire escape. To start my real story, I'll give you guys a little explanation about how our room was laid out. If you walk into the door from the hallway, there's a closet on each side that extends about 2 feet into the room, that goes all the way to each wall, no doors in the closets. The room is approximately square. My roommate's bed was against the left wall, with her desk against the window, directly across the door, and the chair between her headboard and the desk. My bed was against the window, with the headboard against the right wall, with my desk along the right wall. I awoke one night because I swore that the door to her room had opened, and that one of the guys from the guy's wing had come in. He had gone on a date that night and was a close friend. I looked over at my roommate's bed, and it looked like this guy was whispering something to her. I found it kind of creepy though, that instead of crouching by her bed like a normal person would do, he was standing with his legs straight, bent at the waist, with his face about 2 inches from hers. Now, I got kinda pissed off because it was the middle of the night and this guy had come in to tell Lauren about his date. I wanted to see what time it was, so I sat up in bed so I could see around my desk to my alarm clock, which was on a dresser in the closet. It was 2:30-ish in the morning, so I turned my head to yell or whisper strongly at this guy. Then I realized it wasn't who I thought it was. This is the creepy part. He stayed bent over my roommate in the same position, but slowly turned his head to look at me. While he was turning his head, this grin spread across his face. One could interpret this grin as malevolent. I sure did at the time. Then he slowly stood straight up and took a few steps backward towards the closet, folded his arms across his chest, and looked at me with the same scary grin on his face. It was strange, because really, he had no facial features. Nothing of a face that I could see, except for this grin that I could more sense than see. Well, that was enough for me. Like any 20 going on 6-year-old, I dove beneath the covers of my bed and stayed there all night. This was very hard to do, since the heating is very efficient in those buildings, and most of the rooms are usually hot enough to be in shorts and tanks in. Anyway, I didn't sleep again that night. After a week or so, thinking about this experience, having insomnia, and sleeping with the light on, I have second thoughts on what was going on there. I think that yes, he was intentionally trying to scare someone, but only out of a sense of fun, because he knew he could. I think he had my roommates in his target sights, and he had his face by my roommates, waiting for her to wake up with this ghost face 2 inches from hers. Well, you could wake my roommate up with a cherry bomb when she's sleeping, never mind waking to a ghostly presence like so many of us do. Instead, I woke up, and his grin was more of a, finally, someone's awake that I can scare grin. So that was it, other than the knocking, which is actually quite funny. It was about 2 days after my experience, when all 3 of our rooms got simultaneous knocks at 5:30 in the morning. My roommate got up to answer the door and scared the crap out of both her and the girl directly across from her by opening the door at the exact same time. Also, the girl at the end of the hall had her head out of the door, asking if someone had knocked. There was no one in the hall, and no way someone could have left without us hearing. The door into the central common room was on a mnemonic hinge and made a whining noise when you opened it. The door to the fire escape at the other end makes a crapload of noise, which echoes through the floors. The door to the bathroom also has a mnemonic hinge and bangs when it closes. Anyway, to close this outrageously long story out, I worked for housekeeping during the summer because the residents are rented out like hotel rooms. I didn't go back home in the summer. I was talking with the cleaner from the 6th floor while doing laundry one day. She related that she has had experiences with this guy over the last few years. She was cleaning a room after move out and had the door propped open with the garbage can. A guy poked his head around the door, looked her in the eye, kicked the garbage out from in front of the door, and slammed it. There was no one there when she went to look. There are rumors that a guy got really stressed out during exams in the 80s and threw himself off the roof into the parking lot. I've not substantiated his claims, so who knows. I do know that the roofs are now off limits to students, whereas they weren't in the past. The cleaner says that he is quite shy and is only seen during summer, Christmas, on reading breaks. never when the residences are filled with people. This isn't the first time I've told someone this. Normally people don't believe me because I'm only 14, but I swear that everything I'm about to say is the honest truth. My first experience happened 6 years ago. My friend was sleeping over at mine. We couldn't sleep, so we were just talking in the dark. Well, it wasn't that dark because I had the curtains open. I remember it being a few minutes past midnight. I also remember thinking my friend had stood up because there was a shadow on the wall opposite us, but she was still lying down. But she too had seen the shadow. It had no features and was only head and shoulders. It was where my light switch was. We both looked outside to see if anyone was there. Nothing. So we started to really freak out and close the curtains as quick as possible. And when we reopened them a few seconds later, it was gone. I have no explanation for this. I definitely wasn't dreaming, and neither of us had imagined it. Later on that year, I was alone in the house watching a video. I stopped the video to get something to eat downstairs. When I came back, the video had been took out from my video player and was on my bed. My next experience happened maybe about 5 or 4 years ago. I was on the computer, and I was the only one in the house, as my brother was out and my mom and dad were out working. I didn't have any music on at the time, and the TV wasn't on either. Basically, things were silent. I heard this voice coming from downstairs calling my name. It was definitely a woman's voice, maybe in her late 20s. I wasn't sure at this time. I really started to freak out. It lasted for around 5 minutes, and then it stopped. The next couple of times I heard it really scared me. The last time I heard it, I was home alone again. The TV was on mute, and I was on the computer again. The voice came from right next to me. It shouted my name into my ear. It shocked me so badly that I actually screamed so loud that the people next door heard me. Since then, I haven't heard it, but recently, I've been hearing music playing in and outside of my house. Also recently, things keep happening in my room. Like I keep feeling cold spots, and a lot of the time, I feel like I'm not the only one in the room. It's really scary. Plus, my TV has been on mute or changed channels when I'm nowhere near the remote. It scares me a lot. It shook me up so bad that I hate being alone in the house. This occurred roughly 20 years ago when I was 19 or 20, and I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's apartment in Spring Valley, California. My boyfriend left for work by 4 a.m., and I was alone in the apartment. This one morning after he left, I awoke on my back to a heaviness in the room. It was still dark, but becoming dawn. I looked to my right, and standing next to me by the bed was this tall black shrouded shadow entity. I was terrified. I could feel its presence surrounding me. Then, it spoke. I was lying there wide-eyed and in shock. I'm not still sure how I heard it. Was it audible, or just in my head? The voice was deep and gruff, and asked, "What are you doing here?" I'm familiar with some experiences with the paranormal, just never had it been so terrifying. I closed my eyes and began the Lord's Prayer. By the last words, "Deliver me from evil. Amen." The room had cleared. I felt a change immediately, and when I reopened my eyes, all was normal again. I told my boyfriend later that day, and he thought it was his deceased grandfather being curious. My boyfriend's grandma was recently staying with him, and she would tell him stories of the grandfather visiting her. Possible, I guess, but I still wonder what the black shrouded entity was and what its intentions were. For many years, I had a gray cat named Kitty. Kitty didn't like many people. She mainly only liked me. She always slept up against my legs at night, on the outside of the covers. She loved to be close to me. After she died, I was absolutely miserable. I missed her so much. After a few days, I started getting a glimpse of her walking around the house, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't say anything to anyone for a while. One day, my aunt said that she didn't realize that we had gotten another cat after Kitty had died. I told her that we didn't have any other cats, or any other pets for that matter. She was absolutely convinced that she had seen a cat walk across the doorway in our living room. One night, just as I was going to sleep, I felt Kitty jump up onto the bed and cuddle up against me. I could feel her pressing up against my legs. I tried my best to convince myself that it was just my imagination, but my husband felt her jump onto the bed also. Over the years, she has gradually stopped coming around us so much. She still shows up whenever I'm upset or sick. I guess she just likes to comfort me, just like she did when she was alive. Hello. I grew up in an old apartment building in the Fordham Hills section of the Bronx. When I was about 14 years old, I was speaking on the telephone to my best friend, who lived upstairs on the 5th floor of the building. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. My friend said that she was going to go down to my apartment in a few minutes. As soon as I hung up the telephone, there was a knock on the door. I wondered how my friend could have possibly made it down 3 flights of stairs so quickly. As we hung up the phone that second, I went to the door and looked out at the people to see if it was her. There, at the door, stood a tall, young-looking man wearing a ruffled white shirt, a thick black belt, black pants, and black boots that went almost to his knees. Hanging from the side of his belt was a sword or a saber. As I stared at him, it appeared as though he was looking right at me with piercing blue eyes, even though the door was between us. I then noticed that I could see the number on the apartment door across from mine through his shirt. I quickly ran from the door, realizing what I had seen, thoroughly frightened, and called my friend, asking her to hurry and come down as I was alone in the house. I will never forget it for as long as I live. I did some research and learned that there was Revolutionary battles on in among Fordham Hill. I came to the conclusion that the ghost was a Revolutionary War soldier, probably British from the clothing. I only wish I could learn more. Nothing occurred for the rest of the time that I lived in that apartment. Thanks for having a great site where people can share their experiences. Like a lot of people, I've had friends and family members pass away. One of my best friends was John, who died from pancreatic cancer while still in his early 30s. Many years later, I started a habit while praying. I asked God to help me always remember my friends and family who have passed away, who influenced me, and who are a big part of my life. Then I think of their names and say them silently in prayer. About a year ago, our friend and family priest passed away, and I attended the funeral mass.
As I was kneeling in the pews, I felt someone beside me. I looked to my right, and there, plain as day, was John. He was there for only 2, maybe 3 seconds, and then disappeared. I shook my head and looked again, but he was gone. I hadn't thought about John at all that day, and I may never know why he decided to show himself. I know that God puts people into your life for a reason, and I know that even after they are gone, they're always with you. I love you, brother. Thanks for the visit.
My name is Elena and I'm 20 years old, and I would like to share with you some of my experiences. I've always been a believer, not just me. Me, my mom, and sister also believe. My dad tries to be rational, but sometimes there are things that are hard to explain. Well, first time it was my dad and my sister and I in our backyard. We were barbecuing. I must have been around 8 years old and my sister around 4. I was sitting around reading a comic book. My sister was playing with her dolls on the floor, and my father was working the barbecue, when out of nowhere, my sister yells at the top of her lungs as if she was answering someone that was calling her, that was far away. What? My dad asked, what was all that about? And my sister answered, she keeps calling me. Who is calling you? I don't know. A lady. My dad and I just looked at each other and said, weird. We didn't hear anything. Maybe it was Mom. When all of a sudden, we hear this woman's voice calling for my sister, Joyce. Now, this was not any regular voice. It was chilling. It immediately sent chills down my spine, and I could see that my dad felt it too. But I was more scared for my sister. I didn't want her to have any kind of contact to whatever was calling for her. Not long after that first experience, I shared my room with my sister. We were both afraid of the dark, so my mom always kept the bathroom light on for us every night. When one night I woke up and looked at the doorway to see a man sitting on my sister's bed and just staring at me, I absolutely froze. Didn't even know what to do. I first thought of getting up and turning on the lights, but I was too scared of even blinking. I didn't want to lose this guy out of my sight. I was scared of closing my eyes and then opening them again, and having him face to face with me. So I did what any other 8-year-old would do in that situation. I covered my head with my blanket and screamed as loud as I called out for my mother. As I was screaming, I thought I'm just going to get out from under these covers when I see these lights coming on. Seconds later, my mom ran into the room and turned on the lights, asking me what was wrong. I told her what happened, and she tried to comfort me, making me fall back asleep. That's when she felt my head and saw that I was burning up with a really high fever. Next day, still shooken up about the previous night. My mom told me that it was probably someone that wanted to scare me, so that I called my mom and make her notice that I was sick. Nothing happened for a really long time, until maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And what happened was by far the best thing I've ever felt in my entire life. I was sleeping in my own room by this time, when I was in that half awake and half asleep state, when I opened my eyes and saw this orb. It was about the size of a bowling ball, and it was really bright, and it was floating just above my face. I wasn't scared. I kept looking at it, but it was so bright I closed my eyes. Then I felt someone holding my hand. It was incredible. I even felt at peace. Then what seemed like a dream, but I just know it was an out-of-body experience. I opened my eyes, and I was sitting on the bench by the beach watching the waves crashing at the rocks. It was amazing. I was still holding the hand of the person that was in my bedroom. There was no other people there. I know we all sat there having a conversation, but I can't seem to remember everything that was said, just what I saw. I woke up the next day. I still had my hand in a fist, as if I was still holding on to someone's hand. Okay, now this is the last one, which I think is the best part of this whole entire situation. A couple of months ago, My friend bought a house and asked me if I could stay over to wait for the cable guy while she was in class since it was my free period. I said okay, no problem. She gave me the keys, and after class I was there. I came in, and I felt that weird feeling, the I'm not alone feeling. I tried to brush it off, blaming my overactive imagination. I sat at the living room and picked up a magazine. I was flipping through the pages, and out of nowhere, I felt this uncontrollable urge to sleep. I couldn't fight it. I just felt my body slowly falling to my side on the couch. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. Then again, what looked like a dream, but I know it was real. I sat up and looked behind me. There was this girl about my age, 19 to 20, and she looked very much like my friend that asked me to wait for my cable guy. She was sitting at the dining room table just looking at me. Then confused, I called her by my friend's name, and I said, "You're home." I fell asleep. "Why didn't you wake me?" No response. She just kept looking at me. When she didn't answer me, I just turned back around and laid back on the couch. This time, I really didn't move and couldn't get a single word out. I just thought, this is not my friend. Who is she? Then she came up to the couch and started running her fingers through my hair and holding my face. I felt really uneasy. I wanted to run out of there. Then she said something that I couldn't understand. And after that, she said, "Finally, I found you." I shut my eyes real tight. And when I opened them, she wasn't even there. But it took a while for me to start moving again. I felt really tired, drained out of my energies. That was an experience I've yet to understand. Thank you for sticking with me. Well, I'm back again with another experience. But this time I'm including one of my brother's encounters as well. This may get a little long, so please, just bear with me. My boyfriend, we'll call him Steve, works at his family's farm that's been around for over 124 years. So basically, it's been in the family for 5 generations. There have been a lot of changes, which is expected when you have a piece of property that's that old. But there are buildings that remain the same. These buildings, along with a creek that runs right by the property, I believe are not haunted, but replay things that happened long ago. Steve has these images and explained them to me. For instance, the milk house is an old building that still stands but is now used as a workshop. At the right moment, you can watch Steve's great-grandfather working in the building. He passed away many years ago. Also, in the old part of the barn, he's seen helping hands, or workers, from the past walking around. They never seem to notice that Steve is even there. These encounters seem pleasant, and if you knew they were past relatives, I can understand why you would be glad to see them. But the experience I had was not pleasant, and I was definitely not glad to see it. Back in the 1920s, one of Steve's relatives had a 2-year-old girl. This poor little girl wandered away from the home, fell into the creek by the garden, and drowned. She wasn't discovered until the morning. Her body floated downstream. This story is important because it plays a part in my encounter. About a year ago, I decided to take the new boat onto the creek. I have a little girl, 2 years old at the time, whom I left in the care of Steve since we didn't have a life jacket for her. This was my first time in the boat, and I was excited about seeing Mother Nature since the landscape was beautiful around the area. I must have been on the water for only about 15 minutes before I heard a loud splash close to the bank. I looked to my right, but I didn't see anything, and not even ripples in the water indicating that something had fallen in. This made me extremely curious, so I decided to row the boat closer to the bank. Now the bank is about a foot above the water level, and the water is roughly about 3 feet deep. Before I could even grab a hold of the oars, I saw what I thought was my daughter since she was small and had brown hair, lashing around in the water, swinging her arms desperately back and forth, as if trying to hold on to something. What I didn't realize at the time was there was absolutely no sound of the splashing. Being deathly scared for my daughter's life, I didn't think about it. I jumped into the water and began swimming desperately towards the bank. I can't even begin to explain how I felt. All I can say is that I was more determined than ever to reach her. I remember stopping once my feet could reach the bottom and searching for her, and to my horror, I didn't see her anywhere. The creek was a brown color, and so I couldn't see the bottom. I was diving down and grabbing anything I found to see if it was her. I seriously was hysterical at this point in time. I kept saying, "No, no, please God, no," and shouting my daughter's name. Now Steve, along with my daughter, heard me splashing into the water and then heard me calling to my daughter. He could see the empty boat a little whiles down the creek and started running to find out what was wrong. Also, Steve's grandmother was in the garden, which was located just behind the brush of the bank where I was at, and heard me as well. He too got up towards me and decided to investigate. I remember hearing her asking me what was wrong. That I just kept repeating that my daughter was in the water and asking where she was. I believe I was on the verge of fainting until I saw Steve holding my daughter on the bank. Then confusion kicked in. I was so thrilled to see my daughter, but at the same time so dumbfounded about it. He helped me onto the bank, and I held my daughter like there was no tomorrow. While I was doing that, Steve's grandmother was explaining to him what she heard and saw. I heard them both confused as well. I told him what I saw, and Steve slid into the water and began to look around, but he didn't see or feel anything. His grandmother was silent while this was going on, but then spoke up with this grief-stricken look on her face. Then she said, "Oh my, it must have been Harriet." Both Steve and his grandmother hung their heads, but I was still clueless since I'd never heard the story before. That's when she explained to me what happened all those years ago. Slowly it all started to make sense. Why I hadn't seen the ripples in the water, why I didn't hear the splashing, and why in the seconds it took me to get to her, she had vanished. Since that day, I've never gone near that part of the bank, and I make sure my children do the same. I have a son as well. It is horrifying what I've seen or went through, and I pray that no one has to go through that. My brother's story I'll keep short. Once again, I know this is long, but aren't the long ones so much more interesting? My brother David is a semi-truck driver. He runs the rounds all week long and comes home for the weekends. As some of you may know, there are times when you're driving long into the night. On one particular night, David was driving down a road heading back towards the interstate with a buddy of his in the truck. He was making good time, wasn't tired yet, and decided to wait and stop at the next rest area down the interstate. I believe he said it was between 10 and 11 p.m. when they saw her. His buddy saw her first and started screaming, as David would say, like a little girl. When David turned to look at his buddy, his attention went immediately to the passenger side window. There, a woman had somehow collapsed onto the outside of the door and was staring at him through the window. He described her as pale white, shoulder-length blonde hair, and dark eyes. He said she kinda glowed, but claimed the full moon could have made her look that way. The woman was there for only a couple of seconds before she disappeared. David's buddy said he'd had enough for one night and crawled into the back of the semi and onto one of the bunks. A few weeks later, during daylight saving hours, my brother found himself on that same road and stopped at a local truck stop to eat. There were other truck drivers down there, and out of the blue he asked, "I know you're all gonna think I'm crazy, but have any of you seen a woman on the side of your truck late that night while you're driving down that road?" This is the story they told him. About 10 years ago, a woman was standing on the side of the road. She was alone and having car trouble late at night. She spotted a semi down the road heading in her direction. In an attempt to wave him down, he walked out into the middle of the road and started waving her arms. Apparently, the truck driver was so exhausted that he didn't even see her. He ran her over and didn't stop, just kept going. To this day, nobody was pressed with charges for the crime. Now they say that any semi that drives down the road at night could be a suspect to the woman. She'll peer into the passenger side window, looking for the driver who ran her over, and seeking justice. I read the article on animal ghosts, and I have a story to share. I had an old dog named Molly who lived for 14 years before having to be put down back in 2002. Let me tell you, almost immediately afterwards, her spirit came back. In life, the dog had a habit of sitting in the hallway and banging her tail against the doors when walking by, which I heard for a solid year or so after putting her down. Very loud and unmistakable. Then one summer, I was mowing my lawn, and I saw her standing by the shed in broad daylight before she walked behind the shed and vanished. Cold breezes and just a sense that dog spirits were still around were commonplace. The daylight incident was the only sighting. It was mostly felt and heard. What is strange is that after getting a new pup, the incident stopped immediately, and it has been 2 or so years since the incident occurred. Animals can and do return after death. I kept my eye out for the dog for some time after the backyard sighting. It did not frighten me. It was never frightening or unnerving. Strange, yes. Bizarre and mind-jarring, yes. But not frightening. The backyard sighting was actually one of the most lifetime memories that chills me. It was clear as day. The dog is not buried in the yard, but the ashes were scattered. I do not know to this day what it all meant, but I'm sure it had something to do with maybe getting a new animal for the home. My name is Billy and I live in Houston, Texas. I've had strange experiences since I was a child. My family comes from Tennessee. Mountain people are very superstitious people, and I heard strange stories since I was a child. Some years back, my grandmother Amy passed. She lived in Indiana, and I couldn't attend the services. 2 days after her passing, I was almost asleep in the bedroom, and my wife was watching TV in the living room. The bedroom door opened, and as I looked up, I saw what I thought was my wife in a blue robe and walk past me into the bathroom, and no lights were turned on in the bathroom. I laid there thinking just how long she was in there and got up to see if there was a problem. After seeing that she wasn't in the bathroom, I had a strange feeling. Maybe she came out and walked past me and I just didn't see her. I went out into the living room and there was my wife still laying in the couch. And then she looked up and asked, "How long have you been standing there?" I said, "Just a second." And she went pale white and said, "Somebody had been standing there for a few minutes." And she thought it was me. Then we both knew something very strange had just happened to the both of us. We were very unnerved. After a few minutes, I went back to bed. The next day, weird things began to happen. Noises throughout the house, things being knocked off bookshelves, opening and closing of doors, videos being scattered on the floor, and this became the norm for a long time. It didn't scare any of us. And my aunt said it was my grandmother who had come to see me since I didn't go to see her. I love my grandmother very much, and a part of me liked the idea of her being there. My daughter became very used to it and would say things like, "Grandma, if you're going to make a mess, at least clean up after yourself." She stayed with us for a long time, and then one day, it was just over. My aunt said she had made her point. We had moved and was waiting for a place to be ready. So we stayed at the local inn for a few weeks. And then strange things started to happen at the inn. And we knew it wasn't my grandmother. Objects would levitate and fly across the room. And whoever this was liked to tear up the bathroom. Rolls of toilet paper would fly out of the bathroom and roll across the floor right before our eyes. And still we weren't scared, even though we knew it was the same ghost. As time went by and everywhere we moved, these things would still happen, and we could tell by the way the ghost had changed by the way they did things. More time had passed, and that's when we thought it had ended. Now myself and my wife and my daughter live in a small apartment, and have lived here for 3 years. And in the past few months, these strange things started happening again. Now we see full figures of people walk through the apartment, rearranging of items throughout the place, and every night, items being knocked off the fridge and set in the floor. My wife tripped over a candy bowl sitting in the floor by the front door the other day, and we know for a fact that there was no way it was there the night before. We never got scared, ever, with the ghost shadows and noise and so on. We don't know why this happens to us, and I don't ask. I am a professional musician, and my best friend and drummer died in a car wreck when I was 18. I am now 47, and he comes to me in my dreams every so often, and I always ask the same question: what are you doing here? You're dead. He always says he's just checking in on me. Here's the weird thing. This has been going on since 1978, and I grew older. So did he. He's not the 18-year-old kid I remember. He only comes once or twice a year, but he always shows up. Mountain people say that if you touch the dead, you won't dream about them. Maybe I should have. Or maybe I didn't for a reason.
Hey everybody, it's Phantom of Darkness here. If you could leave a like at the end of the video, comment, like, share, and subscribe. That way you have let me know that you watched the video and I know you got to the end of the video. So write summer at the end of the video to let me know you got there. I was thinking of a word, but I wanted to be silly, but that's fine. Anyway, guys, it really helps me if you share this video everywhere you can and liked it, comment, and shared. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video.